Wu Yu found himself a victim of a materialistic girlfriend, inadvertently awakening a divine anti-fraud system. Any deception aimed at Wu Yu, no matter how extravagant, could become a reality. The beautiful schoolgirl feigned her gratitude. Wu, you're truly a good person. Sending hearts your way, love you from that moment on. The school beauty was hopelessly infatuated with Wu Yu, unable to extricate herself. A wealthy lady sought partners with substantial remuneration. Wu Yu suddenly found himself with millions, alongside bonuses for collaboration. On a dating app, a plethora of goddesses awaited flirtation. Registering could instantly lead to finding a partner. Wu Yu exclaimed, "There are too many goddesses. I can't possibly arrange dates with them all. It's simply unmanageable." An elderly vendor at a market touted ancient antiques. Inherited treasures. Desperate for cash, I must part with them. Guaranteed authenticity. Wu Yu negotiated down to a mere 100 yuan, only to later auction the piece for a staggering billion. A media journalist inquired, "Mr. Wu, how did you become a billionaire at such a young age?" Wu Yu humbly waved his hand. "It's simple. I believe in everyone." Chapter 1. Discovering Deceit. Please take the bait. We should break up on the university playground. Wu Yu's voice was as calm as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Break up? Why do you have to suggest that? Across from him, his girlfriend, Lu Ningning, wore a look of shock and fury on her otherwise unremarkable face. Right? Wu Yu's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Half a year ago, he had also been blinded by foolishness, deceived by Lu Ningning's pure persona that claimed to value character over material wealth. What was the outcome? Over the past 6 months, he had become Lu Ningning's personal ATM and full-time servant. Running errands and delivering meals became routine. Emptying shopping carts was a task, and gifts during festivals were non-negotiable. He pinched every penny, pouring his living expenses, scholarship funds, and even money borrowed from roommates into this bottomless pit. And what did he receive in return? Endless commands, relentless comparisons, derogatory remarks, and scornful comments like, "How did I end up with a poor loser like you? I'm out of money." Wu Yu gazed at her, his eyes icy cold. "No, I should say you've drained me dry. This month, I still owe my roommate 300 yuan just to buy you that Barbie pink lipstick. I can barely afford food, and you just asked for the latest handbag. Lu Ningning, have you checked your conscience? Is it still there?" I thought Lu Ningning was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained her composure, retorting more defiantly. "So what if I spend your money? You're my boyfriend." Look at Li Hao and Wang Chong. They spend on their girlfriends without batting an eye. And you're just a useless bum. Don't you know to get a part-time job? Deliver food, hand out flyers. Her words grew increasingly venomous as she pointed a finger at Wu Yu, cursing, "I regret ever looking at you. You poor fool. If it weren't for your decent looks, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Let me tell you, people like you are destined to remain poor, just like your impoverished parents." Enough. That single remark ignited the last flicker of Wu Yu's forbearance. He could not tolerate the insult directed at his parents. "Shut your filthy mouth." Wu Yu stepped forward, a glint of fury in his eyes, causing Lu Ningning to instinctively retreat. "Regret? I'm the one who regrets. You are a thoroughbred gold digger. You are deceiving my affections. Now we are square. Get out of my life." With that, Wu Yu turned and walked away without looking back. Behind him, he could hear Lu Ningning's frantic shouts. Wu Yu, however, remained unfazed, his steps unyielding, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Exiting the school gates, he found himself at a rice bowl restaurant he had often passed, but never dared to enter. "Boss, one signature beef rice bowl, and add double portions of beef." Since being with Lu Ningning, he couldn't even justify spending 35 yuan on a rice bowl, let alone consider a 10 yuan plate of fried noodles. When the steaming bowl arrived, the tender beef was savory, enveloped in rich sauce that clung to each grain of rice. Wu Yu devoured it, feeling his eyes warm with emotion. This bowl of rice was the taste of freedom. It was the beauty of liberation. After finishing his meal, Wu Yu took out his phone to scan for payment, and the Alipay page popped up. Balance, 28.5 yuan. After paying the 35 yuan for the meal, he was left with this meager amount. Wu Yu's heart sank. There were still 20 days until he would receive his living expenses from home. How would he survive these 20 days? Eat dirt. Wu Yu was filled with regret, not for the breakup, but for not doing it sooner. Had he rid himself of that gold digger earlier, would he find himself in such a dire state? Damn it, the words of women. Deceitful creatures. From this day forth, no woman would ever deceive me again. Wu Yu wandered out of the restaurant, aimlessly drifting like a lost soul on the street. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The divine anti-fraud system is activated. System's purpose: reject deception. Let lies become reality. Any fraudulent statements or information directed at the host, as long as it benefits the host, will be transformed into reality by the system. The system? Wu Yu abruptly halted, his heart racing. It can make deceit a reality? How should he utilize this system? Should he seek out street fortune tellers to have them deceive him into wealth? Or go to a lottery shop and let the owner dupe him into believing he could win 5 million? Wu Yu's gaze wandered blankly across the street, when suddenly, his eyes were fixated on a lamppost. There, a colorful advertisement fluttered gently in the wind. High-paying recruitment. I am 31 years old, 1.70 meters tall, fair-skinned and beautiful, with a slender waist and long legs. Due to my husband's infertility, I seek a healthy gentleman to assist in inheriting a vast fortune. A handsome reward of 1 million upon success. Phone 177 XXXXXXXX. Below the ad was a photo. In the picture, a woman with flowing hair exuded charm. Her figure exquisitely curvaceous. My goodness. Those long legs, that tiny waist, that proud. She was simply a celestial beauty, the epitome of perfection. However, what era is this? How can such an outdated scam advertisement still exist? Who would fall for it? Only those foolish enough to dream would believe it. Surely? Wu Yu chuckled derisively, ready to walk away. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Host, please take the bait. What the hell? Take the bait. Wu Yu's heart began to race furiously, like a war drum pounding violently in his chest. That a stunning beauty. A reward of 1 million. If this could truly come to pass, it would be exhilarating. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yu pulled out his phone. With long fingers, he pressed the sequence of numbers from the advertisement. 177 XXXXXXX. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a busy signal echoed on the other end, each tone striking Wu Yu's heart like a hammer. He was so nervous his palms began to sweat. This feeling was more thrilling than the first time he held hands with his girlfriend. Finally, the call was connected. Chapter 2. Work with tears? Or make a swift exit? Hello? A cool, melodious voice emanated from the receiver, imbued with an alluring resonance. Akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring over jade stones, or the ethereal sway of a snow lotus in a light breeze. What on earth is this divine voice? It was simply enchanting. Wu Yu stammered. Hello, is this Ms. Liu? The voice on the other end remained unfazed, tranquil yet frosty. Yes, it is I. What is the purpose of your call? I saw your advertisement on the telephone pole and called to inquire. Wu Yu attempted to be as discreet as possible. Oh, is that so? May I have your name, height, weight, age, any bad habits, or hereditary health issues? Ms. Liu's tone remained icy, yet her questions were blunt, akin to an interrogation. Wu Yu, height 1.8 meters, weight 71 kilograms, 22 years old. Very well. Your basic criteria are met, Ms. Liu pondered. However, the advertisement clearly states that we require a healthy gentleman. Your words alone are insufficient. You must provide a medical report. A medical report? Wu Yu was taken aback. Is it really that complicated? Indeed, a medical report. Ms. Liu seemed to sense his bewilderment, her tone unwavering. Add me on WeChat, and I will send you the examination items and the hospital's location. My WeChat ID is the same as this phone number. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a beep, and the call was abruptly terminated. Wu Yu hastily opened WeChat and entered Ms. Liu's phone number. Soon, a WeChat ID appeared, with the nickname Liu accompanied by a landscape photo as the avatar, offering little insight. He clicked on her moments, and as expected, there was only a solitary horizontal line. Ding! The other party has accepted your friend request. Ms. Liu, the examination items and hospital location have been sent to you. Please go for the examination promptly. This hospital provides immediate results. Once you have the report, take a photo and send it to me. Wu Yu quickly open the image detailing the examination items? What the hell? Electrocardiogram, complete blood count, urinalysis, liver function, kidney function, chest x-ray, ultrasound, color Doppler, and even chromosome testing and genetic screening. A dense list that made his scalp tingle. Wu Yu instantly sobered up, a chill racing from his feet to his head. This was evidently an advertisement from a fertility clinic, a blatant scam to lure people into exorbitant medical tests. How insidious. Wu Yu thought to himself, thank goodness I'm broke. With just 98 yuan in my pocket, I'd have to think twice about even a bowl of beef rice, let alone afford such an expensive medical examination. He was about to block Ms. Liu and unleash a tirade against her unscrupulous deceit when suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Ms. Liu has transferred 200,000 yuan. Note: examination fee. Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming an astonished "Oh, what? This isn't a scam?" With trembling hands, he clicked on the next message from Ms. Liu. Ms. Liu, hurry to get the medical examination. I'm quite busy, but happen to have time today. Wu Yu. Understood. Hospital. After a series of maneuvers, Wu Yu finally obtained a thick stack of medical reports. Eagerly, he sought out a well-lit spot and snapped several photos of the reports, quickly sending them to Ms. Liu. Moments later, Ms. Liu, wait for me at the bus stop outside the hospital. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was happening. He immediately dashed towards the bus stop at the hospital entrance. This place was bustling with a diverse crowd. As he waited, anxiety gnawed at him. What if she turned out to be a kidney thief? Spending money on a medical examination, was she really just interested in what parts of him were valuable? What if Ms. Liu was a corpulent older woman? Should he nod in resignation, or make a hasty retreat? What if she secretly recorded him to blackmail him? Wu Yu was lost in his thoughts when suddenly, hey, look who's squatting here. He turned to see Lu Ningning and her friend standing together, wearing expressions of mockery. What's the matter? Out of money and begging now? Waiting for someone to charity? Lu Ningning's voice dripped with derision, strikingly grating to his ears. Mind your own business. Wu Yu snapped, his irritation flaring at the sight of Lu Ningning. Oh, how could it not concern me? I was your ex-girlfriend, and seeing you in such a sorry state truly evokes my sympathy. Lu Ningning laughed coldly, her tone sharper than ever. Her friend chimed in, mimicking her sarcasm. Ningning, just look at him in this pathetic state. I truly can't fathom how you ever found this poor wretch appealing. Lu Ningning scoffed, crossing her arms with an air of triumph. Indeed, I must have been blind. But fortunately, I've already ditched him. He'll probably be single for life now. In this day and age, who would choose a broke guy as a boyfriend? No money? Better go home and figure it out for yourself. Wu Yu trembled with rage, the fire of indignation igniting within him. But just then, a low, thunderous roar of an engine erupted, shattering the air. Virum. The sound, commanding and visceral, drew the attention of everyone around. Wu Yu instinctively turned towards the noise, spotting a sleek supercar gliding silently like a specter. In less than 5 meters away, it executed a perfect drift, coming to a halt with grace. It was a fully black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. The scissor doors closed tightly. The body S-lines sharp as if chiseled, emanating an intoxicating aesthetic of raw power. The two piercing LED headlights resembled cold, predatory eyes surveying the mundane world below. As the window slowly descended, Wu Yu's breath caught in his throat. Inside sat an exquisite woman, her face partially obscured by a black mask, revealing only her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and perfectly sculpted nose. Her natural, fan-shaped double eyelids fluttered with long, delicate lashes. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as radiant as the stars. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully, with a few tousled strands adding a touch of effortless charm. She wore a silk white blouse that accentuated her alluring figure, and her curves were unmistakable, even through the fabric, radiating an astonishing vitality. She sat elegantly in the driver's seat, her left hand casually draped over the steering wheel, revealing a wrist as white as jade adorned with a minimalist silver watch. Wu Yu's gaze involuntarily traveled from her facial contours down her neck and collarbone, sliding lower. Despite the mask, the beauty and sensuality emanating from her were palpable, striking Wu Yu's senses like a palpable force. This was nothing short of breathtaking, even more stunning than the exquisite temptress depicted in the advertisement. Chapter 3. I'll go take a shower first. No, she was even more mesmerizing than the photos. The woman glanced at Wu Yu, and that melodious voice, akin to celestial music, resonated once more. Are you Wu Yu? Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, quickly nodding, his voice trembling. Yes, that's me. May I ask, are you Ms. Liu? Yes, indeed. Ms. Liu slightly raised her chin, beckoning him with her slender fingers. The gesture was simple, yet imbued with an indescribable allure and authoritative command. Get in the car. Certainly. Wu Yu grinned widely, striding towards the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ with an air of nonchalance. With a roar, the scissor doors lifted dramatically, like wings unfurling. With a swift motion, Wu Yu took his seat in the passenger side without a moment's hesitation. The snug embrace of the supercar's seat instantly enveloped him like a warm and luxurious hug. He fastened his seatbelt and inhaled deeply. The distinctive aroma of Lamborghini's exquisite leather and high-end fragrances flooded his senses. Bang! The scissor doors descended with an air of elegance. The engine roared back to life with a deep growl, amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Ningning and her friend. The black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, leaving behind only a trail of spicy exhaust and a throng of envious stares. The Lamborghini weaved through traffic like a streak of darkness, and Wu Yu's heart raced in tandem with the engine's thunderous roar. He turned his head, greedily surveying the enchanting Ms. Lu beside him. She was breathtaking. Her profile was elegantly sculpted, with a long neck and collarbones so delicate they seemed to cradle fish. Wu Yu's gaze instinctively traveled from head to toe. When his eyes landed on Ms. Lu's long, slender legs adorned in black stockings, his heart skipped a beat. Exquisite. This was no ordinary black silk. It was as gossamer as a cicada's wing, glistening with a seductive sheen. Wu Yu felt a surge of heat rush to his head. My goodness, who could resist such allure? But still, what did she truly look like? Would she, upon removing her mask, leave him utterly weak? It seemed Ms. Lu sensed his gaze. A slight smile graced her lips, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible amusement. Slowly, she extended her hand, her slender fingers grasping the edge of her mask, gently pulling it down. In an instant, Wu Yu's breath caught, and his mind went blank. Beneath the mask lay a visage worthy of artistry, fully revealed before his eyes. Those phoenix eyes, which he had already glimpsed, sparkled even more brightly against her perfectly shaped oval face. Below her high-bridged nose were luscious, crimson lips, full and tempting, reminiscent of rose petals kissed by dew, exuding an irresistible allure. Wu Yu felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, blood boiling, a buzzing in his ears. He fixated on those alluring lips, his throat dry, unable to suppress a swallow. It was only when Ms. Lu slightly furrowed her brow, her gaze cooling with a hint of indifference, that Wu Yu jolted back to reality, realizing that his unabashed stare was exceedingly rude. He quickly averted his eyes, feigning interest in the window, his cheeks burning. To alleviate the stifling awkwardness, Wu Yu cleared his throat and cautiously inquired, "Where are we headed?" He expected Ms. Lu to respond, but to his surprise, she merely shot him a fleeting glance before lapsing into silence. The car was enveloped in quietude once more, save for the engine's growl and the tire's friction against the pavement. Steeling himself, Wu Yu ventured another question. Will the payment be made upon completion, or must we await the fruition of our endeavor? He chose his words with care, fearful of offending this exquisite beauty. Yet, Ms. Lu remained silent. Beads of sweat began to form on Wu Yu's brow as he inhaled deeply, tentatively asking, "Does your husband know about this? He won't come charging in, will he?" As soon as the question escaped his lips, Ms. Lu's cool almond-shaped eyes turned toward him once more. A chilling smile curled at the corners of her mouth, radiating an unsettling playfulness that made Wu Yu's heart race. Goodness, something felt amiss. Surely, there couldn't be a trap. He hastily pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he prepared to dial emergency services. Just then, a screeching brake pierced the air. The sudden inertia propelled Wu Yu forward, and had he not been buckled in, he would have likely collided headfirst with the windshield. "WVE arrived. It's time to disembark," Ms. Lu's cool voice rang out again, dispelling the tumult of worries clouding Wu Yu's mind. He looked up, and through the window, a magnificent, resplendent structure came into view. The J.W. Marriott Hotel. The 5 gilded characters sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. Goodness, a 5-star hotel. Wu Yu's heart raced. The relief of having narrowly escaped a perilous situation instantly overshadowed by the luxurious scene before him. A uniformed attendant promptly approached, respectfully opening the car door. With a sharp flick, Ms. Lu tossed the Lamborghini key into the attendant's hands. She elegantly stepped out, her long legs clad in black stockings meeting the ground with grace. Without waiting for Wu Yu, she strode directly toward the hotel lobby. Wu Yu quickly unfastened his seatbelt and scrambled out of the car after her. As he emerged, he saw Ms. Lu already at the front desk, retrieving a gleaming VIP card from her exquisite handbag. "Book a king-sized room." Ms. Lu's cool voice resonated clearly in Wu Yu's ears. A king-sized room. Though Wu Yu's mind brimmed with fantasies about Ms. Lu, the reality of the situation filled him with trepidation. After all, they were practically strangers, having exchanged only a few words. Were they truly about to commence their endeavor? As he followed Ms. Lu toward the elevator, he reassured himself, "Fear not. At the very least, this is a reputable hotel. And since Ms. Lu is the one booking the room, the likelihood of any nefarious intentions is minimal." Ding. The elevator doors slid open slowly. Ms. Lu stepped out with an elegant stride, and Wu Yu hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the room door, Ms. Lu swiped her card. Click. The door swung open, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance. The opulent suite of the 5-star hotel was indeed deserving of its reputation. Spacious and bright, adorned with lavish decor. It was impeccably clean. Ms. Lu glided gracefully to the sofa, retrieving a thick stack of papers from her handbag, and with a decisive motion, she placed them onto the coffee table. "Sign this agreement. I shall take a shower first," she commanded in a voice laced with an undeniable authority. Wu Yu quickly approached, grabbing the stack of documents to peruse. Chapter 4. Just give it a try, and you will know everything. Pregnancy Agreement. Party A, Lu Yunxi. Party B, Wu Yu. Clause 1. Party B, Wu Yu, voluntarily undertakes the obligation to assist Party A, Lu Yunxi, in natural conception and commits to providing health and quality assurance. Clause 2. Upon signing the agreement, Party A, Lu Yunxi, shall pay Party B, Wu Yu, a deposit of 1 million RMB, which shall also serve as compensation for Party B's confidentiality obligations, regardless of the outcome of the conception. Party B must maintain strict confidentiality regarding this collaboration and all related information, or else face legal consequences. Clause 3. Should Party A successfully conceive and deliver a child, Party A shall pay Party B, Wu Yu, an additional remuneration of 2 million RMB. Clause 4. During Party A's conception needs, Party B, Wu Yu, must unconditionally cooperate and may not refuse or evade for any reason. Clause 5. After the child's birth, Party B, Wu Yu, shall have no rights to visit, take back, or remove the child. All rights of custody and guardianship shall belong to Party A, Lu Yunxi, and be entirely unrelated to Party B, Wu Yu. Clause 6. Party B, Wu Yu, must assist Party A, Lu Yunxi, in providing a paternity test for the child to facilitate registration and related formalities. Wu Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement as his heart raced. Goodness, how professional. No traps, no pitfalls. Moreover, a whopping 3 million. Not to mention, Ms. Lu is simply exquisite. This was an absolute windfall. Wu Yu's excitement grew increasingly palpable, a grin stretching uncontrollably from ear to ear. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open with a sudden whoosh. Wu Yu snapped his head up, and there stood Lu Yunxi, emerging from the bathroom. She was clad in nothing but a luxurious silk bathrobe, which clung to her enchanting figure due to being dampened. Droplets of water cascaded down her sleek, raven hair, tracing the delicate curve of her porcelain neck before disappearing beneath the robe. In the warm glow of the light, her fair skin shimmered with an alluring sheen, the tantalizing contours of her body rendering Wu Yu utterly spellbound. A vision of beauty emerging from the bath. This was nothing short of ethereal. Shall we finalize the agreement? Lu Yunxi's enchanting almond-shaped eyes cast a cool glance at the dazed Wu Yu. As she spoke, she glided gracefully across the carpet, her exquisite figure swaying with each step towards him. Wu Yu's heart raced in tandem with the rhythm of her footsteps. The subtle scent of shampoo and body wash mingled with her unique fragrance, enveloping the room and leaving Wu Yu in a dizzy haze. When Lu Yunxi reached him, she slowly extended her slender fingers and gave a gentle tug. With a soft rustle, the bathrobe fell open. Let's get started. Wu Yu could hardly contain his shock. Even as he forced himself to remain composed, Lu Yunxi's silk robe slipped away like a cicada's skin, revealing an exquisite temptation. A set of intricately designed lace lingerie. The sheer fabric offered a tantalizing glimpse, obscured just enough to ignite the imagination. Her S-shaped silhouette, accentuated by the dim lighting, was akin to a masterpiece crafted by a master artist. What sent Wu Yu's pulse racing was the sight of her long, elegant legs. Clad in black thigh-high stockings that embraced every inch of her skin, they extended gracefully to her ankles. The delicate lace trim at the top, adorned with shimmering diamonds, sparkled enticingly in the light. Below her, she wore a pair of stunning red-soled stilettos, their heels soaring to at least 10 centimeters, accentuating her already statuesque figure with an irresistible allure. Wu Yu felt as though his nose would bleed from the sheer visual delight. He sat there, frozen on the sofa, eyes wide open and unblinking. Lu Yunxi couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells, laced with a hint of seduction. She approached him with a sultry gait, her long, stocking-clad legs captivating his gaze, exuding an irresistible magnetism. Leaning closer, her fresh scent enveloped him entirely. Her crimson lips brushed tantalizingly close to his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. It seemed she was ready to take the initiative. However, when Lu Yunxi inadvertently glanced at the agreement on the coffee table, she paused, her cool almond eyes flickering with curiosity. You haven't signed yet? Her tone held a note of disbelief. No, not yet, Wu Yu replied, barely managing to cling to a thread of clarity amidst the intoxicating beauty before him. May I see your medical report, Ms. Lu? I will sign after I have reviewed it. See my medical report? Lu Yunxi's calm demeanor belied a hint of incredulity. What do you mean? I mean, what if? Wu Yu hesitated, his thoughts trailing off. What if Lu Yunxi had an illness? What if she harbored ulterior motives? Such possibilities were not unfounded. Lu Yunxi pondered for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. I don't have a medical report, but you needn't worry. Just give it a try, and you will know everything. Give it a try? Wu Yu's mind ground to a halt. If they were to try, would it not already be too late? Ms. Lu, if you do not have a medical report, then perhaps. But Lu Yunxi did not afford him the opportunity to continue his thoughts. She stepped forward, her long legs ensconced in black stockings, gracefully settling onto his lap in an utterly beguiling manner. The softness of her touch rendered Wu Yue's mind a blank slate. Leaning in closer, her warm breath, laced with a hint of sweetness, brushed against his ear. In a voice only he could hear, soft yet tinged with shyness, she whispered something that sent Wu Yue's eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this real?" Wu Yue exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Are you reassured now?" Lu Yunxi's laughter danced through the air like a gentle spring breeze, laced with triumph. She delicately pushed him back onto the sofa with her slender fingers. The following morning, in the luxurious suite of the JW Marriott Hotel, Wu Yue awoke with a start. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in warmth and brightness. As his foggy mind began to clear, he turned to find no one beside him. Lu Yunxi had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few strands of her silky black hair resting on the pillow, a testament that it had all been real. Wu Yue's breath quickened, and he leaped from the bed, only to stumble, dropping to his knees. "Damn it, my legs are weak." He felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. There was no way around it. Lu Yunxi was a benefactor, and to increase the likelihood of success, he had to raise the stakes. Struggling to his feet, Wu Yue limped toward the coffee table, where the agreement lay neatly arranged, accompanied by a pristine check. 1,000,000 yuan as a deposit. Trembling, he gingerly picked up the check, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He had struck gold. The deception had transformed into reality. The system was incredible. Just then, his phone chimed with a message from Lu Yunxi. "You did well yesterday. I will notify you for our next meeting. But do not message me first." A smile crept across Wu Yue's face, his spirits soaring. He replied with an OK emoji and tucked his phone away. Although his legs still felt a bit wobbly, he resolved to leave the hotel immediately. He was eager to cash the check. Hobbling out of the hotel, Wu Yue hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to the bank. At Baiyun University, in the boys' dormitory, chaos reigned. Double kill. What the heck? Is this support a pig? Hurry up, charge in. 3 shirtless roommates, clad in headphones, shouted hoarsely as the room descended into disarray. Suddenly, a cough interrupted the frenzy. At the entrance of the dormitory, a pair of brand-new Nike running shoes silently appeared. Shortly thereafter, a pair of long legs stepped inside, dressed in trendy athletic attire. Wu Yu wore a triumphant smile, striding confidently toward his roommate's desk with a swagger that suggested he was indifferent to all else. With a sudden flourish, Wu Yu produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and casually tossed it onto his roommate's table. A mischievous grin crept upon his lips as he anticipated their reaction to this delightful surprise, eagerly awaiting their adulation as they knelt in reverence and exclaimed, "Dad." After all, these rascals had supported him through thick and thin. Without them, he would have starved long ago. Now that he had struck it rich, it was only fitting to reciprocate and let them bask in his newfound fortune. However, a startling realization dawned upon him. What the hell? Soft Rice Guy is back. One of his roommates turned around and, upon seeing Wu Yu, froze momentarily before ripping off his headphones and letting out an earth-shattering shout. "No way, Soft Rice Guy." Wu Yu's smile faltered. "What? You haven't heard that your affair with a wealthy woman has made it to the top of the school's trending topics?" His roommate, equally astonished, removed his headphones and stared at Wu Yu in disbelief. "What trending topics?" Wu Yu felt a sudden chill in his heart, sensing impending doom. His roommates eagerly explained. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Ningning made a grand announcement upon returning to campus, claiming she had dumped you, and you, unable to take the blow, ran off with a rich woman. A rich woman who drives a Lamborghini, no less. Many people witnessed it. Apparently, she even gave you a bag of cash. Is it real money? How much? Wu Yu was taken aback. What? A bag of cash? That Lu Ningning. She really knows how to embellish the truth. This is mere rumor. We are just ordinary friends. He nearly shouted the words heavy investment for a child, but abruptly halted, realizing the confidentiality clause in his agreement. If he let that slip, the 2,000,000 yuan in residual payments would be lost. Ordinary friends? Huh. Wu Yu, are you trying to fool us? His roommate wore a knowing expression, chuckling. Are you just embarrassed to admit it? No worries. We are brothers. We understand you. Soft rice is soft rice. It's nothing to be ashamed of. In this day and age, being able to enjoy soft rice is quite a skill. To be frank, none of his friends were inclined to put in the effort anymore. Exactly. As long as we can get rich, we wouldn't bat an eye at soft rice or even soft excrement. Wu Yu struggled to contain his emotions, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. I assure you, I am merely friends with her. What Lu Ningning said is entirely unfounded. His roommates nodded in agreement. Yet the situation was such that everyone seemed eager to believe the rumor. Your reputation as Soft Rice Guy is now firmly established. What should we do? Wu Yu felt his blood pressure rising. It's simple. You need to find a girlfriend to dispel the rumors. His roommates chimed in. And make sure she is 100 or 1,000 times more beautiful than Lu Ningning. Preferably a campus beauty. They each offered suggestions, but deep down, they doubted Wu Yu's ability to pull it off. Finding a campus beauty would indeed quash the rumors, but he was practically broke. Who would date someone who could barely afford a meal? Dream on. Wait a minute. Why is there a pack of cigarettes on my table? And soft cigarettes at that? Holy crap. Wu Yu, have you really struck it rich? Only then did his roommates realize something had changed, hurriedly glancing at Wu Yu. Yet, he had already turned and left the dormitory. In the cafeteria of Baiyun University, Wu Yu was ravenous. The previous day's exertion had left him famished, and he was determined to indulge in a hearty meal. Boss, I'd like a serving of mapo tofu, a portion of kung pao chicken, a dish of braised pork, and 2 bowls of rice, Wu Yu proclaimed with flair. The cafeteria lady paused for a moment, taken aback by his audacity, as he usually opted for the cheapest vegetarian dishes. Ignoring her incredulous gaze, he found a vacant spot and sat down. He devoured his meal with gusto, all the while contemplating his next steps. The most pressing matter was to focus on physical fitness. As he chewed on the braised pork, he reminded himself that without it, he might not survive long enough to claim that 2 million yuan payment. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but ashes. Moreover, he genuinely needed to find a girlfriend to put an end to the rumors. As for potential candidates, Wu Yu lifted his gaze, scanning the cafeteria for suitable prospects. Just then, a commotion erupted. Holy cow, the campus beauty has arrived. It's Shening Ran. Look, she's wearing a Lolita dress. Gasps of excitement filled the air as the male students turned their attention to the entrance of the cafeteria. Wu Yu instinctively followed the noise. A stunning figure, surrounded by admirers, gracefully entered the cafeteria. Clad in a pure white Lolita princess dress adorned with exquisite lace, she appeared like an ethereal being. Beneath the skirt, her long legs, encased in white stockings, were slender and radiant, captivating all who beheld her. On her feet were Mary Jane shoes, accentuating her adorable demeanor. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down to her waist, intricately braided into playful pigtails, adorned with delicate pink rose embellishments that enhanced her sweetness. Her heart-shaped face was perfection personified, with sparkling almond-shaped eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Below her petite nose, her cherry-red lips were plump and inviting, making one yearn to kiss them. She emanated an aura of pure innocence intertwined with a hint of allure, reminiscent of first love, yet imbued with an irresistible temptation. She was none other than Shening Ran, the reigning campus beauty of Baiyun University. Instead of being aloof, Shening Ran was incredibly approachable. Radiating a sweet smile, she waved at her fellow students as she walked. Her voice melodious and bright, akin to the song of a lark or the gentle babbling of a mountain brook, instantly warming the hearts of those around her. The male students in the cafeteria were utterly entranced, their eyes glued to her as murmurs of admiration filled the air. Wu Yu sighed inwardly as he watched Shening Ran. If he could win her over, he would undoubtedly shed the reputation of soft rice guy. However, this seemed nearly impossible. As the top campus beauty, she had a plethora of suitors, many of whom were wealthy heirs driving luxurious cars and spending money like water. As for Wu Yu, he barely had 1 million to his name. While he could manage to charm a materialistic girl like Lu Ningning, Shening Ran, that was a whole different level. Wu Yu shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, and returned to his meal. After finishing his meal, Wu Yu exited the cafeteria, intending to find a gym outside the school to obtain a membership, focusing on getting fit. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. Nowadays, gyms were ubiquitous, and competition was fierce. Businesses were resorting to outrageous tactics to attract clients, as evidenced by the vibrant advertisements plastered on the outer walls of the school. Achieve rapid muscle gain in 6 months, strengthen your physique, and fulfill your dream of becoming a handsome man. XX Gym. Beside him stood a muscular man, his physique robust and sinewy, veins protruding, exuding an abundance of hormones. Farewell to frailty. Transform your physique within 3 months. No success, no payment. YY Fitness. The promotional slogans were indeed extravagant, and who would believe in the no success, no payment claim? Remarkable benefits. Guarantee that you will become a hunk in 1 month. Plus, a complimentary one-on-one personal training session. Originally priced at $99,999, now only $9,999. ZZ Custom Fitness. Such audacity in pricing is simply staggering. Shocking. The most powerful muscle-building secret in history. Within just 7 days, become as strong as an ox. If not, I'll eat dung. The Wang family secret. The most ludicrous of all was this one. The advertisement depicted a bald old man clutching a tattered manual, alongside an illustration of a robust bull. This is absurd. Wu Yu gazed at the advertisement, unable to suppress a derisive snort. A scam. A ruse. Commercial fraud. Such a shoddy poster, such a base trickery. Surely even a fool would not fall for it. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. By heavens. He fixated intently on the advertisement for the Wang family secret, particularly the image of the bald, old man. Take the bait? This was an opportunity to become a muscular powerhouse, was it not? Without hesitation, Wu Yu retrieved his phone and dialed the number displayed in the advertisement. Following the instructions provided over the phone, he meandered through winding paths, finally arriving at a dilapidated storefront nestled in a dark alley. This place resembled an abandoned warehouse. A rickety sign swayed precariously above the entrance, barely legible, spelling out the words Wang family secret. Before he even stepped inside, Wu Yu heard a cacophony of curses emanating from within. Damn scammer. Return my hard-earned money. You old fool. You've ruined my child's future. Give me back my money. Then came the sound of objects being hurled. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yu witnessed a group of furious parents, accompanied by several seemingly frail high school students. Storming out of the dilapidated store, they were still cursing, pointing angrily at the storefront, their faces contorted with rage. This place is a total scam. Don't believe it. One parent noticed Wu Yu lingering at the entrance and kindly warned him. Indeed, my child was deceived by them too. They promised rapid muscle gain, but it was all for naught. Another parent chimed in with a complaint. Wu Yu felt a stir in his heart and smiled as he replied. Thank you for the warning. Once the parents had left, he dashed into the crumbling shop. Inside, the place was a chaotic mess, various fitness equipment strewn about haphazardly. Shards of glass littering the floor. An emaciated old man sat on the ground, bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Wu Yu enter, a flicker of surprise and caution crossed his face. Who are you? I'm the one who called you earlier. You are old Wang, aren't you? You actually came? Old Wang stared at Wu Yu with a mix of disbelief and suspicion. Yes. Didn't you say you could help someone gain muscle rapidly in just 7 days? Wu Yu's tone was laced with anticipation. Old Wang stammered, why yes. It was evident that the old con man's fraudulent career had taken a significant blow, having just been pummeled by the irate parents, leaving him nearly devoid of the confidence to deceive further. How much do you charge? Wu Yu feigned urgency. Upon hearing this, old Wang's eyes lit up. He quickly scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and forced a sincere smile. Young man, let me tell you. Our original price is 3,888, but seeing your earnestness, I'll make the payment now. Wu Yu interrupted, pulling out his phone to scan the payment. Ding. The crisp sound of a transaction notification resonated. Old Wang was taken aback. He glanced at his phone displaying the incoming funds, then at the eagerly expectant Wu Yu, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. What a sincere young man. If he didn't con him, it would be utterly unjust. Chapter 7. Coercing the deal. Old Wang's establishment differed markedly from other gyms. He specialized in deceiving high school students aspiring to become athletes. Nowadays, many high school students possess concerning physical fitness. And in their quest to gain admission into sports programs for university, numerous parents opt for shortcuts, becoming ensnared in his web of deceit. Yet, encountering someone like Wu Yu, who paid without haggling, was a first for him. This stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within old Wang. However, he quickly dismissed the feeling. Damn it. In this line of work, if one is soft-hearted, how can one amass wealth? Old Wang tucked his phone into his pocket, adopting an air of a sage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Young man, I perceive your extraordinary physique and remarkable countenance. You possess the potential of a martial arts prodigy. Wu Yu, I have decided to grant you a tremendous opportunity. Old Wang said mysteriously. Oh, what opportunity? Wu Yu inquired with curiosity. The 3,888 rapid muscle gain package is only taught to ordinary people. Old Wang continued, leaning in closer, but I possess a tome worth 888. Available only to those of destiny. As he spoke, he retrieved a tattered, yellowed book from beneath the counter. The cover boldly bore the title Coercing the Deal. Wu Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. What is this? A muscle-building manual or some sort of seasoned driver's handbook? Young man, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Old Wang cradled the frayed, yellowed book as though it were a priceless artifact. This is the extraordinary secret of the Wang family, passed down through generations. Meant for males only, and not to be shared with outsiders. Mastering it will render you capable of achieving 8-pack abs, creating a chiseled physique. Those are child's play. Old Wang lowered his voice, feigning intrigue, casting furtive glances at Wu Yu to gauge his reaction. This technique is a unique method of breathing and energy absorption, emphasizing the assimilation of the essence of heaven and earth. In just 3 days, you will undergo a complete transformation. What does transformation entail? It means extraordinary bone structure, expanded meridians, and abundant vitality. Do you believe that within 3 days, you could evolve from an ordinary university student into a brawny powerhouse? Old Wong's enthusiasm mounted as he spoke, even gesturing with his frail arms as if he could lift 1,000 pounds. Enough with the introductions. I will pay now. Wu Yu could hardly contain his eagerness. Without further ado, he pulled out his phone and, with a beep, scanned another 5,000. What? Now it was Old Wong's turn to be utterly stunned. 5,000. This kid didn't even blink, just scanned it directly. A true fool. A rare breed of navet. Even con men would shed tears. Throughout his life, Old Wong had deceived countless individuals. He had seen all kinds of fools. But someone as pure as Wu Yu was a first. This sudden pang of conscience began to prick at Old Wong's remaining sense of morality. Hey, I've already paid. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and teach me. Wu Yu urged, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Old Wong jolted back to reality, clearing his throat. He immediately resumed the guise of a wise sage. Ahem, young man, observe closely. I will demonstrate just once. With that, Old Wong sat cross-legged on the floor, striking a peculiar pose. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling dramatically, then exhaled slowly, his body quivering slightly in sync with the rhythm of his breath. The entire process was accompanied by a peculiar, wheezing sound. Wu Yu's eyes widened as he fixated intently on every movement and detail of Old Wong, fearing he might miss even the slightest nuance. Despite Old Wong's gaunt frame, there was an inexplicable sense of rhythm to his breathing exercises. Once he completed the demonstration, Old Wong expelled a breath of stale air, his complexion taking on a subtle flush. So, little brother, do you grasp it now? Old Wong inquired with a sense of pride. I understand. Wu Yu vigorously nodded, nearly leaping with excitement. He quickly mimicked Old Wong's posture, sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaling deeply, and then exhaling slowly. Wheeze. Wu Yu distinctly felt a surge of warmth rising from his dantian, rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. It felt akin to parched earth suddenly being nourished by a gentle rain, with every muscle rejoicing. Wu Yu's body began to transform at a visible pace. His chest broadened. His arms grew robust. Even the outline of muscles began to faintly emerge on his abdomen. Hiss. Wu Yu gasped in astonishment. Wow, this effect is incredibly intense. A euphoric expression uncontrollably spread across Wu Yu's face as he clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound power within him. The system is truly remarkable. Observing Wu Yu's ecstatic demeanor, Old Wong felt a pang of guilt. After much contemplation, he resolved to bestow some additional benefits upon Wu Yu to further elevate his spirits. Congratulations, little brother. You have won a prize. Wu Yu was taken aback. What prize? Old Wong cleared his throat, donning a benevolent smile. Today, you happen to be the 1,000th customer of my shop. Saying this, Old Wong rummaged beneath the counter for a while and produced a tattered, yellowed, thread-bound book. This tome was titled, I Want to Win a Gold Medal. Old Wong cradled the book carefully, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I personally penned this during the Qigong craze of the 1980s. Back then, it was all the rage. It contains the unique techniques of the Wong family, teaching people how to achieve athletic prowess through Qigong. It sold quite well, and this is the last remaining copy. I intended to keep it as a memento, but now it's yours. Take it. Wu Yu accepted the book I Want to Win a Gold Medal with glee, his heart soaring. Knowledge is never a burden. I can hardly wait for more tricks from this old charlatan. Thank you. You're truly a good person. Wu Yu bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude, and then dashed off. Back to the dormitory. He needed to thoroughly absorb both of these texts. Old Wong, hearing the words good person, wore an expression of mixed emotions. He chuckled awkwardly, then crouched down to tidy up the mess on the floor. The fitness industry was overly competitive. It was too cutthroat. After deceiving Wu Yu, Old Wong had already decided to switch tracks. He would target those middle-aged, lethargic men selling miracle oils. Such items boasted high profits and a vast market. Surely, he would prosper. While Old Wong fantasized about the future, he remained blissfully unaware that he had just missed out on a prime customer for his miracle oil. Chapter 8. Hurry and take a shower. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Yu dove headfirst into his bed. He sat cross-legged, gingerly holding the book the overbearing hard upward bow, and began to follow the diagrams within, practicing the breathing techniques once more. Wheeze. As Wu Yu synchronized his breathing, waves of heat circulated within him, his limbs rejoicing. His body underwent astonishing changes at a rapid pace. Wow, what on earth are you doing, Wu Yu? Cultivating immortality? When are you going to transcend tribulations? I'll guard you. Stop fooling around. He.S. obviously trying to cultivate an indestructible body to please the wealthy ladies. His roommates gathered around, teasing him with banter. Get lost. Don't disturb me. Wu Yu snapped, deeply engrossed in his practice, unwilling to be interrupted. And, for the next 3 days, I'm not going anywhere. Bring me food. Handle the sign-in. I one tea shortchange you. Each of you will receive a pack of cigarettes. As Wu Yu spoke, he continued to immerse himself in his breathing exercises. Upon hearing the mention of cigarettes, his roommate's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Wu Yu, you really struck it rich. Are you actually turning into a kept man? Where's all this money coming from? Goodness. The soft rice brother truly lives up to the name. We need to cling to this thigh. His roommates excitedly speculated. Wu Yu paid them no mind. He was solely focused on mastering this divine technique. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dormitory. Wu Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Hiss. He could distinctly feel a powerful force surging throughout his body. His muscles were taut, his form streamlined, brimming with explosive strength. Even a gentle fist clench sent tremors through the air. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Wu Yu, breakfast is here. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, and a roommate entered, carrying breakfast. Wow, Wu Yu, how did you get so muscular? As the roommate approached the bedside and caught sight of Wu Yu, he nearly dropped his soy milk in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Wu Yu's arms, his voice cracking. Is this really Wu Yu? Another roommate joined in, his jaw dropping at the sight of Wu Yu. Goodness, those muscles. That definition. Is this even a real person? Wu Yu, you didn't take any hormones, did you? Wu Yu grinned widely, his heart swelling with elation. This overbearing hard upward bow was indeed a miraculous skill. The effects were astonishingly pronounced after just one night. He moved his body, feeling as though he possessed boundless energy. Oh my. The one most delighted by this must be the wealthy lady. Yes, I can be thoroughly cultivated now. His roommates surrounded Wu Yu, poking and prodding, while teasing him incessantly. Hearing their jests, Wu Yu's expression darkened. Enough. If you keep spreading rumors, you won't get any cigarettes. Upon hearing the word cigarettes, his roommates instantly sobered up. No, Wu Yi, we were wrong. We won't say anything more. One roommate, quick on his feet, changed the subject, saying, Wu Yu, guess who I just ran into in the cafeteria? Who? Wu Yu inquired, irritated. The campus beauty, Shining Ran. The roommate exclaimed excitedly. Today, she wore a beautiful Lolita dress. She looked like a fairy. That little face, those long legs, simply breathtaking. And her waist, her chest, made my mouth water. I heard that at the upcoming inter-school sports meet, Shining Ran will be the cheerleading captain for our school. She even promised to give a kiss to each champion. His roommates chattered animatedly about Shining Ran. Meanwhile, Wu Yu paid no attention to their discussion. For once again, Lu Yunqi had sent him a message. I have an hour free this afternoon. Come to the hotel at 12 o'clock sharp. Goodness. Lu Yunqi is eager to conceive a child. Wu Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the morning. He had 3 hours to prepare. Wu Yu leaped from his bed, grabbed the breakfast his roommate had brought him, and devoured it eagerly. After finishing his meal, he quickly washed up and changed into a loose-fitting sports outfit. He resolved to walk to the hotel. Indeed, after a night of contemplation, Wu Yu discovered that breathing exercises need not be confined to meditation. Rather, they can be practiced anytime and anywhere. As he walked, he felt the flow of power within him, each step taken with unwavering strength. He could sense that with every movement of his body, that warm energy circulated and accelerated within him, making his muscle fibers even more resilient. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. Along the way, Wu Yu resembled an indefatigable machine, operating at high speed. By the time he reached the JW Marriott Hotel, the clock was nearly striking 12. He was drenched, his clothes clinging to him, accentuating his well-defined muscles. Goodness, his physique had become even more robust. Wu Yu felt a surge of delight within. Following the room number sent by Lu Yunqi, he took the elevator upstairs. Click. The door swung open. Inside the room, Lu Yunqi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her back to him. She wore a tailored black women's suit, the sleek cut showcasing her alluring figure. Her dark hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her graceful neck and exquisite collarbone. An air of competence and restraint radiated from her, embodying the essence of a powerful woman. You've arrived? Lu Yunqi turned, her cool voice resonating in the room. In the next moment, she seemed to catch a whiff of something, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her petite nose twitching. Why do you smell of sweat? Lu Yunqi extended her slender fingers to pinch her nose delicately, a hint of disdain in her tone. Quickly, go take a shower. Oh, Wu Yu replied obediently, making his way to the bathroom. After all, Lu Yunqi was his benefactor. Having accepted her money, he felt compelled to follow her directives. The sound of rushing water filled the air. After showering, Wu Yu wrapped a towel casually around his waist. Stepping out with his upper body bare, Lu Yunqi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a document. Upon hearing his footsteps, she abruptly looked up, and the moment she laid eyes on Wu Yu, her cool almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. The document in her hand fell to the floor with a thud. My heavens. This physique. Lu Yunqi sprang to her feet, her gaze fixated on Wu Yu, her expression a mix of disbelief and shock. It had only been a day. How could he have changed so drastically? Last night, while he was not exactly frail, he possessed only an average male physique. Yet now Wu Yu appeared as though he had just emerged from a gym, a paragon of muscularity. His perfectly sculpted V-shape, broad shoulders, robust chest, chiseled 8-pack abs, and that tantalizing V-line. Every inch of his body radiated strength, exuding an irresistible allure. Lu Yunqi's breathing quickened instantaneously. Wu Yu observed her astonishment, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He halted before her, leaning down to meet her gaze, which quivered slightly in shock. With a mischievous grin, he softly said, Ms. Lu, why are you dazed? Time is precious. Let us get started. Chapter 9. The game begins with a dog. All gear depends on drops. On a sunlit afternoon, the streets shimmered with brightness. Wu Yu, bare-chested, sprinted down the sidewalk like a cheetah, breathlessly propelling himself forward. Sweat glistened on his sculpted abs, sparkling in the sunlight. Passers-by, particularly the ladies, couldn't help but steal glances at him, and a few bold souls even approached him. Hey there. Let us add each other on WeChat. Wu Yu paid them no mind, reveling in his own exhilaration. He was delighted to discover that the muscle-building effects during intense exercise skyrocketed, soaring like a rocket. What a muscle-gaining secret this was. It was akin to a cultivation technique. After running for a while, Wu Yu felt a parched throat. He located a nearby convenience store and raided the beverage fridge. Boss, I'm ready to check out, Wu Yu declared, piling an assortment of drinks onto the counter. Just as he was about to whip out his phone to pay, the screen lit up, revealing a new WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. I'll be accompanying my husband for the next 2 days, so I can't collaborate for now. A playful smirk curled on Wu Yu's lips. Oh, this was the first time Lu Yunqi had proactively updated him on her schedule. What did this imply? It indicated that this exceptional woman had become somewhat addicted. After all, her useless husband couldn't even allow her to embrace her femininity. And he, Wu Yu, not only let her experience the joys of womanhood, but also instilled a glimmer of hope for motherhood. Could she resist such a lure? Wu Yu chuckled, sending back an okay emoji to Lu Yunqi. After completing the payment, he swaggered out of the store with his drinks, sipping on a cold soda. He continued his run toward the school. However, as he passed by the school playground, he was intercepted. Hey, classmate, wait up. A bespectacled boy, looking refined, rushed up to him, panting heavily. Wu Yu recognized him as the head of the sports department in the student council. What is up? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh my, aren't you that sugar baby? The sports minister's gaze was fixated on Wu Yu's remarkable physique, his eyes wide in astonishment. Wow, your body is absolutely amazing. You must work out regularly. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. I guess it's all right, just a casual practice. Fantastic. Fantastic. The sports minister suddenly grasped Wu Yu's arm excitedly. Our school desperately needs someone of your caliber. What sports are you good at? Huh. Wu Yu was somewhat bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm. What is this about? Oh, don't even get me started. The sports minister slapped his thigh, his face filled with concern. In 2 days, there's an inter-school sports meet organized by several universities. It's a matter of our school's honor, and the administration has issued a strict order to achieve results. But guess what? Our athletes have suffered a massive wave of injuries due to intense training. Cramps, back strains, dislocated shoulders. Many events don't even have enough participants. That's why I'm frantically searching for substitutes. And then I saw you. Wu Yu's heart stirred. He had planned to engage in vigorous exercise over the next few days anyway. Participating in the sports meet wouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, Wu Yu confidently nodded. Me? I'm proficient in any sport. What? The sports minister looked at him incredulously. However, given the urgent situation, he could only take a leap of faith. All right, I'll trust you this once. Let us go. I'll take you to sign up. After the registration, the athletes' training commenced. As a newcomer, Wu Yu immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was no denying that his sculpted muscles were simply too striking. On the playground, athletes were sweating profusely as they engaged in various training routines. Meanwhile, in one corner of the field, a stunning sight caught the attention of all the male spectators. The chief school beauty, Shining Ran, was leading a group of vibrant cheerleaders in rehearsing their cheer routines. Today, Shining Ran had swapped her adorable Lolita outfit for a youthful, form-fitting sports ensemble. A pure white crop t-shirt hugged her impressive curves tightly. As she moved, a flash of pristine white beneath her skirt ignited the imagination. Her lower half was adorned with a playful pleated miniskirt that danced with her every leap, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs wrapped in knee-high white stockings. Those legs, straight and slender, were so fair they seemed to radiate light, a veritable epitome of pure desire. My goodness, the school belle is absolutely stunning today. Damn. I'm nearly nosebleeding from this sight. If only I could be caught between those long legs of the school beauty, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. The fervor of the male athletes was instantly ignited to its zenith. Wu Yu's gaze involuntarily gravitated towards her. One cannot deny that Shen Yingran is indeed a gem among gems. In terms of both beauty and physique, she is in no way inferior to Lu Yunqi, merely differing in style. Just then, a girl from the cheerleading squad suddenly pointed at Wu Yu, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hey, isn't that the guy who lives off women? How did he become an athlete? Living off women?" Hearing this, Shen Yingran halted her dance, curiosity piqued. "Indeed. Yingran, you might not know, right?" The girl eagerly approached, embellishing the rumor of Wu Yu being supported by a wealthy woman with vivid details. "She drives a Lamborghini. Apparently, she is quite hefty and rough around the edges. TSK. I wonder if Wu Yu can handle it." Upon hearing this, Shen Yingran's brows furrowed slightly, her gaze drifting to Wu Yu, who was warming up. Humph. It's no wonder a wealthy woman would take notice of him. He does have a well-toned physique. The rosy curve of her lips formed a disdainful smirk. Then, she shot Wu Yu a glance filled with contempt and revulsion. As the school bell, Shen Yingran's standards for men were exceedingly high. Good looks and a fit body were merely basic prerequisites. The most crucial factors were strength and wealth. A man like Wu Yu, who relies solely on his looks and physique to live off others, is nothing short of a disgrace to his gender. Shen Yingran could not hold him in lower regard. Unbeknownst to Wu Yu, his reputation in the eyes of the school beauty had plummeted to an abysmal low. At this moment, he was on the playground, fervently pouring sweat, relishing the exhilarating sensation of his growing strength. Only as dusk descended did he begin to feel fatigued. After hastily consuming a few bites in the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory. Double kill. What the hell? Is the jungler on the other team your dad? He has been targeting me nonstop. Charge. Push the tower. A bunch of useless teammates. The boys' dormitory at night was always a cacophony of excitement. The shouts of his roommates mingled with the clattering of keyboards and mice, creating an exhilarating symphony. After showering, Wu Yu climbed into bed, sitting cross-legged, ready to continue honing his skills in the overbearing bow. But as soon as he closed his eyes, a roommate yanked him back down. Hey, you goo, stop your cultivation. Hurry up. We're waiting for you to join the game. Let us dominate tonight. Wu Yu's gaming enthusiasm surged instantly. All right, just wait. I'll take you all to victory today. He flipped out of bed and powered on his neglected laptop. As soon as it booted up, a massive advertisement window popped up, occupying the entire screen. If you're a true brother, come chop me. Start with a dog. All gear comes from drops. Shocking. A seasoned player cracked the game's backend code after 3 years. Log in to receive VIP 15. Cash rewards that leave you weak in the knees. Did your girlfriend run off with someone else? No worries. Play this game, idle for half an hour, and earn thousands. Drive a Ferrari to pick her up. The advertisement was poorly made, with an atrocious soundtrack. A muscular man clad in golden armor wielded a dragon-slaying sword, shouting hoarsely in a thick accent. Wu Yu felt nauseated and instinctively reached for the close button in the upper right corner. Just then, ding, fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host. Take the bait. Chapter 10. Earn 8 million. What the hell? Wu Yu's eyes instantly lit up. A chance for fortune had just arrived. Without hesitation, he clicked the mouse, diving straight into the game's official website. Registration and login were completed in one fluid motion. Ding. Congratulations, player dad. You have successfully logged in. The system grants you a cash bonus of 3,000 yuan. It has been deposited into your game wallet and can be withdrawn at any time. Is this for real? Wu Yu's heart raced as he hurriedly opened his game wallet and selected to withdraw. The next moment, his phone vibrated. Alipay arrival, 300,000 yuan. What the hell? What the hell? Wu Yu was so ecstatic he nearly leaped from his chair. This is faster than robbing a bank. He stifled his overwhelming joy and clicked the button to enter the game. A flash of light enveloped him, and Wu Yu's character materialized in a place called the Beginner Village. The game graphics were exactly as he had imagined, filled with a cheap, plastic aesthetic. But at this moment, Wu Yu couldn't care less. He maneuvered his character out of the Beginner Village and, spotting a seemingly daft wild chicken, struck it with a single blow. 999,999. The wild chicken didn't even have time to let out a cry before exploding into a shower of golden light. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain the colorful glazed chicken. Dropped, artifact, dragon-slaying sword. Ding. Dropped, divine gear, golden holy armor. Ding. Dropped, divine skill, summon divine beast. Ding. Dropped, yuan bao, 88,888. Holy cow. Wu Yu's eyes nearly popped out. This is a wild chicken? This is a mobile treasure trove. He quickly gathered all the dropped gear, his backpack filling to the brim. Returning to the beginner village, Wu Yu sought out an NPC named Equipment Recycler. With a sense of experimentation, he decided to sell the artifact dragon-slaying sword. Ding. Equipment recycle successful. Congratulations, you have received 88,888 yuan. His phone vibrated again. Alipay arrival. 888 yuan. I'm rich. This is it, I'm truly rich. Wu Yu's breathing grew heavy, feeling as though his blood was boiling. He controlled his character like a madman, slaughtering the colorful glazed chickens outside the beginner village. What the hell? Wu Yu, what are you doing? Why are you playing this trashy web game? Exactly. The graphics are like pixelated mosaics. It's way too low quality. The taste of the guy living off women is truly unique. After waiting for ages, Wu Yu's roommates surrounded him, their faces twisted in scorn and mockery. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Wu Yu forcefully pushed aside a nearby roommate and, in a flash, opened the same game advertisement on their computers. Let me use the computer for a moment. Then, for characters, initiated a gruesome massacre outside the beginner village. Golden light flashed continuously. Money poured into Wu Yu's pockets like a waterfall. Hey, Wu Yu, what are you doing? We still need to play League. Exactly. Who wants to play this broken game? To placate his clamoring roommates, Wu Yu pulled out his phone. All right, stop the noise. What skins do you want? Buy whatever you like. I'll reimburse you. The moment his roommates heard this, their eyes turned green with greed. What the hell? Wu Yu, are you serious? Can we even buy legendary skins? Buy whatever you want. Wu Yu waved his hand grandly. He then used the same method to acquire the use of several computers from neighboring dormitories at the cost of a few premium skins. In an instant, the entire boys' dormitory building, dozens of computers, were all crazily grinding gear for Wu Yu. Wu Yu gazed at the ever-fluctuating numbers in his Alipay account, nearly losing his mind with joy. Of course, he would not divulge to his roommates that this game could be lucrative. Instead, he secretly redeemed the equipment he had earned, cashing it out piece by piece under his own account. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Wu Yu sprang out of bed with fervor. Without brushing his teeth or washing his face, he dashed to the computers to review the bountiful rewards from the previous night. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. His fingers trembled with excitement. In just one night, he had astonishingly raked in over 8 million. Ha ha ha. Wu Yu could no longer contain his euphoric exuberance, erupting into a laughter that resonated like the clang of a bell. Wu Yu, what has got you so hyper early in the morning? Yeah, can't a person get some sleep? His roommates, disturbed by his exuberant laughter, protested in discontent. Everyone, rise and shine, Wu Yu exclaimed, pulling out an entire pack of cigarettes from his drawer. Get up quickly. 200 in red envelopes for each of you. Smoke as you please. And today, all 3 meals are on me. Order whatever you wish. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and an insufferably smug grin plastered across his face, he declared, let us head to the cafeteria. Holy cow. The dormitory erupted with a cacophony of astonished screams. In the morning cafeteria, Wu Yu strode in with a throng of followers, each with a cigarette in mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke, their demeanor more audacious than that of a street gang. Order anything you like. I'll take care of the bill, Wu Yu commanded, gesturing grandly at the counter. The cafeteria staff stared in disbelief. Wasn't he this the same impoverished student who subsisted on plain rice and free soup? Today he was making quite the splash. Brother Yu is impressive. Brother Yu is formidable. His roommates cheered, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Who wouldn't he be happy following a wealthy friend? Soon, a lavish spread of breakfast was laid out before them. Soy milk, deep-fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, beef noodles, and pancakes, a veritable feast that wafted enticing aromas. Just as they were indulging in their meal, a sharp and sardonic voice interrupted from nearby. Oh, isn't this Wu Yu? Wu Yu furrowed his brow and looked up to find his ex-girlfriend, Lu Ningning, standing with her friend, wearing a derisive expression. Today, Lu Ningning was adorned with meticulous makeup. Yet her ordinary face betrayed a palpable envy and dissatisfaction. Indeed, the most nauseating feeling in the world is witnessing an ex who once struggled suddenly thriving beyond oneself. Especially when she beheld Wu Yu clad in brand new designer sportswear, his physique noticeably more robust and powerful, her heart churned with jealousy. What's this? Have you been pampered by that wealthy woman? Lu Ningning's tone was as sharp as a poison dagger, each word piercing. TSK, look at you flaunting your opulence. I suppose that rich lady is quite generous with your allowance, huh? Is it really necessary to rush to win people over? Watch your mouth. Wu Yu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, rising abruptly. Initially, he had intended to overlook her provocations out of respect for their past. But this wretched woman not only spread rumors about him, but dared to insult him to his face. Did she truly believe he was still the same pushover from before? Now he had a legion of brothers behind him. Chapter 11. My notebook will be powered on for you 24 hours a day. Lu Ningning. I warn you, while meals can be casually consumed, words should not be trifled with. Wu Yu's gaze was as icy as steel, fixed intently upon her. I have earned every penny honestly. I have worked hard for this. Earned? Huh. Your only skill is serving that wealthy woman. Isn't it? Lu Ningning scoffed, unshaken. Shut your mouth. Before Wu Yu could respond further, one of his roommates stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ningning. You shameless gold digger. After being dumped for your materialism, you're spreading falsehoods about my brother Yu. My brother has been laboring day and night in the dorm, researching ways to make money through gaming. We can all attest to that. Absolutely. Brother Yu makes his money through gaming. Another roommate chimed in, indignation aflame in his words. Right. We can all confirm it. The other roommates joined in, creating an overwhelming wave of support. Wu Yu looked at his loyal friends, warmth swelling in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the crowd and declared, fellow students, I am aware that there have been some unfounded rumors circulating about me. Today, in front of all of you, I solemnly declare, every cent I earn is through honest labor. Pausing for effect, he raised his voice. I know that words alone may not suffice to convince you. Let me be frank. My money comes from grinding for equipment in a browser game. Therefore, I have decided to offer a high price for the use of your computer. As long as you lend me your computers for grinding, I'll pay you 200 a day. Boom. As soon as this announcement was made, the cafeteria erupted into a frenzy. No way. Is that for real? 200 a day. Holy cow. I might as well be earning money for doing nothing. Brother Yu, I'm in. You can use my computer. Me too. My laptop will be on for you 24/7. University students purchase computers under the pretense of needing them for academic purposes, but in reality, 99% of the time is spent gaming, binge-watching shows, and streaming videos. Merely passing time. Now, this entertainment device could be transformed into a money-making machine earning 200 a day. Only a fool would pass that up. In a heartbeat. The entire cafeteria was buzzing with excitement. Students surged forward, surrounding Wu Yu, each clamoring to collaborate with him. The scene was more electrifying than a celebrity meet and greet. Brother Yu, choose me. My computer is the latest Alienware model. It runs flawlessly. Get lost. Brother Yu, my Shenzhou gaming laptop is the best value. Pick me. Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Lu Ningning was utterly dumbfounded. Was the rumor truly dispelled? Wu Yu really hadn't been cozying up to a rich woman? Her heart plummeted as she began to regret her actions. Just after breaking up with Wu Yu, he had discovered such a remarkable source of wealth. Had she inadvertently pushed away a future wealthy man? What a loss. Watching Wu Yu bask in the adoration of the crowd, akin to a king, she felt a pang of regret deep within. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, observing the look of utter disbelief on his ex-girlfriend's face, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He waved his hand grandly, calling out to the throng, everyone, don't rush. One at a time. I want to collaborate with anyone willing. After we finish our meal, let us gather downstairs in the dormitory to register. All right. The cafeteria erupted once more in thunderous cheers. At that moment, Wu Yu became the undisputed center of attention in the entire school. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria. The campus belle, Shining Ran, clad in a pristine white dress, strolled in like an ethereal being untouched by the world. Her mere presence captivated the attention of every male student, silencing the raucous cafeteria. Wu Yu's gaze fell upon her, and in pursuit of more collaborations, he approached her with confidence. Hello, classmate Shun. If you lend me your computer for equipment grinding, I'll pay you 200 a day. How about we collaborate? Upon hearing his words, Shin Ingran cast a fleeting glance at him with her clear, water-like eyes. Then, with her lips slightly parted, she uttered 3 words, dream on. Her tone was frigid and dismissive, offering him no semblance of courtesy. A mere 200 yuan. And he thought to buy me? With that, she did not spare Wu Yu another look and strode directly towards the food counter. Wu Yu's smile faltered slightly, and a tinge of displeasure arose within him. Damn, if she is unwilling, then why act so haughty? What does such a poor attitude even mean? Nevertheless, this trivial encounter was soon cast aside by Wu Yu. After all, there were thousands awaiting collaboration with him. For the remainder of the day, Wu Yu transformed into a master of time management. He darted between the various dormitories of the school, expertly logging into the game on one computer after another, setting up automated tasks, thousands of accounts, simultaneously online. The site was nothing short of spectacular. Gleaming equipment flowed like a river, continuously produced and swiftly collected by Wu Yu for cash withdrawal. The balance in his Alipay account surged at a visible pace. At this rate, within a day, my personal wealth could surpass 1 billion. Standing in the corridor of the boys' dormitory, Wu Yu gazed out the window, his heart brimming with ambition. 1 billion. A figure he once dared not even dream of was now within reach. The exhilaration was akin to soaring on a rocket. Just as he reveled in his splendid visions of the future, his phone rang. It was the head of the sports department. "Hey, Wu Yu, the mobilization meeting is about to start. You'll be criticized for being late." Wu Yu thought it would be fine to attend since the game would run on autopilot without his supervision. "All right, I'll be there soon." This year's mobilization meeting was of unprecedented grandeur. The school had spared no expense to motivate the athletes to strive for excellence and glory for the institution. Inside the gymnasium, colorful banners fluttered, and a throng of people gathered. First, the school leaders took turns to deliver impassioned speeches, stirring the audience. Wu Yu found himself nearly dozing off amidst the torrent of words. Once the speeches concluded, the next segment involved a collective tour of the school's honor room. The honor room was brightly lit and solemn. The walls were adorned with various trophies, certificates, and a series of yellowed, old photographs. They silently recounted the illustrious history of Baiyun University and the illustrious figures who had emerged from its halls. The sports minister, leading the procession, animatedly introduced, "Students, do you see? This wall is a testament to the pride of Baiyun University. At this interscholastic sports meet, many accomplished alumni will be present to cheer us on. Among them, the most distinguished and renowned was none other than Elder Xia." The sports minister pointed to a black and white photograph on the wall, his tone filled with reverence. "Elder Xia, now 88 years old, is a legendary figure of our Baiyun University, an honorary professor for life, and a senior technical expert at the national level. He has personally developed dozens of internationally leading technological patents, and his company, Xia Technology, has long been listed on NASDAQ, with a peak market value exceeding $100 billion. $100 billion. Wu Yu could hardly contain his astonishment. He surveyed the wall of luminous celebrity profiles, his mind racing with calculations. With his current gaming income, his net worth would soon surpass $1 billion. What if, one day, he could also have his photograph adorning this wall? Lost in his pleasant musings, his gaze inadvertently brushed over the final photograph in the corner of the wall. In the next moment, he felt as though struck by lightning, his body frozen in place. His pupils dilated, and his mind went blank. For in that photograph, he beheld a figure so familiar, it was uncanny. Lu Yunxi. Chapter 12. Shining Ran will develop feelings for him. Lu Yunxi. It was indeed Lu Yunxi. She was an esteemed senior at Baiyun University. Wu Yu's gaze was riveted on the caption beneath the photograph, each word falling like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Lu Yunxi, outstanding alumni of the class of 2015, admitted to the graduate program at the same university under Elder Xia, becoming his last disciple. Upon graduation, she joined Xia Technology and, with her exceptional business acumen, rose to become the youngest female executive in the group. Last year, she married her mentor, Elder Xia, creating a sensational tale of a teacher-student romance. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wu Yu felt as if his skull might burst. He was utterly astounded. He had unwittingly placed a green hat upon the head of this legendary figure, a billionaire, and a national treasure of a scientist. No wonder Lu Yunxi, at 31, still retained such youthful vigor. It wasn't that her husband was inadequate. It was that her husband was nearly on the brink of the grave. An 88-year-old man, what could he possibly do? Standing to urinate must be a challenge. In a whirlwind of disbelief and confusion, Wu Yu stumbled through the conclusion of the mobilization meeting. He barely recalled how he made his way back to the dormitory. The moment he pushed open the door, he was met with the dreadful news from his roommates. The server has shut down. The trashy web game couldn't withstand Wu Yu's exploitation and was forced to cease operations. Damn, may the developers rot in hell. Wu Yu rushed to his computer, cursing vehemently at the cold server shutdown announcement. But upon reflection, it was to be expected. Such a shoddily made cash grab game was designed solely to fleece players. How could it withstand Wu Yu's relentless harvesting with thousands of accounts? It would be a miracle if it didn't go bankrupt. Damn it. Wu calmed down, opened his mobile banking app, and began tallying his gains from the day. Though the game had only operated for half a day before shutting down, he still raked in over 3 million. Adding this to the previous deposit of over 1 million and the 800,000 earned in the game, his total personal assets had officially surpassed the 10 million mark. A millionaire. Wu Yu gazed at the long string of zeros, and the lingering annoyance in his heart dissipated in an instant. Moreover, so what if the game had shut down? There were countless other money-grabbing trash games online. I could simply switch to another and continue my harvesting. Wu Yu swiftly found another game, even more extravagant in its visual style and preposterous in its advertising. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, actively take the bait. The familiar notification tone brought a confident smile back to Wu Yu's lips. With practiced ease, he registered, logged in, and entered the game. With a swift strike against the small monsters at the village entrance, golden light erupted. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned 666 yuan. His phone vibrated in response. Alipay credited 666, 600 yuan. Success. Thus, Wu Yu plunged back into his frantic mode. He logged into the new game on thousands of computers, setting everything up for automated farming. By the time he finished, night had completely fallen, and his stomach growled in protest. He made his way to the cafeteria, only to discover that most counters had already closed for the night. Only one stall in the corner still had its lights on. Boss, do you have any food left? Young man, you're late. There's only one last meal set left. Do you want it? Of course. Just as Wu Yu prepared to pay, a graceful figure rushed past him. Boss, is there any food left? I'm starving. It was the campus beauty, Shining Ran. Her petite face flushed as she sprinted, the astonishing curve of her chest rising and falling in tandem, causing Wu Yu's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Upon discovering that only one meal package remained, disappointment instantly clouded Shun Ingran's large, glistening eyes. Pouting adorably, she wore an expression that tugged at the heartstrings. Here, it's yours. Wu Yu found himself inexplicably handing over the meal package he had just acquired. Captivated by Shun Ingran's demeanor. Shin Ingran was taken aback, gazing at Wu Yu in disbelief. She had assumed that after her cold demeanor towards him earlier in the day, he would harbor resentment and perhaps seize the opportunity to mock her. To her surprise, he seemed entirely unfazed. Thank you. Out of courtesy, or perhaps genuinely touched, Shin Ingran accepted the meal package, her face breaking into a radiant smile. With her delicate, fair hands, she formed a large, perfect heart shape in front of her chest. Her sparkling eyes squinted joyfully, resembling crescent moons. You truly are a good person. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. A series of question marks floated above Wu Yu's head. Fraud? What on earth? Could it be that Shun Ingran's heart gesture was perceived as deceit by the system? Did it imply she felt no genuine affection for him and was merely play-acting? This could only mean Shin Ingran might actually harbor feelings for him. Wu Yu instinctively glanced at Shin Ingran, who was now savoring her spicy hot pot. Indeed, the girl was sneaking glances at him from the corner of her eye while eating, her gaze filled with curiosity, exploration, and an unnamable nuance. Yet, this time, the system failed to prompt. Please, host, take the initiative. Wu Yu, not wishing to make a fool of himself, fearing another sharp retort from her, shook his head, dismissing the idea of approaching her. He turned and exited the cafeteria. After all, he was now a millionaire. There was no need to settle for cafeteria food. Off he went. Michelin stars awaited. Meanwhile, Shin Ingran, full and distracted, wandered back to her dormitory. She muttered to herself, what on earth? Why can't I stop thinking about that soft-spoken guy? Admittedly, he was somewhat handsome, and his physique was quite commendable. No, she needed to divert her attention quickly. Feeling oddly peculiar, Shun Ingran hurriedly retrieved her phone, opening a short video app in an attempt to expel Wu Yu's image from her mind with humorous skits. As she watched, she couldn't help but giggle. However, amid the laughter, Wu Yu's mischievous grin resurfaced uncontrollably. Ugh, how infuriating. Clutching her head, Shin Ingran dashed back to the girl's dormitory. As she pushed the door open, a cacophony erupted. Kill me. If you're a brother, come chop me. Ding. Congratulations, player, you've acquired a divine artifact. The entire dormitory resonated with the deafening sounds of 3 computers blaring gaming effects. Shin Ingran's head spun, and she thought of the instigator, Wu Yu. Infuriated, she shouted at her roommates. You all sold your computers for a measly $200? Have some ambition, will you? A roommate, in the midst of applying a face mask, rolled her eyes and retorted, oh please, my campus flower. You are a goddess, untouched by the mundane, with countless rich heirs pursuing you. Of course. You wouldn't miss this trivial sum. We're not the same. 200 a day adds up to 6,000 a month. That's quite a lot. Exactly. Not earning money is foolish. Shin Ingran was left speechless. Fuming, she stormed into the bathroom, washed up, and climbed into bed, donning noise-canceling headphones, determined to watch Korean dramas. She hoped to dilute the lingering presence of Wu Yu in her mind with the stunningly attractive male leads. She watched until her eyelids grew heavy, stifled a yawn with her little hand, turned over, exposing her adorable little head, and drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, in her dreams, the faces of those male leads inexplicably transformed into Wu Yu's. Chapter 13. With that physique, he could only last 10 minutes in a fight. The following day, under a brilliant sky, the much-anticipated inter-school sports meeting grandly commenced. The central stadium of Bayun University was already teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. Tens of thousands of faculty and students gathered, flags fluttering, slogans echoing, creating a spectacle akin to a superstar concert. Wu Yu stood among the athletes' line, invigorated by the thunderous cheers around him, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood surge through his veins. This was youth. He approached the sports director, eagerly inquiring, Director, what events am I participating in today? I can hardly wait to bring glory to our school. However, the sports director scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he replied, "Well, Wu Yu, you're merely a substitute. I doubt you'll have a chance to compete today. You'll only take the field if one of the main team members gets injured." What? Wu Yu's enthusiasm was doused by a cold shower of reality. After all this, he was just a backup. Disheartened, he retreated to a corner of the resting area and plopped down. With nothing else to do, he pulled out the crumpled manual he'd received from the old con artist. "I want to win a gold medal." The contents of this manual were refreshingly straightforward. It lacked lengthy theoretical discussions and esoteric techniques. Instead, it featured a series of uniquely illustrated sketches, each vividly depicting a sport paired with a distinctive breathing technique. Wu Yu studied the images and began to mimic the poses, quietly practicing. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. He could distinctly feel every muscle in his body begin to twitch uncontrollably, as if tiny electrical currents surged through his fibers. Next came the explosive power of sprinting, the endurance of long-distance running, the leaping ability of high jumping, the strength of shot put. Various muscle memories, characteristic of elite athletes, flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, integrating into his very being. Holy smokes! Wu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. Meanwhile, above the podium, Lu Yunxi donned a well-tailored, pristine white high-end sports outfit, her long hair neatly tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of competence alongside youthful vitality. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes were intently focused on the youthful figures below, drenched in sweat on the sports field. To Lu Yunxi's left sat an elderly man, dozing lightly. His hair as white as snow. This was Lu Yunxi's husband, the founder of Xia Technology and a legendary figure at Baiyun University, Mr. Xia. Casting a glance at Mr. Xia, who was now softly snoring, Lu Yunxi's mind began to race. Her mentor, at his age, would sleep for at least 2 or 3 hours once he dozed off. Why not seize this opportunity to propose another collaboration with that young man, Wu Yu? As soon as this thought emerged, Lu Yunxi felt her cheeks warm slightly. No, no. She quickly shook her head, forcing down the inexplicable impulse. Lu Yunxi, get a grip. This is merely a transaction. Just a transaction. Such impatience. If that kid Wu Yu senses anything and develops genuine feelings, it would all be over. For the sake of the inheritance, I must exercise restraint. Indeed, I, Lu Yunxi, have chosen to marry my esteemed mentor, who is older than my grandfather. For what reason? Ostensibly, it is to repay my teacher's kindness and to care for him in his lonely twilight years after his divorce. But in reality, isn't it all about the money? As long as I can serve the elderly Mr. Xia until he takes his final breath, then, as his legitimate wife, I should be entitled to a portion of Xia's vast empire, valued in the hundreds of billions of dollars. As for the hefty sum for a child, that was also agreed upon by Mr. Xia himself. The old gentleman, feeling pity for my youth and knowing his own frail state, proactively suggested I find a healthy young man to bear my own child. However, this does not imply that Mr. Xia wishes for me to be involved with someone outside. If that were to be discovered, the plan would be utterly ruined. How utterly embarrassing. As Lu Yunxi's thoughts spiraled, a sudden and increasingly loud commotion erupted from the stands below, jolting her back to reality. She furrowed her brows and looked up at the enormous electronic scoreboard in the center of the stadium. To her dismay, the medal tally for Baiyun University displayed glaringly bright zeros for gold, silver, and bronze, a sight that was both irritating and disheartening. In stark contrast, other rival universities had already amassed a plethora of medals. What is going on? Lu Yunxi couldn't help but internally criticize her juniors for their dismal performance. While she maintained her composure and elegance on the podium, the students below were in an uproar. What the hell is going on? Not a single medal? How embarrassing. Last place in shot put. Almost didn't he even land in the sand pit for long jump. Are you here for a joke? Refund. I'm not watching anymore. Various shouts, boos, and jeers echoed incessantly. Wu Yu's roommates were particularly animated, shouting loudly at the despondent athletes on the field. Useless. A bunch of useless individuals. Every one of you is so bold and vigorous when flirting downstairs in the dorm, yet on the field, you turn into spineless shrimp. Exactly. It's a total waste of my cheers. My voice is almost gone. Wait. One roommate suddenly recalled something. Where's Hugo? Why isn't he competing? He's 100 times stronger than these useless athletes. Just then, someone in the crowd excitedly screamed, "Look! Hugo! Hugo is coming on the field." No way. Really. Everyone turned simultaneously towards the sound, and there stood a familiar and towering figure beside the 100-meter sprint track, warming up. Who else could it be but Wu Yu? Go, Hugo! Go crush them! Hugo! You are the hope of our entire village. The previously subdued stands of Baiyun University erupted into fervent cheers. However, Not far away, a cold and disdainful scoff pierced through the excitement. Lu Ningning stood with a few friends, rolling her eyes dramatically at the cheers for Wu Yu. Puffed, cheering for him? Just wait for the spectacle. She crossed her arms and disdainfully remarked to her classmates, I know his true capabilities well. With that physique of his, he can only last 10 minutes. All show and no substance. He is sure to embarrass himself. A nearby girl, infatuated with Wu Yu, couldn't help but retort, no way. I think Senior Wu Yu looks great. Those muscles exude strength. He shouldn't perform poorly. What do you know? Lu Ningming's tone dripped with contempt. That's all just for show. He must be trying to attract wealthy women, injecting himself with all sorts of dubious substances to pump up those fake muscles. They look intimidating, but he is just a silver bullet with a tin facade. At that moment, Wu Yu, blissfully unaware of his ex-girlfriend's malicious gossip, was stretching on the sidelines, feeling the explosive power within him, and confidently stepped onto the track. Event, Men's 100-meter sprint. Begin. Chapter 14. Such superior genes. The event was the Men's 100-meter sprint. The original competitors, overwhelmed by nerves, had thrown up before the race and were carried off to the sidelines. Since this event had always been Baiyun University's weakness, finishing last year after year, anyone sent up would be a disgrace. The sports minister, in a fit of desperation, chose to throw Wu Yu, the backup, into the fray. Just before he stepped onto the track, the minister gave Wu Yu's shoulder a reassuring pat, saying earnestly, Wu Yu, don't be nervous. It's all about participation. Aim for second to last, and that's a success. Upon hearing this, a playful smile curved on Wu Yu's lips. Second to last? Huh. He approached the starting line, bent down, squatted, and positioned himself in a near-perfect textbook start stance. The starter raised the pistol high. On your marks. Get set. Bang. The gun fired. The men's 100-meter sprint officially commenced. At the sound of the gun, Wu Yu's body shot forward like a cannonball, propelling him into the lead without hesitation, leaving all other competitors far behind. That terrifying explosive power, that lightning-fast speed. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Thousands of spectators appeared to be under a spell, eyes wide and mouths agape, utterly speechless. The sports minister's stopwatch clattered to the ground as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No way. Is this really the backup I know, Wu Yu? In the stands, Wu Yu's roommates gaped in astonishment, their expressions frozen as if witnessing a deity descending. Lu Ningning, who had been sipping water, suddenly spewed it all over the back of a fellow student in the front row. On the podium, Lu Yunxi, who had been seated calmly, suddenly leapt to her feet. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Yu. It's actually Wu Yu. He is truly an athlete for the school, and he runs this fast. My goodness. Under the gaze of thousands, Wu Yu soared like a black lightning bolt, racing ahead. He even had the leisure to glance back, realizing he had pulled ahead by a staggering margin. Sprint. Crossed the finish line. With an almost overwhelming presence, he effortlessly clinched the gold medal in the men's 100-meter sprint. On the electronic scoreboard, a bright red number instantly flashed. 10:25 seconds. And this was with Wu Yu intentionally holding back his speed. Otherwise, he feared accidentally breaking a world record, which would lead to significant complications. After a 3-second silence, the stands of Baiyun University erupted. No way. Incredible. Wu Yu is amazing. The thunderous applause, cheers, and shouts surged like a tidal wave, nearly lifting the roof of the stadium. Wu Yu's roommates, after a brief moment of shock, went wild, hugging strangers around them, jumping and shouting in celebration. Meanwhile, Lu Ningning, witnessing the ecstatic and proud expressions of her classmates, turned beet red. Her expression more grotesque than if she had just eaten excrement. Wu Yu has really become formidable. How is this possible? At the podium, Lu Yunxi gazed with her captivating eyes, her delicate hands clasped before her as she mechanically applauded. Her mind was a blank slate at this moment. This Wu Yu, not only was he formidable during the collaboration, but he also excelled in sports with such vigor. A top-tier athlete. Why hadn't he disclosed this from the start? Lu Yunxi had initially chosen Wu Yu partly because she found him aesthetically pleasing and partly due to his identity as a student from Baiyun University. She wanted to extend a nurturing hand to her junior. Yet now, it seemed, this was an impeccable choice. Such athletic genes. Remarkable. They must be harnessed vigorously. Wu Yu is incredible. Amidst the deafening cheers and applause, Wu Yu descended the track, panting heavily. Before he could steady himself, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. He beheld the chief campus belle, Shun Ingran, rushing toward him, accompanied by a group of youthful and vibrant cheerleaders, her excitement palpable. Today, Shun Ingran was dressed in an exuberant manner, radiating charm. She wore a snug white crop t-shirt that accentuated her enviable curves, paired with a playful pleated miniskirt that highlighted her long, graceful legs, evoking tantalizing thoughts. Pure, desirable, alluring. She had been holding back. For this sports meet, she and her cheerleading squad had rehearsed tirelessly for over half a month. But the outcome? Bayern University hadn't even managed to snag a bronze medal. The spectacular celebration moves she had prepared had never seen the light of day. Now, things were different. A gold medal. A warm, freshly earned gold medal. They must showcase their flair to the fullest. Sisters, music, let us go. With a commanding voice, Shun Ingran initiated the dynamic music. She led her cheerleaders in an electrifying and visually pleasing celebratory dance before Wu Yu. Those slender waists, the fluttering skirts, and the mesmerizingly long legs. As Shun Ingran danced, she stole glances at Wu Yu with her sparkling eyes. Her heart raced uncontrollably. He is truly remarkable. And Wu Yu, too, was fixated on the blushing visage of the campus beauty before him. One must admit, this goddess of the campus is truly exquisite. The two exchanged glances through the throngs of people, their eyes colliding in the air, seemingly igniting invisible sparks. Until the sports minister, that unromantic fellow, abruptly interrupted. Wu Yu, you are absolutely phenomenal. The minister exclaimed, rushing over, seizing Wu Yu's arm, his words tumbling out in a fervor. I declare, you are rostered for all the upcoming events. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was taken aback. He took the registration form and saw a myriad of events, track and field, ball games, a total of over 20 events. Was he to be treated like a beast of burden, relentlessly squeezed dry? However, this was fortuitous. It would serve as an opportunity to hone his skills in. Without a second thought, Wu Yu waved his hand grandly, declaring, OJBK, for the honor of our school, I shall give it my all today. Meanwhile, the cheerleaders surrounded Shun Ingran, chattering playfully. Ingran, I saw how you looked at Wu Yu just now. It was rather unusual. Indeed, the way your eyes were glistening. It was as if they were about to leap onto him. You wouldn't have feelings for him, would you? Nonsense. Shun Ingran's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. As the recognized campus beauty of Bayern University, she was acutely aware that she must seize the peak of her beauty in these years to secure the most ideal future partner. In her heart, she already had a candidate in mind. He was the heir of a top-tier gaming company in the country, with family assets in the hundreds of millions. And to top it off, he was tall and handsome, ardently pursuing her. Shun Ingran was quite satisfied, planning to keep him intrigued a little longer before agreeing to be his girlfriend. As for Wu Yu, although she couldn't fathom why his image kept inexplicably invading her thoughts lately, to say she had feelings for him? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 15. Are they all sincere? Shun Ingran bit her lip, trying once more to banish the image of Wu Yu's mischievous grin from her mind. But the next moment, her fellow cheerleaders erupted in a chorus of even more piercing screams. A gold medal. Another gold medal. In the distance, on the field, Wu Yu effortlessly hurled the javelin, which soared like a shooting star, landing precisely over 100 meters away. He broke the record again. My goodness, is he truly that exceptional? Shun Ingran was utterly dumbfounded. There was nothing she could do but resign herself to once again lead her cheerleaders to Wu Yu's side, initiating yet another round of celebratory dancing. Little did Shun Ingran expect that this was merely the beginning. For the next 2 hours, the event transformed into Wu Yu's personal showcase. High jump, gold medal. Long jump, gold medal. Shot put, gold medal. Discus, gold medal. Wu Yu moved between various arenas like an indefatigable war god, claiming gold medals effortlessly. Bayern University's ranking on the medal board skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Finally, they arrived at the day's final and most anticipated highlight, the men's soccer final. Wu Yu, Wu Yu, Wu Yu. Amidst the fervent cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, Wu Yu donned his jersey and took to the field once more. He played as the sole striker. The match commenced. Wu Yu offered no opportunities to the opponents. Within 3 minutes of the kickoff, he received a pass in midfield and began his astonishing display. Marseille turn. Nutmeg. A dazzling array of dribbles. He single-handedly navigated past 7 defenders, slicing through the opposition like a sharpened blade. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he flicked his ankle gently. A delicate chip shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding the net. Goal. The crowd erupted. The remainder of the match devolved into Wu Yu's personal exhibition. Long-range powerful strikes. A volley from within the box. An unbelievable bicycle kick. Wu Yu single-handedly scored all 4 goals for his team. A quadruple. 4-0. He mercilessly dismantled the opponents. As the final whistle blew, the entire stadium descended into chaos. Ah! Wu Yu's roommates were hoarse from cheering, embracing each other, weeping with joy. In the stands, Lu Ningning's features contorted with jealousy. She clutched the railing tightly, her nails breaking, muttering incessantly, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What is impossible? You were blind, mistaking a potential gem for trash, and now you're regretting it. Aren't you? Exactly. Narrow-minded. Just knew how to slander her ex-boyfriend. Deserved. The merciless jibes from surrounding classmates pierced her heart like daggers. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ningning burst into tears. At the podium, Lu Yunxi clenched her delicate fists, her face flushed with excitement. Exceptional genes. This was undoubtedly extraordinary quality genes. Her future offspring would surely be an unparalleled athletic prodigy. Just then, Elder Xia beside her rubbed his sleepy eyes, gradually awakening, as he beheld the gold medal tally. Where Baiyun University stood majestically at the pinnacle with an overwhelming advantage, he was utterly astonished. Wow, when did our school become so formidable? This student named Wu Yu is quite extraordinary. Lu Yunxi immediately chimed in, indeed. Of course, it's impressive. He is a once-in-a-century genius at our Baiyun University. As she spoke, she resolutely made up her mind. No, I cannot wait any longer. I must collaborate with Wu Yu as soon as possible. Tonight, by the football field. In celebration of this hard-won victory, Shun Yingran, accompanied by the cheerleaders, donned their most striking battle attire. Uniform knee-high white stockings. The sight of those long, fair legs, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, was simply blinding. Especially Shun Yingran, whose irresistible charm set off an explosion of male hormones in the entire venue. In an instant, countless boys were left gushing blood. Following that, the cheerleaders, with voices raised, shouted their most exhilarating slogan they had prepared for so long. Wu Yu, I love you. I want to have your babies. Wow. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu burst into laughter. How bold. The next moment. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. What? Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his thoughts, he saw the campus belle Shining Ran, striding toward him like a fluttering butterfly with her long legs clad in white stockings. Under the gaze of thousands, she opened her arms and enveloped Wu Yu in a warm embrace. Then, on tiptoe, she pressed her luscious red lips firmly against his. Boom. The entire stadium erupted as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. All the girls let out shrill cries of envy and jealousy. Only Lu Ningning, watching from the stands, rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, all the boys felt their hearts shatter into pieces, consumed by the anguish of lost love. Many emotionally fragile boys broke down in tears, weeping inconsolably. As for Shun Yingran, after the kiss, she stood there dazed, her mind a complete blank. What just happened? What did I just do? Why was my body suddenly beyond my control? Oh no. Oh no. So many people witnessed that. This is utterly out of control. Observing Shun Yingran's bewildered expression, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears, Wu Yu smiled. He was fully aware that Shin Yingran's earlier declaration of wanting to have his babies was a heartfelt deception. It was insincere. Therefore, the anti-fraud system activated. Now, Shin Yingran genuinely desired to have his offspring. This was beyond her resistance. Wait. Wu Yu suddenly realized a more serious issue. The system notification had only triggered once. This meant that Shun Yingran was the only one lying? What about the other cheerleaders? Those dozens of charming young ladies? Were they all sincere? Damn it. Wu Yu swallowed hard, lifting his gaze to find dozens of sparkling, doe-like eyes fixed upon him. Their gaze seemed as if they were ready to devour him whole. Then, they exclaimed, Senior Wu Yu, I love you. Here is my WeChat ID. Senior, let us date. Senior, I'm free tonight. Dozens of vibrant cheerleaders, like hungry wolves, screeched as they surged toward Wu Yu, surrounding him entirely. In an instant, various invitations for dates, love confessions, little notes being slipped to him, and even some attempting to tug at his clothes ensued. Wu Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Just then, everyone, stop it. A crisp, authoritative voice boomed, reverberating with undeniable authority. There stood cheer captain Shun Yingran, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, her delicate face etched with seriousness. Look at all of you, chasing after boys to the point of losing all dignity. What a disgrace to our cheerleading squad. You've brought shame upon us all. Despite Shun Yingran's usual sweet demeanor, when she was truly enraged, her presence was nothing short of regal. The team members were instantly subdued, heads bowed, silenced, and dared not to act out again. Return to practice. Run 10 laps around the field. No food until you finish. With her commanding order, the cheerleaders scurried away, tails between their legs. In an instant, calm returned to Wu Yu's vicinity. He gazed at this pure yet assertive campus beauty, his heart brimming with joy. Thank you. My esteemed campus belle, Wu Yu teased with a grin. Humph. Shin Yingran turned her head haughtily, yet her peripheral vision secretly darted toward Wu Yu. A delightful blush crept onto her exquisitely crafted face. Here, Shin Yingran pretended to be nonchalant as she walked past Wu Yu. Then, in a swift motion, she discreetly slipped a small note into his hand. The warm, soft touch sent a jolt through Wu Yu's heart. When he regained his composure, Ran had already dashed away like a startled rabbit, her face flushed, leaving behind a mesmerizing silhouette. Wu Yu opened his palm to reveal the note, faintly scented, inscribed in elegant handwriting. Add me on WeChat, waiting for you. Below it, a crooked yet adorably drawn little heart. Wu Yu's lips curved into a broad smile. This was the private WeChat of the campus belle, Ran. In Bayern University, this was as rare as a limited edition Hermes bag. Countless admirers had lost sleep over adding the campus beauty on WeChat, some even spending lavishly for daily snapshots of her social media updates. And now, he had effortlessly obtained this coveted privilege that countless boys dreamt of. Wu Yu beamed with pride, promptly taking out his phone to scan the code and add her as a friend. Ding! Almost instantly, the request was accepted. Gazing at Ran's sweet and charming avatar in the chat interface, he sent a mischievous emoji, leaning back, waiting for the campus belle to come to him, crying out to have his babies. However, the next moment, his smile froze in place. Ran, Wu Yu, did you secretly drug me? Wu Yu. What the heck? What is going on? The system had already activated twice, and yet this campus belle managed to retain a shred of rationality, fiercely resisting. Her composure was astonishingly strong. Wu Yu grimaced, feeling somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. After all, she would eventually belong to him. There was no rush. Right now, making money was the priority. With a contented smile, he pocketed his phone and turned toward the dormitory. A day had passed. It was time to review the fruits of today's labor. Upon returning to his dorm, Wu Yu plopped down in front of his computer. Familiar online gaming interface. Familiar grinding for gear. He adeptly opened the backend, beginning to tally today's earnings. Good news. Thousands of computers had been grinding simultaneously, netting him over 7 million in profits. Bad news. The game developers had once again succumbed to pressure. A cold maintenance announcement blared across the game screen, seemingly mocking Wu Yu mercilessly. Damn, here we go again. Wu Yu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. These gaming companies are remarkably easy to exploit. With no other option, Wu Yu resorted to his old tricks, reopening the web page amidst an avalanche of advertisements, in search of his next unwitting victim. Soon, a particularly extravagant fantasy-themed web game, adorned with dazzling effects and ludicrous slogans, captured his attention. Start with an egg and hatch divine beasts. No investment needed. Equipment sells for tens of thousands. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Please, host, take the bait. Here it comes. A smile reminiscent of a capitalist eyeing fresh chives spread across Wu Yu's face. He effortlessly logged into the game and then repeated this operation across thousands of computers in the school. As Wu Yu busily darted about, engrossed in his endeavors, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. Meet at room 69 of the Orange Hotel outside the school at 8 tonight. By the way, are you feeling up to it? Upon reading this message, Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly. What on earth? This exquisite vixen had claimed she would be attending to her ailing husband today and tomorrow. Why the sudden collaboration? No way. A wave of annoyance surged within Wu Yu. Times have changed. I am now a millionaire, fervently racing towards billionaire status. Your measly 200,000 in outstanding payments? I'm afraid I find it rather beneath me now. In the past, I had sought her collaboration. Now, it all depends on my mood. Nonetheless, Lu Yunqi's stunning visage, her body a veritable marvel, coupled with her distinctive commanding aura, undeniably left one entranced and unwilling to withdraw. Thus, breaching their agreement was out of the question. However, I could no longer allow her to summon me at will. She must recognize who the true master of this relationship is. With this thought, a playful smirk crept across Wu Yu's lips as his fingers lightly tapped the screen, crafting a reply. I'm busy tonight. Let us reschedule. Meanwhile, outside Bayern University, within a lavishly adorned private room of an upscale hotel, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with clinking glasses and jovial laughter. School officials surrounded old Master Xia, each holding a glass and beaming with sycophantic smiles, their flattery ringing out like thunder. Old Master Xia, thoroughly charmed, glowed with delight, like a child basking in praise. Beside him, Lu Yunqi observed the gaggle of greasy middle-aged men with a rising sense of nausea, yet her face maintained a perfectly poised and elegant smile. As the time approached, she excused herself, claiming a shopping trip with a friend, ready to make her escape. Lost in his merriment, old Master Xia waved his hand dismissively, granting her leave. Go on, have fun. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Yunqi's lips as she gracefully exited the room. Although old Master Xia was aware of the hefty sum invested in seeking an heir in such a grand setting, having his cherished wife dash out urgently would surely leave any man feeling uncomfortable. Once outside the room, Lu Yunqi promptly retrieved her phone, intending to message Wu Yu to prepare himself at the hotel. However, Upon seeing Wu Yu's response of being too busy and suggesting to reschedule, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He actually rejected me. How could this be? Chapter 17. Why did you bring me to the hotel? Lu Yunxi had always held a lofty view of her relationship with Wu Yu, believing their arrangement to be an immense favor and act of charity on her part. Thus, she had repeatedly disregarded Wu Yu's well-being while engaging in high-intensity collaborations. But now, this mere tool in her eyes dared to dismiss her. What right did he have? Was it her beauty that had diminished? Or perhaps her figure was no longer appealing enough? Instinctively, Lu Yunxi glanced at her reflection in the polished glass of the corridor wall. The image before her, slightly flushed from a few drinks, her eyes sparkling alluringly, was more enchanting than usual. No, it could not be her allure that was lacking. Then, it must be that damn cheerleader. The scene of Shun Ingran kissing Wu Yu on the sports field flashed vividly in her mind. Oh, so that is how it is. This brat has found a new flame. A surge of inexplicable rage erupted from the depths of Lu Yunxi's heart. Wait, why am I so angry? Gazing into the mirror at her own face, twisted with jealousy and fury, she felt utterly bewildered. Late at night, at 11 o'clock, Wu Yu finally completed the idle settings on all the computers. Watching thousands of game characters frantically battling monsters and acquiring equipment on the screens, he nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he would easily rake in millions overnight. Thrilled with his progress, Wu Yu decided it was time to indulge himself properly. He resolved to visit the city's most luxurious private club, starting with a sumptuous feast, followed by a selection of lovely ladies in sheer stockings to provide him with a comprehensive massage. As he reveled in his delightful fantasies, humming a cheerful tune, he passed a small grove beside the playground. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the trees, blocking his path like a specter. Startled, Wu Yu focused and realized it was Shun Ingran. The campus belle stood illuminated by moonlight, still clad in the vibrant cheerleading outfit from earlier that day. Those long, slender legs, encased in over-the-knee white stockings, shimmered with an enchanting glow under the dim light. Yet, this beauty was marred by her furrowed brow and pouting lips. Wu Yu, stop right there. Shun Ingran, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out like an angry kitten, demanded, confess. What tricks have you played on me? Shun Ingran was on the verge of losing her mind. She couldn't fathom why she had suddenly become so peculiar. Not only did Wu Yu's devilish grin echo in her mind, but her body also felt a strange warmth coursing through her veins. Seeing Shun Ingran's aggrieved expression, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped closer, towering over her, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Shun the Great Bell. If you like me, just say so. Why pretend to be the victim? Why you're talking nonsense? Shun Ingran's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching her ears. She stomped her foot in indignation, retorting, humph. Who would ever like you? Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. What the heck? Not again. Unfortunately, this insincere denial triggered Shun Ingran once more. The consecutive system optimizations became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, shattering her already fragile mental defenses. She gazed intently at Wu Yu, her heart racing wildly, pounding like a drum. An unprecedented, overwhelming affection surged through her entire being, like a flood breaking through its dam. It was uncontrollable, absolutely uncontrollable. The very next second, Shun Ingran, driven by impulse, pounced on him like a frenzied little wildcat, using all her strength to embrace Wu Yu tightly. Unlike their previous fleeting encounter on the sports field, this time, Shun Ingran was fierce, and she was relentless. In the small grove, the sounds of munching persisted endlessly, until huff. Wu Yu felt as though the air in his lungs was nearly depleted. With all his strength, he forcibly pushed Shun Ingran away. What the hell? Are you trying to take my life? Wu Yu gasped heavily, his voice tinged with irritation. Rather than being angered by the push, Shun Ingran lowered her head shyly, her fair and delicate face flushed with a charming hue of red. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, stammering, I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Oh no. As the cold, mechanical notification echoed in Wu Yu's mind once again, his heart sank. Instinctively, he looked up at Shun Ingran, who had just moments ago been so shy she seemed ready to vanish into the ground. Now, she slowly raised her head, extending her soft pink tongue to delicately lick her luscious red lips. In her large, watery eyes sparkled a hint of an enchanting light, reminiscent of a mesmerizing fairy. Then, she flashed Wu Yu a smile that could make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, a smile that was both alluring and wicked. At midnight, Wu Yu and Shun Ingran strolled hand in hand outside the school gates. Wu Yu's mouth had swollen to the size of a sausage, burning with pain. Yet, he felt no anguish. Instead, a triumphant grin lingered on his lips, impossible to conceal. He had actually managed to win over the school Esbel. Moreover, she had willingly approached him. This sensation surpassed even the exhilaration of earning 8 million in a single night. Beside him, Xiningran's mind was a muddled mess. Intense affection and profound confusion collided within her, like two raging torrents, leaving her dizzy and compliant, allowing Wu Yu to lead her wherever he wished. After all, she had already given away her first kiss, and in public no less. Having come this far, what else could she do but accept? Furthermore, Shun Ingran covertly glanced at Wu Yu from the corner of her eye. He was indeed quite handsome, and his physique was remarkable. Lost in her thoughts, Shun Ingran suddenly jolted, lifting her head to realize something was amiss. Wu Yu, she exclaimed anxiously, her fair face etched with confusion and concern. Didn't you say you'd take me for a late-night snack? Why are we at a hotel? Chapter 18 now. Immediately, go to the room and wait for me. Wu Yu gestured toward the opulent hotel before them, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Of course, we're here for a late-night snack. I must tell you, the late-night fare at this hotel is exquisite, simply unparalleled. Oh, Shun Ingran nodded, seemingly understanding. But her exquisite face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was internally lamenting. What on earth was happening? The system had laid everything out so clearly. Why did this girl still appear somewhat reluctant? Was the system's effect not potent enough? At that moment, the familiar, cold mechanical voice echoed in Wu Yu's mind. Ding! System reminder. Rest assured, target Shin Ingran has, under the system's optimization, irrevocably fallen in love with you. However, human emotions are complex. The emergence of love requires not just irresistible hormonal attraction, but also a period of emotional brewing and fermentation. Sudden, intense feelings without any groundwork can easily lead to instinctive psychological resistance and confusion in the target. It is advised that the host proceed gradually, with a balance of tension and relaxation, gently guiding her and providing sweet moments. This suggestion was rather cheeky. Wu Yu, having received the answer, felt a sudden clarity, and any residual displeasure vanished. Brewing emotions? Simple. First, enjoy a delightful late-night meal to deepen their bond. Then retreat to a hotel room for an intimate conversation throughout the night. He refused to believe they couldn't cultivate a meaningful outcome. With that thought in mind, Wu Yu confidently led Shin Ingran's small hand into the hotel lobby. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? A sweet-faced receptionist in uniform greeted them with a professional smile. Please get us a room. Cough, cough. Where's the restaurant? We want to have a late-night snack. I'm sorry, sir. The receptionist smiled apologetically. The restaurant is about to close. We only have a few tables left, and once they finish, we will be shutting down for the night. What? Wu Yu was taken aback. Just then, Shun Ingran, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly gathered her courage and softly suggested, I'm actually not that hungry. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk instead? Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Great. No problem. He slapped the marble countertop with enthusiasm, exclaiming, book us a room. After all, where could be more tranquil and comfortable for a chat than the grand bed in the presidential suite? Beside him, Xiningran's cheeks were aflame, her earlobes smooth and delicate as jade, taking on a rosy hue. A room? Though she wasn't mentally prepared for this, for some reason, she felt not only unbothered but also an indescribable, intense yearning and anticipation. To nod? Isn't this progressing too quickly? Wouldn't that make her seem too unreserved? To refuse? What if Wu Yu got angry? Xiningran was astonished to find herself unconsciously considering Wu Yu's feelings, afraid of upsetting him, of him being unhappy, of him ignoring her. Oh no, what have I become, a lovesick fool? Xiningran was nearly in tears, her small hands nervously wringing together, her heart in turmoil. Just then, a loud commotion erupted from a luxurious private room in the hotel restaurant. Careful, Mr. Xia, slow down. This way. Drink up, drink up. It's a joyful occasion. A large group of people emerged, led by university officials from Baiyun University, with the esteemed Mr. Xia and Lu Yunxi surrounded by admirers. The school leaders, clearly intoxicated, had flushed faces and were swaying unsteadily. Lu Yunxi, tenderly supporting Mr. Xia's arm, presented herself as the epitome of a gentle and devoted wife, feigning concern and warmth. After being rejected by Wu Yu, she was utterly despondent and had lied about being stood up by her friend to return to the party. Enduring the company of these lecherous old men until the late hours, her pent-up frustration was unbearable. Little did she know, upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Wu Yu, that insufferable boy who had rejected her, ruining her evening. He was holding hands with that detestable cheerleader, standing at the hotel front desk. What on earth was going on? Opening a room, Lu Yunxi felt her lungs might burst from rage. Simultaneously, the university officials noticed Wu Yu and Shun Ingran. What the hell? Isn't that the athletic prodigy who brought home a dozen gold medals for the school today? Goodness, just a few hours have passed, and he has already managed to win over the school as top belle. The speed of this development is utterly outrageous. Isn't that Shining Ran? One vice principal with a receding hairline forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable. It's so late. Why aren't you in the dorms? What brings you here? Is it because the dormitory has closed and you can't return? No worries. Let us make a call and ask the dormitory supervisor to let you in. Clearly, this group of gallant gentlemen does not wish for the most exquisite flower of the school to be ravaged by the boorish Wu Yu. In response, Wu Yu smiled. He stepped forward, shielding Shining Ran behind him, and with an air of dignified composure, addressed the school officials, saying, "Esteemed leaders, your assertions are rather misplaced. University students are adults. As long as they abide by the law, what is it that they cannot do? Let us not merely speak of renting a room. Even if we were to obtain a marriage certificate, it seems you have no authority to interfere, correct?" His words were logical and resonated with conviction. The school officials were momentarily rendered speechless, exchanging glances, their expressions rife with embarrassment. Just then, Lu Yunxi took the stage. She had long since reached her limit. The agreement was unequivocally clear. During the term of cooperation, the second party, Wu Yu, must not refuse the first party's invitations for collaboration under any pretext. Yet, what had he done? Not only did he refuse, but he also brazenly brought a freshly acquired companion to open a room right under her nose. That was the result of her meticulous selection, an exceptional specimen of superior genes. And now, it was squandered on another woman. Such a waste. It was absolutely a travesty. Lu Yunxi glared at Wu Yu, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She shot him a fierce warning glance. Then, discreetly, she subtly shook her phone from behind. Wu Yu's pocket vibrated instantly. He quickly pulled it out to find a WeChat message from Lu Yunxi. "Now, immediately, go to room 69 and clean yourself up for me. Otherwise, you can forget about the 2 million in final payment." This. Upon reading the message, Wu Yu suddenly found himself in a state of hesitation. Although he no longer cared for the meager 2 million, he was very much invested in Lu Yunxi, this exquisite femme fatale. Chapter 19. Young man, are you renting a room alone? Wu Yu understood full well. Should he refuse again, with Lu Yunxi's proud disposition, she would surely disregard him henceforth. As for Shining Ran, well, she was already within his grasp. And time was on his side. There was no need to rush. A multitude of scoundrel sayings flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Master of time management. Never missing an opportunity. Adults, of course, desire it all. Good men are unappealing to women. Honest men are merely resigned to the harshness of reality. Strong men are all scoundrels, without exception. Thus, Wu Yu took a deep breath, turned around, and with utmost solemnity, even tinged with a hint of regret, looked at Shining Ran. "Ran, it's getting late. You should return to your dormitory for now. After all, the school officials have spoken. As students, we ought to show them some respect, right?" Shining Ran was utterly befuddled by this sudden turn of events. What was happening? She had already prepared herself mentally, having conjured up a myriad of scenarios for the night's escapades. And now he was telling her to leave, but in front of so many school officials. She couldn't cling to Wu Yu's arm and pout, pleading not to go, could she? That would be too embarrassing. Thus, Shining Ran could only nod begrudgingly, turning back 3 times as she followed Wu Yu back to the dormitory. Once they parted, Wu Yu promptly turned around and made his way back to the hotel. Orange Hotel, room 69. Wu Yu had barely used the spare room card to unlock the door when Lu Yunxi rushed in. She had evidently sprinted over, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. A few rebellious strands of hair clung to her smooth brow, the usual poise and elegance replaced by an endearing vulnerability. Wu Yu was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, "So soon? Doesn't your husband mind?" Panting heavily, Lu Yunxi leaned against the doorframe, her remarkable curves rising and falling with each breath. "My husband drank too much. He's resting in the next room. Don't worry. He's sleeping like a dead pig and definitely won't wake up until dawn." What the hell? Her husband is next door? This was beyond stimulating. Wu Yu felt his adrenaline surge. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and shower," Lu Yunxi urged, her tone laced with an undeniable command and a subtle urgency. "Oh right," Wu Yu replied, obediently beginning to shed his sportswear. As he revealed his chiseled upper body, showcasing a magnificent V-shape, Lu Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! She couldn't help but exclaim, her delicate hand reaching out to caress his well-defined, rock-solid pectorals. "How have you become more fit? These muscles, these lines, this explosive power. It's even more astonishing than what I saw at the sports meet." As Lu Yunxi's soft and silky hand grazed his skin, Wu Yu felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, leaving him parched. He wanted to shower, but her hand seemed glued to him, reluctant to withdraw. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam reminiscent of a wolf eyeing its prey. With a mischievous grin, Wu Yu seized Lu Yunxi's wandering hand, leaning down to whisper warmly in her ear, "How about we shower together?" Lu Yunxi's body quivered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She bashfully lowered her gaze, murmuring softly, "Okay." The next morning, under the bright sun, Wu Yu awoke suddenly in the soft bed, only to find himself alone. He hummed a tune as he entered the bathroom, quickly freshening up before stepping out of the room. Little did he know that upon exiting, he would encounter Elder Xia and Lu Yunxi emerging from the adjacent room. "Oh, young man, it's you," Elder Xia exclaimed, visibly surprised. "What's this? You rented a room all by yourself?" Wu Yu nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. How could I compare to you, Elder Xia? With such a young and beautiful wife accompanying you? Ha ha ha, you're quite the charmer." Elder Xia beamed, casting a happy glance at his radiant wife beside him. Lu Yunxi, feeling guilty, offered a few awkward laughs while internally berating, "You old fool. You probably have no idea I only returned to your side at dawn." Wu Yu bid farewell to the pair and strode out of the hotel, heading back to school. It was time to assess the rewards of last night. Returning to the dormitory, Wu Yu opened his computer. As expected, the game was down again. However, after a night of relentless grinding, he had effortlessly racked up over 9 million. His total assets had soared to over 30 million. He navigated the internet with ease, locating a new, unsuspecting game to exploit. Then he spent the entire morning reconfiguring the settings on several thousand computers throughout the school for automated play. After completing everything, Wu Yu lay back on his bed, contemplating that now, as a millionaire, perhaps it was time to indulge a bit, buy a car, purchase a house. At that moment, brother Yu, this is bad." The dormitory door burst open as several roommates rushed in, frantically crowding the space. The campus bell is about to be snatched away. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was taken aback, slowly rising from his bed and inquiring, "What is happening?" His roommates were in a flurry. "What is happening, you ask? A wealthy heir is publicly confessing his love to Shun Ingran right at the school gate. The spectacle is monumental. Indeed, brother Yu, that affluent heir drives a Ferrari, stands tall and handsome, and has prepared 999 roses for the campus beauty. He is undoubtedly a formidable rival. If you don't hurry, the campus bell will truly belong to someone else." Wu Yu's roommates were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. However, Wu Yu merely chuckled. "What's the rush? I'm not the slightest bit anxious. It's a joke. The system has been optimized 3 times. That girl, Shining Ran, is utterly devoted to me. Even the king of heaven couldn't steal her away." Yet, his oblivious roommates were relentless, dragging him from his bed, pulling him all the way to the school gate. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. At the school gate, a flashy red Ferrari ostentatiously parked by the roadside. A striking young man, standing at 6 feet tall, donned in trendy attire and possessing looks that rivaled the most popular heartthrobs, held a magnificent bouquet of vibrant roses, gazing affectionately at Shining Ran. On the ground, candles formed a colossal heart shape. Surrounding them was a throng of students, packed in layers, creating a raucous atmosphere. Among the crowd stood Lu Ningning. The public kiss Shining Ran had given Wu Yu the day before had been a devastating blow to her. She couldn't fathom how something she deemed worthless had suddenly become the object of admiration for the campus belle. But now, everything had changed. Seeing this affluent and handsome suitor, whose wealth and looks overshadowed Wu Yu's, Lu Ningning's heart rekindled hope. She maliciously thought, Shining Ran will undoubtedly accept this rich guy's confession. At that point, Wu Yu will be publicly abandoned by the campus belle. Let us see how he remains arrogant. Not just Lu Ningning. Everyone present believed Shining Ran had no reason to refuse. But then, the next moment left everyone utterly stunned. Shining Ran did not even spare a glance at the handsome suitor. Instead, she coldly uttered, "Wang Kaixian, it's impossible for us. Please leave." What? The wealthy suitor named Wang Kaixian was rendered speechless. He had pursued Shining Ran for quite some time, pouring in an untold amount of money and effort, and was on the verge of winning her affection. Yet, at this critical juncture, she had rejected him. Wang Kaixian, unwilling to accept defeat, urgently queried, "Ingran, why? Tell me, what is the reason?" Shun Ingran lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the crowd with composure, and replied firmly, "Because I already have someone I like." Wang Kaixian panicked. "Who is that person? Is he wealthier than me? More handsome?" A blissful and sweet smile graced Shin Ingran's face as she resolutely declared, "He is exceptional. While he may not be very wealthy, I have already made my choice. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but him." At these words, the entire crowd was astounded. The onlookers erupted in disbelief. Good heavens! The person Shun Ingran spoke of must be Wu Yu. What charm did he possess that could make the chief campus belle so devoted, even uttering such a vow? Lu Ningming's face turned ashen, as if struck by lightning. She nearly fainted on the spot. This was utterly absurd. Wang Kaixian, a man who valued his pride, realized that continuing to pursue Shun Yingran after such a definitive rejection would only lead to further humiliation. With a dark scowl, he hurled the bouquet of roses to the ground and, turning on his heel, sped away in his Ferrari, leaving in a huff. With the excitement dissipating, the crowd began to disperse. Wu Yu, who had arrived late, strolled confidently towards Shun Yingran. To be honest, he felt a flicker of emotion in his heart. He gazed at the campus belle, who had publicly rejected the top affluent suitor for his sake, and without hesitation, he leaned down and kissed her. The world spun around them until Shun Yingran was nearly breathless. Wu Yu then took her small hand, leading her away from the school grounds. "Hey, Wu Yu!" Shun Yingran exclaimed as he pulled her along, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Is it really appropriate to go to a hotel during the day?" Hearing this, Wu Yu turned, playfully pinching her nose, and said earnestly, "What are you thinking? What kind of nonsense occupies your mind? Come on, we're going shopping." Shopping? Shun Yingran's large, watery eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Her imagination began to conjure a myriad of romantic scenarios. For instance, Wu Yu holding her hand as they navigated through a plethora of dazzling merchandise, patiently accompanying her as she tried on one beautiful outfit after another, and then, with his magnetic voice, gently saying, "Darling, you look beautiful in anything." Heavens, how could Wu Yu be so wonderful? Shopping was notoriously the bane of all boys. They would rather spend all night gaming than accompany their girlfriends for even a minute longer. But Wu Yu? He had taken the initiative to suggest going shopping with her. What did this signify? It indicated that she was more important to him than games, more important than anything else in the world. Shun Yingran felt her eyes welling up with tears, increasingly convinced that Wu Yu was her destined prince, sent from the heavens to rescue her. "No. Wu Yu treats me so well, I must return the favor." Shun Yingran secretly opened her WeChat, glancing at her wallet balance. 5,200,000 yuan. This 52,000 was entirely comprised of the numerous 520 red envelopes sent by the wealthy heir Wang Kaixian, who had relentlessly pursued her. Initially, Shun Yingran intended to return the money. But now, I shall use this money from that sycophant to buy gifts for my true boyfriend. Isn't that infuriating? It would surely drive him mad. Shun Yingran resolved firmly, then obediently followed Wu Yu, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Let us go, darling." In the city center, CBD. At the top floor of a towering skyscraper, the massive logo of 69 Entertainment shone brilliantly in the sunlight, showcasing the company's substantial financial strength. However, within the company's most prestigious conference room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as an ice cellar. All the impeccably dressed executives bowed their heads, silent as mice, not daring to utter a word. Their fearful gazes were fixated on the commanding presence at the head of the conference table. There sat a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of authority. "Speak. What on earth is the bug that has prevented you from identifying the issue until now?" Continuous service interruptions. "We've incurred losses amounting to tens of millions. Who can provide me with a reasonable explanation?" A cold and furious voice thundered through the room, accompanied by the sound of a fist slamming on the table as the beautiful woman abruptly stood. Her name was Lu Baoling, 39 years old, the founder and CEO of 69 Entertainment. Her company primarily developed various shoddily made, heavily monetized rubbish web games, and with a keen business model for exploiting consumers. It had long since surpassed $1 billion in annual revenue. Today, Lu Baoling wore a meticulously tailored black office suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, radiating an alluring, ripe peach-like charm. Her sleek short hair added an air of elegance and competence to her already exquisite features, especially those long, slender legs encased in sheer black stockings. Perfectly straight, proportionate, and firm, glistened under the conference room's lighting with an alluring sheen that quickened the pulse. The 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos she wore resembled a queen's scepter. Each step she took resonated with a rhythmic clack against the floor, akin to a hammer striking the hearts of every employee present. "Manager Lu," stammered the bespectacled head of the technical department, rising nervously with a trembling voice. "We have worked through the night to examine all back-end data and can ascertain with absolute certainty that the game itself harbors no bugs. The individual exploiting us is practically a deity. It seems he possesses the uncanny ability to siphon resources from thin air. Premium gear keeps erupting endlessly. We simply cannot fend him off." Chapter 21. Wrap it all up for me. "Useless fools." Lu Baoling seethed, her body trembling with rage, her impressive curves heaving dramatically. "A group of imbeciles. I spend millions annually to support you, and at such a critical moment, you prove utterly inept? Are we to merely watch as that individual drains our company's coffers? Do you comprehend the financial loss we would incur from a single day of downtime? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, seizing a stack of documents and hurling them to the floor with force. Manager Liu, please, do not be so agitated. Another seemingly astute employee quickly interjected, we are not entirely without recourse. Oh, Liu Baoling arched an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Do elaborate. Since we cannot manage him technically, we must resort to alternative tactics, the employee cautiously proposed. We have traced his approximate location through his IP address. He is situated within Baiyun University. Anyone capable of such feats is likely a computer genius, and more often than not, a reclusive otaku. Just think. Manager Liu, individuals like him typically lack presence in the real world and have not experienced much. If we can locate him, offer him a small sum, and promise him a lucrative job, he would surely be grateful and cease his activities. Nonsense. Liu Baoling scoffed disdainfully. He can extract millions from us in a single day. What paltry sum would make him take notice? Well, the employee faltered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, a timid voice rang out from the crowd. Manager Liu, perhaps we need not spend any money at all? The speaker was a chubby man wearing black-framed glasses. Surely, anyone capable of such acts must be male? The man mustered his courage, continuing, as long as he is a man, how could he possibly resist your allure, Manager Liu? Upon utterance of those words, the conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes swiftly turned to Liu Baoling's stunningly beautiful visage and the figure that no man could possibly resist. Liu Baoling's brow twitched slightly. Of course. How could I have forgotten my ultimate weapon? As long as he is a man, a male, there is no way any of them could escape my grasp. In her youth, starting from the age of 15, with her angelic face and devilish figure, Liu Baoling had been renowned as the most beautiful girl in school. Countless boys had pined for her, vying for her affection, forming lines from the school gates to the city center. After graduating from university and launching her own business, she transformed into a billionaire beauty CEO. With the halo of wealth enhancing her charm, she reached unprecedented heights of allure. Over the years, whether facing competitors in the business realm or unruly employees, not a single man had been beyond her control. A mere wink or a beckoning finger would summon countless admirers, eager to do her bidding. A tech-savvy recluse hidden within a university town? Huh, that would be a piece of cake. With this thought, a confident smile curved Liu Baoling's lips. Very well, leave this matter to me. With a graceful flick of her long fingers, she commanded, you all, immediately find that resource-siphoning individual. I want all his information. Yes. Liu Baoling, strutting in her high heels, swayed her alluring waist as she returned to her lavish 200-square-meter office. Approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, she gazed down at the bustling entrance of the department store below. Her captivating phoenix eyes narrowed, and her fiery red lips formed a fierce arc. Just wait, resource siphoner. Once you fall into my hands, let's see how I drain you dry. At the entrance of the department store, Wu remained blissfully unaware of the pair of conquering eyes threatening him from hundreds of meters above. He was holding Shaningran's hand, eagerly leading her into the mall. Today marked the final day of practicing overbearing hard approach. As long as he maintained high-intensity exercise for several more hours, he would master this skill completely. Despite his current prowess, he knew he could easily handle not just one Liu Yunxi, but 10. However, what man would ever complain about having a body that was too strong? Hey, Wu Yu, slow down. Shun Ingran stumbled, her little leather shoes nearly sparking from the friction. Pouting her cherry lips, she playfully chided, this ISNT shopping. It's more exhausting than running a marathon. Wu Yu chuckled, turning his head to seriously proclaim, the essence of shopping lies in purchasing, not merely browsing. Our goal is clear. Focus solely on what we like, buy it, and leave without wasting a single second elsewhere. That's efficiency. But the things I like are right here. Shun Ingran halted, pointing at a row of counters, her big, glimmering eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Yu followed her gaze. Goodness. Cartier, Tiffany, Bulgari, each one a premier jewelry brand. It seemed this school flower, like any other woman, was utterly defenseless against such dazzling treasures. All right, since you're interested, let us take a look. Yay, you're the best. Shun Ingran exclaimed, bouncing like a joyful little rabbit toward the counter. Her face almost pressed against the glass as she excitedly gazed at the radiant jewelry inside. Hello, miss. Your taste is impeccable. A sweet-faced sales associate in uniform greeted her with a beaming smile. This eternal love piece is our latest design, crafted by top Italian designers, adorned with 99 South African diamonds, symbolizing everlasting love. Under the sales associate's lavish praise, Shiningran soon found herself dazzled by the array of choices. She tried on a necklace, a bracelet, and finally a pair of earrings. Each piece seemed tailor-made for her, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty and making her appear even more stunning. Even the seasoned sales associate couldn't help but silently marvel. Heavens, this girl is simply too beautiful. She's like a celestial being descended to earth. However, just as the associate believed the sale was all but secured, Shin Ingran reluctantly began to remove each piece of jewelry, carefully returning them to their velvet boxes. What's wrong? Don't you like them? Wu Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Not at all. Shin Ingran approached Wu Yu, standing on her tiptoes to whisper softly in his ear. These are far too expensive. We're still students and simply cannot afford them. Let's wait until we have jobs and have saved enough money. After speaking, she tugged at Wu Yu's sleeve and, with a sweet smile, added, come on. Let's head to the second floor. I've heard there are many designer men's outfits on sale. Let us see if there's anything suitable for you. Observing Shin Ingran's considerate and thoughtful demeanor, a warm wave surged through Wu Yu's heart. There was no need to wait for the future. He smiled, turned around, and with a flourish, snapped his fingers at the disappointed sales assistant. Beautiful, wrap up everything she just tried on. What? Both Shin Ingran and the sales assistant gasped in unison. Wrap it up? The least expensive piece of jewelry Shin Ingran had tried on was a bracelet costing over 100,000. In total, the price was at least 500,000. Was he really going to buy it? Before either could recover from their shock, Wu Yu had already pulled out his bank card and handed it over. The card was swiped. Beep. The POS machine emitted a crisp sound. Over 500,000 was effortlessly spent. The sales assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Wu Yu's handsome face, which radiated an aura of both charm and wealth. Her heart racing so fast it felt as if it might leap from her throat. Heavens! So handsome, so wealthy, and so indulgent towards his girlfriend. What kind of divine boyfriend is this? Meanwhile, Shin Ingran was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Wu Yu, her mouth slightly agape, her mind blank. Wu Yu, how much have you earned from playing games? Wu Yu smiled mysteriously, playfully tapping her nose, without providing a direct answer. Just kidding. If I told you my worth now, you might faint from shock. At the same time, in a neighboring jewelry store, a cold and astonished gaze was fixated on Wu Yu and Shin Ingran. Yunqi, what are you staring at so intently? A flamboyantly dressed socialite inquired. Following Lu Yunqi's gaze with curiosity. Nothing. Lu Yunqi quickly withdrew her gaze, taking a delicate sip of champagne to mask the fleeting jealousy and anger in her eyes. Wow. Wu Yu, you ungrateful little brat. How dare you use the 100,000 deposit I gave you to please another woman? Wait a minute. Why am I feeling jealous again? Lu Yunqi's heart was in turmoil. Hey, Yunqi, what do you think of that necklace? Is it beautiful? Her friend pointed excitedly at an expensive necklace displayed in the window. Lu Yunqi cast a cursory glance, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. It's far too low end. Let's go. There's nothing worth browsing here. If you really need jewelry, I can give you a few limited editions I bought in Paris last year. Wow, really? You're the best, Yunqi. Love you. Her friend exclaimed, beaming with joy and hugging Lu Yunqi tightly. Unbeknownst to her friend, Lu Yunqi's desire to leave had nothing to do with the jewelry's quality, but rather because she intended to follow that ungrateful little brat Wu Yu. I'll wait for you to spend all your money. Then I'll suggest an urgent collaboration that will force you to leave your little girlfriend. To collect the remaining payment, you'll have no choice but to sweat in front of me. Wu Yu held Shin Ingran's soft hand, completely unaware that they were being followed. Darling, where shall we go next? Shin Ingran asked, tilting her exquisitely beautiful face upward. Her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. Wu Yu chuckled, pointing to a resplendent store that resembled a palace. Let's check that place out. The two confidently strode into the luxury watch boutique. Welcome to Patek Philippe. A sales assistant, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit and nude stockings, greeted them with a sweet and professional smile. Inside the boutique, an array of mechanical watches dazzled under the lights, shimmering with a luxurious brilliance that was almost mesmerizing. Each piece resembled a finely crafted work of art, quietly narrating tales of time's weight and wealth's prestige. Wu Yu was nearly entranced. Damn, in the past, he could only admire pictures online. Now, he could truly indulge in the experience. Wow, that watch is gorgeous, Shin Ingran exclaimed, pointing at a men's watch displayed in the glass case, her admiration genuine. Wu Yu leaned closer to take a look. Goodness. The design of the watch was both understated and commanding. The deep blue dial resembled the vastness of the starry sky, with the hands elegantly gliding over it, embodying the unique charm of mechanical aesthetics. Sir, you have excellent taste. The sales assistant approached with a voice as sweet as honey. This is our Patek Philippe Starry Night series, symbolizing the extraordinary status of its wearer. Listening to the sales assistant's elaborate pitch, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, as a top luxury brand, even their sales pitch was on another level. Darling, I think this watch would suit you perfectly. Shen Ingran tugged at Wu Yu's arm, playfully swaying it. Having witnessed Wu Yu's extravagant spending of over 500,000 earlier, she felt both touched and concerned. Touched by his affection, yet concerned about the significant expenditure. She didn't know exactly how much Wu Yu had earned from gaming, but it couldn't be much. Surely, he had just emptied his wallet. No, a watch is a man's faude, a symbol of status. He just spent so much on me. Now it's my turn to treat him. Resolving this in her mind, Shen Ingran gathered her courage and asked the sales assistant, "Excuse me, how much is that watch?" The sales assistant smiled slightly and quoted a figure that nearly left Shen Ingran in shock. "Not too expensive, miss. This watch retails for 388,000. What? How much?" Shen Ingran felt as if she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. 300,000. Are you kidding me? She repeatedly checked her balance of 52,000 on her phone, her expression instantly falling, almost on the verge of tears. "It's over. I'm done for. I wanted to buy my boyfriend a watch, only to find out I can't even afford a fraction of it. How embarrassing." Seeing Shen Ingran's adorable, almost tearful expression, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Silly girl, your intention is what matters. How about this? You pay what you can, and I'll cover the rest." Huh? Shen Ingran was taken aback, looking at Wu Yu incredulously. Do you still have money?" "Don't worry, I have plenty." Wu Yu winked at her, revealing a mysterious smile. Following Wu Yu's request, Shen Ingran reluctantly pulled out her phone, blushing, and transferred her entire savings of 52,000. Watching her balance drop to zero, her heart ached. All her savings. But being able to buy something for her man made it worthwhile. "Sir, you still owe 25,000. May I ask?" The sales assistant didn't finish her sentence before Wu Yu interrupted. "Wait." Wu Yu waved his hand, pointing to another counter. "Wrap up that pair of eternal hearts for me." "What? Couple watches?" Shen Ingran and the sales assistant simultaneously emitted a gasp of astonishment. Chapter 23. I can see that you are glowing with good fortune. You are certainly destined to win. Following the direction pointed out by Wu Yu, they beheld, in the most dazzling position under the lights, two exquisitely designed couples' watches, quietly resting on a velvet display, exuding an irresistible allure. The men's watch was grand and imposing, while the women's watch was delicate and elegant, both adorned with tiny diamonds forming a perfect heart shape on the dial, symbolizing an undying love that knows no separation. "Sir," the sales assistant's voice quivered with excitement. "That pair, the Eternal Hearts, is the crown jewel of our brand, priced at 800,000. 800,000. Shen Ingran felt her head buzz, as if it had completely short-circuited. She watched wide-eyed, as Wu Yu nonchalantly retrieved a seemingly ordinary savings card from his pocket and handed it over. Swipe the card. Beep. The POS machine emitted a crisp sound. 800,000, just like that, casually vanished. The sales assistant took the signed receipt, her legs growing weak as she gazed at Wu Yu's breathtakingly handsome face. So extravagant. Truly extravagant. Meanwhile, Shen Ingran found herself in a state of utter stupor. She watched as Wu Yu delicately extracted the women's watch, worth 400,000, from its velvet box and gently adorned his own fair wrist with it. The icy touch jolted her back to reality. The watch was indeed stunning. The diamonds sparkled brilliantly under the light, accentuating her slender wrist in an alluring manner. Yet, Shen Ingran's heart was racing with panic. A panic unlike any she had ever experienced. They had merely begun their shopping spree. Together, they had already spent over $1 million. Was Wu Yu out of his mind? Shen Ingran had always believed that Wu Yu's earnings from gaming could only amount to a few $100,000 at most. But now, it seemed he had made over $1 million. And with his reckless spending, would he soon exhaust it all? No, she absolutely could not allow him to squander any more. This was the startup capital for their future home. It must be saved. Resolute, Shen Ingran grasped Wu Yu's hand and implored in a tone bordering on desperation. "Darling, shall we head to the second floor directly? I've heard there are many luxury brands offering discounts. Let us hunt for some bargains and then return to school, shall we?" Seeing Shen Ingran's pitiful expression, Wu Yu chuckled. "How could we do that? We've barely begun." He took hold of Shen Ingran's hand and led her out. "Let us go." Next stop. Just as they departed, Lu Yunxi and her friend followed closely behind. Lu Yunxi inquired of the sales assistant, "Excuse me, how much was that couple's watch?" 800,000. Uffed. Lu Yunxi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You scoundrel, Wu Yu. You ungrateful wretch. The 100,000 I painstakingly provided as a deposit, and you squander it on another woman in the blink of an eye. Fine, spend it all. When you run out of money, let us see how you flaunt your wealth in front of your little girlfriend. Without money, you'll have to obediently heed my commands, laboring as my servant, drenched in sweat." With that thought, a sly smirk crept across Lu Yunxi's lips. She promptly took out her phone, opened Wu Yu's WeChat profile, and sent a domineering message. Where are you? Hurry up and wait for me at the Four Seasons Hotel on the top floor of Qingtian Department Store. We'll collaborate until dark. After sending the message, Lu Yunxi instinctively added, failure to comply will have consequences. Having completed her scheme, Lu Yunxi leisurely trailed behind Wu Yu. She eagerly anticipated the sight of Wu Yu receiving her message, torn between wanting to refuse and not daring to. Ultimately having to abandon his little girlfriend and obediently return to her side. Delightful. The thrill of manipulating everything to her advantage was exhilarating. Wu Yu and Shun Yingran soon arrived at the bustling heart of the mall, the vibrant first-floor atrium. It was teeming with people, alive with excitement. A temporary luxury car exhibition was in full swing. Porsches, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, each strikingly designed, outrageously priced, and gleaming under the spotlight, igniting a thrill in the heart. Once upon a time, these elite brands would have scoffed at showcasing their wares in such a noisy mall, but due to the fierce competition from domestic electric vehicles, their sales had plummeted year after year, rendering prestige far less significant. Wu Yu gazed at the array of magnificent cars, his eyes nearly turning green with envy. Dreams. This was indeed the lifelong aspiration of every man. Hey, no looking. Shun Yingran, mistaking his gaze for admiration of the car models, playfully pinched him on the side. Ouch. Wu Yu grimaced, bewildered. What is that for? I'm admiring the car, all right? He pointed excitedly at a sleek black SUV, poised like a beast ready to pounce. Look at that Lamborghini Urus. Isn't it stunning? Isn't it powerful? Shun Yingran glanced in the direction he pointed, pouting slightly. Sure, it's handsome, but so what? We can't even afford a single wheel. Wu Yu chuckled, remaining silent as he strode towards the vehicle. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The plush leather upholstery, the futuristic interior filled with high-tech features, and the luxurious scent of leather enveloped him. Wu Yu inhaled deeply, his hands gently caressing the steering wheel, filled with myriad emotions. The last time he had been in Lu Yunxi's Aventador was just days ago. In the blink of an eye, he could now possess such an elite vehicle. Just then, a sugary voice called from outside the window. Sir, hello? May I ask if you are interested in our Urus? Turning his head, Wu Yu saw a saleswoman clad in a form-fitting black dress, her legs adorned with gossamer black stockings, her figure undeniably captivating, smiling brightly at him. Those enchanting fox-like eyes seemed to spark electricity, igniting a flutter in Wu Yu's heart. Our brand is currently running a promotion. The saleswoman leaned in, her dazzling cleavage nearly brushing against Wu Yu's face. If you purchase a vehicle now, you will receive a chance to enter a lottery, with the grand prize being a free purchase. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's spirits soared. He raised an eyebrow and playfully inquired, free? What are the odds of winning? 1 in 10,000? Oh, come now. The saleswoman laughed lightly, casting a flirtatious glance. Our Lamborghini is an internationally renowned brand, sincerely offering promotions to reward our customers. I can see you are glowing with good fortune today. You are undoubtedly destined to win. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Please, host, actively engage. Holy cow. Here it comes. The opportunity to score something for nothing. Wu Yu's heart raced as he flashed a devilishly charming smile at the saleswoman. All right. I believe you. I'll buy it. Huh. The saleswoman was taken aback. You're buying it? Chapter 24. This is what a mature woman should wear. Is this for real? This is the Lamborghini Urus. The on-road price exceeds 3 million. The young man before her, appearing barely in his 20s, was he truly serious? Standing outside the car, Shun Yingran was equally stunned. Buying it? Is this a vegetable market where you're buying cabbage? A super luxury car worth over 3 million. You just buy it like that. Don't listen to him. Shun Yingran exclaimed anxiously, hastily waving her hand at the saleswoman in black stockings. He's joking. We can't afford it. The smile on the saleswoman's face instantly froze, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment and disdain flashing in her eyes. Humph. I thought I was lucky today to encounter a genuine tycoon. Turns out, he is just a boastful pauper. What a waste of my emotions. At that moment, Wu Yu shot a frowning glare at Shun Yingran, who said I was joking. He turned to the saleswoman in black stockings and declared, swipe the card. I'm still waiting to win the freebie. Wu Yu, are you out of your mind? Shun Yingran was now thoroughly panicked, rushing over to grasp Wu Yu's arm while lowering her voice to exclaim, you actually believe such nonsense? This is clearly a scam. A 1 in a million chance. How could you possibly win? Moreover, even if there's a lottery, you need to buy the car first. Do you have that kind of money? Wu Yu merely smiled faintly. A mere few million is nothing. I have that much. With that, he disregarded the flabbergasted Shun Yingran and pulled out a plain-looking savings card from his pocket. Swipe it. The saleswoman in black stockings took the card, her mind utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is he really buying it? This handsome guy truly has the means, but his girlfriend seems completely oblivious. With a head full of questions and confusion, the saleswoman tremblingly inserted the savings card into the POS machine. Beep. Payment successful. What the hell? Oh my god. He really has money. I actually made a sale. A sale of over 3 million for an Urus. Just the commission alone is enough for me to not eat or drink for several years. The saleswoman felt herself on the verge of fainting from joy, her gaze toward Wu Yu instantly transforming into one of fervent admiration and awe. She practically scrambled to take Wu Yu to the lottery area to draw the prize. Meanwhile, Shen Ingran stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Her cherry lips agape in disbelief, wide enough to fit a fist. My goodness, he really bought it. Over 3 million. How much money does he actually have? At that moment, the POS machine slowly ejected a long customer receipt. Shen Ingran instinctively looked down. There, beneath the total amount, a line of small numbers was clearly printed. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 30 million. Shen Ingran felt her vision nearly blur. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, she confirmed it. It was indeed over 30 million. In an instant, Shen Ingran felt the world spin around her, collapsing and reorganizing before her eyes. So, Wu Yu is a multi-millionaire. Oh my god, my boyfriend is a multi-millionaire. My taste is simply impeccable. Simultaneously, not far away, Lu Yunxi, who was feigning nonchalance, had also witnessed everything. Upon seeing Wu Yu unfazed as he swiped the card for the over 3 million Urus, she was plunged into unparalleled shock and confusion. Where on earth did he get so much money? An ordinary college student couldn't possibly have such financial power. Moreover, if he was this wealthy, why would he initially want to collaborate with her for a mere million? Could it be that he wasn't after money at all? Was he simply drawn to her body? A terrifying thought struck Lu Yunxi's mind like a bolt of lightning. She felt her cheeks flush instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably. All along, she had believed herself to be the supreme controller, the queen bestowing grace. But now it seemed the one being manipulated was herself. Just as Lu Yunxi was lost in chaotic thoughts, a piercing scream erupted from the lottery area. It was the saleswoman in black stockings. She pointed at the lottery machine, where the words grand prize flashed brightly on the screen, trembling with excitement, her voice cracking. We won. A freebie. It's a freebie. My goodness. A 1 in a million chance. He really won. Boom. The entire car exhibition venue erupted in a frenzy. Everyone gazed at Wu Yu with the awe reserved for deities. Meanwhile, Wu Yu maintained a calm demeanor, a charming smile gracing his lips as he internally shouted, "The system is incredible. YYDS. Freebie from the campus bell and a luxury car. Magnificent." Standing dazed, Shen Ingran, still reeling from the shock of having a millionaire boyfriend, was once again stunned by this unbelievable scene, her ability to think completely shattered. As for Lu Yunxi, she trembled, her Hermes bag clattering to the ground, her beautiful almond eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and confusion. Wu Yu, still holding the somewhat dazed Shen Ingran, made his way to the second floor of the mall. The car was secured, but the paperwork needed to be verified by headquarters. The saleswoman confidently patted her chest, assuring them that Wu Yu could drive away with the 3 million steel beast for free by tomorrow morning. It was time to proceed to the next step. To win over the campus belle completely, Wu Yu strode into an outrageously expensive high-end women's clothing boutique with Shen Ingran. Darling, the clothes here are so expensive. Perhaps we should. Shen Ingran glanced at the long string of zeros on the price tag, her face paling instantly. Expensive? Wu Yu turned back, flashing her a devilishly charming smile. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers and boldly instructed the approaching salesgirl. Bring over everything she can wear that suits her for her to try on. Of course, sir. The salesgirl's eyes lit up as if illuminated by 2,000-watt bulbs, her service demeanor exceeding even that shown to her own father. As Shen Ingran encountered one breathtaking new outfit after another, she gradually emerged from her stupor. Yes, her boyfriend was now a hidden multimillionaire. Just earlier, he had hit the jackpot, acquiring a 3 million Lamborghini for free. Why was she being so coy? Trying to save him money? After all, which girl could resist the allure of beautiful clothes? Realizing this, Shen Ingran fully embraced the moment. Try with abandon. She flitted like a floral butterfly between the fitting room and the mirror, each exquisite outfit adorning her as if tailor-made, breathtakingly beautiful. Wu Yu, like a king selecting his consort, lounged on the sofa, declaring one word for anything he found pleasing. Buy. An hour later, a small mountain of luxury shopping bags had piled up behind Wu Yu. Next, he led a still enraptured Shen Ingran to the adjacent lingerie section. Upon seeing the scantily clad, boldly designed sexy pieces hanging in the display, Shen Ingran's pretty face flushed a deep crimson. She tugged at Wu Yu's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. I still have plenty of lingerie, so maybe we should skip this? Wu Yu shook his head, responding earnestly. The garments emblazoned with Pikachu and SpongeBob in your wardrobe have long since outlived their charm. Behold, These selections are truly befitting of a mature woman. As Shun Ingran followed the direction of his finger, she gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25. Come closer. Let me admire you properly. The designs of those outfits were enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Shun Ingran felt her cheeks ablaze, as if they could fry an egg, covering her face in embarrassment. Wishing she could burrow into the ground. Which one do you fancy? Or perhaps? Wu Yu leaned closer, exhaling warm breath, and chuckled softly. Shall I wrap them all up for you? Ultimately, spurred on by Wu Yu's encouragement, Shun Ingran, still blushing, whispered in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's hum. Selecting those few styles that stirred her heart the most. Let us go buy some shoes. The two made their way to the high-heeled shoe counter. This time, Shun Ingran shed her shyness. With her impending graduation internship, she indeed required several pairs of heels to complement her newly purchased professional attire. At last, this exhilarating shopping expedition came to a close. Wu Yu, with bags in both hands, effortlessly strode ahead, his breath steady. Shun Ingran followed closely like a content little shadow, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with happiness. My dear, what shall we do next? Wu Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied. It's getting late. Naturally, we should catch a movie, then indulge in a candlelit dinner at the finest restaurant, and finally, ensure your safe return to the school dormitory. Huh. Shun Ingran was momentarily taken aback, halting in her tracks. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow playfully and inquired, What's wrong? Do you have other plans? Instantly, her pretty face flushed like the evening sky. Lowering her gaze, she toyed with the hem of her clothing, speaking in an almost coy tone. Well, not really. It's just that today has gone by too quickly, and I'd rather not return so soon. A knowing smile graced Wu Yu's lips as he suppressed his inner joy, calmly responding, Indeed, I too feel that our time together always seems to pass so swiftly. How about we find a place to linger a little longer? Shun Ingran lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and gently nodded. Wu Yu pointed towards the resplendent five-star hotel sign above them, a playful smile curving his lips. Shall we go there? Yes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps of the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently bathing the king-sized bed in the presidential suite. Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes, a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Turning his head, he found Shun Ingran still peacefully asleep beside him. She lay on her side, her flowing hair cascading over the pristine pillow, her angelic face serene and beautiful. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting an enchanting shadow beneath her eyelids. Gazing at her tranquil visage, Wu Yu's heart swelled with unprecedented contentment and tenderness. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to a comparison between Shun Ingran and Lu Yunqi. Shun Ingran resembled a budding white rose, pure and sweet, imbued with a hint of innocent charm that made one yearn to protect her, to witness her blossom into the most captivating hue by his side. In contrast, Lu Yunqi was akin to a fully bloomed red rose, stunning and regal, exuding an air of confident elegance that left one utterly captivated by her allure. Two distinctly different styles, yet both equally enchanting. As an adult, one naturally desires to embrace them both. Last night, after conversing deep into the night, Wu Yu had received a rather threatening WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. However, the moment had passed, and he felt no inclination to respond. After all, that exquisite femme fatale would inevitably reach out to him again. There was no rush. At that moment, Shun Ingran stirred, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she opened her sparkling eyes. No longer bearing the shyness of the previous day, her clear gaze was filled with affection and attachment for Wu Yu. Like a languid kitten, she nestled into Wu Yu's embrace, pressing her cheek against his sturdy chest, her slender fingers tracing circles on his shirt. My dear, what are you thinking about? Wu Yu snapped back to reality, looked down at the girl who was now wholly his, and smiled as he replied, I was pondering how lovely you would look in those new outfits we bought yesterday. Upon hearing this, Shun Ingran's cheeks reddened slightly, yet she displayed no hint of shyness. She smiled coyly, casting a playful glance at Wu Yu, then gracefully leaped off the bed. Grabbing a shopping bag from the sofa, she made her way into the changing room. A few minutes later, the rhythmic clicking of high heels echoed from the changing room. Wu Yu's head shot up. There stood Shun Ingran, elegantly strutting out in the crystal high heels they had purchased the day before, clad in a new white dress that accentuated her graceful figure. In that instant, Wu Yu felt his breath catch in his throat. She was breathtaking. The purity and confidence within her were harmoniously intertwined. A living embodiment of a stunning fairy seemingly emerged from a painting, vividly manifesting before him. Quickly, come closer. Let me admire you properly. Wu Yu felt a dryness in his throat. Shun Ingran flashed a charming smile, gracefully approaching him step by step. Suddenly, oh no. It appeared she was still unaccustomed to the high heels. She stumbled forward. Wu Yu, quick on his feet, rolled off the bed and caught her securely in his arms. And so, they remained inseparable. Chapter 26. Am I already this famous in this circle? In the afternoon, on a wide road, a pitch-black Lamborghini Urus roared like a ferocious beast, speeding along with exhilarating velocity. Inside, Wu Yu gripped the steering wheel, a grin that was impossible to suppress spreading across his face behind his sunglasses. What a thrill. He had just spent over 3 hours at the dealership, signing documents and posing for photographs, finally bringing home this luxurious vehicle he had acquired without cost. As for Ran, she had reluctantly returned to school for her afternoon classes, having clung to Wu Yu for several minutes before parting in a bittersweet farewell. Wu Yu drove with reckless abandon, indulging in a series of extreme overtakes, thoroughly enjoying himself. After achieving a significant breakthrough in his physical prowess, his abilities had reached a remarkable level. Both his reaction speed and dynamic vision surpassed that of the average person. Driving such a performance beast was like child's play for him, effortless and delightful. Upon returning to campus, Wu Yu suddenly spotted a stunning mature woman standing beneath the dormitory building, her figure accentuated by oversized sunglasses. Her aura was so overwhelmingly powerful, and her presence so exquisite, that he couldn't help but steal a few glances. She wore a fitted white silk blouse, 3 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin and a mesmerizing décolletage. Below, a black pencil skirt hugged her curves, perfectly showcasing her alluring silhouette, especially those long, slender legs encased in sheer black stockings glistening enticingly in the sunlight, rendering it impossible to look away. Wu Yu inwardly marveled, wow, such a captivating and elegant woman is truly a sight to behold. Lush, sensational, mature. The crux of the matter lies in possessing a comprehensive understanding and an array of skills. There is no need for any adjustment period. With a simple press of the accelerator, one can immediately immerse oneself in the exhilarating thrill of high-speed racing. Ahem, what on earth am I daydreaming about? Just as Wu Yu shifted his gaze, preparing to ascend the stairs, the alluring mature woman unexpectedly removed her sunglasses, revealing an extraordinarily stunning visage. Striding confidently in 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, she approached him with haste. Excuse me, do you happen to know Wu Yu? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself. That's me. You are Wu Yu. The mature woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. She scrutinized Wu Yu from head to toe, then retrieved a gold-edged business card from her limited-edition Hermes handbag, presenting it to him. Upon receiving the card, Wu Yu noticed the name, 69 Entertainment, Lu Baoling, unfamiliar, and he had never heard of it. Is there something Mr. Lu wishes to discuss with me? Of course, it's nothing short of a tremendous opportunity. Lu Baoling forced a smile she believed to be utterly enchanting, lightly touching Wu Yu's firm chest with her delicate arm, her voice dripping with seduction. Come, handsome. Let us find a quiet place to converse. However, to her astonishment, Wu Yu remained unmoved, even taking a step back and shaking his head with a wary expression. I don't know you. What if you have ulterior motives and wish to harm me? What? Lu Baoling was instantly infuriated. Harm you? I am a billion-dollar beauty CEO. Any man who encounters me would be groveling at my feet, not fearing me. You actually fear me? Wait a moment. Why does he look at me with absolutely no desire? Lu Baoling was utterly flabbergasted. This defied all logic. Any male organism should experience the most primal instinct upon encountering her. Moreover, she had meticulously dressed up today specifically to win him over. Just standing outside the male dormitory for a mere 10 minutes had already caused several boys to crash into lampposts while distracted by her presence. This Wu Yu. Could he possibly be gay? Little did Lu Baoling know that Wu Yu had already been exposed to the grandeur of the world. After indulging in the beauty of the goddesses Shun Yingran and Lu Yunxi, his aesthetic threshold had been elevated to unprecedented heights. Although Lu Baoling was indeed exquisite, expecting him to drool like an inexperienced fool? Sorry, that was simply impossible. Nonetheless, observing Lu Baoling's chest heaving with frustration while she attempted to maintain her composure, Wu Yu found her rather endearing. He chuckled and said, if you have something to discuss, please do so here. If I find it intriguing, I will engage with you. Lu Baoling took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and candidly stated, I wish to collaborate with you. Money is not an issue. Wu Yu was taken aback. Collaborate? Good heavens. Another one seeking to invest heavily in his ventures? And she had personally come to negotiate? Am I truly that renowned within this circle? Lu Yunxi. This must be your doing. You've sold my information to someone else. Wu Yu cursed Lu Yunxi 100 times in his mind, then shook his head at Lu Baoling, replying earnestly, I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, but I have decided to retire from this. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Baoling was elated. Retiring. He no longer intended to exploit our company's resources. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. This meant she could effortlessly resolve this monumental headache without any conflict. However, being a savvy businesswoman, Lu Baoling's mind raced, and she cautiously inquired, what? Has Wu Yu found another lucrative opportunity? Sort of. Wu Yu nodded. It's quite profitable. Lu Baoling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She immediately donned a look of appreciation, lavishing Wu Yu with compliments about being talented and promising, a true gem among men, which left Wu Yu feeling a tad embarrassed. After her flattery, Lu Baoling departed with satisfaction. Wu Yu shook his head, thinking this woman must be out of her mind, acting so inexplicably. He returned to his dormitory, opened his computer, and began to assess the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Upon seeing a long string of zeros in his bank account, his mouth spread into a grin that reached his ears. 1 million, effortlessly deposited. Adding to his previous earnings, his personal net worth had soared to a staggering 50 million. Of course, unsurprisingly, the game had once again gone offline. This time, Wu Yu resolved to make a significant move. Internet CAFS. The vicinity of the university town was teeming with them. He intended to utilize his financial power to secure every nearby internet CAF. Thousands of computers would simultaneously grind for gold. Then, he would recruit top students from the computer science department to develop a mobile remote management software. This way, whenever a game went offline, he could seamlessly switch to a new lucrative game via his phone and continue profiting. At that point, making millions in a day would be a mere trifle. Chapter 27. Someone is looking for you. A super exquisite beauty. Without hesitation, Wu Yu immediately pulled out his phone and embarked on his ambitious venture, contacting internet CAF owners, throwing money around, reaching out to the top student team, pouring in cash. With financial prowess paving the way, everything proceeded with remarkable ease. After an entire afternoon of hustle, Wu Yu lay contentedly on his dormitory bed, gazing at the nascent back-end software on his phone, alongside several thousand online game accounts, a satisfied smile reminiscent of a capitalist gracing his face. Meanwhile, Lu Baoling, having met with Wu Yu, was in high spirits as she headed to the city's most upscale private club for a top-tier spa treatment. In an intimate and opulent room, she shed her constricting office attire, revealing a body that could be considered a work of art, and lay upon the soft massage table. Two skilled young female therapists, their hands infused with oil, gently kneaded her flawless skin. Lu Baoling closed her eyes in bliss, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. After the spa session, Lu Baoling returned to the company, refreshed and invigorated. It was now 9 in the evening, yet the office remained brightly lit. Hundreds of programmers were intensely focused on their computers, frantically typing away, with dark circles under their eyes resembling smoky makeup. Lu Baoling, in her high heels, swayed her waist like a serpent, surveying her domain like a queen, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She relished witnessing her employees toiling tirelessly for her benefit. Clearing her throat, she announced in a condescending tone, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. To reward your efforts, I've arranged for tonight's supper on me." However, contrary to her expectations, the office did not erupt with the cheers and gratitude she envisioned. Instead, everyone lifted their heads, gazing at her with expressions of utter disbelief. As if she were a fool. "What is this expression you all wear?" Lu Baoling's brow furrowed in confusion. A seemingly team leader among the employees, with a sorrowful countenance and quivering voice, stammered, "Lu Zong. It's over. That wool harvesting guy has infiltrated the tech sector. All the games and servers under our company have been completely exploited by him." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Baoling's delicate frame trembled violently. Her exquisitely maintained phoenix eyes widening in shock. She rushed to a nearby computer, forcefully pushing aside the sorrowful-faced programmer, and fixed her gaze intently on the screen. Indeed, the server list for the company's numerous web games was now largely grayed out. All were marked as undergoing emergency maintenance. Such a catastrophic state could only arise from a devastating blow, with the data backend on the brink of collapse. "You deceived me. That little scoundrel, Wu Yu. How dare he trick me?" Lu Baoling seethed, her body trembling with rage, her breathtaking curves rising and falling like tumultuous waves in a storm. "Chairman Lu." The technical supervisor approached timidly, his voice quivering with trepidation. "What should we do now? What can we do?" Lu Baoling abruptly turned around, her stunningly beautiful face now edged with frost. She clenched her delicate fists, the knuckles turning slightly white from the intensity of her grip, and through gritted teeth, she hissed, "I want him dead." In the university town, within a tastefully decorated high-end restaurant's private room, Wu Yu was happily clinking glasses with a few bespectacled, somewhat dull-looking male students. The atmosphere lively and spirited. They were all graduate students from Baiyun University's computer science department. In just a few hours, they had customized a nearly flawless super backend system for Wu Yu. This system not only could simultaneously and stably control tens of thousands of computers in the internet cafes near the university town, but it also maximized each computer's performance, allowing for frenzied multitasking. Efficiency was at an all-time high. Just moments ago, Wu Yu glanced at his bank balance. In a mere few hours, over 30 million had been deposited. Delightful. This is absolutely exhilarating. He exclaimed. Come, my esteemed seniors. Allow me to toast you. Wu Yu lifted his glass, his face aglow with joy. This back-end system is nothing short of a stroke of genius. You all are magnificent. Ahem, Wu, you flatter us. One senior, seemingly the leader, shyly adjusted his glasses, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. To be honest, the core code of this back-end system was sourced from an open-source website abroad. We merely made some minor modifications and optimizations. It's not that impressive. But one must not diminish your contributions. Wu Yu waved his hand grandly, declaring, regardless. You seniors have been a tremendous help. He then pulled out several thick red envelopes and handed them to each senior, a small token of appreciation. Following that, he retrieved a few pink cards adorned with gold edges. And this is for you all as well. The seniors gazed curiously at the somewhat suggestive cards. Wu, what are these? Wu Yu winked at them, revealing a mischievous grin. You seniors, always cooped up in the dorms working on your tech, must find it quite difficult without girlfriends, right? Hee. I'm well acquainted with the club. The ladies there are incredibly charming, each one more beautiful than the last. They are skilled in every art, guaranteed to leave you enchanted. Wow. The seniors' eyes lit up, their breaths quickening, their faces flushed, momentarily forgetting the exquisite delicacies before them. What are we waiting for? Let's go? One exclaimed eagerly. Enough of this meal. I can't wait to unleash the dragon. Wu Yu laughed heartily at their eager expressions. He promptly settled the bill, preparing to lead the charge into the realm of pleasure. Yet, just as they exited the restaurant, his phone rang. Ding ding. It was a call from his roommate. Hey you, hurry back. Someone's looking for you. She's an absolute knockout. An absolute knockout? Wu Yu's mind instinctively conjured the image of Lu Yunqi's noble and stunning visage. Considering the time, it dawned on him that after having stood her up yesterday, this exquisite goddess would likely seek him out today. With that thought, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He instructed his seniors to head to the club without him while he rushed back to campus. However, upon entering the school gate, he was met by the fiery presence of the voluptuous Lu Baoling, striding towards him in 10-centimeter red-bottomed heels, seething with fury. Wu Yu, Lu Baoling's furious shout echoed, her captivating phoenix eyes nearly ablaze with wrath. Why did you deceive me? Chapter 28. Once the contract is signed, you shall belong to me. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback by Lu Baoling's outburst, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Deceive you? What did I deceive you about? Are you feigning ignorance? Lu Baoling stomped her foot in anger, her impressive bosom swaying in a way that was dizzying. Did you not promise to wash your hands of this? Look at the result. Our company has suffered a loss of several tens of millions. It was then that Wu Yu realized. Wait, this stunning woman is the owner of that trashy web game company. Though his actions had been impeccably executed and were entirely legal, he still felt a twinge of guilt for having taken advantage of her company. Clearing his throat, he politely inquired. So, Ms. Lu, what do you wish to discuss? Lu Baoling bit her lip, her fiery gaze locked onto Wu Yu as she fell silent for a moment before coldly asking, Tell me, how did you manage to extract so much from us? Ms. Lu, Wu Yu smirked, that's a trade secret. Lu Baoling was furious, but she dared not unleash her wrath. Prior to coming, she had consulted her company's legal team and received the conclusion that Wu Yu's actions were entirely reasonable and lawful. After all, wasn't the advertisement for her web games luring players with promises of cash rewards for equipment recycling? Now that Wu Yu had outsmarted them, could they really turn around and accuse him? That would be the height of folly. Such news would only tarnish the company's reputation, reducing it to a laughingstock in the industry. With no other option, Lu Baoling forced herself to suppress her immense anger, managing to muster a smile that was more painful than tears. Wu, there are too many eyes here. It's not convenient to talk. Shall we find a place to discuss this further? I wish to collaborate with you, she said, subtly throwing him a flirtatious glance and intentionally accentuating her curves. Oh, what kind of collaboration? There's no rush. Lu Baoling's voice instantly softened, becoming sweet and alluring. Shall we talk in the car? Without waiting for Wu Yu's response, she gracefully swayed her serpentine waist towards the exit. Wu Yu, momentarily hesitating at the sight of her voluptuous figure, took only a fleeting second before resolutely following her. They arrived at the parking lot, where Lu Baoling's vehicle was a majestic white Lexus LX 600, its robust frame exuding power, valued at over 2 million. Get in, handsome. Lu Baoling beckoned Wu Yu with a playful finger as she opened the door. Wu Yu, however, shook his head, pointing to a brand new Lamborghini Urus parked nearby. Smiling as he said, Let's talk in my car. I fear you might bully me. Uffed. Lu Baoling nearly choked on her breath. Bully you? It is you who has bullied me. Several tens of millions. You've drained my company's entire net profit for half a year. However, in order to resolve the issue, Lu Baoling ultimately chose to yield. She suppressed her fury and followed Wu Yu, sliding into the passenger seat of that ostentatiously luxurious Urus. Good heavens! Was this car not exceedingly new? A distinctive and opulent scent of leather immediately filled her nostrils. Upon noticing the still intact protective film on the seats, Lu Baoling felt a surge of indignation. How dare you, Wu Yu? You siphoned off my money to buy such a top-tier luxury vehicle. You truly are generous. Yet, in the next moment, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor, her face once again adorned with a captivating and alluring smile. That strikingly beautiful mature visage looked at Wu Yu with a playful glimmer, as she gently uttered, Wu Yu, dear, I wish to ask for your assistance. I would like you to employ your extraordinary skills to undermine my competitors' companies. If you agree, all our previous minor grievances will be forgiven. Moreover, for each competitor you help me topple, I shall generously reward you with an additional 10 million. As she spoke, Lu Baoling's long, slender legs, encased in ultra-thin black stockings, began to unconsciously adopt various enticing poses. Her long fingers, painted with a vivid crimson polish, lightly traced circles on Wu Yu's arm. The warm breath, imbued with a mature woman's unique fragrance, brushed against Wu Yu's ear repeatedly. This dazzling display of seduction left Wu Yu feeling parched and tongue-tied. Absolutely exquisite. This ripe peach is truly a sight to behold. But this is a trap. This collaboration is far too advantageous for her. Now is the moment when I hold all the cards. Why should it be you, Lu Baoling, who sets the terms? With this thought, Wu Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, shaking his head solemnly. No, this partnership would allow you, Lu Baoling, to reap all the benefits. You would evade my schemes while effortlessly dismantling all your competitors. The cost is merely a few million. And what about me? I could easily forego this collaboration and conquer the entire browser game market alone. Hey, can you let me finish my sentence? Lu Baoling exclaimed anxiously, leaning closer, her luscious red lips nearly brushing against Wu Yu's cheek. With a breath as sweet as orchids, laced with a hint of shyness and suggestion, she softly murmured, I'm still single. If you agree to work with me, then I could be yours. In that case, wouldn't my company also become yours? As she spoke, her enchanting phoenix eyes winked playfully at Wu Yu. Goodness! Wu Yu felt his entire being ignite with fervor at that moment. This proposition seemed rather difficult to refuse. Observing Wu Yu's dazed expression, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph crept onto Lu Baoling's lips. Humph, are you intrigued? My allure is indeed invincible. Once you sign this contract, I shall treat you like a plaything, kicking you around as I please. You don't even deserve to grovel at my feet. Hurry up and sign. Once you do, I will belong to you, Lu Baoling urged, lifting her chin, continuing to coax Wu Yu with her saccharine voice. Just then, a chilling system alert echoed in Wu Yu's mind. Ding. Fraud detected. System optimized. Please, host, take the initiative to engage. He suddenly jolted, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Goodness, there truly is a trap. Chapter 29 TSK. No wonder it is a top-tier luxury vehicle. That wretched woman, attempting to ensnare me with her beauty, only to sever ties once I sign the contract? Thankfully, I possess an anti-fraud system. Otherwise, I would have fallen for your scheme today. Thus, Wu Yu feigned a look of lust and desire, nearly drooling as he gazed at Lu Baoling, inquiring, Ms. Lu, are you implying that once I sign this agreement, you will become my woman? Indeed, Lu Baoling replied, suppressing her disgust, sweetly answering. However, this is merely a verbal commitment. It is not inscribed in the agreement. Oh dear, you little rascal, why are you so suspicious? Lu Baoling said, growing slightly impatient. What exactly do you want? Wu Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. I want you to immediately become my woman after signing the agreement. How does that sound? All right, Lu Baoling feigned shyness, lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Meanwhile, her hand, concealed within her Hermes handbag, had firmly grasped her self-defense spray. Humph, what a farce. Should this brat dare to sign the agreement, my objective will be achieved. If he tries anything, I will ensure he experiences what it means to be scorched by the flames of his own desires. Wu Yu took the agreement, pretending to scrutinize it intently. Party A, 69 Entertainment. Party B, Wu Yu. Clause 1. Party B, Wu Yu, is hereby appointed as the Honorary Chief Commercial Strategy Director of Party A, 69 Entertainment. Clause 2. Party B, Wu Yu, shall not log into any game products under 69 Entertainment in any form henceforth. From the agreement's perspective, there appeared to be no flaws. Thus, Wu Yu boldly signed his name with flair. Done. Phew. Lu Baoling, witnessing this, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally accomplished. From this day forth, she, Lu Baoling, would monopolize the entire browser game industry. Although it required some sacrifice, it was unequivocally worth it. As for what comes next, haha, It is time for delightful revenge. Lu Baoling snatched the agreement, stowing it away in her bag. Then, her expression shifted instantly. Crossing her arms, she looked down at Wu Yu with a condescending gaze, a sneer curling at the corners of her lips. Have you heard the saying? The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Dream on if you think you can have me. With that, she eagerly awaited to see Wu Yu's face contorted with anger and humiliation. If he dared to retaliate, perfect. She would spray him right in the face. A splendid outlet for her frustrations. If he swallowed his pride, she would continue to berate him with words. Ha ha ha. However, Lu Baoling's moment of triumph was abruptly cut short as she realized something was amiss. Wu Yu. He was smiling. It was a smug smile. No, it was a victorious grin. In an instant, Lu Baoling's mind went blank. A deafening rush of overwhelming impulse surged through her entire being, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. She gazed at Wu Yu's face. So strikingly handsome it could incite envy. Feeling her body uncontrollably heat up, her long legs, encased in ultra-thin black stockings, began to tremble involuntarily. What is happening to me? Lu Baoling, in horror, discovered that she was inexplicably developing a wild infatuation for this insufferable brat. No, this cannot be. I am a queen. How can I feel this way towards a mere boy? Lu Baoling struggled fiercely, attempting to use her formidable willpower to resist this sudden and bewildering urge. Yet, she could not suppress it. Several hours later, the door of the Urus swung open abruptly. Lu Baoling stumbled out of the vehicle. At this moment, her appearance was utterly disheveled. The silk blouse she wore was torn in several places, revealing the black lace lingerie beneath. Her form-fitting skirt was wrinkled like a piece of pickled vegetable. On her feet, only one of her 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos remained. As she slid into her Lexus, she gasped for breath, still shaken from the ordeal. The lady was terrifying. The lady was astonishing. Just then, a series of knocks echoed against the car window. Lu Baoling jumped in surprise and turned to see Wu Yu, holding her lost high heel. Instantly, two blushes blossomed on her exquisite face. Gone was her previous arrogance and queenly demeanor. Complying obediently, she rolled down the window, accepted the high heel, and prepared to speed away. Wait. Wu Yu's voice called from outside the vehicle. I'll come to the company to find you tomorrow. Don't forget. Please, don't do this. Lu Baoling's voice was as delicate as a whisper, laced with a hint of desperation. It's not appropriate. People will find out. What are you thinking? Wu Yu chuckled. I merely wish to visit the company. After all, I am now the honorary chief commercial strategy director of 69 Entertainment. Lu Baoling found herself at a loss for words. And with a swift press of the accelerator, she fled in haste. Wu Yu glanced at the crooked Lexus, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. TSK. Truly a top-tier luxury car. Indeed remarkable. Yet, in the next moment, he felt his legs grow weak. Damn, the intensity of that wild driving was too much. Even his robust physique felt a hint of fatigue. It seemed time to indulge in a hearty meal to replenish himself. Wu Yu drove to a high-end seafood restaurant. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked behind him, stealthily appearing. It was Lu Yunqi. She had returned to her alma mater to attend an important alumni seminar. And after the meeting and a meal, she was preparing to drive home when she saw Wu Yu emerging from the car, accompanied by a seductive woman. Unbelievable. Lu Yunqi instantly recognized that Wu Yu and the alluring woman must have engaged in some unspeakable antics. So, this is how it is, Wu Yu. You can't just have one pure and lovely schoolbelle by your side. Now, you've added a woman who looks like she is bursting with allure. Lu Yunqi was seething with rage. The schoolbelle was young and beautiful, but this older woman? She seemed to be several years her senior. Why? Why would you? Wu Yu, rather collaborate with her than acknowledge me. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yunqi's jealousy had reached a boiling point. She resolved that tomorrow, she would take the initiative. She would see what kind of attitude Wu Yu, this little scoundrel, truly held towards her. Dare to abandon her? Huh? Dare to breach the agreement? I'll confront you fiercely. Chapter 30, A Signal for Men. The following morning, in the cafeteria of Baiyun University, Wu Yu leisurely nibbled on a fried dough stick while sipping soy milk, a contented smile gracing his face. Opposite him sat a stunning beauty. A breathtaking sight that made the entire cafeteria pale in comparison. Sheningran. Today, the school belle had evidently undergone meticulous preparation. She wore a white puff-sleeve blouse from Chanel, which Wu Yu had purchased for her the previous day, showcasing her flawless shoulder and necklines along with her exquisite collarbone. Below, she wore a form-fitting black miniskirt. And beneath the delicate, sheer nude stockings, her long legs appeared straight, proportionate, and so fair they seemed to glow. On her feet were the newly purchased, expensive red-soled stilettos. The perfect blend of purity and sensuality was exquisitely manifested in her. The moment she appeared, she instantly captivated the attention of every male in the cafeteria. Many boys drooled. obliviously dropping their buns on the floor. Wait, isn't that Wu Yu? And beside him is the school belle, Shun Ingran. They're actually together. No way. You didn't participate in the sports meet, and yet Shun's first kiss was given away. I refuse to believe it. That was just a moment of excitement for Shun. It absolutely isn't sincere. Damn it. Wu Yu must have spent quite a bit, groveling for ages to win her over. Various envious murmurs echoed throughout the cafeteria. However, in the next moment, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment at the scene before them. Shun Ingran, the esteemed school belle who was perceived as untouchable, was now gazing at Wu Yu with an incredibly gentle, even somewhat ingratiating expression. She picked up a freshly fried dough stick, carefully blowing on it, then personally offered it to Wu Yu's lips. Ah, darling, open wide. Her voice was sweet to the point of being overwhelming, and so charming it made one's bones feel weak. Wu Yu lazily opened his mouth, savoring the goddess's feeding service. After finishing, Shun Ingran immediately produced a tissue, tenderly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Her actions and expressions were more attentive than one would be towards their own father. Darling, what else would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Darling, your collar is crooked. Let me fix it for you. Darling. Good heavens. The boys in the cafeteria were collectively petrified. Each one gaped, their expressions blank, as if witnessing the apocalypse. What the hell is going on? Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? How did it reverse? This is outrageous. The school belle is the one fawning over Wu Yu. Moreover, it's in a full 360-degree, ultimate fawning mode. This defies logic. This is unreasonable. It is simply the most brutal blow to all of us single dogs. In an instant, the cafeteria was filled with the sounds of broken hearts, echoing incessantly. After breakfast, Wu Yu held Shun Ingran's delicate hand and, under the envious and resentful gazes of countless boys, leisurely strolled out of the cafeteria. Darling, I need to head out for a bit this morning. You go to class obediently. Wu Yu gently squeezed her soft hand, speaking tenderly. Shun Ingran nodded obediently, her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. What are you going to do? Well, Wu Yu stroked his chin, feigning profundity. I'm about to own my own company, and today, I'm going for a preliminary inspection. Wow. Upon hearing this, Shun Ingran's eyes lit up, her gaze toward Wu Yu brimming with admiration. Is that true? You're so amazing, darling. You're becoming a big boss so soon. Now, Shun Ingran had completely succumbed to the throes of love. In Wu Yu's presence, her intelligence plummeted. She believed everything he said. Even if Wu Yu told her he was the Jade Emperor incarnate, she would undoubtedly believe it without hesitation. Then ask if she could be the Queen Mother. The two lingered at the school gate until the class bell rang, reluctantly parting ways. Wu Yu hopped into his flamboyant Urus and sped towards 69 Entertainment. In the office of the chairman at 69 Entertainment, Lu Baoling sat restlessly in her expensive leather executive chair, clearly agitated. Her captivating phoenix eyes shimmered with a blend of irritation and complexity at this moment. She rose from her seat and began to pace back and forth in the office, as if something was gnawing at her mind. The source of her turmoil was none other than a man named Wu Yu. Lu Baoling parted her crimson lips and softly murmured this name, which evoked both anger and helplessness, yet stubbornly lingered in her thoughts. Something was amiss. It felt profoundly unsettling. What was wrong with her? Merely one encounter yesterday had utterly thrown her off balance. Lu Baoling abruptly shook her sleek, wine-red bob, attempting to banish the image of Wu Yu's mischievous grin from her mind. She approached the office refrigerator, withdrew a bottle of ice-cold water, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The frigid liquid coursed down her throat, momentarily soothing her agitated heart. At that instant, there was a loud bang. The office door swung open with force. Lu Baoling jumped in surprise and turned to see her beloved son, Wang Kaixian, entering with a haggard expression, his hair tousled like a bird's nest, looking utterly despondent. Mom, what happened, son? Who bullied you? Upon seeing him, Lu Baoling felt a surge of maternal concern. I figured it out. Wang Kaixian lifted his head, a glimmer of determination igniting in his bloodshot eyes. I can't continue wallowing in despair. I must pull myself together. I will reclaim everything I have lost. Good. That's my son. Such ambition. Lu Baoling gazed at him with pride, waving her hand grandly. Mom supports you. Go ahead. If you need money, just tell me. Is 100 million sufficient? If not, I can give you more. That'll do. Wang Kaixian nodded vigorously before swiftly departing. Lu Baoling watched her son leave with renewed vigor, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, her thoughts soon spiraled back uncontrollably to the previous afternoon. It had been a full 20 years since she had last been with a man. At 18, she had naively married a charming yet utterly worthless scoundrel, and foolishly bore him a son. What was the outcome? That scoundrel squandered her money on indulgent escapades, engaging in debauchery and vice. Disheartened, she resolutely chose to divorce him, raising her son alone in this cruel society. With her remarkable business acumen, she had forged a path through adversity, ultimately establishing her current billion-dollar enterprise. Over the years, despite her impeccable upkeep and enduring allure, she had remained devoted to her career, never allowing herself to develop genuine feelings for any man. Yet now, all of that seemed irrevocably shattered by that boy named Wu Yu. As Lu Baoling was lost in her musings, her assistant knocked and entered. CEO Lu, there is a gentleman outside claiming to be our company's honorary chief commercial strategy director, seeking your audience. Quick, please invite him in. Upon hearing this, Lu Baoling's heart soared, her voice brimming with excitement. Chapter 31, The Age of Wolves and Tigers. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Before long, Wu Yu swaggered in confidently. He surveyed the opulent office, unable to suppress his admiration. Impressive, sister. Your business is quite substantial. This office alone must cost several million. Humph, you have no idea. Lu Baoling shot him a playful glare, her tone laced with mock reproach. I was nearly brought to ruin by you, little rascal. Wu Yu paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. How peculiar. Why had her tone shifted? Just yesterday, she had regarded him from a lofty perch, filled with resistance and wariness. Today, she seemed like an old acquaintance, even playful in her demeanor. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or red wine? Lu Baoling approached warmly, personally pouring tea for Wu Yu. She then retrieved a thick dossier from her drawer and handed it to him. Here, these are my competitors. Take a look and let me know which one you'd like to tackle first. Wu Yu perused the list and was taken aback. Dragon Slaying Dominance, Sword Breaking the Sky OL, Mortal Cultivation, Online Game Edition, Fighting the Heavens. All were poorly crafted games, derivative in gameplay, relying solely on exaggerated advertising and celebrity endorsements to rake in profits. I understand. Wu Yu concealed his delight, his expression unchanged, though internally he was elated. Goodness. For each company that he brought down, there was a 10 million compensation. The list totaled over 30 companies. This was simply a trio of small goals delivered right to his doorstep, coupled with the resources to be gained from these games. He was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Come here, Xiao Wu. Lu Baoling's smile grew increasingly enchanting as she observed Wu Yu accepting the list. She swayed her serpentine waist, leading him through introductions to everyone in the company. Everyone, this is our newly appointed honorary chief commercial strategy director, Wu Yu. Hello, Director Wu. Hundreds of programmers chorused in unison, their voices resounding throughout the room. Their gazes were filled with reverence and admiration. After all, this was the legendary figure who had almost single-handedly brought the company to the brink of collapse, only to be personally invited back by the beautiful CEO. Once introductions concluded, Lu Baoling guided Wu Yu on a tour of the company. Finally, she gestured towards an equally lavish office adjacent to hers, smiling as she said, "This will be your office from now on. How do you like it? Are you satisfied?" Wu Yu nodded and turned to take his leave. After all, he had to return to his grinding for money. He had no time to linger here. Hey, since you're here, why not stay for lunch before you go? Lu Baoling interjected, playfully grabbing his arm, her voice soft and persuasive, laced with a hint of irresistible charm. I have things to attend to. Wu Yu hesitated. Not a problem. Lu Baoling shot him a teasing glance. I'll work on my stuff. You work on yours. We won't disturb each other. Wu Yu considered her offer and agreed. After all, with the new mobile backend software, he could grind from anywhere. He nodded and entered his new office, pulling out his phone to log into the backend, selecting his targets, and initiating the process with a single click. Done. Satisfied, Wu Yu pocketed his phone and began to leisurely admire his new workspace. The genuine leather sofa, solid wood desk, and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were quite impressive. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous button on the frosted glass wall of the office. What is this? Curious. He pressed it. In the next moment, accompanied by a faint electric hum, the frosted glass transformed into crystal-clear transparency. What the? Wu Yu's eyes widened in shock. He beheld Lu Baoling sitting in her executive chair, intently attending to documents. Perhaps the office air conditioning was too effective. She appeared slightly warm and casually removed her black OL blazer, revealing a fitted white silk blouse underneath. Feeling constricted, she extended her slender fingers to unfasten the top two buttons of her blouse. The astonishing depth of her cleavage, the pristine delicacy of her skin, and the hint of black lace were all on display. Just then, Lu Baoling seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her gaze toward Wu Yu. Their eyes met. Rather than displaying any hint of surprise or embarrassment, a playful smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Then, before Wu Yu, she slowly unfastened the third button. The fourth. Hiss. Wu Yu inhaled sharply. Immediately afterward, he saw Lu Baoling beckoning him with her finger, then pointing to the now translucent glass wall. What could this mean? Wu Yu's gaze once again fell upon the small button. He pressed it again. Click. The glass wall slowly slid open to one side. This was not a wall at all. It was a door, a hidden secret entrance. Hee. Lu Baoling, in her 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, made a crisp sound as she walked gracefully towards Wu Yu. Her captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and her crimson lips parted. What do you think? Isn't this arrangement splendid? Now, no one will discover our affairs. Wu Yu struggled to swallow, feeling as if his throat were ablaze. But what if someone hears us? Don't worry. Lu Baoling leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, her breath fragrant. I had the finest soundproofing materials installed in these 2 offices overnight. If you don't believe me, just listen. With that, she suddenly tiptoed and made a sound right by his ear. A few hours later, in the chairman's office, Wu Yu sat comfortably in the expansive chair, his feet propped up on the desk, resembling an emperor who had just reviewed official reports. Meanwhile, Lu Baoling, the stunning CEO worth billions, nestled beside him like a docile kitten, personally massaging his shoulders and legs, exhibiting a level of deference that surpassed even the most attentive secretary. Darling, Lu Baoling pressed her voluptuous figure tightly against Wu Yu, her voice dripping with sweetness. Shall we have lunch at the hotel next door? I heard their presidential suite just got a gigantic waterbed. Sister, let's just eat. There's no need to bring up the bed, Wu Yu thought, his scalp tingling. Good heavens. This job is far too exhausting. Chapter 32. You must not insult my mother. Ahem. To avoid any further mention of beds, Wu Yu cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. Speaking of which, sister, as a single female boss worth billions, isn't it quite normal for you to have a man? Why keep it hidden? Afraid of gossip? Sigh. It's all because of my unworthy son. Lu Baoling sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing across her beautiful face. He's almost 20 this year, just a few years younger than you. If I were to find a boyfriend around his age, and he found out, I fear he wouldn't take it well. Wu Yu nodded in understanding. After all, no one wishes for their mother to be dating someone the same age as themselves, right? I have to return to school after lunch. I have classes this afternoon, Wu Yu stated. No. Lu Baoling pouted, shaking his arm vigorously, her right body rubbing against him. Stay with me a little longer, won't you? Her teasing tone, her alluring gaze, and her mature way of playfully coaxing made Wu Yu feel as if his bones were turning to jelly. Yet, he resolutely held his ground. No, absolutely not. He had just won over Shen Ingran yesterday. Could he really shift his attention elsewhere today? As a competent master of time management, he knew the importance of distributing his skills evenly. How could he bestow all his talents upon Lu Baoling alone? No, I must leave. Wu Yu's resolve was unwavering. Humph. You little rascal. Heartless. Lu Baoling, realizing she could not keep him, pouted her luscious red lips in annoyance and called her assistant. Shaoli, order the finest seafood Buddha jumps over the wall set from the hotel next door and have it delivered to my office. Huh. Wu Yu was taken aback. Weren't they going out to eat? Why order takeout? Lu Baoling flashed him a cunning smile, licking her red lips. Of course, it's to save time. Returning to school, Wu Yu had just parked his eye-catching Lamborghini Urus in the outdoor lot when he noticed a throng of people gathered at the school entrance, buzzing with excitement. What is going on? Is there something interesting to watch? Adhering to the principle of not missing out on a spectacle, Wu Yu quickly locked his car and strode over. After squeezing through the crowd, he was stunned to find himself at the center of the drama. In the midst of the crowd, the wealthy heir Wang Kaixian was kneeling on one knee, holding a massive diamond ring. Opposite him stood none other than his girlfriend, the campus belle Shen Ingran. Ingran, please give me another chance. What do I lack compared to Wu Yu? Wang Kaishuan's voice trembled with desperation, his once handsome face now etched with humility and bitterness. Shen Ingran, however, wore a frosty expression, her brows knitted, devoid of any emotion. I'm sorry, Wang Kaixian, I've made it very clear, there's no possibility between us. Please leave immediately, and do not harass me again. I refuse to accept this. Wang Kaixian sprang to his feet, shouting in agitation. I refuse. You must give me a reasonable explanation. Is that Wu Yu truly more handsome than me, or wealthier? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Damn. I initially wanted to discreetly enjoy the show, but now you're calling me out by name? Fine. You brought this upon yourself. Besides, as a man, how could he stand by and watch his woman being harassed by another? Wouldn't he that make him a turtle in a shell? Ahem. Wu Yu cleared his throat, parting the crowd, and strode confidently forward, attracting astonished gazes from the onlookers. He approached Wang Kaixian, looking down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Kaixian, right? You think you're handsome? You come from a wealthy family? Let me tell you, men and women are different. Looks mean nothing. It's all about physique. As soon as he finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yu stripped off his shirt before everyone's eyes. Hiss. Instantly, a wave of gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Wu Yu's perfectly sculpted V-shaped physique was fully revealed. Broad shoulders, rock-solid chest muscles, chiseled 8-pack abs, and that tantalizing V-line. Every inch of his muscle radiated explosive power, veins bulging like dragons beneath his skin, glistening with a bronze sheen under the sun. Hormones. An overwhelming wave of masculinity enveloped the scene. The surrounding girls blushed, their hearts racing. Some daring ones even let out shrill squeals like excited groundhogs. Wang Kaixian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. He glanced down at his own unimpressive physique and then back at Wu Yu's body, which could rival a bodybuilding champion. His face turned beet red in an instant. Meanwhile, Shun Ingran's big, sparkling eyes were filled with admiration, bursting with countless little stars. Wow, no wonder he's my man. This physique is truly mesmerizing. So reassuring. Wu Yu surveyed the crowd's reactions with satisfaction, then fixed his icy gaze once more upon Wang Kaixian. You claim to be wealthy? Nonsense. That fortune belongs to your father. What connection does it have with you? A true man should earn his wealth through his own abilities. Being a self-made millionaire, that is what true greatness is. As he spoke, Wu Yu retrieved his car keys from his pocket and gently pressed a button aimed at the sleek black Urus parked nearby. Beep beep. The fierce LED headlights of the Lamborghini flickered twice, resembling a pair of cold, predatory eyes surveying the mere mortals before it. Whoa, a Lamborghini, an Urus. This is Wu Yu's car. Goodness, a luxury vehicle worth over 3 million. Where on earth did he acquire such wealth? The onlookers were once again left in a state of shock, mouths agape, expressions frozen as if under a spell. Wang Kaixian felt a burning embarrassment flush across his face. Although he drove a Ferrari, comparable in price to the Urus, as Wu Yu pointed out, it was funded by his mother. In that moment, Wang Kaixian fell utterly silent. Shun Ingran's cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at Wu Yu's tall figure, her eyes brimming with affection. Indeed, if one were to marry, it should be a self-made millionaire. Wang Kaixian, the leech living off his parents, was not worthy to even carry Wu Yu's shoes. Observing Wang Kaixian's forlorn demeanor, Wu Yu's smile broadened. He stepped forward, looking down at him with an air of superiority, and spoke in a chilling, unequivocal tone. Listen here. If you dare to harass my girlfriend again, I will break your legs. Get lost. Upon hearing those harsh words, Wang Kaixian's eyes instantly reddened. He shot his head up and bellowed at Wu Yu in a fit of rage. You can't insult my mother. Chapter 33. Wu Yu, you are a complete scoundrel. Huh, I just did. What are you going to do about it? Wu Yu scoffed disdainfully, preparing to deliver more jibes. After all, he was unaware of Wang Kaixian's mother's identity. Just then, a voice called out, You go, we're here. Who dares to bully my brother Yu? A group of dormitory friends, having received news, charged in with great fanfare, bringing a large entourage with them. Wang Kaixian, upon witnessing this scene, was immediately struck with fear. He dared not linger, scrambling to his feet and muttering a threat to make Wu Yu wait for it before he vanished into the crowd, tail between his legs. Wu Yu chuckled, completely unconcerned about the empty threat of this foolish rich heir. He approached Shun Ingran, gently pulling her into his embrace, and softly inquired, Darling, were you frightened? Not at all, Shun Ingran replied obediently, nodding like a docile kitten, burying her head against Wu Yu's sturdy chest and nuzzling against him. Perhaps I should hire a few bodyguards for you, to prevent that brat from coming back to bother you. No, please don't, Shun Ingran pouted playfully. Bodyguards are expensive and invade my privacy. Besides, with you here, who would dare to bully me? The pair exchanged flirtatious banter, hand in hand, as they strolled towards the cinema, evoking envy from onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, a tall, striking figure wearing large sunglasses silently trailed behind. At the cinema, Wu Yu purchased 2 tickets for the latest release, along with a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. As the movie had yet to start, Shun Ingran suddenly pouted, looking pitiful as she said, Darling, I suddenly crave a strawberry milkshake from that shop downstairs. All right, wait here, I'll go get it for you. Wu Yu affectionately pinched her nose before turning to leave the screening room. Upon reaching the milkshake stand downstairs, he pulled out his phone to scan and pay while quietly waiting. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, cold wind whip past the back of his head. What the? Wu Yu's pupils dilated. Luckily, his physical condition had reached an extraordinary level. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a clumsy yet effective roll, narrowly avoiding the attack. Turning to look back, he saw a gang of flamboyantly dressed street thugs, brandishing gleaming knives and metal pipes, surrounding him. At the front of the mob stood Wang Kaixian. His face twisted in malice as he glared at Wu Yu. It was evident that this fool had come to exact revenge. Wu Yu, your time has come. Wang Kaixian roared with bloodshot eyes. Go. Take him down. With a single command, dozens of thugs surged forward like rabid dogs. Wu Yu's heart leaped into his throat. While he was physically strong, he lacked real combat experience. Furthermore, he was outnumbered and faced with weapons. In a dire situation, Wu Yu had no choice but to rely on his exceptional reflexes and agility, frantically dodging among the crowd while searching for a chance to counterattack. But at that moment, danger loomed. Look out! A familiar, urgent voice cried out. A striking figure, like a ghost, suddenly dashed from the side. It was Lu Yunqi. Upon seeing Wu Yu in peril, her regal and cool demeanor transformed into one of icy fury. Without a second thought, she sprinted to a nearby stinky tofu stand, grabbed a pot of bubbling hot oil, and, summoning all her strength, hurled it at the gang of thugs. The scalding oil cascaded down like a celestial shower, causing the thugs to shriek in agony, rolling on the ground. Wu Yu seized the opportunity to counterattack. Damn it! If Lu Yunqi hadn't intervened, he might have been in serious trouble, but now, they had invited their own demise. Wu Yu roared with fury, charging into the fray like a tiger descending from the mountains. His body was nothing short of a marvel. Strength, speed, and reflexes, all overwhelming. He moved through the crowd like a specter, eschewing any elaborate techniques in favor of the simplest, most brutal punches and kicks. Boom. A punk with yellow hair, brandishing a steel pipe, was met with a crushing blow to the face, his nasal bone shattering as he screamed and flew backward. Snap. Another thug wielding a knife couldn't even register Wu Yu's movements before his wrist was shattered by an overwhelming force, writhing in pain as he howled like a wounded pig. In less than a minute, the 30-odd aggressive street thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and utterly incapacitated. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. All eyes fixated on Wu Yu, filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. Wang Kaixian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, expression vacant, his mind racing in confusion. What in the world was happening? He had brought over 30 men, armed to the teeth. How could they have been so effortlessly defeated by a single person? This defied logic. This was beyond reason. Was he a superhuman? Step by step, Wu Yu approached Wang Kaixian. Thud. Wang Kaixian's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed in terror. Wu Yu looked down at him, then placed a foot firmly on his chest. The tremendous force nearly shattered Wang Kaixian's sternum, rendering his breathing labored. Yet, he was a man of integrity. He understood that begging for mercy would only serve to humiliate himself further. Thus, he held his head high, his eyes ablaze with resentment as he bellowed, Wu Yu, don't get too cocky. If it weren't for the passerby who intervened, you would have been reduced to a bloody pulp by my men long ago. Wu Yu, upon hearing this, chuckled. He gestured towards the exquisite and alluring Lu Yunqi, who was watching him with a worried expression, and remarked, young man, take note. She is no mere passerby. She is my woman. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yunqi's face flushed a deep crimson at his words, her instinctive urge to refute him stifled by the overwhelming possessiveness reflected in Wu Yu's gaze, which caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Her bashful demeanor and indecisive expression unmistakably signified her tacit acceptance of her relationship with Wu Yu. This left Wang Kaixian utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This stunning beauty, exuding an air of sophistication and maturity, is actually Wu Yu's woman? I thought he was already with Shen Ran. Is he really playing both sides, and with two goddess-level women, no less? What a scoundrel! Wu Yu, you absolute cad! Wang Kaixian's eyes brimmed with tears of rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yu, howling, I'm going to tell Shen Ran. I will make her see your true colors, you scoundrel. Before he could finish, Wu Yu delivered a resounding slap to his face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. Another swift strike followed, leaving Wang Kaixian's face swollen and bruised. His vision filled with stars. Why is my mind consumed with thoughts of possessing him? Foolish boy, do you really think Shen Ran would still pay you any mind? Wu Yu crouched down, patting Wang Kaixian's swollen cheek with a tone dripping with disdain. I'm sorry, but she only listens to me now. When I say one, she doesn't dare say two. If I direct her east, she won't even consider going west. As for you, regrettably, she will forever regard you as just another stray dog on the street. Understand? Despair. An overwhelming, unparalleled despair. Wang Kaixian gazed at Wu Yu's devilish grin, absorbing each of his piercing words until he completely broke down. Clutching his swollen face, he scrambled to his feet and fled amidst the scornful glances of onlookers. Why? Why am I more handsome than him, wealthier than him, yet I cannot surpass him? I refuse to accept this. As he ran, he raged internally. Finding a secluded corner, he hastily pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Sister Lei. Your men have all been defeated. Yes, that guy Wu Yu is a monster. He even threatened to destroy your Tianlei gang. After embellishing the tale, Wang Kaixian hung up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Wu Yu, you think you're so tough? You've crossed the queen of the underworld, Sister Lei. Let us see how you meet your demise this time. Unbeknownst to Wu Yu, peril loomed on the horizon. At that moment, he was locked in an intense gaze with Lu Yunqi. Looking at this exquisite woman who had bravely stood up for him against a horde of ruffians, Wu Yu felt an unprecedented wave of gratitude. After all, Lu Yunqi had not been coerced by any system to love him. A high-ranking executive willingly took such risks for him. Such a bond was invaluable. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi, captivated by Wu Yu's striking features, felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. He had been incredibly heroic just moments ago, single-handedly taking on dozens of armed thugs and emerging victorious. How secure that made her feel. Yet, had she known he was so capable, she would have refrained from intervening. Now, her feelings were entirely exposed. Wu Yu, noticing Lu Yunxi's bashful demeanor, smiled and teasingly inquired, "Sister Yunxi, what brings you to this vicinity? Surely you're not following me." "I am not," Lu Yunxi stammered, her cheeks reddening further. "Ah, I see. You must be eager to collaborate with me." Wu Yu's smile grew more playful, for there was no shame in their agreement. After all, the party had obligations to cooperate with the other. That's not it. Lu Yunxi's voice was barely above a whisper. But Wu Yu had already taken a step closer, grasping her delicate hand, the warmth radiating from their touch sending shivers down her spine. Lu Yunxi jolted, instinctively withdrawing her hand, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes flickering with a hint of panic. "Aren't you supposed to be watching a movie with your girlfriend? Why are you standing so close to me? Are you really thinking of playing both sides?" Her words jolted Wu Yu back to reality. Indeed, Shen Yingran was waiting for him at the cinema. Although he was immensely tempted to explore a deeper connection with Lu Yunxi, abandoning his girlfriend midway was simply too despicable. As a man of principles, such an act was beneath him. "Well, I'll head to the movies now. Farewell." Wu Yu waved and turned to leave without hesitation. Lu Yunxi watched his retreating figure, her frustration boiling over as she stomped her feet. That insufferable brat. He just walks away like that. Can't he linger a moment longer? If he says just one more word, I would yield. Wait, Lu Yunxi, what is happening to you? This was merely a business arrangement, yet now your mind is filled with thoughts of possessing him? Despair washed over Lu Yunxi as she stood frozen in place, engulfed in profound confusion. The following morning, in the presidential suite of a luxurious five-star hotel in the city center, Wu Yu lay comfortably on the plush bed, his bare torso exposed as he perused the results of yesterday's endeavors on his phone. As he beheld the lengthy string of zeros in his bank account, a grin spread from ear to ear. 30 million. Another 30 million effortlessly secured, coupled with the fact that he had successfully dismantled 2 rival gaming companies yesterday. According to their agreement, Lu Baoling owed him 20 million in compensation. This meant he had earned a staggering 50 million in just one day. His wealth was on the verge of reaching 100 million. Ecstatic. It was simply exhilarating. Just then, a sweet voice broke the moment. "Dear, what has you so amused?" Wu Yu turned to see Shen Yingran, who had awoken and changed into a striking outfit. She wore a pure white lace camisole that, beneath the sheer fabric, revealed tantalizing curves filled with irresistible allure. Below, she donned an equally short skirt that accentuated her voluptuous figure, while her long, beautiful legs, encased in white over-the-knee stockings, glimmered in the morning light with a dreamlike radiance. On her feet, she wore the newly purchased, breathtaking red-soled stilettos with an impressive attack speed of 999. She had also adorned herself with an exquisite, alluring makeup look, enhancing her already stunningly beautiful face, which now radiated a captivating charm that was absolutely breathtaking. "My goodness, what are you planning to do?" Wu Yu's heart raced as he noticed her. "Of course, I'm here to reward you." Shen Yingran gracefully settled on the edge of the bed and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a meticulously arranged breakfast tray from behind her. The tray held a heartwarming breakfast that she had lovingly prepared. "My husband is so remarkable, quickly on his way to becoming a billionaire. As your woman, it is only right that I treat you well." Wu Yu gazed at the sumptuous breakfast, warmth flooding his heart, and playfully pinched her cheek. "Is this it? I was expecting some earth-shattering reward. Not enough?" Shen Yingran pouted, nestling against Wu Yu's arm, feigning dissatisfaction. "It's my first time cooking. Come on, taste it. I spent quite some time researching recipes just for you." Her playful tone and endearing demeanor nearly melted Wu Yu's heart. Of course, after a hearty meal, some exercise is definitely required. Chapter 35. Feeling weak at such a young age? An hour later, Wu Yu arrived at 69 Entertainment and pushed open the door to the chairman's office. There stood Lu Baoling, gazing out from the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, her back to him, seemingly troubled. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Wu Yu inquired curiously. Lu Baoling turned around, her exquisite face etched with helplessness and concern. "Alas, it's my disappointing son. He got into a fight again yesterday." "Oh." Wu Yu feigned ignorance. "Was it serious?" "Not too serious, just a swollen face and some bruises." Lu Baoling sighed. "Otherwise, I would have reported it long ago." Little did she know, the instigator of her son's troubles stood right before her. Upon Wu Yu's arrival, Lu Baoling concealed her displeasure, summoned her assistant, and brewed a pot of fine tea for him. She then called for the financial director and, before Wu Yu, decisively announced, "Xiao Zhong, transfer 20 million to Mr. Wu's account immediately." "Certainly, Lu Zong." Seeing Lu Baoling's willingness to comply, Wu Yu felt quite pleased. He took a sip of tea and smiled. Sister, rest assured, at this rate, the remaining game companies on the list won't last a week. After a week, you will have complete control over the entire web game industry. Really? Lu Baoling's eyes sparkled with joy, her previous worries vanishing in an instant. She immediately commanded her assistant to fetch a bottle of fine wine from the cabinet. Come, Xiao Wu, let us pop a bottle of champagne and celebrate. No, no, no. Wu Yu quickly waved his hands. I must return to school soon. I can't drink and drive. You must drink. Lu Baoling's insistence was unwavering. After we finish, I'll have the driver take you back. With no choice, Wu Yu reluctantly joined her for a few glasses. As several glasses of red wine were consumed, Lu Baoling's beautiful face soon flushed with a charming rosy hue. The way she looked at Wu Yu began to shift, her captivating phoenix eyes seemingly sparkling with unrestrained temptation. She took deliberate steps toward Wu Yu and slowly settled onto his lap. Xiao Wu, tell me, have I treated you well? Yes. Then, shouldn't you repay your sister properly? 8 hours later, the door to the chairman's office swung open abruptly. Wu Yu stumbled out, feeling as if his legs had turned to jelly, barely able to maintain his balance. Oh dear, don't leave. Let's have dinner together before you go. Behind him, Lu Baoling's languorous and satisfied voice called out. Wu Yu quickened his pace, not daring to look back. Dinner? Not a chance. If I eat any more, I might just break my back. Damn it. The fuel consumption of this old A8 is utterly outrageous. Even my ironclad physique is struggling to cope. Moreover, Wu Yu counted on his fingers. Yesterday, Shining Ron's X5. Today, Lu Baoling's X7. Damn, I need to rein it in. I must control myself. I still have over 80 million in my hands. And to see it squandered so soon would be such a pity. Wu Yu drove away from 69 Entertainment, having passed more than 8 hours. The champagne he had consumed had long evaporated. On the road, he pondered. His current soft power was already quite formidable. However, his hard power still required enhancement. He needed to devise a plan to bolster it. As for the method, Wu Yu believed that the profound wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine, specifically the expertise of seasoned practitioners, could provide a solution. Thus, Wu Yu drove to the city's largest and most eclectic market. Here, one could find anything and everything, especially fortune tellers and elderly practitioners boasting various ancestral remedies. After parking, Wu Yu entered the market. As night had fallen, the crowd was sparse. He scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted several signs advertising traditional medicine. Gynecological expert, alleviating your worries. Specializing in finding good husbands. What does that have to do with me? No more worries about your little pig having diarrhea. Easily solve rapid weight gain. Is that a veterinarian? Miraculous healer, renowned for rejuvenation. Ancestral strength pills. Empowering you to stand tall. Huh, is strength really the issue? Wu Yu shook his head in disbelief. Just as he was about to give up and seek alternatives, suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a shabby, nondescript stall tucked away in a corner. There, a sign written in brush strokes hung crookedly. Secret recipe for the Nine-Dragon bathing soup. It is said that this is the supreme elixir used by ancient emperors to nourish their dragon bodies. It employs 81 rare medicinal ingredients, combined with unique techniques, undergoing 9 steams and 9 suns, and 9 refinements to achieve perfection. Taken internally and applied externally, a dual approach. Just 30 days. And you will have kidneys of iron and strength of steel, attain the physique of an emperor, and enjoy unparalleled blessings. Wu Yu's body jolted. Damn, this advertisement. So absurd and exaggerated. It's practically tailor-made for me. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Here it comes. The system's cold yet melodious notification was like music to his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yu rushed towards the shabby stall. The vendor was dozing off with his head resting on the table. Upon hearing footsteps, he abruptly lifted his head, bleary-eyed and ready to hawk his wares. Step right up. Behold the ancestral remedies that cure all ailments. But before he could finish, he froze in shock. The murky old eyes suddenly sparkled with an unparalleled brilliance. What the hell? How is it you again? Wu Yu focused and chuckled. Wasn't this vendor the same old swindler from before? Why has the so-called miraculous doctor changed fields? Oh, don't mention it. Old Wang is currently feeling quite vexed. After transitioning to selling miracle remedies, he thought he could rake in a fortune with his exaggerated promotions. Little did he know, the market for middle-aged men looking to regain vitality is even more competitive than the fitness industry. He had spent the entire day hawking his wares. His voice nearly hoarse, yet he had not made a single sale. Just as despair loomed over him at the thought of packing up and heading home, fortune smiled upon him in the guise of an unsuspecting fool. Quick, quick, quick. Wu Yu cut straight to the chase. What's this Jiulong bathing soup? I'll take as much as you have. Old Wang was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized Wu Yu from head to toe. filled with skepticism and curiosity. Hold on a second, young brother. You're quite young. Why would you need this? Are you feeling unwell? Is your body failing you at such a tender age? Nonsense. Wu Yu's expression darkened instantly. How could a man admit to weakness? I'm buying it for my father, he retorted, rolling his eyes and concocting a tale. My father is getting on in years and suffers from poor health. As his son, it's only right that I purchase some supplements to honor him. Is that a problem? Enough of your rambling. How much is it? Hurry up. Old Wang, realizing the situation, quickly calculated in his mind. The cost of the Jiulong bathing suit was merely a few dollars, yet he typically sold it for 188 a box. However, given that the customer was this remarkably naive fool, he felt compelled to gouge him mercilessly. After a moment of contemplation, Old Wang extended 3 fingers. Considering you are a loyal customer and so filial, I'll give you a friendly price. 3,888. Without hesitation, Wu Yu pulled out his phone, ready to scan the payment. Old Wang was taken aback. What the hell? No haggling. Not even a discount. This wouldn't he do. He had to squeeze every last cent from this once-in-a-lifetime gullible fool. After all, if he didn't, he swindle him. Someone else would. This was an act of righteousness. With that thought, Old Wang abruptly grabbed Wu Yu's hand as he was about to pay. Hey, young brother, wait. Wu Yu paused. What now? Old Wang leaned in with a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. To be honest, I have an even more potent elixir. Oh. Wu Yu's interest was piqued. What kind of elixir? This is called the Emperor's 9 turns rejuvenation pill. Old Wang carefully retrieved a small wooden box wrapped in yellow cloth from his tattered satchel. As he opened the box, he excitedly recounted. This is a true treasure from the palace. There was an ancient tyrant known as King Zhou of the Western Zhou, you know, the one who played tricks with the feudal lords. He indulged in this miraculous pill, allowing him to revel nightly and conquer 3,000 beauties in his harem. Forsaking all duties, this pill was stolen by my family's ancestor during a time when it was punishable by death, and there's only one in the world. Consuming it guarantees lifelong benefits. Whether you're an icy beauty or a fiery rose, they will all turn to putty in your hands, begging for your affection. In short, it's extraordinary. Rare. If you don't buy it now, you'll never have another chance. Old Wang deliberately paused to heighten Wu Yu's anticipation. It might be a tad pricey. How much? Wu Yu could hardly contain his eagerness. Taking a deep breath, Old Wang extended 8 fingers, his voice trembling with excitement. 88,000. Deal. Wu Yu grinned, his joy palpable as he scanned the QR code, effortlessly completing the payment. Ding. Alipay transaction. 800,000 yuan. Old Wang gazed at the glaring notification on his phone, his eyes instantly misting with tears. What a sincere young man. What a pure-hearted fool. He couldn't help but find his own haphazardly concocted tale absurd. To his astonishment, this lad didn't even bat an eye as he fell for it so easily. This was truly heartwarming. He had to give him something extra. Otherwise, his conscience would not allow it. Wiping away his tears, Old Wang rummaged through his bag and produced a tattered volume. Young brother, congratulations. You are my 100th customer. Here is a prize. Wu Yu looked closely at the cover, which boasted the bold title Demon Subduing Staff Technique. What a magnificent name. Don't underestimate this old book. Old Wang leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. This staff technique comes in 2 forms. One is the Furious Diamond Gaze, which unleashes whales upon impact. The other is Dragon Spirit and Tiger Might, which compels all to plead for mercy. In short, it's immensely powerful against anyone. Take it. Practice diligently. Thank you, Divine Doctor. Wu Yu bowed deeply, feeling as though he had struck gold as he tucked the miraculous pill and the manual into his pocket, turning to leave. A buy one get one free deal. What a windfall. Old Wang watched Wu Yu's jubilant figure fade into the distance, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he hastily packed up his stall. Alas, selling medicine these days was no easy feat. Those middle-aged men were all shrewd and miserly, making it harder than ever to swindle them for a few coins. He needed a change of strategy. Old Wang's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Tomorrow, he would set up shop at the antique market, preying on those eager to get rich overnight. Perhaps he could even emulate the younger crowd and try live streaming sales. Perhaps he could become an internet sensation. As he envisioned himself as a master appraiser, with millions of fans and riches pouring in, he hummed a tune, disappearing into the night. Back in his ostentatious Lamborghini Urus, Wu Yu could hardly wait to unveil the Emperor's 9 turns rejuvenation pill. The pill was pitch black, exuding a peculiar scent reminiscent of earth and herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In the next instant, boom! A torrent of searing heat erupted from his dantian, akin to a dragon awakening, surging through his limbs and bones. Wu Yu's body trembled uncontrollably as he felt every muscle, every bone. every meridian being fervently refined and restructured by the overwhelming power of the elixir. His kidneys, like forged iron, unyielding. His waist, as sturdy as a pillar, capable of lifting mountains. His legs, grounded like a steadfast mountain. An unprecedented sense of control enveloped him, as if, from this moment forth, he was the sole emperor of the world, ruling over everything. Ecstasy. Wu Yu let out a triumphant roar, feeling an inexhaustible surge of explosive power coursing through him. His body and strength had ascended to an entirely new realm. The vitality was boundless. After a long while, Wu Yu finally emerged from the euphoric haze. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he eagerly picked up the demon-subduing staff technique. What is purported to be a secret manual is, in reality, a compilation of exceedingly poorly printed materials, resembling the haphazard drawings of a child. The initial section is a patchwork of ancient martial arts illustrations, depicting grand feats such as sweeping away 1,000 foes or cleaving Mount Hua, rendered with a semblance of artistry. However, the latter half takes a rather amusing turn, showcasing a series of ancient action diagrams. Although the artistic style is peculiar and the lines are rudimentary, it is replete with an array of intricate poses, accompanied by somewhat awkward annotations. Seated in the car, Wu Yu found himself thoroughly engrossed, reveling in the content. His mind swiftly unlocked a multitude of novel combat stances. Goodness! This is precisely the knowledge a man ought to acquire. After perusing the manual, Wu Yu smacked his lips in lingering satisfaction, only to glance up and realize that night had fallen completely. Oh no! He had made plans with Shen Yingran. With a firm press on the accelerator, the Lamborghini Urus roared to life, racing towards the school like a bolt of black lightning. Chapter 37. What? My reservation is fake. At the school gate, Shen Yingran stood with her arms crossed, illuminated by the street lamp, her exquisite features etched with displeasure. She had waited for Wu Yu the entire afternoon. No calls answered. No messages returned. Humph. Stinky Wu Yu. Useless Wu Yu. I shall ignore you forever. Fuming, Shen Yingran was about to turn away when a familiar, blinding set of headlights suddenly approached. The Lamborghini Urus executed a graceful drift, coming to a halt right before her. Wu Yu flung open the car door and stepped out briskly. Darling, I'm back. You actually remembered to come back. Upon seeing him, Shen Yingran's ire flared, her cherry lips pouting in mock indignation. Where have you been all afternoon? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? My apologies. My apologies. Wu Yu rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, soothingly murmuring, I was held up with a business matter. See, as soon as I finished, I hastened right back. I don't care. You promised me you'd return promptly. Shen Yingran struggled in his arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of grievance. All right, it's my fault. I shall make amends. Wu Yu playfully pinched her little nose, a smile gracing his lips. To express my contrition, allow me to treat you to dinner at Cloud's Edge Romance. What do you say? Cloud's Edge Romance. At the mention of it, Shen Yingran's struggles ceased, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with incredulous delight. Did you manage to secure a reservation? Cloud's Edge Romance is the most prestigious and elusive suspended restaurant in Baiyun City. I've heard that reservations are booked until next year. She had longed to visit, but had lacked the means. No big deal. Wu Yu winked at her, wearing a mysterious smile. Leave it to me. The duo arrived at their destination, a towering skyscraper, over 500 meters tall, piercing the heavens like a sword. The so-called Cloud's Edge Romance restaurant was perched atop the building, resembling a crystalline box that shimmered like a dream amid the dazzling cityscape. Shen Yingran gazed in awe, her heart racing with anticipation as she prepared to rush inside. Wait a moment. What is it? Clearing his throat, Wu Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't actually secured the reservation yet. What? Shen Yingran was momentarily stunned. Yet, Wu Yu chuckled, gesturing towards a dark alley nearby. Don't fret. Just watch me. He took Shen Yingran's hand and led her into the alley. Soon, they encountered a shady figure in a hoodie, lurking suspiciously. Brother, do you have a reservation for Cloud's Edge Romance? Indeed. The scalper pulled out a beautifully crafted card and lowered his voice. Internal reservation, for tonight. 1,000 flat. 1,000. Shen Yingran gasped, tugging at Wu Yu's sleeve as she whispered, That's far too expensive. The money for a reservation could buy us several hot pot meals. Let us not. Let us leave. We must buy it. Wu Yu's resolve was unwavering. The money is inconsequential. What matters is making my darling happy. Oh my, young man, you are truly generous to your girlfriend. The scalper chimed in, fanning the flames. A boyfriend like this is hard to come by. Miss, what are you hesitating for? Hearing this, Shen Yingran felt a rush of sweetness, her delicate features lighting up with a blissful smile. All right then, let us indulge this once. I hope it won't disappoint us. Rest assured. The scalper patted his chest, assuring them, the food here is exquisite. The ambience is unparalleled. You won't regret it tonight. With that, he turned to Wu Yu, rubbing his hands together, signaling that it was time to pay. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the initiative to hook the bait. Wu Yu's brows shot up in surprise. Goodness. This scalper is selling a fake reservation. But what of it? With the system at his disposal, even a counterfeit could be transformed into the genuine article. A mischievous smile played at the corners of Wu Yu's mouth as he promptly scanned the payment. As the 1,000 yuan slipped into the scalper's pocket, he departed in high spirits. Wu Yu, however, held the exquisite reservation card, leading Shun Ingran's hand confidently towards the restaurant entrance. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Yes. The impeccably dressed waiter at the entrance, exuding an aura of sophistication, took the card and, upon seeing the reservation, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect and enthusiasm. Ah, a distinguished guest at table 006. Please, do come in. Wu Yu and Shun Ingran stepped into the restaurant. What met their eyes was the epitome of luxury and romance. The floor was composed of transparent glass, giving the illusion of walking on clouds, with the twinkling city lights sprawling beneath them. Above, a vast dome of stars twinkled, breathtakingly beautiful. Their table 006 was one of the best vantage points, nestled by a large floor-to-ceiling window, allowing them to gaze at the shimmering sea and the glittering urban nightscape. Wow, it's stunning, Shin Ingran exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she whipped out her phone for a flurry of selfies. Wu Yu, grinning, picked up the menu, ready to place their order. French escargot, black truffle foie gras, Australian tomahawk steak. Let us order the finest. As they savored the exquisite cuisine while soaking in the enchanting night view, the atmosphere was warm and romantic. Suddenly, an icy and furious voice shattered the tranquility. What? My reservation is fake. Wu Yu instinctively turned to see a stunning woman, exuding an aura that commanded attention, standing at the entrance, her beautiful face etched with anger. Clad in a sleek, matte burgundy leather outfit that accentuated her voluptuous curves, she embodied a fierce elegance. The matching leather pants hugged her shapely figure, showcasing her long, alluring legs. Her lustrous black hair was intricately braided into a thick plait, playfully swaying as she moved. I'm terribly sorry, the waiter stammered, visibly intimidated by her commanding presence. The guests at table 006 are currently dining. If you claim to have a reservation for 006, it can only mean one thing. Your reservation is indeed counterfeit. Mine is counterfeit? The exquisite beauty, upon hearing this, immediately raised her delicate brows, her enchanting phoenix eyes flashing with two piercing beams of icy fury. Why not declare them to be counterfeit? Her gaze, akin to two sharp swords, swiftly locked onto Wu Yu and Shun Ingran at table 006. Chapter 38. This wild and fierce demeanor. Truly a celestial beauty. The exquisite woman's eyes, resembling two razor-sharp icicles, were fixated unwaveringly on Wu Yu and Shun Ingran at table 006. Those eyes brimmed with unmasked indignation and a chilling intent to kill. Before Wu Yu could utter a word, Shun Ingran, seated beside him, was the first to express her discontent. She abruptly stood up, hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks defiantly as she retorted, Hey, what on earth is your problem? We're sitting here just fine. Why do you glare at us like that? Moreover, on what grounds do you claim our number plates are fake? Let me tell you. We spent a full $1,000 to purchase these plates at a premium from a scalper. How could they be counterfeit? Lele. At that moment, someone suddenly leaped out from behind the exquisite beauty. It was Wang Kaixian. Lele. It's him. He is Wu Yu. Wang Kaixian pointed a trembling finger at Wu Yu, shrieking with venomous rage. Although he was deathly afraid of Wu Yu, he found himself standing beside none other than Ling Yulei, the leader of the Thunderbolt Gang, the queen of the underground world of Baiyun City, whose word was law. With this formidable figure backing him, Wang Kaixian felt a surge of courage. Moreover, what nonsense about a scalper's plate? Fake. It had to be fake. Wang Kaixian had long heard that the unscrupulous scalpers around this restaurant were as numerous as the stars, peddling counterfeit plates to unsuspecting tourists. Regular patrons were well aware of this ruse. Initially, he worried that Lei might struggle to find an excuse and might not want to confront Wu Yu over such a trivial matter. But now, how dare you use a counterfeit plate to usurp Lei's reserved spot? Isn't that courting death? Prepare for your doom. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Kaixian's words, Ling Yulei's captivating phoenix eyes widened in shock. Goodness, after all this commotion, this seemingly decent young man before her was the very person who had assaulted her yesterday and had audaciously threatened to annihilate the Thunderbolt Gang. Wu Yu? He even dared to use a counterfeit plate to occupy her reserved position. Seeking death. You are dancing the tango in my territory. Ling Yulei glared at Wu Yu with such intensity that she seemed ready to devour him whole. Wu Yu, refusing to back down, returned her gaze with equal fervor. Wow. What a beauty! That figure, that aura, that wild and fierce spirit. She was simply a goddess of this realm. Yet, why was she associating with the pathetic Wang Kaixian? Who exactly was she? At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over, panting heavily. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, he was instantly terrified, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lele, please, calm down. The manager bowed and scraped, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Could this possibly be a misunderstanding? He turned to Wu Yu, pleading with his eyes, lowering his voice. Sir, could you please allow me to check the number plates once more? To be honest, this Lele is a regular here, and she is someone from the underworld. We cannot afford to offend her. The manager's implication was clear. Lele could not possibly possess a counterfeit plate. Therefore, the issue must lie with you. Go ahead, check. Wu Yu shrugged, displaying indifference. The manager, as if granted a reprieve from the grave, hurriedly took the number plates and rushed to the front desk, where he began testing them with professional equipment. A few minutes later, he returned, carrying both number plates. His steps heavy and his expression as if he had just lost a loved one. What is the verdict? Are his plates fake? Wang Kaixian inquired impatiently. The manager shook his head, his voice trembling. And no, both number plates are genuine. What? Ling Yulei and Wang Kaixian exclaimed simultaneously, momentarily stunned. Not counterfeit. How could this be? Now, they found themselves at a loss for retaliation. I'm sorry. Our restaurant's system malfunctioned. It was our error. The manager quickly led a group of wait staff, bowing deeply in apology to Ling Yulei. We will arrange a new table for you and your friend. The view will be just as splendid as table 006. Additionally, to express our sincere apologies, all of your expenses tonight will be waived. Suppressing her immense fury, Ling Yulei snorted coldly, choosing not to say anything further. She and Wang Kaixian were escorted to another table by the window. As soon as they sat down, Ling Yulei eagerly inquired, Who exactly is Wu Yu? Tell me everything you know. Wang Kaixian, fearing any semblance of concealment, immediately embellished and distorted the truth, portraying Wu Yu as a notorious villain. Lele, you won't believe it, that brat, relying on his muscular build and formidable skills, dominates the school. He bullies both boys and girls, committing every sin imaginable. He is particularly despicable, juggling multiple relationships. All the beautiful girls in our school have fallen prey to his deceit. He even frequently abuses his girlfriend. Ling Yulei's brows furrowed in anger, her phoenix eyes filled with murderous intent. The two types of men she detested most in her life were, one, the domestic abuser, and the other, the scoundrel who toyed with women's emotions. Wu Yu, you are quite something. You embody both. Ling Yulei's impression of Wu Yu plummeted to an all-time low. She resolved that today, she must teach this audacious brat a lesson. He must learn what true cruelty is. But now, it was not feasible. The restaurant was crowded, and it was located right in the bustling city center. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble? Too many unexpected complications could arise. Patience was necessary. She would wait until he finished his meal and ambush him on his way back. At that time, under the cover of darkness, in a desolate area. With this thought, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Ling Yulei's lips. She promptly took out her phone, opened the Thunderbolt Gang's WeChat group, and issued her orders. Everyone, immediately, gather downstairs at Yun Duan Ji Lian restaurant. Bring your weapons. There's a big job tonight. As soon as the message was sent, the previously quiet WeChat group erupted. Received. Lele. Received. Lele. Received. Lele. We will ensure the task is completed. Hundreds of gang members responded in unison, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Meanwhile, at table 006, Wu Yu savored the exquisite cuisine while subtly observing Ling Yulei from the corner of his eye. Why was Wang Kaixian with this goddess of the underworld? Was he pursuing her? It didn't seem so. From any angle, it appeared that Wang Kaixian was the one with the need. Wait, need? What could Wang Kaixian possibly want from the gang other than wanting to kill me? Damn, this little brat is relentless. He is seeking revenge against me with the help of a beautiful woman. How unfortunate for him. Haha. Wu Yu, specialize in dealing with beauties. Chapter 39. What awaits them is complete submission. Wu Yu grinned wickedly, who had been engrossed in her meal. Suddenly slammed her knife and fork down on the table with a resounding clap. She lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes brimming with indignation and fury, and exclaimed, Well, Wu Yu, you great deceiver. Ever since just now, you've been secretly thinking about that woman, haven't you? Wu Yu was taken aback. No, darling, what do you mean? What do you mean? In an instant, tears welled up in Shuning Ron's eyes. Don't think I don't know. Ever since that woman in leather appeared, it's as if your soul has been taken by her. You've been sneaking glances at her several times. Do you have feelings for her? Wu Yu let out a bitter laugh, feeling utterly speechless. Silly girl. The reason I was staring at her was because she is about to bring someone to attack me. But he could not voice this truth. Given Shun Ingran's timid nature, knowing this would only leave her frightened and unable to do anything but create more chaos. Thus, Wu Yu could only adopt a serious expression and warned her in an irrefutable tone, "Stop overthinking. And don't say such things. Just eat your meal. Once we finish, let's hurry back to the hotel." Upon hearing the word hotel, Shun Ingran's face flushed bright red, reaching her ears. "You only have such matters on your mind." Humph. Although she said this, she obediently lowered her head, picked up her knife and fork, and began to ravenously shove food into her mouth. Her little face was filled with anticipation and shyness. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her adorably innocent yet alluring demeanor. "Silly girl, after eating, are we just going to sit here and wait for my Lamborghini to whisk us away, while danger lurks? What if dozens of thugs surround you? Wouldn't you be terrified?" Soon, their sumptuous candlelit dinner came to an end. Wu Yu paid the bill with ease and took Shun Ingran's small hand, exiting without a backward glance. Ling Yulei, observing from afar, smirked cruelly and quickly sent a message in the group. "Target spotted. Everyone, pay attention. Keep a close watch on him." However, little did she know that less than a minute after sending the message, the group was met with grim news. "Sister Lei, we lost him. That guy is driving a Lamborghini. What do we have? A dilapidated Toyota Corolla. With one acceleration, we can't even see his taillights." Yes. Sister Lei, shouldn't we get the brothers some high-performance vehicles? Otherwise, we won't be able to do this job anymore. Change to electric scooters. You bunch of idiots. Ling Yulei exploded in the group chat. From now on, everyone rides electric scooters. Fast, eco-friendly, small targets, not easily detected. The younger brothers collectively responded with faces full of despair. "Sister Lei, please. We are still part of the underworld. Riding electric scooters is too embarrassing." Ling Yulei couldn't be bothered to argue with them and replied directly. "When Lu Huaqiang was stabbing someone, wasn't he riding a shabby motorcycle? As long as it gets the job done. Enough chatter. Everyone listen up. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find that kid named Wu Yu." The next day, in a luxurious presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in the city center, Wu Yu lounged on a soft sofa, bare-chested and relaxed. The dining table before him was laden with an array of sumptuous breakfast items. Beside him, Shun Ingran nestled like a docile kitten. Her eyes filled with affection as she leaned against him. "Darling, open your mouth, huh?" Shun Ingran delicately picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling, blew on it gently, and lovingly fed it to Wu Yu. He lazily opened his mouth, relishing the service from the campus goddess. Shun Ingran had now been completely conquered by him. It was a total surrender, from the depths of her soul to the tips of her toes. If before, her affection for Wu Yu was a 99, now it was firmly welded at 100. She was utterly obedient, complying with his every command. If he said go east, she would not go west. If he said stand, she would not sit. In fact, whatever Wu Yu instructed her to do, she would comply. "Come, darling, let me help you get dressed." After finishing breakfast, Shun Ingran, with her head bowed and eyes submissive, helped Wu Yu into the Armani suit he had bought the day before. She even knelt down to personally assist him with his shiny leather shoes, tying the laces with utmost care. Her demeanor was more deferential than that of the most obsequious admirer. As Wu Yu gazed at the stunning beauty before him, completely devoted and tender, an unprecedented sense of regal power surged within him. This was bliss. Truly, an exhilarating experience. The Emperor's 9 Revolutions revitalization pill was indeed a miraculous remedy. The demon-subduing staff technique was even more empowering. From now on, he would no longer need to worry about any woman daring to flaunt her displeasure in front of him. Surrender. All that awaited them was complete submission. However, this was not the most joyous news. Wu Yu opened his phone and logged into the backend. Just yesterday, he had brought down 4 online gaming companies. He had profited over 35 million, not to mention the 40 million promised by Lu Baoling as a subsidy. His fortune was set to surpass 200 million. A billionaire. Undoubtedly a billionaire. Wu Yu grinned broadly, resembling a bumbling, 300-pound landowner-esque fool. "Hee, darling. What are you grinning about?" A sweet, lazy voice, tinged with a hint of innocence, floated up from the floor. Wu Yu looked down to see Shun Ingran kneeling on the plush carpet, just having cleaned his expensive limited-edition dad shoes. She raised her exquisitely beautiful face, capable of driving any man wild, her big watery eyes brimming with pure curiosity and deep affection. Perhaps having knelt for too long, her cheeks were flushed like ripe peaches, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. "Are you hungry?" Wu Yu asked knowingly. Shun Ingran nodded pitifully, her fair hand resting on her flat stomach, pouting her luscious cherry lips as she playfully whined. "My tummy has rumbled several times. When can we eat?" "Just a bit longer." Wu Yu wore a mysterious smile. "No, I don't care. I want to eat now." Shun Ingran stubbornly protested. Climbing onto Wu Yu like a koala, wriggling her soft body against him. Just let me eat a little, to tide me over. Fine. Wu Yu reclined on the sofa, nodding. Moments later, the doorbell rang with a chime. Wu Yu raised his hand in a gesture. Shun Yingran immediately understood, stood up, adjusted her slightly disheveled silk nightgown, and trotted to the door with her long legs wrapped in white silk. The courier at the door, upon seeing such an innocent yet alluring beauty open it, was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping the package he held. Why your package? Please sign for it. Shun Yingran politely nodded, accepted the package, and closed the door. She approached Wu Yu and handed him the package. After making a swallowing gesture, she began to speak. Darling, what is this? Chapter 40. Accustomed to high specifications. Can low specifications satisfy you? Wu Yu did not respond, merely taking his time to unwrap the package. The next moment, a sleek, jet-black baton, exuding a cold metallic sheen, appeared before his eyes. This baton was evidently no ordinary item. The shaft was made from aerospace-grade titanium alloy, lightweight yet sturdy, coated with a matte black finish that exuded understated luxury. At the handle, enveloped in a layer of exquisite frosted soft rubber, it fits the palm perfectly, providing an exceptional grip. However, the most terrifying feature is the tungsten steel window-breaking tip that glimmers with a chilling light. This contraption, if it were to strike a human skull, would undoubtedly create a gaping hole. The reason Wu Yu purchased this was to complement the manual on demon-slaying stick techniques. After all, what is the point of possessing a weapon with theoretical knowledge but lacking practical application? Wow, how cool. Shun Yingran, unfamiliar with this object, extended her slender fingers and curiously poked at the icy stick. Darling, what is this used for? Wu Yu, observing her innocent and charming demeanor, felt a wicked smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, the collapsible baton sprang forth, emitting a crisp sound as it cut through the air. This is for disciplining you when you misbehave. 3 hours later, Wu Yu donned a brand new casual outfit, invigorated and refreshed as he stepped out of the presidential suite. He took the elevator down to the tea restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. Finding a table by the window, he ordered a pot of premium Longjing tea and savored it with delight. As for Shun Yingran, she was still resting in the room, nursing her injuries. It seemed she wouldn't be able to move until the evening. Holding the teacup, Wu Yu gazed at the familiar hotel lobby not far away, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It was here that he first met Lu Yunxi to initiate their collaboration. Back then, he was but a penniless soul, struggling to afford a bowl of beef braised rice. Time had flown by, and now he was a top-tier tycoon with a fortune nearing 200 million. No longer did he need to sell his body to make ends meet. Yet, his relationship with Lu Yunxi seemed to have grown increasingly distant as a result. It dawned on him that they hadn't been in contact for several days. He couldn't help but wonder how that aloof, exquisite ice queen was faring. Just as Wu Yu was lost in thought, suddenly, a familiar and striking figure appeared in his line of sight. Lu Yunxi. Today, she was clad in a well-tailored pure white office suit that accentuated her alluring figure to perfection, sporting a pair of oversized sunglasses that concealed much of her face. She nonetheless radiated a noble and cold aura that was utterly captivating. Following closely behind her was a muscular man, standing at 6 feet tall, handsome, with a sun-kissed physique that exuded vitality. Upon seeing him, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, isn't this guy just a low-budget version of himself? Lu Yunxi, have you completely given up on me and decided to find someone new for your collaboration? Wu Yu hastily lowered his head, feigning interest in his phone, while his ears perked up to eavesdrop on Lu Yunxi's conversation with the young man. With his enhanced physical capabilities, Wu Yu's hearing had become almost supernatural. Even from a distance of several meters, he could hear every word exchanged between them. He overheard Lu Yunxi speaking in a cold and detached tone to the young man. Have you thought this through? Once you sign this agreement, there will be no room for regret. I despise those who lack integrity. The young man seemed a bit anxious, stammering, if I may ask, has anyone ever backed out before? Why? Is there a catch with this agreement? Do not ask what you should not. Lu Yunxi's tone turned even colder. Just be sure you're ready. Once you sign the agreement, you must be at my beck and call. The 20,000 remuneration is not easily earned. Wu Yu nearly spat out his tea. Only 20,000. It was evident this was a low-budget affair. Back in the day, he was worth 300,000. The young man appeared hesitant, mumbling, could you give me a few more days to think it over? Come on, I'm willing to trust you. Can't you trust me? Lu Yunxi's voice was rife with impatience. If you don't want to do it, then leave. Don't waste my time. No, I'll do it. The young man quickly nodded and agreed. Just as he was about to take the agreement and sign his name, Wu Yu made his move. He strode over with an air of nonchalance, teacup in hand, and approached with an expression of perfectly feigned surprise. Ah, sister. What a coincidence. You're here too? I was just about to have tea with your husband. He'll be arriving shortly. What? Both Lu Yunxi and the young man were taken aback, especially the young man, who, upon hearing the word husband, was instantly terrified. What if he were caught in the act? He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, muttering something about forgetting to turn off the gas at home, and fled without looking back. Only then did Lu Yunxi react. She removed her sunglasses, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with fury. Wu Yu, what are you doing? Sister, you really are something. Wu Yu said, grinning innocently as he sat across from her. Didn't we sign an agreement? How can you just switch partners like that? It's a breach of contract. Lu Yunxi was nearly livid. You're the one who's not honoring the agreement, ignoring my calls, not responding to my messages, and gallivanting with other women. If I don't switch partners, am I supposed to keep you around for the new year? I was just busy these past few days and didn't have the time. Wu Yu seemed to see through her thoughts, chuckling. What's this? Are you so eager? I'm not. Lu Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson to the tips of her ears. The real reason she sought out a new partner so quickly was that she wanted to forget Wu Yu, the one who elicited such mixed feelings in her. Moreover, old Master Xiao's health was indeed deteriorating by the day. She needed to conceive a child soon to secure the status of a legitimate heir and, thereby, ensure additional financial support. Wu Yu's smile grew increasingly mischievous. But what do you mean by seeking a low-budget version of me? What a joke. Having grown accustomed to the high-end, could a low-budget version satisfy you? What's this high-end and low-budget nonsense? Lu Yunxi, embarrassed by her thoughts being exposed, wished she could find a hole to hide in. She stubbornly retorted, I just need quality genes. Her implication was that she only valued the outcome of the collaboration, disregarding the process. I understand. Wu Yu nodded, then regarded her with an exceedingly suggestive gaze, smirking. How about this? I happen to have some time now. Why don't we collaborate for a quick result? That way, we can settle things amicably. Now, Chapter 41. Tonight, let us not mention my husband or your girlfriend. Lu Yunxi was momentarily stunned. Although she had longed for Wu Yu, yearning for him intensely, she was still upset with him. How could she so easily agree? Is that so? What? Unwilling? Wu Yu's smile grew even more playful. Do you have feelings for me? Didn't we agree that we would only maintain a purely collaborative relationship? Who has feelings for you? Lu Yunxi took off her sunglasses and shot Wu Yu a fierce glare. However, when her gaze fell upon Wu Yu's physique, which had grown even more robust and exuded an explosive sense of power, her heart raced uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to maintain composure, and spoke in a tone of business-like formality, coldly stating, let us expedite this. I have other matters to attend to shortly. Let us aim to conclude in half an hour. At 9 o'clock, the elevator doors of the hotel opened slowly. There stood Lu Yunxi, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling, tightly embracing Wu Yu's arm, nearly draping herself over him. Wow, time flies. Before I knew it, it's already dark, she exclaimed, feigning surprise. Wu Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes and sighed. Alas, this is all your fault. We agreed on half an hour to finalize the collaboration, yet look at the outcome. Who told you to undergo such a drastic transformation? Lu Yunxi, blushing, buried her face in Wu Yu's embrace, her aristocratic and aloof features now reflecting infatuation. It's over. Indeed, once one experiences the pinnacle of quality, it becomes impossible to settle for anything less. Wait, what pinnacle? This is clearly the absolute best. It's a match made in heaven. Are you hungry? Wu Yu playfully pinched her pert nose, smiling as he suggested, how about we grab a bite to eat first, and then enhance our collaboration? Absolutely. Lu Yunxi nearly blurted out without a second thought, but she abruptly hit the brakes. No, this is utterly unacceptable. If this continues, I will completely succumb. Should I develop genuine feelings for him, this collaboration would be irreversibly tainted. The risk is too great. Thus, Lu Yunxi forcibly suppressed the overwhelming affection surging within her, shaking her head as she said, after dinner, I must return home. Let us reschedule for another time. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. Seeing Wu Yu's prompt acquiescence filled Lu Yunxi with an inexplicable sense of loss. This scoundrel, does he truly view this as merely a professional collaboration? Would he not make an effort to keep me from leaving? Humph. The two departed the hotel, heading towards the brightly lit and bustling night market across the street. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind in a shadowy corner, a figure stirred ominously. Hey, Sister Lei, I've spotted the guy. What a scoundrel. He brought in a beautiful woman and came out with another. What? Should we go all out and beat him up? Don't worry, Sister Lei. After a whole day of activity, his legs must be weary. We've got this in the bag. The vibrant night market bustled with life, filled with the aroma of sizzling delicacies. Wu Yu led Lu Yunxi to a casual outdoor barbecue stall and waved his hand. Boss, bring us 100 skewers of lamb and 2 cases of cold beer. Lu Yunxi surveyed the noisy surroundings, inhaling the mingling scents of cumin and chili, her brows furrowed in evident discomfort. Yet, seeing Wu Yu's enthusiastic demeanor, she remained silent and obediently sat beside him. Before long, a large platter of sizzling, aromatic skewers arrived. Golden lamb, crispy chicken wings, and perfectly grilled pork belly. Wu Yu picked up a skewer and bit into it, savoring the juicy flavors with sheer delight. Suddenly, Lu Yunxi raised her hand and called out to the vendor boss, "Please grill us 10 more skewers of chives and 2 dozen oysters. Make sure they're the plumpest." Wu Yu nearly spat out his beer, staring at Lu Yunxi in disbelief. "Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to nourish me? Is that a problem?" Lu Yunxi retorted, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a flirtatious glance. "I know how hard you work, and I'm not oblivious to your needs. Let me tell you, chives are a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon, and oysters are even more so." As she spoke, her voice dwindled and her face grew increasingly crimson. "Ha!" Wu Yu chuckled, leaning closer and whispering teasingly in her ear, "I'm naturally vigorous. I don't need these." "Don't be ridiculous." Lu Yunxi's tone suddenly turned serious. "Just because you're young doesn't mean you shouldn't cherish your health. It'll be too late when you grow old. Rest assured, even when I grow old, I'll still be better than your useless husband," Wu Yu retorted casually. "You must not speak ill of him." Lu Yunxi's brows furrowed instantly, her tone turning icy. Wu Yu was taken aback and promptly fell silent. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Shun Yingran. "Darling, I have some matters to attend to and 1T be returning tonight. You can head back to the dorm and sleep well." As Lu Yunxi glanced at Wu Yu's chat interface, the glaring words, "Yingran darling," felt like a sharp needle piercing her heart. A wave of unexplained fury, mixed with a strong sense of jealousy, surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her envy, lifted a cold beer, and offered it to Wu Yu. "Here, let us drink to this. Tonight, let us not mention my husband or your girlfriend. Just the two of us, quietly enjoying a meal together, shall we?" Wu Yu gazed into her captivating almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with complex emotions, and smiled. He wrapped his arm around Lu Yunxi's soft waist, pulling her close. "All right, but you have to feed me." Lu Yunxi's body trembled slightly, yet she showed no signs of resistance. She picked up a freshly grilled lamb skewer, gently blew on it, and slowly brought it to Wu Yu's lips. Her gaze was filled with longing, almost melting him with her intensity. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a booming voice erupted from nearby. "It's him!" Followed by a cacophony of raucous voices, a horde of ruffians wielding knives and pipes surged in from all directions, encircling Wu Yu and Lu Yunxi's table. "Damn it!" Wu Yu's pupils constricted, instinctively shielding Lu Yunxi behind him. Lu Yunxi, having never witnessed such chaos, turned pale with fright. Chapter 42. There are no cameras here. I can finally unleash my full potential. Lu Yunxi instinctively attempted to rise, but her ankle twisted painfully. "Ouch!" she cried out, a sharp pain shooting through her ankle, causing her to stumble uncontrollably towards Wu Yu. Swift as lightning, Wu Yu caught her delicate form in his arms. "Take him down," the leader of the thugs commanded, and dozens of men rushed forward like feral dogs, howling with ferocity. "Damn it!" Wu Yu cursed inwardly, realizing the trouble he was in. With a burden in his arms, he couldn't unleash his full capabilities. In an instant, a technique from the demon-slaying staff technique flashed through Wu Yu's mind. He held Lu Yunxi tightly with his left arm while his right hand swiftly reached for his lower back. Whoosh! The all-black titanium alloy baton sprang forth. Executing the first move of the demon-slaying staff technique, Wu Yu did not even turn around. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the baton swept back with a fierce whoosh. The first few thugs, not even brushing against Wu Yu's clothing, were knocked to the ground by the tremendous force of the blow. Their weapons clattered away, flying far from them. "Damn, this kid has some skills. Everyone charge. Kill him." Though momentarily stunned, the thugs, emboldened by their numbers, charged forward recklessly. Wu Yu, cradling Lu Yunxi, maneuvered nimbly in the tight confines, wielding his baton with a ferocity that was impenetrable. With each strike of the stick, an agonizing scream would inevitably accompany the sickening crack of bones. However, a pair of fists could not contend against 4 hands. Just as Wu Yu began to feel overwhelmed, a cacophony of blaring horns pierced the air. At the entrance of the night market, an enormous throng came rushing in. To Wu Yu's astonishment, they were all riding identical shared electric scooters. "Sister Lei has issued a command. Reinforcements. Hurry." Hundreds of ruffians on electric scooters created a scene that was both absurd and exhilarating. Damn, is this never-ending? With a glance at the chaotic situation, Wu Yu realized he could no longer afford to linger in battle. In a decisive move, he kicked over a nearby table. Then, seizing the moment of confusion, he commandeered the nearest electric scooter. "Get on. Hold on tight." Wu Yu shouted to the bewildered Lu Yunxi in his arms. She instinctively clambered onto the back seat, her long, graceful legs tightly encircling Wu Yu's waist. As he twisted the throttle, the electric scooter emitted a soft hum, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chase! Don't let him escape. The members of the Tianlai gang also mounted their scooters, hot on his heels. An epic chase on electric scooters unfolded against the backdrop of the bustling urban night. Wu Yu maneuvered through the traffic on his scooter, the pursuers relentlessly tailing him. He took sharp turns, ultimately leading the scooter up to a remote mountain. Gasping for breath, Lu Yunqi dismounted, leaning against a sturdy tree as she panted heavily. The breathtaking contours of her chest rose and fell dramatically. With a look of confusion, she stared at Wu Yu, her voice trembling. "Why have you brought me here? Aren't we supposed to go to the police station?" "To the police station?" Wu Yu chuckled, his smile tinged with a cold ferocity. "Sister, you are too naive. If the police arrive, they will merely arrest them, and after a few days, they'll be released. It's a temporary solution, not a cure. To deal with such individuals, one must resort to the most primal and violent methods, striking them down decisively and instilling fear, so they will never dare to provoke me again. Then you. Of course, we retaliate." A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Wu Yu's eyes. He guided Lu Yunqi behind a robust tree, speaking softly. "Stay hidden here, don't go anywhere, and wait for my return." With that, he brandished his baton and strode down the winding mountain path. In the cold moonlight, his silhouette resembled a vengeful god returning from the depths of hell. Soon, the sounds of electric scooters and the raucous shouts of thugs echoed from below. "That kid has entered the mountain. Search for him. Damn it. How dare he offend our Tianlai gang? Today, we will chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." Lu Yunqi, hiding behind the tree, felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. She clamped her mouth shut, fearful of making a sound. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the mountain path, shattering the stillness of the night. Followed by, bang, crack, help. A chorus of anguished cries, filled with pain and terror, rang out in succession. Cautiously, Lu Yunqi peered out from behind the tree. In the next moment, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. There, in the moonlit path, stood Wu Yu, wielding his black baton like an invincible war god, mercilessly dispatching his foes. His speed was unparalleled, his strength terrifying. Each strike landed with precise accuracy on the most vulnerable joints of the thugs. Wrists, ankles, knees. Each blow was a fatal strike. Swift and decisive, the once arrogant ruffians now crumpled before him like paper, utterly powerless. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. Wu Yu slowly retracted his baton and approached Lu Yunqi, exhaling deeply. "What a thrill. There are no cameras here. I can finally unleash my full potential." Lu Yunqi stared at him, her mind blank. So this was his true power. Terrifying. An invincible warrior. This was an extraordinary genetic gift. If only their future child could inherit his rare physique. Lu Yunqi dared not dwell on the thought. Her cheeks felt unnaturally warm. "Let's go, sister, I'll take you home." Wu Yu mounted the electric scooter, smiling. "Home." Lu Yunqi shook her head. She stepped behind Wu Yu, wrapping her arms tightly around his broad back. "No, tonight, I don't want to go home." She gently pressed her cheek against his back, her voice soft yet resolute. "I just want to be with you." The night atop the mountain was serene. The moonlight, like water, draped over the two of them, casting long shadows. In the distance, the city sparkled with countless lights, dazzling and enchanting. The evening breeze caressed them, carrying the faint scent of grass and earth. In the forest, a rustling sound echoed, reminiscent of a ravenous beast. The next day, Wu Yu awoke abruptly from the familiar hard bed in the boys' dormitory. Rubbing his sore back, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, the mosquitoes in the mountains were far too numerous, forcing him and Lu Yunqi to cut their time short and return to their respective homes. Yet, their bond had certainly strengthened. Lu Yunqi had declared that their future collaborations must proceed smoothly, even during special circumstances, and they must explore other avenues of partnership without interruption. Wu Yu got out of bed and checked his earnings from the previous night. What the hell? Just over 10 million. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the game companies he had targeted had wised up. The moment any anomalies appeared in their backend data, they immediately shut down their servers. They preferred to forego business rather than allow him to fleece them further. It seemed this lucrative path was nearing its end. As Wu Yu pondered how to carve out a new avenue for wealth, suddenly, bang bang bang, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it? It's too early for this. Can't anyone let me sleep?" His roommate grumbled sleepily, clearly annoyed. "Hello, police." A clear, melodious voice, laced with undeniable authority, rang out from outside. "Police?" Wu Yu's heart sank, suddenly lodged in his throat. No way. Could last night's incident have already been uncovered? He had been so cautious. He had deliberately lured them to an unmonitored remote mountain before taking action. How could this be discovered? Could it be that the gangsters, after being beaten, had the audacity to call the police? Classmate, open the door. The female officer outside seemed to grow impatient. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Disregarding the need to dress, he rolled out of bed, bare-chested, and rushed to yank open the dormitory door. To his astonishment, standing at the threshold was a breathtakingly beautiful policewoman, exuding an air of confidence. Clad in a crisp blue uniform, her devilishly alluring figure was accentuated in all the right places, especially the two mountains rising prominently on her chest, threatening to burst the buttons of her uniform. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. Beneath the police uniform lies a pair of long, exquisitely sculpted legs encased in sleek black trousers, perfectly straight and taut, imbued with an astonishing vigor. It is evident that they belong to someone who has diligently pursued fitness for years. Upon glancing at her face, one is utterly captivated. She possesses a classic oval visage, her features delicately crafted as if by the hand of the divine. Her bright, enchanting phoenix eyes radiate an aura of authority even in tranquility, illuminated with the light of justice. Ahem. Just as Wu Yu was rendered parched and his heart racing from the sight, the beautiful policewoman suddenly flushed, lowering her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you please put on some clothes first? At that moment, Wu Yu realized he was clad in nothing but a pair of boxers. Oh, my apologies. My sincere apologies. His face turned crimson as he hastily rummaged through the wardrobe, throwing on a random t-shirt and fumbling to put on his trousers. He then sat upright in the chair, resembling a chastised schoolboy, nervously watching the alluring policewoman. You may come in now. However, to his surprise, she remained steadfast at the doorway. Her captivating phoenix eyes fixated on him, reflecting an unparalleled astonishment and admiration. Heavens, what kind of divine physique is this? A perfect inverted triangle, chiseled abs that resemble sculpted marble, and that tantalizing V-line. As a seasoned fitness expert, the policewoman instantly recognized that Wu Yu's muscular form, a veritable masterpiece, was undoubtedly all natural, devoid of any additives. Furthermore, achieving such a physique could only result from a decade or more of relentless dedication. Who on earth is this young man? Ahem. It was only when Wu Yu felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and coughed awkwardly that Jiang Yuezhang suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse in decorum. She quickly averted her intense gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she entered the dormitory and retrieved a stack of promotional materials from her briefcase. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Yuezhang, and I am from the city's Anti-Fraud Center. I am here today primarily to conduct an anti-fraud campaign to enhance your awareness of preventive measures. Upon hearing this was an anti-fraud campaign, Wu Yu finally relaxed, his previously tense demeanor easing as he let out a long sigh of relief. A light-hearted smile returning to his face. Officer, we're all ears. Jiang Yuezhang nodded, commencing her rather monotonous official discourse. However, in an effort to enliven the atmosphere, she soon shifted her approach, recounting some fresh, real-life cases that had recently occurred in the city. First, we have the high-priced child-seeking scam. Just a few days ago, we received a report from a male student at the sports academy who claimed he was duped by an online advertisement. The ad stated that a fair-skinned, beautiful, slender woman was looking to spend a fortune to find a healthy man to assist her due to her husband's infertility. But what happened? When he excitedly arrived at the hotel, he discovered that the so-called wealthy lady was, in fact, a 200-pound tank, more robust than most men. Even more alarming, her husband was lurking in the adjacent room, camera in hand. A classic honey trap. Fortunately, this clever student managed to escape through the window, sustaining only a broken leg. Wu Yu nearly choked on his own laughter. The tale sounded all too familiar. Additionally, there's the instant fitness scam. Jiang Yuezhang continued, many young people, in pursuit of an ideal physique, lavish exorbitant sums on various fitness programs, only to find that their money is wasted, with no discernible change in their bodies. Some have even ruined their kidneys by recklessly consuming protein powders endorsed by trainers. Next, she addressed the gaming gold farming scam. Many fraudsters exploit the desire for easy gains, promoting the idea that one can earn money through gaming, creating a plethora of shoddy web games that mercilessly fleece players. You think you can profit from this? Don't be naive. In the end, you'll be left with nothing. Lastly, and most crucially, she spoke of the antique bargain scam. There are always those who fantasize about snagging a priceless treasure for a mere few $100 at a market stall, dreaming of overnight riches. Let me tell you, it's impossible. The antique market is fraught with peril. It's a minefield for inexperienced college students. You'll only end up as easy prey. Each of Jiang Yuezhang's words struck Wu Yu's heart like a hammer. Fortunately, he had the anti-fraud system to rely on. Ha ha ha. Well, that concludes today's campaign. As she gathered her materials, a satisfied smile graced her face. I hope that after my presentation, you all can learn from these examples, remain vigilant, and not give scammers the opportunity to take advantage of you. Absolutely. Wu Yu and his roommates nodded eagerly, demonstrating their eagerness to learn. Zhang Yuezhang left, visibly pleased. As soon as she departed, Wu Yu sprang from his bed, hastily dressing and charging out. Hey, where are you going, Yuge? His roommate inquired curiously. To the antique street. Wu Yu replied without looking back, eager to hunt for some antiques. Chapter 44. I'm now a streamer. The antique street. Here lies the paradise for con artists and the hell for the gullible. Wu Yu parked his flamboyant Lamborghini Urus outside the antique street and strode in with an air of confidence. Indeed, after the major gaming companies collaborated to shut down the avenue of easy profits from web games, he resolutely decided to switch tracks. A new path. Antiques. This venture is far more lucrative than the equipment in web games. Just one lucky find could yield profits in the millions. Moreover, with the anti-fraud system by his side, wouldn't all the fraudsters along the antique street become his personal ATM? Wu Yu reveled in his thoughts as he strolled through the antique street, on the lookout for sufficiently outrageous and absurd scams. However, after a thorough exploration, he found himself thoroughly disappointed, utterly disheartened. Sigh. Wu Yu could not help but exhale a deep sigh. Why have scammers become so sophisticated nowadays? Each one striving for authenticity, committed to the art of sincere deception. At the first stall, the vendor was a middle-aged man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, showcasing several pieces of seemingly vintage blue and white porcelain. Young man, this is a high-quality replica, a Jingdezhen 11 recreation. Just look at the glaze and the artistry, indistinguishable from the real thing. I have a certificate. Originally priced at 9,800, but since you seem interested, I'll let it go for 8,008. What the hell? You're just going to outright tell me it's a replica? Wu Yu thought, 1,000 curses racing through his mind as he turned to leave. At the second stall, the vendor, an elderly man dressed in traditional garb with an ethereal demeanor, proudly presented a grand landscape painting. Ah, young lad. You have an eye for art. This is viewing the waterfall at Lushanbai Tangbohu. Just look at the brushwork, the essence. Magnificent. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled at the mention of Tangbohu. If this were true, he could sell it for multiple small fortunes. No, it would be an invaluable treasure. Just as he prepared to engage the old man, the vendor leisurely added, of course, it's a replica. Otherwise, how could it be here? I sell these to those who wish to flaunt their taste, for 5,000 apiece. No haggling. Damn. Wu Yu's expression darkened instantly. At the third stall, things became even more ludicrous. The vendor was a burly, bald man adorned with a large gold chain, passionately promoting a rusted bronze sword displayed on his table. Come one. Come all. Feast your eyes on the sword of King Gojian's brother. The sword of seduction. This treasure was unearthed from the construction site, freshly excavated. Although it may not be a national treasure, it is indeed an ancient artifact, perfect for warding off evil spirits and bringing peace to your home. Only 500 bucks. No deception here. Wu Yu covered his face, feeling an unprecedented affront to his intelligence. What on earth is this? Each one of them claims to be transparent and honest. How is he supposed to trigger the system like this? Just as Wu Yu felt disheartened and was ready to return home, suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a newly opened shop at the street corner, flamboyantly decorated. At the entrance of the shop hung a massive banner, emblazoned with bold artistic lettering, new store opening, antique blind boxes, all for 100 bucks. And at the door, a familiar figure was shouting into a megaphone with all his might. Don't miss out. Antique blind boxes, just 100 each. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Bet a villa by the sea. Guaranteed authentic goods. Authentic goods guaranteed. As Wu Yu took a closer look, he couldn't help but chuckle. No way. Isn't that old Wong? This old trickster has switched lanes again. Without a second thought, Wu Yu strode over with long strides. Divine Doctor. Long time no see. Oh my. I thought who it was. Isn't it my dear foolish brother Wu? Upon seeing Wu Yu, old Wong's murky eyes sparkled with an unparalleled brilliance. Just as the store had opened, the chosen fool had come right to him. What a stroke of luck. So, young brother, are you interested in antiques? Old Wong greeted Wu Yu enthusiastically, his face beaming with delight. Enough chit-chat. Wu Yu cut to the chase, pointing at the exquisitely packaged blind boxes in the shop and asking in a low voice, tell me, do you have any real goods in here? Old Wong's smile faltered slightly. He sized up Wu Yu and then, unexpectedly, leaned in closer, lowering his voice. No. What? Wu Yu was instantly dumbfounded. No. Then why were you shouting so enthusiastically into the megaphone? Hee. Old Wong rubbed his hands together, grinning innocently. Little brother, you still don't know? This is just a gimmick. Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly. Why are you telling me this? No. Old man, what is wrong with you? Are you trying to deceive me? Keep deceiving me. As long as you deceive me, I can unearth real antiques. Why don't you play by the rules? Wu Yu raged internally, his face betraying no emotion. Ahem, old Wang cleared his throat, pointing to a brand new phone holder and a fill light beside him, proudly declaring, "Little brother, to be honest, I figured it out. In business, one cannot rely solely on selling goods. One must keep up with the trends. You see, my shop primarily doesn't profit from selling these blind boxes. Then what do you rely on?" Wu Yu asked, bewildered. On this, old Wang pointed at the rapidly increasing online viewer count on his phone screen, his face radiating pride. Live streaming. I'm now a streamer, specializing in live unboxing of antique blind boxes. Although I can't authenticate treasures, this unboxing style is thrilling. It has a gimmick. The audience loves it. Look, I've only been streaming for half a day, and there are already hundreds of viewers in the room. Just from tips, I've received several $100. Looking at old Wang, who had transformed and kept pace with the times, Wu Yu's mind buzzed as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Why didn't I think of that? Live streaming. Yes, I can do live streaming too. Live streaming on Taobao. I can openly unveil genuine antiques before a vast audience, while also reaping a massive influx of traffic and earning tips. This is a 2-for-1 deal. Double the joy. Divine Doctor. Thank you. Wu Yu slapped his thigh, cupped his fists toward old Wang, and dashed off. Hey, little brother, don't go. At least buy a blind box to support your old brother. Old Wang shouted in a frenzy behind him. Watching Wu Yu's figure vanish into the crowd, old Wang finally withdrew his gaze, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Sister Lei, I did as you asked. I didn't deceive him. Yes, he seems genuinely ready to hunt for real goods. What? All right, I understand. Chapter 45. In the conference room, Lu Baoling was passionately rallying a group of executives for a motivational meeting. Meanwhile, Wu Yu sat comfortably in his office, legs crossed, sipping the top-grade Da Hong Pao freshly brewed by his assistant, while feverishly placing orders on his phone at a certain self-operated store. Sony A7M4 full-frame mirrorless camera. Order placed. DJI RS3 Pro Professional Stabilizer. Order placed. Sennheiser MKE 600 Shotgun Microphone. Order placed. Aperture Amarin 300C Full-Color LED Fill Light. Order placed. Within 10 minutes, he managed to secure a complete set of top-notch outdoor live streaming equipment. It will arrive tomorrow morning. Wu Yu set down his phone, his face glowing with anticipation for the future. Starting tomorrow, I will change lanes. I'm entering the live streaming realm. As for whom to sell the antiques to? No need to worry at all. Old Wang has already called me, saying he knows the true heavyweight of Antique Street, as long as it's genuine. They will buy at market price, cash on hand. Quite reliable. Of course, Wu Yu knew in his heart that the truly remarkable artifacts must go through legitimate auction houses to maximize profits. While Wu Yu was blissfully daydreaming about wealth, suddenly, the frosted glass wall of his office slid open silently. He instinctively turned his head to look. Lu Baoling was striding toward him in 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, her tailored OL blazer already removed, leaving only a white shirt underneath. Though her face bore signs of fatigue, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, lacking her usual composure and brimming with a complex array of emotions. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback by this rare sight. Sister, are you done with the meeting? Weren't we supposed to discuss serious matters? Lu Baoling let out a light laugh, though the mirth didn't reach her eyes. She approached Wu Yu, pulled out the chair opposite him, sat down, crossed her arms, and gazed directly at him. Now, we can discuss serious matters. I just checked the back-end data. Wu Yu cleared his throat. The remaining few page game companies have collectively panicked and shut down their servers. Does this count as bankruptcy? If so, shouldn't you settle the remaining tens of millions in subsidies for me? Not counting. Lu Baoling shook her head, her enchanting phoenix eyes glinting with cunning. They are merely undergoing a temporary strategic contraction. Once the storm passes, they will certainly reopen. Therefore, it does not count as bankruptcy. What the heck? Aren't you just being unreasonable? Wu Yu was displeased. I sacrificed the opportunity to profit from them to help you, losing several tens of millions in the process. And now, I can't even get the subsidy? Isn't that unfair? Oh dear, my little ancestor. Lu Baoling leaned forward slightly, her tone turning earnest. At present, the company is in dire need of talent, and we make the finest partners. Why must you quibble with me over such trifles? Enough of this folly. Wu Yu's brow furrowed instantly. You have a son. Unless you hand over the company to me at this very moment, won't this vast inheritance ultimately go to your son? What does it have to do with me? You. Lu Baoling's complexion changed dramatically. Her son. That was her Achilles heel. It represented an untouchable boundary in her heart. Although she had hopelessly fallen deeply in love with Wu Yu, in the face of immense family interests and her own son, that passionate love seemed rather trivial. Wu Yu, why must you be so insistent? Do you really need to draw such a clear line between us? Well then, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Wu Yu's expression darkened instantly. Prepare yourself. Slap. The sound was so resounding that even the employees in the outer office heard it distinctly. What was that noise? It sounded like a slap. No way. It was clearly a hit. But Director Liu was alone in the office. How could that be? What are you all making a fuss about? Get back to work. Do you not wish to continue working? The supervisor's furious reprimand forced everyone to lower their heads and work diligently once more. After all, 69 Entertainment had an unwritten rule that as long as the boss was present, none of the employees could leave. Time flew, and soon it was 11 o'clock at night. Some employees, unable to endure any longer, slumped over their desks, muttering curses. Damn it. Director Liu is truly inhuman. She's probably sleeping in the office, deliberately keeping us from leaving. Another employee chimed in. Exactly. Working at this company feels worse than being a beast of burden. I'll resign tomorrow. Others directed their ire at Wu Yu. That new general manager, too, is a scab. He only comes in the afternoon and stays late. What a pretentious act. Little did they know how valuable this scab, as presence, truly was. In the chairman's office, the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. After a heated argument, Lu Baoling, seemingly drained of energy, leaned back on the sofa, her gaze complex as she looked at Wu Yu. We must reach a conclusion tonight. That's out of the question. Wu Yu shook his head. I've already spent half the day with you. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, wait a moment. Don't you need to go home to accompany your son? Don't mention it. Lu Baoling waved her hand dismissively, her expression indifferent. My son is nearly 20. An adult now. He hardly needs his mother by his side every day. I've made it clear, you are not allowed to leave today. No way. Wu Yu's stance was resolute. Don't. Lu Baoling pouted, clinging to Wu Yu's arm and shaking it vigorously. Her teasing tone and enchanting gaze were enough to drive any man to madness. Just stay with me a little longer, please? It's no use begging me. Wu Yu shook his head. I still need to return and ponder new ways to earn money. Lu Baoling's captivating phoenix eyes darted around, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a moment, she bit her lip, seemingly having made a crucial decision. How about this? As long as you agree to stay, I will give you 1% of the company's shares. Is that all? Wu Yu scoffed. Is this a beggar's offer? I want to stay. You. Lu Baoling was exasperated. The power of her alluring charm was truly overwhelming. She had completely succumbed. What son? What inheritance? None of it mattered now. Her sole desire was to bind Wu Yu to her side at any cost. Then, let us do this. Lu Baoling took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly as she said, tomorrow, I will transfer 10% of the company's shares to you. The remaining shares. As long as you are willing to accompany me, I will give you 1% at a time. Chapter 46. Am I not even inferior to a fool? Wu Yu's live streaming account had long been registered. The name was straightforward and blunt. Brother Yu appraises treasures. The profile picture was a selfie of him shirtless, flexing in the dormitory. Quite the show-off. He had just finished setting up an entire suite of top-notch streaming equipment and opened the live stream room. A familiar figure rushed in like a dog catching a whiff of something appetizing, barking excitedly. Little brother. Old Wong had donned a brand new tang suit today, his hands busy with two shiny walnuts, looking quite the part. He grasped Wu Yu's arm with enthusiasm that was almost overwhelming. Quickly, little brother, follow me. There's treasure over there. Huh. Wu Yu hadn't yet grasped the situation when Old Wong half pushed, half pulled him to an inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was a man in his 40s or 50s, with dark skin and a face etched with the marks of hardship, his hands calloused. Dressed in a faded old cloth jacket, he squatted on the ground, puffing on a pipe, looking like a simple farmer just returned from the fields. Before him lay a shabby piece of cloth, on which sat a solitary, dirty copper mirror. Little brother. A treasure. Old Wong pointed at the battered mirror, lowering his voice, excitedly spitting as he spoke. This old brother came from the countryside, claiming this is a family heirloom passed down for generations. Due to his son's upcoming marriage, he desperately needed money, which is why he reluctantly decided to sell it. Oh, upon hearing this, Wu Yu's interest was piqued. He took out his phone and activated the live stream. Soon, several scattered viewers flooded into the chat. What the heck? Is this real treasure appraisal? This broken item is clearly fake. You can find one for $10 at a street stall. How can such a young host know anything? Don't let yourself be led to slaughter. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Wu Yu meticulously examined the copper mirror. Although it was covered in verdigris, its shape was ancient, and the faint patterns on the back resembled some sort of auspicious beast. Most importantly, the system had not given any prompts. No prompts meant this was the real deal. Wu Yu's heart raced. Had he struck gold? He squatted down, pointing at the copper mirror, and asked the farmer, Sir, how much do you want for this mirror? The farmer looked up, revealing an honest face, extending 5 fingers, and with a thick accent said, 50,000. 50,000. Before Wu Yu could respond, the live stream chat exploded. 50,000. Why doesn't he go rob a bank? For this broken thing, I wouldn't take it even for 500 bucks. Host, back off. This is definitely a scam. But Wu Yu merely smiled, shaking his head, and replied to the farmer. Sir, 50,000 is too expensive. How about 3,000? 3,000. The farmer's face fell instantly, shaking his head repeatedly. No, that's too little. This is my family's heirloom. At least 3,000. 5,000. 20,000. 8,000. 15,000. 1,000. No more. Deal. The farmer thumped his thigh, as if afraid Wu Yu would back out, hurriedly stuffing the copper mirror into Wu Yu's hands. Wu Yu promptly scanned the QR code to make the payment. The audience in the live stream was left utterly speechless. It's over. The host has been scammed. Spending 10,000 bucks on a piece of junk with that IQ, he might as well say goodbye to riding a bike. Unsubscribed, watching this fool waste my time. Yet Wu Yu simply chuckled, addressing the camera. Hold on, folks, the moment of witnessing a miracle is about to arrive. Under the guidance of Old Wong, Wu Yu ventured deep into a building nestled within the antique street. The interior was dimly lit, and the air was thick with a blend of mustiness and the scent of aged wood. Kuing-gu, are you there? Old Wong called out, his voice echoing down the hallway. Stop your shouting. Get in here. A coarse, gravelly male voice bellowed from the innermost room. Following Old Wong, Wu Yu entered to find a brawny man, his torso bare and muscles rippling, adorned with a tattoo of a dragon and tiger sprawling across his back. Seated prominently in an armchair, he was none other than Kuing-gu, the kingpin of this antique street. What brings you here? Kuing-gu glanced at Old Wong with an air of impatience. Hey, Kuing-gu, I brought you a lucrative business opportunity, Old Wong said, bowing and scraping, as he carefully placed a grimy copper mirror on the 8 immortals table before Kuing-gu. Kuing-gu merely glanced at it before waving his hand dismissively. What a piece of junk. Take it away. Don't waste my time while I'm trying to enjoy my tea. Come on, Kuing-gu, please take another look. Old Wong pleaded, growing anxious. He pulled a glasses cloth from his pocket and began vigorously polishing the mirror. As the verdigrease was gradually wiped away, exquisite designs began to emerge on the back of the mirror. It depicted a vividly lifelike Qilin, standing atop clouds, roaring towards the heavens, masterfully carved and exuding an extraordinary presence. Kuing-gu's eyes widened in astonishment. He abruptly rose from his seat, snatching the copper mirror and retrieving a magnifying glass from a drawer to scrutinize it closely. Moments later, his Kuing-gu gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is from the Ming Dynasty. It's a Ming Dynasty entwined branched Qilin-patterned copper mirror. This is the real deal. The live stream erupted with excitement. Is this for real? The host really struck gold. No way. Buying a Ming Dynasty antique for 10,000? What kind of luck is this? It must be scripted. Wu Yu observed the barrage of comments, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He turned to Kuing-gu, asking with a grin, Kuing-gu, will you buy this? What is your offer? Of course I'll buy it. Kuing-gu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he extended 5 fingers. Little brother, since you're friends with Old Wong, I'll give you a fair price. 50,000. 50,000. Wu Yu shook his head. Kuing-gu, that's not fair. I checked online. This piece is worth at least several 100,000. Now, little brother, don't say it like that. Kuing-gu chuckled. This Ming Dynasty entwined branched Qilin-patterned copper mirror can go for up to $1 million. But yours, well, the condition isn't great, too many flaws. All right then. Wu Yu examined the mirror, noting the numerous imperfections, and nodded. 80,000. Not a penny less. Fine. It's a deal. Kuing-gu slapped his thigh, readily agreeing. Soon, Wu Yu held a thick wad of cash, feeling elated. Having invested only 10,000, he had profited 70,000. A truly remarkable gain. However, as Wu Yu reveled in his success, a nagging doubt crept in. Something felt amiss. Why had this old con man suddenly changed his ways? In the past, he had always sought to swindle Wu Yu. Today, he was introducing genuine goods? What was his motive? At that moment, Old Wong approached, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin. Hee, little brother, can we discuss something? To be honest, although I've not been in this business long, I have some unorthodox methods to make money. Unfortunately, I'm short on funds, so I propose we collaborate. You provide the capital, I provide the effort. And we split the profits. Of course, it'll be an 80-20 split in my favor. Sounds good. Wu Yu nodded enthusiastically, linking arms with Old Wong as they laughed their way to fortune. After the two departed, Kuing-gu respectfully pulled aside a heavy redwood screen. Behind it stood a stunning woman clad in a fiery red leather outfit, her figure strikingly alluring. Sister Lei, Kuing-gu bowed slightly, cautiously inquiring. Everything has been done according to your instructions. That boy should be none the wiser. Ling Yulei nodded, her enchanting phoenix eyes glinting with an icy glare. Kuin, ensure you execute this performance flawlessly. I want Wu Yu to lose everything. Her heart burned with resentment. Thousands of underlings lost in a single night. The hospital bills and lost wages totaled over $1 million. Fighting him was out of the question. Her Thunderbolt gang was merely a third-rate faction in the city. Their territory was small, and the most lucrative venture was this antique street. As for her title as the so-called Queen of the Underworld, it was merely because she was the only woman among the local gang leaders. This was why the brothers in the underworld praised her and bestowed upon her such flattering titles. But women are the most vengeful. The moment Wu Yu stepped into the antique street, Ling Yulei decided she must ensnare him. If she couldn't defeat him, could she not outsmart him? Moreover, with old Wang, that old trickster, informing her that Wu Yu was a gullible fool, she was incensed. How dare he call him a fool? Did that make her a defeated foe, even less than a fool? Out of caution, Ling Yulei did not let old Wang directly deceive Wu Yu. Instead, she meticulously crafted a grand scheme. First, she would use a genuine item to entice Wu Yu and lower his guard. Then, she would unleash a shocking counterfeit to ensnare him. Ha! I will make you go bankrupt. You'll even have to pawn that Lamborghini. Chapter 47. Pure Foolishness. Unfollowed. Under old Wang's guidance, Wu Yu soon arrived at a seemingly unremarkable stall. The vendor was a gaunt, lecherous middle-aged man, with a solitary blue and white porcelain bowl displayed on his table. Little brother. Another one, old Wang exclaimed, spitting as he enthusiastically introduced. This is Yuan blue and white. Yuan blue and white. Just look at the diffusion effect of the Sumar leaching. This rust spot. Absolutely prime merchandise. Wu Yu leaned in for a closer inspection. The bowl was exquisitely painted, and its fine texture certainly bore the hallmarks of authenticity. Most crucially, the system still provided no notifications. Was this truly genuine? Wu Yu's heart raced once more. How much for this bowl? 200,000. The vendor demanded exorbitantly. 5,000. Wu Yu countered sharply. After a heated negotiation, they finally settled on 80,000. With the bowl in hand, Wu Yu rushed back to Kuan-gu. Kuan-gu. Another treasure. Kuan-gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy cow. A Yuan blue and white entwined peony pattern large bowl. This is the real deal. Just a bit of discoloration ultimately. This bowl was acquired by Kuan-gu for 300,000. A swift resale netted a profit of 220,000. The viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? Did he strike gold again? This is unscientific. This must be scripted. How can anyone have such good luck? Host, I advise you to buy a lottery ticket. Stop wasting your talent here. Wu Yu surveyed the comments, his smile widening. According to their agreement, out of the 220,000, 44,000 belonged to old Wang. Yet Wu Yu waved his hand, exclaiming with grandiosity, Wang Gu, no rush. After we finish for the day, let us find a place, and I'll settle the payment in one go. All right. Old Wang rubbed his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. His internal calculations were already ringing like a cash register. The young man must have complete faith in me by now. It is high time to unveil the ultimate treasure. Old Wang, accompanied by Wu Yu, ventured to the deepest recesses of the antique street, arriving at an inconspicuous corner. Here lay a dilapidated stall, manned by a farmer in a straw hat, dozing on the ground. Before him rested but a singular object, a night pot, pristine white and as smooth as jade. Young brother, this is an extraordinary treasure, old Wang said, his expression grave as he pointed at the night pot, speaking in a tone bordering on reverent. This is no ordinary night pot. It is the white jade dragon and phoenix auspicious pot, a royal artifact used by Emperor Qianlong during his southern excursions. Just look at the quality of the jade. The exquisite craftsmanship, such regal grandeur. Wu Yu focused intently. Though the night pot had a peculiar shape, its jade was indeed warm and delicate, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs, exuding an air of remarkable elegance. He crouched down, ready to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, the dozing old man jolted awake, seizing Wu Yu's hand with a firm grip. Do not move. The old man croaked, his voice hoarse yet alert. This is my family's heirloom. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Sir, how much do you want for this treasure? Wu Yu inquired with a smile. The old man raised 2 fingers, speaking in an authoritative tone. 5 million. Not a cent less. Gasp. Wu Yu and the viewers in the live stream gasped collectively. 5 million. For a night pot? Young brother, it's worth every penny. Absolutely worth it. Old Wang chimed in, fervently fanning the flames of excitement. Consider it. This was used by Emperor Qianlong. It carries the essence of the dragon. Its value is undoubtedly immense. We must secure it. Wealth awaits us. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Wu Yu's heart raced wildly. He understood that the true trap had finally revealed itself. Copper mirrors, Yuan blue and white porcelain. Mere bait. This night pot was the proverbial knife that kills without shedding blood. Alas, he was not afraid of being deceived. Ha ha ha. However, just as Wu Yu was about to reach for his money, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something on the bottom of the night pot. A minuscule yet unmistakably clear QR code was imprinted there. Wu Yu nearly choked on his own astonishment. A QR code on Emperor Qianlong's night pot. This is beyond absurd. This scam is too lowbrow. A blatant insult to one's intelligence. The viewers in the live stream quickly caught on to this absurdity and erupted in laughter. Ha! A QR code. I see it. That thing has a QR code on the bottom. I'm dying. Was Emperor Qianlong using QR code payments? Host. Run. This is a blatant trap. 5 million for a night pot with a QR code? Are you out of your mind? Wu Yu observed the barrage of comments, a playful smile curving his lips. He turned to old Wang and the old man, displaying an innocent and earnest grin. I'll buy it. What? Both old Wang and the old man froze in disbelief. He actually fell for it so easily. This kid is truly a fool. Old Wang's heart brimmed with delight. He had been anxious earlier, thinking that deceiving someone was an art, but it seemed this old man was far too unprofessional with his QR code antique. But now, it worked. The fool took the bait. With this deal, the promised reward of 100,000 yuan from Sister Lei would be in hand. Soon, he would retire, go to Yunnan, buy tea mountains, and scam those pretentious little bourgeois. High profits, low risks, and hard to be exposed. What a dream. Payment successful. Ignoring the flood of warnings and insults in the live stream, Wu Yu cheerfully pulled out his phone and effortlessly paid 5 million. He then carefully cradled the white jade dragon and phoenix auspicious pod in his hands, admiring it from every angle, utterly enamored. The viewers were left speechless. What a complete simpleton. Unsubscribed, unsubscribed. This host's intelligence is beyond saving. Everyone disperse. No, I'm not leaving. I want to witness how he gets swindled into bankruptcy, then weeps bitterly. That scene will be quite entertaining. Wu Yu, along with old Wang, returned to Kuan Ji's office. Kuan Gu, quick, take a look. This is my newly acquired treasure. He placed the night pot on the table, his face alight with anticipation. Kuan Gu glanced at the peculiar shape and nearly burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it, clearing his throat to feign seriousness as he began his appraisal. Ahem. Young brother, it seems you may have been duped. He picked up the night pot, pointing at the designs, launching into a well-rehearsed critique. Observe this dragon motif. Its claws are exaggerated, lacking any royal majesty, clearly the work of a roadside craftsman. And this phoenix motif, its feathers are disheveled. Its demeanor comical. Where's the regal bearing of the king of birds? Furthermore, while the jade appears smooth, upon closer inspection, does it not feel somewhat coarse? This indicates a heavy stone quality, not what one would consider high-grade Hetian white jade. As Kuan Gu spoke with increasing fervor, his words became animated. Yet, as he continued, he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Chapter 48. Hello? 110? I've been swindled. The dragon motif. The more he looked, seemed increasingly authentic. That regal aura of imperial superiority practically emanated from the jade, and the phoenix design, with its graceful poise, exuded an air of royal grandeur. Something is not right. Sweat beaded on Kuan Ji's forehead. He hastily flipped the night pot over, intent on using the damning QR code to confirm its counterfeit status. However, when his gaze fell upon the bottom of the night pot, he was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. What the hell? Where's the QR code? I had a sizable QR code here. How has it vanished? In its stead were 4 ancient characters, carved in a seal script, exuding an air of antiquity and authority. Qianlong Imperial Use. Is this truly the genuine article? Old Wang was also taken aback. He leaned in for a closer look, equally bewildered. How could it transform from fake to real in an instant? Kuan Gu, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of urgency. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, old Wang. You must come over right away. I have something significant here. Hanging up, Kuan Gu turned to Wu Yu, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrow. Young brother. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea while I fetch a true expert to appraise your treasure. Sure, Wu Yu nodded, then pointed to his stomach. I need to use the restroom first. With that, he hurried out of the office. A few minutes later, an elderly gentleman with wispy white hair, wearing reading glasses, and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, rushed in, accompanied by Kuan Gu. He was none other than Old Huang, the most renowned and authoritative appraiser in the antique street. As Old Huang approached the table and examined the white jade night pot, his murky old eyes suddenly sparkled with unparalleled brilliance. A treasure, a true treasure, he exclaimed, trembling with excitement, his voice quivering with emotion. In my long life of collecting antiques, I have never encountered a Qing dynasty official kiln piece in such pristine condition. With jade quality of such exceptional caliber, Kuan and Old Wang were utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, hidden behind the screen, Observing everything through the surveillance monitor, Ling Yulei trembled, nearly fainting on the spot. How could this be possible? That counterfeit was something she had merely spent 50 yuan to casually procure online. How had it transformed into an antique? Faced with the urgency of the situation, Ling Yulei could no longer afford to concern herself with the mastermind behind it all. She abruptly dashed out from behind the screen, her captivating phoenix eyes filled with panic and disarray. Quick, Cohen, snatch that night pot back for me. Her sole thought was to swiftly switch the now authentic counterfeit. To mitigate her losses, Cohen, being a quick-witted individual, immediately grasped her intent upon hearing her words. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards the white jade night pot on the table like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, it was already too late. Hey, what are you doing? A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. There stood Wu Yu, swaggering in while cradling a white jade night pot identical to the one on the table. He approached Cohen, placing the night pot down beside the original, then grinned and said, "What's this? Planning to switch it? You know about it." Ling Yulei's body trembled violently, her exquisite face draining of color. Turning an ashen hue, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Wu Yu, filled with disbelief and terror. "Hee, Sister Lei, I must thank you for this." Wu Yu wore a disarmingly innocent smile. Yet to Ling Yulei, that smile seemed more terrifying than that of a devil. "If it weren't for your meticulous orchestration of this splendid play, I would never have stumbled upon such a treasure today." Wu Yu pointed to the night pot, which old Huang had already authenticated as genuine, grinning with unrestrained delight. "You're talking nonsense." Ling Yulei, furious and frantic, pointed at the authentic night pot, screaming hysterically. "That's mine. It's my collection. It has nothing to do with you." "Exactly. It belongs to Sister Lei." Cohen and old Wang quickly rallied to her defense, echoing her sentiments fervently. "Indeed, that night pot was brought here by Sister Lei just now for us to help authenticate." Cohen stepped forward, his fist as large as a cooking pot, menacingly directed at old Huang's nose, his gaze filled with blatant threat. In response, Wu Yu merely smiled. He radiated a calm demeanor, as if unfazed. He walked to the corner, retrieving his cleverly concealed phone from behind a struggling pothose plant. "Unfortunately, I forgot to turn off the live stream while I was in the restroom." Wu Yu waved his phone, revealing a signature devilish grin to the camera. "Now, the hundreds of viewers in my live stream have witnessed everything that just transpired in crystal clarity. Tell me, what do you think will happen if I call the police right now?" "Don't you dare call the police." At the sound of this, Ling Yulei's heart plummeted, and she screamed in terror. "What kind of international joke is this? Call the police. That night pot is a genuine antique worth over 10 million. If the authorities get involved and launch an investigation, it could turn into a major case. I might end up behind bars. Why can't I call the police?" Wu Yu feigned innocence, blinking at her. "I'm not targeting you. I merely wish to report a scam." "Report a scam?" "Exactly." Wu Yu pointed at his newly purchased counterfeit night pot, which bore a QR code on the bottom. He shook his phone again, asserting with conviction, "I was duped into spending 5 million on a counterfeit with a QR code. The hundreds of viewers in the live stream can attest to this. Therefore, I must call the police to protect my rights as a consumer." Ling Yulei could no longer contain herself. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens. This was truly astonishing. He intended to retrieve 5 million, initially believing Wu Yu to be a lamb ready for slaughter. It turned out he was the one wielding the hunting rifle, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. All of them had been mere puppets in his hands. Ling Yulei desperately sought to prevent Wu Yu from calling the police, yet in front of the livestream camera, she dared not act recklessly. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her inept associates were no match for Wu Yu. With no other options, she could only watch helplessly as Wu Yu, with deliberate calmness, dialed the police. "Hello? Is this 110? I want to report a scam." Chapter 49. Young people should remain grounded. Soon, a blaring siren approached from afar. Leading the charge was the strikingly beautiful and poised police officer, Jiang Yuerong. Upon realizing that the reporter was none other than Wu Yu, her exquisitely delicate face instantly reflected exasperation and anguish. "Classmate." Jiang Yuerong hastened to Wu Yu's side, her disappointment palpable. "I just finished conducting an anti-fraud seminar for you all yesterday. I cautioned you repeatedly not to believe in any pie-in-the-sky schemes. Why won't you listen?" "Officer, you've misunderstood." Wu Yu wore an expression of earnestness, his demeanor innocent. "I was quite vigilant at first, but they conspired together to deceive me. They employed accomplices and staged a double act. As a NA-VE college student, how could I withstand such tricks?" At these words, Ling Yulei, Cohen, and old Wang trembled with indignation, nearly succumbing to apoplexy. "We conspired to deceive you. Please, it was you who played us all for fools with your cunning deception." Jiang Yuerong, faced with Wu Yu's innocent expression, was left speechless. Sighing, she waved her hand. "Enough of this charade. Take them all back to the station. They were caught red-handed. Let us see what they have to say now. At the police station, in the interrogation room, Jiang Yuerong entered, placing a steaming cup of tea before Wu Yu. Speak. Wu, what is the true nature of this situation? Don't even think about concealing anything. Her voice, though still melodious, carried an undeniable authority. Officer, I truly have nothing to hide. Wu Yu raised his hands in innocent surrender. The events transpired just as I described. I was deceived by them, and then I reported it to the police. It's that simple. Simple? Jiang Yuerong's brows furrowed instantly, her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling with keen intelligence. Can you explain how a mere university student like yourself came to possess 5 million to purchase a counterfeit night pot? Furthermore, where did the genuine night pot worth over 10 million originate? Why would I spend 5 million on a counterfeit when I already had the real item? Facing Jiang Yuerong's barrage of incisive questions, Wu Yu merely smiled, responding with poise. Officer, my personal financial matters and how I acquired that antique should be considered private information. Right? It doesn't seem to have any direct relevance to this fraud case, does it? Jiang Yuerong was left speechless. She understood that Wu Yu spoke the truth. In the absence of concrete evidence, she had no authority to pry into Wu Yu's personal affairs. However, the woman's sixth sense informed her that this Wu Yu was far from ordinary. He must be concealing some unspeakable secret. Very well. Jiang Yuerong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her curiosity and doubts, and stated matter-of-factly, we have fully recovered your 5 million. You can complete the necessary paperwork shortly to claim it. Thank you, officer. Wu Yu sincerely bowed to Jiang Yuerong. Then, amidst Jiang Yuerong's complex gaze filled with inquiry and reluctance, he swaggered out of the police station. At the entrance of the police station, a sleek black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ was quietly parked by the roadside. Beside the vehicle, a familiar and striking silhouette paced anxiously back and forth. It was Lu Yunqi. The moment she spotted Wu Yu emerging, she hurriedly approached him, her high heels clicking against the pavement. How much did you lose? Was it serious? Did they catch the culprit? Don't worry, sis, it's all taken care of. Wu Yu waved his hand, not wishing to linger on the matter. As he gazed at Lu Yunqi's exquisite face, etched with concern, a warm current surged within him. By the way, sis, do you know anyone who deals in antiques? Preferably a professional auction house. Antiques? Lu Yunqi paused momentarily, then nodded. I don't know anyone personally, but I can inquire for you. Great. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, your affairs are my affairs. Lu Yunqi replied softly as she started the car, her voice laced with a tenderness she herself had not noticed. Wu Yu chuckled, feeling elated. One hand held the night pot, savoring the dragon spirit of the Qianlong Emperor, while the other discreetly rested upon Lu Yunqi's long, elegantly shaped legs encased in black stockings. The sensation was exquisite, warm, smooth, firm, and springy. Lu Yunqi's body trembled slightly, and two delicate blushes instantly appeared on her noble, aloof face. She shot Wu Yu a shy glare but offered no resistance, allowing his restless hand to roam freely upon her thigh. As Wu Yu reveled in the exhilarating sensation, he pondered. That night pot was worth over 10 million, a significant sum. It must be sold through the most reputable and reliable channels for safety. However, there was no rush. This could be approached leisurely. The most pressing concern now was where to store this treasure. The dormitory? What a jest. With those foolish roommates, should they ever indulge too much and mistake this valuable night pot for a urinal? Where would he seek justice? It seemed the time had come to purchase a place of his own. Estimating his current financial standing, Wu Yu mused. I should be able to choose freely among the properties in the city. With that thought, he slapped his thigh excitedly and declared to Lu Yunqi, who was driving, Sis, we're not going back to school. Turn around. Let us go house hunting. In the bustling city center, surrounded by towering buildings and a flow of traffic, Lu Yunqi analyzed the local real estate landscape as she drove. Our Baiyun city is classified as a new first-tier city, experiencing rapid development in recent years, with property prices soaring accordingly. The core districts in the city center predominantly feature spacious flats and high-end apartments, with average prices exceeding 100,000 per unit. Lu Yunqi paused before continuing. The advantages of these properties include prime locations, comprehensive amenities, and convenient transportation, making them highly valuable for both personal use and investment. However, the downside is that they are expensive and their appreciation potential is nearly maxed out. If you aim for long-term holding and value retention, I personally wouldn't recommend them. Wu Yu nodded and inquired, what would you recommend then? Let me see. Lu Yunqi pulled out a tablet from her Hermes bag, her slender fingers swiftly scrolling across the screen to retrieve information on several local properties. I'll recommend a few options that are good value for money. She handed the tablet to Wu Yu and began her professional analysis. Look at this Starlight Garden. It's a school district property in a great location. Although the units are slightly smaller, the total price is reasonable, around 3 million, making it easy to resell later. Then there's the quiet lake villa, serene environment, low density. Ideal for living, though it's a bit far from the city center. However, it's affordable, with a small 3-bedroom available for 5 million. As she spoke, Lu Yunqi discreetly observed Wu Yu's reaction from the corner of her eye. Although she had no idea of his true wealth, she estimated it to be at most around 10 million. Buying a property in the millions would enhance his living situation without overextending financially, which seemed like the safest choice. Yet, Wu Yu merely glanced at the listings and disdainfully scoffed. "Sis, can't you recommend something larger? I advise you not to be overly ambitious." Lu Yunqi adopted a rational tone. While larger homes have their allure, they come with hefty price tags. Just the maintenance fees and management costs would be a considerable expense. Young people should remain grounded and act according to their actual circumstances. That makes sense. Wu Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of purchasing a home based on one's personal situation. "How about this?" He raised his hand and pointed towards a nearby skyscraper glittering in the sunlight, resembling a fortress of the future. "Let us check that one out." The one ahead. Lu Yunqi instinctively followed his finger, and in the next moment, she stood frozen in shock. "What the? Cloudtop Palace? Are you joking?" That was the most prestigious and exclusive property in all of Baiyun City. Overlooking the river and the sea, it occupied the city's prime golden location. The amenities were extravagantly lavish: sky gardens, infinity pools, private clubs, you name it. The residents were all elite and affluent individuals. Though Lu Yunqi had managed to squeeze herself into the elite circle through her connection with Elder Xia, she was merely a minor player. The money she had managed to gather over the years was barely enough to purchase a single bedroom in Cloudtop Palace. Could Wu Yu afford it? Wait, he isn't expecting me to foot the bill, is he? What are you waiting for? Let us go. Help me take a look. Wu Yu urged with a smile, pulling her delicate hand as they headed towards the sales center. Lu Yunqi's mind was blank, and she could only mechanically follow his lead. Chapter 50. Sir, why don't you negotiate a price? The sales center of Cloudtop Palace was even more opulent than a royal palace. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the soaring ceiling, casting a dazzling brilliance. The floors were laid with top-grade marble imported from Italy, shining like a mirror, reflecting the silhouettes of those within. The air was infused with a subtle, high-end fragrance. As Wu Yu and Lu Yunqi stepped inside, a tall, sweet-faced saleswoman dressed in a custom-tailored suit immediately approached them with a beaming smile. Spotting Lu Yunqi's expensive Chanel outfit and her striking demeanor, she quickly assessed Wu Yu. Although handsome and well-built, he appeared far too young and somewhat inexperienced. What was their relationship? Siblings? No. It was more likely a wealthy woman with her young paramour. The saleswoman's keen eye detected a hint of intimacy in Lu Yunqi's gaze towards Wu Yu, prompting her to redirect all her enthusiasm towards Lu Yunqi. After all, the one who pays the bill calls the shots. "Greetings, beautiful. Welcome to the Cloudtop Palace." As she spoke, she led the two of them to a massive sand table model, enthusiastically launching into her presentation. "Dear lady, behold our Cloudtop Palace, designed with the world's most cutting-edge architectural concepts. The greenery coverage reaches an astounding 70%, ensuring that your residence feels like living in a natural oxygen bar. And our layouts are all spacious, with the smallest starting at 300 square meters. The 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows allow you to enjoy breathtaking views of the river and the sea every day." Lu Yunqi listened half-heartedly, feeling so awkward that her toes were nearly piercing through her high heels. What is she saying? Do I have the money to buy this? She attempted to interject several times, but seeing the saleswoman's fervent enthusiasm, she hesitated to interrupt. Instead, she kept giving Wu Yu pointed glances, silently urging him to stop looking. "I can't afford this." As for Wu Yu, he strolled leisurely in front of the sand table, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly engrossed. Finally, he pointed to the top of the model and casually inquired, "Is this layout still available?" "Huh." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "Sir, this is our crown jewel, located on the top floor, with a total area exceeding 1,000 square meters. It also features an expansive sky garden and a private pool. But of course, the prices." Before she could finish, Wu Yu interrupted her. "All right, I'll take this one." "Well, what?" Both Lu Yunqi and the saleswoman exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide as saucers, fixed on Wu Yu. "You want this one?" Lu Yunqi panicked, grabbing Wu Yu's arm and whispering fiercely, "Are you insane? That house costs over 100 million. Even selling me wouldn't cover it. Stop joking around. We need to leave." But to her surprise, Wu Yu merely smiled. "Who said you had to buy it?" He turned to the now completely stunned saleswoman, pulling out a plain-looking bank card from his pocket. "I'll take the house. Yes, in full." His tone was so nonchalant, as if he were purchasing a cabbage at the market rather than a luxury mansion worth over 100 million. Then, he glanced back at the bewildered Lu Yunqi. Sister, you were right. One should indeed purchase a home according to their actual circumstances. I have over 100 million in liquid assets. So this is the only property I can afford. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxi's eyes widened, gazing at Wu Yu as though he were a ghost. The saleswoman, trembling, cautiously accepted the bank card, her palms slick with perspiration. Hey, are you sure? You really want to buy? Wait. Suddenly, Wu Yu furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. By the way, this house doesn't come furnished, right? Such large units typically have immense renovation potential and are usually sold unfurnished. The saleswoman answered honestly. Indeed. I see. Wu Yu mused. No, it must come furnished. Otherwise, renovating such a large space would take at least 3 months. I can't wait. Nor do I want to. He then asked the saleswoman, do you have any show units that are already furnished and ready for immediate occupancy? No. But I have heard of a unit that might meet your needs. Oh, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. You see, there's a wealthy owner in our community, reputed to be a big shot in the antiques world. Last year, she purchased a top-tier unit here in cash. It's already fully renovated, with top-of-the-line appliances and furniture, ready for immediate move-in. The key point is, she has never lived there since buying it. I recently heard she might be looking to sell it. Please hurry. Wu Yu urged eagerly. All right. The saleswoman dashed aside to obtain the owner's contact information. A few minutes later, she returned, her face alight with excitement, handing her phone to Wu Yu. Sir, tremendous news. The owner indeed agrees to sell. However, she mentioned that the price might be quite high, 15 million. Goodness. Wu Yu was momentarily speechless. That's 3 million more than a brand new unit? Can it be cheaper? You should negotiate directly with the owner, the saleswoman suggested. Activating the phone S speaker. Immediately, a melodious, youthful voice chimed in from the other end. Hello, sir. You're interested in buying my house, correct? That's fine. However, I assure you, there will be no discounts, as I am not in need of money. Her tone was haughty and aloof, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Yet, at that moment, Wu Yu's mind echoed with a cold, familiar mechanical voice once more. Ding. Fraud detected. System optimization initiated. The next second, hello? Sir? I apologize. I may have miscommunicated. The price is indeed negotiable. Sir? Are you listening? How about this? 100 million. I'll sell for 100 million. 90 million. I'm already losing quite a bit at this price. 80 million. It can't go any lower. Okay. Wu Yu finally spoke. You claim not to need money, right? You're being so assertive, aren't you? I'll just wait for you to lower your price, and I expect it to be your minimum. Chapter 51. Did I not say I was spending the night at my friend's house? 80 million. Securing a brand new, unoccupied luxury residence could be considered a masterstroke. A smirk of satisfaction curved Wu Yu's lips. Meanwhile, the other party's tone was subdued, filled with helplessness and grievance. If it weren't for my urgent need for funds to attend Sotheby's autumn auction, I wouldn't sell it to you for such a low price. After all, you won't be living there. Leaving it empty would be a waste. Wu Yu chuckled. Once the call ended, he left the sales center, turning left to find a real estate agency. Under the remote authorization of the female owner, he quickly completed all the purchasing procedures. On the last page of the contract, he caught sight of the mysterious owner's name, Song Weitian. How fitting, Wu Yu mused to himself, admiring how sweet-sounding the name was, though he remained curious about her true appearance. Having settled everything, Wu Yu returned to the sales center, generously transferring 5,000 yuan as a referral fee to the saleswoman. It was only then that Lu Yunxi, who had been in a state of shock and stupor, finally came to her senses. My goodness, he just bought a property worth almost 100 million without batting an eye. This isn't just wealth, it's a level of extravagance beyond comprehension. Lu Yunxi had always harbored an extraordinary obsession with and desire for money. Witnessing Wu Yu's unfathomable financial prowess made her heart race uncontrollably. Capable, resourceful, wealthy, and so handsome. Such an exquisite figure. This is what one would call truly exceptional. How utterly ridiculous that she had previously viewed him as a needy student in need of charity. As she gazed at Wu Yu's composed smile and the fervor in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, she could no longer maintain any semblance of reserve. Rushing forward to intimately link her arm with his. Humph, the salespeople receive rewards. What about me? She pressed her graceful and voluptuous figure tightly against Wu Yu, pouting her luscious crimson lips and playfully imploring him. No rush, Wu Yu chuckled, taking her delicate, almost boneless hand in his own. First, accompany me to see our new home. The pair ascended in a private observation elevator, swiftly soaring to the penthouse suite on the top floor. With a fingerprint unlock, the grand entrance swung open. The sight that greeted them was one of exquisite luxury and vastness. Over 1,000 square meters of expansive space, with soaring ceilings nearly 10 meters high, evoked a powerful visual impact. The decor embodied Wu Yu's favored modern minimalist style, with a palette dominated by black, white, and gray, subtle yet sophisticated. The appliances and furnishings were all top-tier imports from Germany and Italy, infused with a sense of futuristic technology. Wu Yu, satisfied, approached the massive 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The dazzling cityscape sprawled before him. Below, the river flowed ceaselessly, while in the distance, the majestic ocean stretched out. This Song Wei Tian has exquisite taste. The decor aligns perfectly with my preferences. Wu Yu stood on the expansive viewing balcony, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the myriad lives below. An unprecedented sense of ambition, a feeling of overlooking the world, surged within him. Just then, a gentle, fragrant breeze wafted from behind. Lu Yunxi wrapped her arms tightly around Wu Yu's broad waist, resting her cheeks softly against his back, exhaling sweetly. Darling, I deserve a reward too. All right. I can't argue with you. Wu Yu turned, playfully brushing her pert nose. He then pointed to an empty guest room, grinning as he said, how about I gift you a room? From now on, we can collaborate here instead of at a hotel. Okay, Lu Yunxi shyly nodded. Her enchanting apricot eyes sparkling with fervent light, gazing intently at Wu Yu, as if wanting to consume him whole. Just as the atmosphere thickened with burgeoning intimacy, the shrill ring of her phone abruptly shattered the moment. The screen flashed the bold character's husband. It was a call from Mr. Xia. However, to Wu Yu's astonishment, Lu Yunxi didn't even glance at it. She simply pressed the hang-up button and tossed the phone aside, leaping into Wu Yu's embrace without a care. The following morning, in the master bedroom, Wu Yu was sound asleep on the luxurious king-size bed when a warm, moist sensation suddenly stirred him awake. He slowly opened his eyes to find Lu Yunxi's breathtakingly beautiful face, captivating beyond compare, hovering close before him. Time to get up for breakfast, she chimed. Wu Yu sat up, taken aback. Lu Yunxi had not only risen early, but had also donned an ensemble befitting a diligent homemaker. She wore only a pristine white lace apron, its delicate ties crisscrossing on her smooth back, accentuating her alluring butterfly bones and graceful spine. The fabric of the apron clung softly to her figure, exposing her slender waist and the curves of her bosom, creating a breathtaking silhouette. As she turned lightly, her creamy skin glimmered in the morning light, revealing long, elegant legs extending from beneath the apron. The juxtaposition of the homemaking attire against the allure it failed to conceal formed a tantalizing tableau that quickened the pulse. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Wu Yu inquired with curiosity, what are you still doing here? Aren't you worried about Mr. Xia suspecting anything? Hee. Lu Yunxi leaned in close to Wu Yu's ear, her voice soft and inviting. You don't need to worry about that. Get up quickly. I've prepared a feast for you. As Wu Yu entered the dining room, he was greeted by an immense table lavishly laid out with a sumptuous breakfast spread. Sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fin, bird's nest, an array of nourishing delicacies. Lu Yunxi served him breakfast tenderly, embodying the role of a devoted wife. Suddenly, her phone rang again. This time it was Mr. Xia. This time, Lu Yunxi did not hang up, but answered instead. However, her tone turned icy and impatient. What do you want? I told you I'm spending the night at my friend's house. What breakfast? You can go buy it yourself. I'm too old to be running around. After ending the call, Lu Yunxi immediately reverted back to her affectionate demeanor, gazing at Wu Yu with warmth in her eyes, softly saying, Darling, I want to go anywhere today. I want to spend the whole day with you, all right? No, Wu Yu shook his head, for he had pressing matters to attend to. What matters? I'm working on acquiring a company. Yes, it requires immense effort, the kind that makes one sweat profusely. Chapter 52. You must call me father. Wu Yu returned to 69 Entertainment, but his status had dramatically transformed. He was now a shareholder, holding a 30% stake. Propped up comfortably in his office, he awaited the arrival of others. Soon, Lu Baoling, clad in a form-fitting OL outfit with legs adorned in sheer stockings and perched upon 10-centimeter red-bottom heels, stormed in. She shot a fierce glare at the drooling employees before striding into the office, eagerly revealing a hidden door. Confronted by this enchanting beauty, Wu Yu wasted no time. He settled into the boss's chair, crossed his legs, and beckoned Lu Baoling with a finger. Instantly, she understood, and like a docile kitten, she approached him. Resting her chin on his knee, her beautiful face lifted towards him, her eyes a mixture of pleading and playful reproach. You little rascal, coming here so early. Are you thinking about your sister's company shares? Indeed, Wu Yu admitted candidly. He had spent a considerable sum on the luxurious residence, leaving only a few million in his account. He needed to replenish his resources quickly. The path of profiting from casual games was now blocked, and finding antiques required time. The most direct and reliable route was through Lu Baoling. After all, 69 Entertainment dominated the entire casual gaming industry, boasting terrifying profitability. Securing shares would yield astronomical dividends. However, this time, Lu Baoling hesitated. She clung to Wu Yu's leg, gently swaying and pouting. Brother, A 30 share is already quite substantial. Can't you just let it be? Wu Yu's brow furrowed. Are you reneging on our agreement? No, not at all. Lu Baoling quickly clarified. If I give you all my shares and my son finds out, he will surely cause a scene. Really? You think your words carry weight? Wu Yu's expression darkened. Fine. I'll take my leave. Wait. I was wrong. Seeing Wu Yu about to leave, Lu Baoling turned pale with fear. She clutched his leg tightly, crying out in desperation, I shouldn't have gone back on my word. Let us stick to our previous agreement. Is that satisfactory? As Wu Yu gazed at Lu Baoling's pleading face, suddenly, ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. What the hell? Did she dare to deceive me? Meanwhile, Lu Baoling clung to Wu Yu's leg, torn between her conscience and her desires. Brother, please don't hold it against me. I'm already yours. But I have a son. I can't be selfish and disregard my child's future for my own happiness. I can always apologize later. I'd even kneel if necessary. As long as you Lu Baoling suddenly felt her mind buzzing. The tangled, conflicting thoughts that had plagued her were instantly supplanted by an overpowering, irresistible notion. A son? A son must be raised in poverty. Providing him with everything would merely transform him into a worthless ne'er-do-well. And what of Wu Yu? He is the man I cherish most. He is the light of my life. I shall give him everything, without reservation. With this thought, Lu Baoling no longer hesitated. She abruptly released her grip, dashed to her desk, and flung open the drawer. With her left hand holding the company's business license and her right hand brandishing her ID card, she crashed to her knees before Wu Yu with a thud. Brother, from this day forth, I entrust everything to you. My company is yours. My people are yours. My heart is yours too. I implore you, accept this. In the Cloud-Top Palace, Lu Baoling took Wu Yu's hand and led him back to her lavish abode worth tens of millions. Indeed, she resided here as well. However, her dwelling was merely an ordinary low-floor unit, a far cry from Wu Yu's penthouse palace in the sky. Yet, even so, it sufficiently showcased her substantial financial prowess. Lu Baoling had resolved that from this day forward, she would liberate herself entirely. No longer would she conceal her affections. She would unabashedly be with Wu Yu. As for the rumors, to hell with them. I revel in it. Darling, this is your sister's home now. Lu Baoling intimately entwined her arm with Wu Yu's, pressing her voluptuous figure closely against him. Wu Yu surveyed the surroundings. The decor is quite commendable. However, compared to his own residence, it still paled in comparison. Come, let me show you my bedroom. Lu Baoling cast him a flirtatious glance, grasped his hand, and led him toward the master suite. The master bedroom was spacious, featuring a luxurious king-size bed akin to Wu Yu's own. The sheets were silk, the quilt was velvet, and the pillows were made of latex. Just as Wu Yu was about to sit on the edge of the bed to assess the difference, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a picture frame on the bedside table. What the hell? Wu Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Within the frame, Lu Baoling was intimately embracing a young, handsome man, her smile radiant. And that man it couldn't be. Was that Wang Kaixian? Good heavens. Wu Yu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Wang Kaixian was Lu Baoling's son. That meant he was now a father. Ha. Wu Yu erupted with glee in his mind. What a delight. You, Wang, you little rascal. How dare you seek to harm me? From now on, whenever you see me, you better call me Dad. Otherwise, I shall torment your mother. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, a grin nearly splitting his face in two. Just then, darling, Lu Baoling swiftly kicked off her 10-centimeter red-bottom stilettos. Her long, slender legs encased in sheer stockings wrapping around Wu Yu's waist. Brother, what brings you such joy? Care to share with your sister? What do you guess? I guess wait, you can even guess this? Hee. Wang Kaixian's mood had plummeted to an all-time low, worse than the taste of dirt. He had been ardently pursuing the goddess Shening Ran, only to have her snatched away by some unknown interloper. As if that weren't enough, the scoundrel was a two-timer. Wu Yu, damn it. Wang Kaixian sat in his Ferrari, slamming his fist on the steering wheel, producing a deafening honk. One day, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. After cursing, Wang Kaixian took a moment to compose himself, opened the car door, and exited. Then he rode the private elevator to his home. Mom, I'm back. Chapter 53. Pulling her from the embrace of that demon. At this hour, Wang Kaixian would usually be out at a bar or club, reveling with a gang of friends. Today, however, he returned home early because he had a pressing matter to address. He needed money. Indeed, he intended to seek out his wealthy mother for another influx of funds. Damn it, Wu Yu was proving to be too formidable. Even a seasoned queen of the underworld like Sister Lei had fallen at his hands. It was rumored that she was currently detained, implicated in some gang fraud. Wang Kaixian was baffled as to why it was classified as fraud. Nonetheless, he had come to a conclusion. If Sister Lei could not handle it, then he would spend even more money to hire someone more formidable. As long as the funds were sufficient, not only Wu Yu, but even the king of heaven himself would be at his mercy. With this thought, Wang Kaixian smoothed out his fierce expression, adjusted his collar, and entered his home. Mom, I'm back. The living room was empty. His mother's valuable Hermes Birkin bag lay carelessly on the sofa. The kitchen was unoccupied, and the bathroom was also deserted. Only the door to the master bedroom was firmly shut. What was going on? Was his mother unwell and resting inside? A flicker of doubt surfaced in Wang Kaixian's mind. He took a deep breath and tiptoed to the master bedroom door, gently pushing it open. In the next moment, he stood frozen in place. His eyes widened like saucers. There, on the enormous luxurious double bed, lay his mother, the formidable businesswoman known for her authority, clad in a scandalously scanty red lace lingerie set. She was sprawled on the bed in a most unrefined manner. Her enchanting eyes, usually so sharp, were now vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling, her lips curving into an unmistakable, foolish smile. That expression, that demeanor. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Kaixian was taken aback, rushing forward with urgency. Lu Baoling was startled by the sudden voice, abruptly waking from her blissful reverie. Upon seeing her son, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly grabbed the quilt to cover herself. Son, why are you back? Mom, what were you doing just now? Wang Kaixian's gaze fell upon the crumpled silk sheets, wrinkled as if they had been ravaged, and his voice trembled. Lu Baoling's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, it was a conversation that had to happen eventually. Thus, she cleared her throat and said, Son, sit down. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Wang Kaixian asked, curiosity etched on his face. Mom has a boyfriend now. What? Wang Kaixian was taken aback. He looked incredulously at his mother, stammering. Who is he? A very exceptional person. Lu Baoling's face involuntarily lit up with a blush. He is handsome, has a great physique, treats me well, and in short, I love him very much. Lu Baoling went on and on, extolling Wu Yu's virtues. Of course, she did not reveal Wu Yu's true identity. After all, she understood that given Wu Yu's age, which was younger than her son's, Wang Kaixian would likely struggle to accept it. Thus, this matter must be approached gradually, step by step. First, she should prepare him psychologically. However, to her surprise, Wang Kaixian, after listening, was merely astonished for a few moments before swiftly regaining his composure. He gazed at his mother, forcing a smile of understanding, and said, Mom, you should have sought your own happiness long ago. I'm genuinely pleased for you. Really? Lu Baoling exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy, her eyes glistening with excitement. Son, if you think this way, then I can rest easy. Wang Kaixian thought to himself, what is there to be uneasy about? After all, he is merely a boyfriend, not someone who would vie for my inheritance. Besides, what interest does he have in my mother's private life at this moment? His only focus now is to make money, and then to eliminate Wu Yu. With this thought, Wang Kaixian swiftly concocted an excuse and began to feign hardship. Mom, I've been a bit strapped for cash lately. Could you possibly? Of course. No problem. Lu Baoling was overjoyed to see her son so understanding and supportive, and with a wave of her hand, she immediately agreed. How much do you need? Is 10 million enough? If not, I can give you more. That's plenty. Wang Kaixian, having achieved his goal, sweetened his words further. He leaned closer to Lu Baoling, smiling as he said, Mom, when you have time, why not invite Uncle over for dinner? I'll keep him company, and by the way, help you vet him. Just you? Vet him? Lu Baoling chuckled, affectionately tapping his nose. Don't worry. A mother's judgment is never flawed. By the way, are you hungry? Just wait, I'll go cook for you. With that, Lu Baoling hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits lifted, and headed to the kitchen. Wang Kaixian, meanwhile, found solace alone on the balcony. He lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. In his mind, he began to envision Wu Yu being mercilessly tormented by a group of vicious thugs, begging for mercy in a pitiful scene. As evening fell, the sky darkened. Outside, countless lights twinkled, dazzling and enchanting. Wang Kaixian absent-mindedly looked up, and suddenly, he froze in place. The cigarette burned down to his fingertips, searing him, yet he remained oblivious. For he had spotted Shening Ran, the goddess who occupied his thoughts day and night. Shening Ran. At that moment, she stood on the balcony of the opposite building's top floor, enveloped in a romantic glow, intimately engaged with a man. That man was Wu Yu. Wang Kaixian's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank. This was the Cloud Summit Palace, the most opulent, luxurious area in Baiyun City, a realm inaccessible to ordinary folk. Why, Wu Yu? Why is he here on the top floor of Cloud Summit Palace? And right under my nose, shamelessly enjoying the company of my goddess. Wang Kaixian felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart, squeezing it so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. With a thud, he fell to his knees, desperately extending a hand towards that stunning figure in the distance, as if striving to pull her back from the clutches of that demon. Yet, The figure of the goddess vanished entirely from Wang Kaishuan's sight. All that remained on the balcony was that accursed Wu Yu, with a smug, malevolent expression plastered across his face. Chapter 54. Wow. Host, you've finally gone online. On the vast viewing balcony, a gentle breeze wafted through. Wu Yu leisurely puffed on a premium Habano cigar, savoring a sip of the exquisite Romani Conti. The candlelight on the dining table had long since flickered out, and the steak had grown cold. Yet, the air was thick with an undeniable atmosphere of love. Gulp. Shun Ingran slowly stood up, leaning against the table, elegantly dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Darling, this house is simply too luxurious. It's like a palace. Did you really say there's a room just for me? Wu Yu chuckled, stepping closer to embrace her. Of course. You are my legitimate girlfriend. Who else would I reserve it for? Humph. Well then, Shun Ingran teased, her petite nose crinkling slightly as she playfully punched his firm chest. Pouting, are you implying there are other hidden girlfriends? All right, enough of that nonsense. Wu Yu pinched her perky nose gently and softly inquired. Do you need anything personal? Sleepwear, cosmetics, intimate apparel, etc.? Don't bother going back to school to fetch them. I can order brand new ones online. Home. Shun Ingran obediently nodded, tilting her adorable little head as she rattled off a long list of items, from La Mer cream to CPB foundation, from Hermes scarves to Chanel perfume. Without hesitation, Wu Yu grabbed his phone and swiftly placed orders on various luxury websites, his eyes not even blinking. Once the orders were completed, Shun Ingran, like a jubilant little rabbit, took Wu Yu's hand, her face beaming with excitement. Let us go. Show me around our new home. Thus, Wu Yu assumed the role of tour guide, leading her through the palace-like mansion, room by room. Shun Ingran, like a curious child, explored every nook and cranny, her mouth continuously exclaiming in awe, until, in the depths of the mansion, she stumbled upon a uniquely shaped object in a storage room. Darling, what is this? Shun Ingran curiously cradled the pristine, jade-like night pot, inspecting it from all angles. Wu Yu's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, ancestor, put that down. He dashed over, carefully taking the night pot from her hands, his voice laced with urgency. This is Emperor Qianlong's personal urinal, an antique worth millions. Please don't break it. Shun Ingran gasped, her face paling in disbelief as she stepped back. But soon, she pouted her luscious lips, dismissively muttering, Isn't it just a urinal? How much can it possibly be worth? You're exaggerating. Wu Yu, unwilling to explain further, gingerly returned the night pot to its place and took her hand to lead her out. All right, have you finished the tour? Hurry and take a shower. Experience my ultra-large intelligent massage bathtub. Wow, a luxurious bath. Shun Ingran exclaimed, instantly forgetting about the night pot as she dashed toward the master bedroom-esque bathroom. Halfway there, Wu Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to buy towels. Hearing this, Shun Ingran halted in her tracks, turning back with a charming smile. Her gaze was brimming with allure, her eyes sparkling. It's fine, darling. I can use something else to help you wash your back. The next morning, Wu Yu awoke to the urgent need to relieve himself. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he was just about to rise and head to the bathroom when, suddenly, Shun Ingran rushed in like a fragrant breeze, reverently holding the $1,000,000 white jade night pot. Your Majesty, I have come to serve you, she declared, presenting the night pot to Wu Yu, her face adorned with an expression that seemed to say, Aren't I thoughtful? Such a scene nearly made Wu Yu burst out laughing. But for the sake of the pot's value, he forced himself to contain it. Snatching the night pot from her, he returned it to the storage room and dashed into the bathroom, eager to relieve himself. After finishing, he dressed and stepped out of his room, startling Shun Ingran in the process. He had completely transformed from his usual dashing and trendy self, donning a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses and wearing a faded old tracksuit, complemented by a rather rustic backpack. In that moment, he resembled a naive student freshly arrived from the countryside. My dear, what on earth are you doing? Shun Ingran asked, her face a canvas of confusion. Wu Yu adjusted his glasses with a hearty smile and replied, Today, I am participating in a cosplay event, portraying an honest man. Wow, that sounds so interesting. I want to join too. Shun Ingran exclaimed excitedly. No way. Wu Yu shook his head, his expression turning serious. You need to behave and go back to school. Stop thinking about skipping classes. Humph. Why do you get to skip? Shun Ingran pouted defiantly. Me? Wu Yu chuckled. I can earn a fortune just by chatting outside. As for studying, that's trivial. Indeed, Wu Yu had dressed in this peculiar manner solely for the purpose of making money. Lu Baoling had already transferred 30 of the shares of 69 Entertainment to his name as agreed. With previous holdings, Wu Yu now possessed 60 of 69 Entertainment, a bona fide major shareholder. Given the current monopoly and profitability of 69 Entertainment, His annual dividends would start at no less than several hundred million. Thus, Wu Yu decided it was time to delve into another financial avenue. Taobao, bargain hunting, Antique Street. After parking his car, Wu Yu donned a mushroom-shaped wig and, glancing into the rearview mirror, forced a simple-minded smile. Yes, it was quite foolish. The kind of foolishness that could entice even a con artist. Next, he set up a complete array of top-notch live streaming equipment and powered up his phone. UGE's treasure appraisal, he announced, officially commencing the broadcast. Soon, several hundred viewers flocked into the live stream. Wow, finally, you're online. I thought you weren't going to stream anymore. Exactly. The last time with that intricate scheme got my blood boiling. What are you planning to do today? The enthusiasm of the fans exceeded Wu Yu's expectations. After all, his previous live stream had been extraordinarily thrilling. He had baited and purchased counterfeit goods, deliberately been oppressed by gangsters, then stealthily swapped the genuine articles. Finally, he called the police, not only retrieving the $5 million he had spent on the fakes, but also apprehending the gangsters and con artists in one fell swoop. Such thrilling twists. It was utterly riveting, and it was not scripted. After all, even the police had arrived. Which live stream could boast such an exhilarating plot? None. Thus, the fans eagerly awaited the second live stream. Good morning, everyone. Wu Yu greeted the camera with a wholesome smile. Today, we won't engage in any flashy antics. We're here for some genuine treasure appraisal. With that, he walked with an honest gait into the antique street. Chapter 55. This item doesn't even require appraisal. Wu Yu approached a seemingly unremarkable stall, pretending to be utterly clueless as he rummaged through the items. The stall owner, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, quickly noticed the bumbling Wu Yu and greeted him with a broad smile. Young man, looking to find some treasures? Wu Yu pushed up his glasses and replied in a near-dreamy tone, I heard that one can strike it rich here. So I thought I'd come and try my luck. I'm not asking for much, just some treasures from the Tang and Song dynasties. As soon as those words left his mouth, the live stream chat exploded. Haha, Tang and Song treasures? Are you still half asleep, streamer? In this rundown stall. Tang and Song. I'd be surprised if you find a 1986 Coca-Cola. Streamer's acting gets a perfect score. He looks just like a fool. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, but then he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He thought to himself, in this day and age, there's truly someone so naive. Today, if I don't swindle you out of your entire fortune, I'd be doing a disservice to my craft. Thus, the stall owner decided to commence his performance. He feigned a troubled expression and said to Wu Yu, young man, treasures from the Tang and Song dynasties are national treasures. Incredibly rare. My little business simply cannot acquire such items. The fans in the live stream began to go wild with comments. Here it comes. The art of seduction. This stall owner's strategy is quite profound. One asks, one answers. The streamer is foolish, and so is the stall owner. Why not just present a fake Tang and Song treasure? Why go through all this trouble? You don't understand, do you? This is called counter-strategy. First, gain trust. Then deliver a fatal blow. That is professionalism. Sure enough, the stall owner shifted his tone, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously to Wu Yu. However, I do have an item from the Ming dynasty. Absolutely a door opener. Although the price might be a tad steep. Really? Hurry. Show it to me. Wu Yu feigned excitement, his eyes nearly sparkling. The stall owner cautiously retrieved a seemingly aged item wrapped in red cloth from his shabby bag. He slowly unveiled the cloth, revealing a beautifully painted, ancient-style blue and white large plate. Young man, you've struck gold. The stall owner exclaimed, passionately introducing. This is a blue and white plate from the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. Just look at the color of the blue, rich and vibrant, full of layers. And the body, pristine and delicate, with a thick and lustrous glaze. If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't part with it. As he spoke, the stall owner wouldn't even let Wu Yu touch it, fearing he might damage this treasure. Wu Yu nodded eagerly, his face filled with admiration, and excitedly inquired, so, how much is this? The stall owner pondered for a moment and extended 8 fingers. 88,000. Not a cent less. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Transaction complete. Without a second thought, Wu Yu pulled out his phone to scan for payment. At this point, the fans in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. What the hell? Are you serious, streamer? 88,000 for a broken plate? Have you lost your mind? Streamer, I advise you to calm down. This is undoubtedly a scam. Are you planning to pull off that swap trick again? I suggest you don't play with fire. If it backfires, you won't have time to cry. Wu Yu merely chuckled, typing in the live chat, my friends. I've said it before, I'm here today for sincere treasure appraisal, nothing flashy. He then promptly paid the amount and cradled the blue and white plate carefully in his arms. The fans were utterly speechless. It's over. The streamer is beyond saving. Spending 88,000 on a fake, thinking it's a treasure. Is this what you call treasure appraisal? This is more like a financial disaster waiting to happen. Who says it's a fake? It's real, isn't it? Wu Yu declared confidently to the camera, flashing a self-assured smile. As those words left his lips, the chat exploded once more. Are you serious, streamer? Stop joking. That plate looks worse than the one from my neighborhood's small restaurant. Ming Dynasty Xuanda? Uft. Exactly. Streamer, if you're serious, then analyze it. Whereas the authenticity. Lay out your reasons, and we'll believe you. A Wu Yu's smile instantly froze on his face. Analyze? What on earth should I analyze? I'm just a complete layman, unable to distinguish between blue and white porcelain and glazed red. However, in order to silence the murmurs of his fans and uphold his persona as a treasure appraisal host, Wu Yu resolved to invest a bit and seek the expertise of a genuine specialist to authenticate this precious item. Thus, with the exquisite blue and white plate cradled in his arms, he exited the antique street. Across the street, he soon discovered a quaint shop, elegantly adorned in an antique style. The sign displayed 3 prominent characters. Yi Yunjai? This was the professional antique trading establishment that Lu Yunqi had mentioned to him the previous day. It was said that the proprietor wielded considerable influence, maintaining intricate connections with both domestic auction houses and international collectors. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu stepped inside. The shop was bathed in soft light, the air perfumed with a delicate hint of sandalwood. A young clerk, dressed in a tailored suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, approached him with an affable smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I am here for an appraisal, Wu Yu stated directly. Do you have any experts available? Ah, sir. You have indeed come to the right place, the clerk replied, adjusting his glasses with a touch of pride. Our experts at Yi Yunjai are among the elite in the industry. However, they seldom take on minor items. For trivial pieces, a mere apprentice like myself can certainly provide you with some insight. Very well, then, take a look at this, Wu Yu said, carefully placing the blue and white plate on the yellow pearwood table before him, adding, I just unearthed this from across the street. It's fresh and warm. At that moment, the clerk's refined demeanor was abruptly replaced by unmistakable disdain and mockery. From the antique street, you say? Sir, if I may be blunt, there is no need for authentication. That street is a den of deception. Out of every 10 items sold, 11 are counterfeit. I advise you to return this before the fraudster absconds. You might salvage some of your losses. Wu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. I'm here to pay for an appraisal. Just tell me if you will accept it. Please, don't misunderstand. The clerk quickly donned a professional, albeit insincere, smile upon noticing Wu Yu's displeasure. Yet, the underlying contempt in his eyes remained glaringly evident. Our policy at Yi Yunjai is to refrain from accepting items from the antique street. This is a matter of principle, not finances. Furthermore, I can tell just by looking that this plate is a modern craft. The hues of the blue and white, while similar, lack depth. And the base? It's far too pristine, showing no signs of wear. Clearly a piece that has just emerged from the kiln. The clerk spoke with fervor, and Wu Yu shook his head in disbelief, feeling utterly speechless. Fine. It's not like your shop is the only one around. I shall take my business elsewhere. Goodbye. Yet, just as he turned on his heel, a melodious, enchanting voice, akin to a celestial melody, drifted from behind a nearby screen. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I am determined to secure that Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup at the Sotheby's autumn auction. You need not worry about the funding. I have prepared a substantial 2 billion in cash. Once acquired, I can at least double my investment. Wu Yu's steps faltered abruptly. It was as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. What? This voice? Why does it sound so familiar? Ethereal sweet. With a hint of languorous magnetism. Wait. A bolt of realization struck him. Song Wei Tian. Could it possibly be the former owner of his luxurious residence, Song Wei Tian? The reason he remembered her voice so vividly was simply that it was extraordinarily captivating. Just listening to it made his ears feel as though they were about to bear fruit. What must the woman with such a divine voice look like? A fierce curiosity clawed at Wu Yu's heart. He could no longer contain himself. He needed to see the face behind the voice of Song Wei Tian, whom he had only heard but never seen. With that thought, he grasped the blue and white plate and strode purposefully toward the ornate redwood screen, unfazed by the clerk's astonished gaze. Hey, sir, what are you doing? The clerk, taken aback, rushed over in an attempt to block him. Our boss is conducting a multi-billion yuan deal inside. You cannot enter. Boss. Wu Yu's brow arched in astonishment. So it turns out that Yi Yunjai is her establishment. Just the day before, she had claimed to be a big shot in the antique world, attending some Sotheby's auction. It seems she was not exaggerating. She truly was an expert. Elated, Wu Yu quickened his pace. Convinced he had finally found someone knowledgeable about his treasure, he maneuvered around the screen, and upon peering through, he felt his breath catch in his throat. A true gem. A paragon of elegance. Behind the screen, at a pearwood tea table, sat a classical beauty clad in a watercolor-embroidered qipao, gracefully savoring her tea. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, loosely pinned with an antique jade hairpin, a few playful strands framing her flawless forehead, adding a touch of relaxed elegance. Her face, a perfect oval, boasted features so exquisite they seemed to have stepped out of a painting. With willow-like brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a delicately upturned nose above a naturally rosy mouth that resembled dew-kissed rose petals, she exuded an irresistible allure. Without makeup, her complexion still radiated a porcelain-like fairness, as if one could extract moisture from her skin. Her tailored qipao accentuated her hourglass figure, highlighting her curves in a most flattering manner. The high slit revealed a glimpse of her long, shapely legs, encased in sheer, flesh-toned stockings, radiating an air of subtle temptation. Classical, gentle, elegant, and sensual, these seemingly contradictory qualities harmoniously blended within her, creating a unique and unforgettable charm that captivated all who beheld her. The hundreds of fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. What the heck? What the heck? A celestial being. A true celestial being has descended. Mom, I think I'm in love. This is the epitome of classical beauty. Host, forget about the appraisal. Quickly capture her with the camera. I'll shower you with rockets. At that moment, Song Wei-tian also noticed the intruder. Her clear, watery almond eyes flashed with evident displeasure. She set down her teacup, her lips parting slightly as she coldly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Before Wu Yu could respond, the clerk hurriedly stumbled over, bowing and apologizing in a state of panic. "Ms. Song, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't stop him from barging in. He is here for an appraisal. I told him you were busy and asked him not to disturb you, but he wouldn't listen." Upon hearing this, Song Wei-tian's brow furrowed even deeper. She scrutinized Wu Yu's rather naive attire and his somewhat foolish expression, a flicker of unabashed disdain flashing in the depths of her gaze. Where did this foolish student come from, utterly ignorant of decorum? Her tone was icy and distant, suffused with an air of superiority. "I am not a foolish student," Wu Yu replied with a smile, placing the exquisite blue and white plate on the table leisurely. "My name is Wu Yu. We spoke on the phone just yesterday." "Yesterday? On the phone?" Song Wei-tian was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion sparkling in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. But soon, realization dawned upon her. Indeed, there was a person named Wu Yu who had purchased her luxurious residence in Yunding Tiangong. No way. That Wu Yu is him. Song Wei-tian's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face as she meticulously re-examined Wu Yu from head to toe. This rustic attire, this honest expression, the unmistakable aura of foolishness that surrounded him. He seemed entirely unfit to possess the wealth to casually acquire the penthouse at Yunding Tiangong. "Are you truly Wu Yu?" Song Wei-tian's voice trembled slightly. "As true as it gets," Wu Yu replied, gesturing toward the blue and white plate on the table. "Miss Song, since you are an expert, could you assist me in authenticating this?" "Let me see." Song Wei-tian's professionalism kicked in. She inhaled deeply, forcing down her shock and confusion, redirecting her focus to the plate before her. Donning white gloves and picking up a magnifying glass, she began to examine it with utmost seriousness, leaving no detail overlooked, from the clay's quality to the glaze's hue, from the artistry to the markings. After several minutes, she reluctantly set down the magnifying glass, her stunning face alight with a hint of excitement. A genuine treasure. From the Ming Dynasty's Xuan kiln. Authentic. Oh my goodness. The fans in the live stream collectively erupted in euphoria. Is it real? The host struck gold. 88,000 for a Ming Dynasty official kiln piece? It could easily sell for several million. I was wrong. Host, I will never call you foolish again. The shop assistant, on the side, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape. He stood there, brain blank. My goodness. Is it really possible to unearth genuine articles from that shady street across the way? Meanwhile, Song Wei-tian had regained her composure. She lifted a delicate teacup and took a sip, then looked at Wu Yu and casually inquired, "Where did you find this plate?" "At the antique street across the way." "Huh. Chapter 57. The goddess's image must not collapse." "What? The antique street?" Song Wei-tian's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Wu Yu, who had just been splashed with tea. "You found this at the antique street?" My goodness. As a top-tier figure in the antique circle, she had always looked down upon that chaotic antique street. In her view, it was merely a den of swindlers and counterfeit goods, entirely unworthy of the antique industry, purely a scam operation. But now, in this place she had long regarded as a dump, a genuine treasure had actually surfaced, and this seemingly foolish fellow had effortlessly stumbled upon it. Luck! What a stroke of unfathomable fortune. Song Wei-tian regarded Wu Yu with a mixture of envy and resentment. But soon, she adjusted her mindset. No worries. He clearly appears to be an outsider, utterly clueless. I can easily find a reason to drive the price down and acquire this treasure from him. A sly smile crept onto her lips. Cough, cough, she cleared her throat, feigning a troubled expression as she said to Wu Yu, though this plate is authentic, sadly, its condition leaves much to be desired. Look here, there's a slight line. Not very noticeable, but it has a devastating effect on the price. And here, there are a few glaze defects, which are also considerable flaws. Therefore, the price will have to be significantly discounted. Wu Yu chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed facade as he played along with her act. Miss Song, what do you think this piece could be worth? Song Weitian pondered for a moment, extending 5 fingers and speaking in a tone of feigned compassion. How about this? Seeing as you are a new neighbor, I will offer you a friendly price of 500,000. That's already the upper limit of the market price. Any higher, and I would incur a loss. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. 500,000. Wu Yu feigned a troubled look, shaking his head. 500,000. That seems far too low. No. Oh dear. You are unaware of the nuances here. This antique. Just as Song Weitian was about to continue her argument, suddenly, she felt her mind buzz. All her carefully prepared remarks vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelmingly strong, irresistible thought. Fairness. The transaction must be fair. How could one take advantage of an honest person? In the next moment, Song Weitian slammed her hand on the table and blurted out, let's settle on a flat price. 3 million. No more. Plop. The shop assistant nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at his boss, utterly incredulous. Has Miss Song gone mad? Proposing a higher price? Is she doing charity? Deal. Wu Yu beamed, wearing a triumphant smile. Great. Shall we? Verify the item. Payment. After arranging the transaction, Wu Yu looked at the balance in his account, his joy evident. A net profit of over 2.9 million. While it was a bit less than the gains from gaming exploits, it was exhilarating. How delightful. And this was merely the beginning. What if he encountered a boastful swindler? Wouldn't that lead to uncovering a national treasure? Ha! At that moment, Song Weitian felt her mind clear, returning to normal. She stared blankly at Wu Yu. Her beautiful almond eyes filled with unparalleled shock and confusion. What just happened? What was wrong with me? Why did my mouth suddenly seem to have a mind of its own? Wait, this familiar sensation, this uncontrollable feeling as if possessed. It had occurred yesterday when selling the house. Exactly the same. Heavens! Song Weitian shuddered, fixing her gaze on Wu Yu. An absurd yet entirely plausible thought surged in her mind. This guy, could he be using illusionary techniques? Or hypnosis? Otherwise, how could she repeatedly act in such bewildering, involuntary ways in his presence? Who exactly are you? Song Weitian's voice trembled. Me? Wu Yu donned an innocent, unassuming smile. I am merely an ordinary treasure appraisal livestream host. A host? Song Weitian was momentarily stunned, only then noticing the minuscule camera attached to Wu Yu's chest. You are live streaming. Just as she was about to confront Wu Yu, the sight of the camera extinguished her fury, replaced by a hint of panic and astonishment. Hold it together. She, the distinguished owner of Yayin Studio, a classical goddess known throughout the antique circle. Should one be caught throwing a tantrum in public? How could they possibly continue to navigate their social circles? Image. The goddess's image must never shatter. Wu Yu observed the constrained and indignant expression on Song Weitian's face, and his heart swelled with delight. He turned the screen of his phone towards her, donning an innocent and endearing smile. Miss Song, please don't be upset. Look, my loyal followers in the live stream are all praising you. Song Weitian instinctively leaned in for a closer look. On the diminutive screen, the barrage of comments had gone utterly wild. Fairy sister. Wu, the fairy sister is watching me. Don't you dare compete with me. I declare that from this day forth, I am the stone lion at the entrance of this shop. Who dares to disrespect Miss Song must first ask for my consent. Just drool over the screen. Did you see how stunning and fierce Miss Song looked when she slammed the table and mentioned 3 million? Absolutely breathtaking. Even when angry, she looks so beautiful. She truly is my classical goddess. As she read through the flood of effusive compliments, the anger within Song Weitian dissipated significantly. I suppose you men do have discerning eyes. With a huff, she returned to her pearwood armchair, lifted her teacup, and resumed her poised and aloof goddess demeanor. The transaction had been finalized, and the 3 million had been received. Any further disputes would be futile. Moreover, in front of so many fans, she must maintain her elegance. Yet, the questions swirling in her mind grew like rampant weeds. Was it an illusion? Hypnosis? Or did this young man possess some arcane and unexplainable trickery? How else could she repeatedly lose control in his presence? No, this matter must be clarified. Song Weitian resolved to first stabilize Wu Yu and then probe him gradually. Clearing her throat, she set down her teacup and asked in a businesslike tone, "Do you still have any goods? As long as they are genuine items, We at Yunjai will gladly accept them. Yes. Wu Yu nodded, gesturing towards the murky antique street outside, smiling as he said, I'll go over there and find a few treasures for you. Just wait. Chapter 58. She has finally grown wise. Huh. Song Wei Tian was taken aback, her clear, water-like almond eyes filled with disbelief. Go and rummage over there. Did you think this was a vegetable market for purchasing cabbages? And several pieces? Do you realize that on that street, genuine items might not even surface throughout the entire year? Who do you think you are? The chosen one? A system holder from an online novel? However, Wu Yu had already donned his goofy black-framed glasses and walked away with an honest gait, leaving Song Wei Tian alone, bewildered in the wind. Upon returning to the antique street, Wu Yu's fans in the live stream had reached a fever pitch. No way. Is the streamer really going? Just earned 3 million, and now you want to go offer yourself up? I don't understand your moves, streamer. It's over. I bet the streamer is going to faceplant this time. I'll stand by my words. Wu Yu chuckled, disregarding the comments. He scanned the antique street, quickly locking onto a new target. It was a seemingly shrewd street vendor with a few items that exuded a sense of antiquity. Adjusting his thick black glasses, Wu Yu approached and asked in an almost dreamy tone, Boss, do you have any valuable treasures? I'm looking to buy at a low price. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted. Haha, streamer, you're so bold to ask. If they had valuable items, they wouldn't sell them cheaply. Low-price treasures? Is this streamer genuinely foolish or merely pretending? I can't tell. Unless the main character's acting is impeccable, it doesn't seem like an act. The vendor, stunned by Wu Yu's words, soon found himself elated. Little brother, you've come to the right person. I happen to have a Wang Wali official hat chair that's been passed down from a relative who was a high-ranking official. However, it's too precious for me to display regularly, but you seem like someone fated to have it really? Quickly, let me see it. Wu Yu feigned excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed, nearly drooling. The vendor cautiously retrieved a chair that appeared to have a certain rustic charm, covered by a tattered cloth. Little brother, you've struck gold. Look at this chair's patina, smooth as jade, and those patterns, flowing like clouds, reminiscent of a ghostly face. This is authentic Hainan Wang Wali. If it were to go to auction, it wouldn't fetch less than 10 to 18 million. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with admiration, rubbing his hands together. He eagerly inquired, so how much is this? The vendor pondered for a moment, then extended 3 fingers. 300,000. Firm price. Take it or leave it. At that moment, ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Transaction complete. Wu Yu wasted no time, pulling out his phone and swiftly scanning the vendor's payment code. Payment successful. At this point, the live stream fans could no longer contain themselves. What the heck? Streamer, are you serious? 300,000 for a broken chair? Have you lost your mind? I could get one from the lumber factory downstairs for 30 bucks. How many do you want? I'll wholesale them to you. It's over. The streamer is utterly hopeless. 300,000. How many girls could you have invited to a club with that? Just gone like that. Wu Yu, however, merely chuckled and flashed a confident smile at the camera. He struggled to lift the heavy Wang Wali official hat chair and marched determinedly towards Yunjai. Inside Yunjai, Song Wei Tian was elegantly savoring a cup of premium Da Hong Pao tea, freshly airlifted from Wui Mountain. Suddenly, a familiar yet vexing figure reappeared at the entrance. Ms. Song, I'm back. Wu Yu swaggered in with the seemingly unremarkable wooden chair, wearing an endearing smile. Song Wei Tian set down her teacup and spoke in a cold, detached tone. What are you doing back here? I don't accept junk. Hey, Ms. Song, you can't say that, Wu Yu replied, placing the chair on the ground with pride. This is a treasure I just dug up from across the street. A Wang Wali official hat chair from the Ming Dynasty. Care to take a look? Humph, you bought that from the antique street again, didn't you? Song Wei Tian's clear, water-like almond eyes reflected disdain and disbelief. Wang Wali official hat chair? Do you think they're as common as cabbages? Littered everywhere. Daydreamer. Utterly foolish. The moment Song Wei Tian's gaze fell upon the chair, she was struck as if by lightning, instantly frozen in place. Her beautiful almond eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils constricting sharply. The chair, which seemed unremarkable, now radiated a soft, jade-like luster under the warm light of the shop. The flowing patterns, the ancient and elegant shape, the weighty and weathered aura accumulated over years, all unmistakably signified its extraordinary identity. Song Wei Tian dared not be negligent. She hurriedly donned white gloves and picked up a magnifying glass. Beginning her meticulous examination, her movements, initially casual, gradually grew solemn, ultimately infused with an air of reverence and awe. After more than half an hour, she reluctantly set down the magnifying glass, her exquisite face transformed by unparalleled shock and euphoria. Good heavens! She covered her luscious red lips, her voice trembling with disbelief. This is actually real. Late Ming Dynasty. Authentic Hainan Wangwali. Four-legged official hat chair. Wow. The live stream exploded in an uproar. Is this for real? Did the host really hit the jackpot again? My goodness. 300,000 for a Ming Dynasty official hat chair? What a steal. While others rely on expertise for treasure appraisal, this host is purely riding on luck. Wu Yu, observing the barrage of comments, wore a smug smile. He turned to the completely unhinged Song Weitian and asked with a grin, Ms. Song, are you interested in acquiring this piece? Absolutely not. Song Weitian blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Although she was enamored with the official hat chair, she had grown wiser. That rascal Wu Yu was quite the enigma. If she entertained any ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly end up uncontrollably shouting out a sky-high price again, earning not a penny. She was determined to see what tricks this lad had up his sleeve if she resolutely refused to buy. However, the very next moment, ding, fraud detected. The system has optimized it. I'll buy it. Chapter 59, Business Model, instantly overturned. Song Weitian smacked her forehead, her beautiful face etched with regret and frustration. Damn, here we go again. That infernal, uncontrollable feeling was back. Wu Yu's heart swelled with joy. Yet his expression remained unperturbed as he casually remarked, all right, since Ms. Song is so sincere, do provide a reasonable price. But don't think of taking advantage of this honest man. Song Weitian, startled, felt a jolt of fear. How could she harbor any mischievous thoughts? She gazed at Wu Yu. Her clear apricot eyes filled with terror and trepidation, as if staring at a devil risen from the depths of hell. Trembling, she obediently quoted a figure, 7 million. No more. I must make a profit, after all. Agreed. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the 7 million was transferred. Wu Yu grinned at the bewildered Song Weitian, who was still reeling from the shock. Miss Song, I'm not against your making a profit. I simply dislike being treated as a fool. Song Weitian inwardly scoffed at Wu Yu's demeanor. You look like a complete buffoon. Who knows what extraordinary luck you stumbled upon to acquire such treasures. By the way, Miss Song, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow and cheerfully inquired, how about we establish a long-term partnership? I have a plethora of treasures to sell. A plethora of treasures? The corners of Song Weitian's mouth twitched involuntarily. She regarded Wu Yu with a look of incredulity, tentatively asking, you don't mean to say that all these treasures are sourced from that street over there, do you? Absolutely. Wu Yu nodded emphatically, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Uffed. Song Weitian could no longer suppress herself, nearly spewing blood. She weakly held her forehead, feeling as if her worldviews had been overturned time and again by this man. A lunatic. This guy was undoubtedly a complete madman. Everyone in the antique world knew that the street across was a den of thieves, and you dare to consider it your exclusive sourcing channel. Who do you think you are? The monk sweeping the floor in the antique realm? All right then. Song Weitian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves within her heart, and spoke in an official tone. As long as you can genuinely procure a plethora of treasures, why would I not profit? Yet her exquisite face was marred with unmistakable skepticism and disdain. Clearly, she still believed that Wu Yu's luck today was merely a stroke of extraordinary fortune. And to think there could be a next time? Dream on. All right. Wu Yu saw through her thoughts, but chose not to expose them. He stretched lazily, feigning regret as he said, it seems I'll have to make another arduous trip today. I was hoping to finish early, alas. With that, he donned those foolish black-rimmed glasses and ambled away, not looking back. Song Weitian watched his endearingly clumsy figure, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Humph. Still pretending? Today, I shall witness how you end up getting swindled by those con artists until you're destitute. With that thought, an inexplicable, morbid sense of anticipation surged within her. Thus, she stealthily followed suit. Antique Street. As soon as you set foot on this familiar street, wow, the big fool has arrived. Quick, it's that guy with glasses. Heard he's rich and gullible. Perfect for a con. Brothers, here's our chance to get rich. Charge. In an instant, the unscrupulous vendors on the street swarmed like flies drawn to a scent, encircling Wu Yu in a tight embrace. The scene was more frenzied than fans meeting their idol. Young man, look here. I have treasures. Authentic Tang Sankai. Get lost. Look at mine. I have Song Dynasty Ruware, just dug up from the ground. Don't fight me for it. Young man, I have ancestral bloodstone, the seal of Emperor Qianlong. One by one, the vendors eagerly showcased their prized possessions, thrusting them toward Wu Yu with fervent zeal, as if they wished to consume him whole. Wu Yu surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his heart brimming with delight. Ha! It worked. My reputation is now firmly established. I'm about to strike it rich. Hold on. Hold on. Wu Yu adjusted his glasses, donning an expression of endearing innocence mingled with a hint of bashfulness. Rubbing his hands together, He surveyed the eclectic treasures around him, excitedly declaring, "You all come one by one. I have money. As long as it's a genuine treasure, I want them all." The moment those words left his mouth, boom, the entire antique street erupted in fervor. The business model was instantly overturned. A private auction for Wu Yu alone had commenced. "I'll go first. I'll go first." A seemingly astute vendor pushed through the crowd, holding aloft a rusted bronze goblet. Bronze Yunlei pattern goblet. Fixed price. 100,000. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, actively engage. Bought. Me. I want it. Another vendor, unwilling to be outdone, produced a delicately textured jade pendant from his pocket. Dragon and Phoenix pattern jade pendant. A family heirloom. 200,000. Ding. Fraud detected. Bought. Young man. Look at mine. Look at mine. Yet another vendor leapt forth, cradling an antique porcelain vase that exuded a certain rustic charm. Famille rose entwined lotus vase. 300,000. Ding. Bought. Thus, amid the frenzied cries of the vendors and the deluge of foolish comments from fans in the live stream, Wu Yu, like an emotionless machine, furiously scanned and paid. In just half an hour, he had squandered an astonishing sum of over 10 million. In return, he received nothing but a sack full of worthless junk. As perceived by all, naturally, these unscrupulous vendors were not entirely foolish. The items they presented to deceive Wu Yu were merely commonplace antiques. After all, if a street vendor suddenly produced something as implausible as the imperial seal or the Maogong ding, it would be too absurd to fool even someone as gullible as Wu Yu. This is it. The host has completely lost his mind. Over 10 million. Just like that, gone to waste? Host, I beg you, return my money. I'll bow to you. Disperse. This is no longer about appraising treasures. It's a grand spectacle of paying an intelligence tax. The fans in the live stream were utterly numbed. Meanwhile, hiding outside the crowd and observing discreetly, Song Weitian was astounded, her worldview shattered. She held her forehead, feeling dizzy. Goodness, how low could this person's intelligence be? He actually believed in such a crude trick that even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for. Over 10 million. Just like that, without batting an eye. He tossed it all away. Song Weitian simply could not comprehend where someone as foolish as Wu Yu, with such questionable intelligence, had acquired so much money to purchase a luxurious residence in Yunding Tiangong. Could he be a rich second generation? It was entirely possible. Just as Song Weitian was lost in thought, Wu Yu emerged from the crowd, bearing a massive sack, a satisfied grin plastered on his face. "Hey, Song Zong. Look at my haul. Isn't it splendid?" Humph. Song Weitian could not be bothered to respond, not even sparing him a glance. She merely snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 60. This is no longer luck. It is a miracle. To Song Weitian, conversing with such a fool was akin to lowering her own intelligence. Wu Yu, however, remained unfazed, humming a tune as he followed closely behind. Upon entering Yainzhai, he unceremoniously dropped the heavy sack to the floor, producing a dull thud. Song Weitian didn't even look up, returning to her pearwood armchair, elegantly lifting her teacup to savor its contents. Her aloof demeanor seemed to convey, "Do not bother me, we are not acquainted." The fans in the live stream had also begun their mocking tirade. Ha, the host is being scorned. Serves him right. Spending over 10 million on a sack of junk and expecting a goddess to smile at him? Dream on. Quick, open the sack. Let us see what bizarre items you've purchased. Fine, since everyone is so eager to see, I shall enlighten you. Wu Yu chuckled and retrieved a blackened object that resembled a gold nugget from the sack. Song Zong, I paid 10,000 for this. Can you help me ascertain if it is indeed gold? Song Weitian couldn't even be bothered to raise her eyelids, simply gesturing impatiently to a nearby staff member. Shall Li have a look for him? Yes, Song Zong. Although the staff member Shao Li was reluctant, he took the gold ingot and proceeded to analyze it with professional equipment. A few minutes later, ding, the instrument emitted a crisp sound, and the screen displayed glaring words. Purity, 9,999. Material, gold. What the heck? Shao Li stood there, dumbfounded. He gazed incredulously at the gold ingot in his hand, then at the grinning Wu Yu, feeling as though his entire worldview had collapsed. Real gold. This was unbelievable. That street of deceivers actually contained gold. The fans in the live stream erupted. What? Is this real? The host bought a large gold ingot for 10,000. This luck is beyond comprehension. Song Weitian also heard the alert from the instrument. Her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Yet, she maintained her composure, reassuring herself. No. It's merely good fortune, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Wu Yu, undeterred, pulled out several other items from the sack that appeared to have considerable antiquity, placing them on the table. Excuse me, could you help me evaluate these as well? This time, the staff member did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly donned white gloves and began the appraisal with utmost care. Song Weitian could no longer remain seated. Pretending to be casual, she leaned closer, stealing glances from the corner of her eye. One glance was all it took. She was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. That jade bowl, smooth and lustrous, was evidently made of top-grade Hetian white jade. That square ink stone, solid and exquisitely carved, was indeed from the famous old quarry of Dongxi. And that painting, with its vigorous strokes and imposing presence, bore a signature that read, "No, impossible, absolutely impossible." Song Weitian could no longer maintain her facade of a goddess. She shoved the staff member aside and took charge herself. "Get gloves. Bring a mirror. Turn on the lights." A series of actions flowed seamlessly, showcasing her professionalism. She scrutinized every detail with utmost seriousness, her expression shifting from disdain to gravity, ultimately transforming into unparalleled astonishment and ecstasy. After over half an hour, she reluctantly set down the magnifying glass, her exquisite face already drenched in cold sweat. "Goodness." She covered her luscious lips, her voice trembling. This is all genuine." The live stream exploded. "Is this real? The hostess sack is filled with authentic items. Oh my. A chair worth 300,000, a plate worth 80,000, and now a sack full of treasures? Did he just acquire the entire genuine stock of the antique street?" "I was wrong. Host, I kneel before you. You are not a fool. You are a deity." The staff member was left utterly speechless. He stared blankly at the sack brimming with junk, his mind utterly overwhelmed. Good heavens, this sack of treasures is worth at least 300 million. Yet, Wu Yu spent only over 10 million. The most shocking part is that all these treasures were acquired from that very street of deceivers. This is beyond absurd. This is no longer luck. It is a miracle. Song Zong. Wu Yu looked at the thoroughly petrified Song Weitian and asked with a smile, "Are you still interested in these treasures?" "Aye." Song Weitian's throat felt as if choked, unable to utter a single word. Interested? With what would she acquire them? 300 million. In this line of work, capital is already tight. Who could have so much idle money? Alas, it seems Song Zong is not interested. Wu Yu shook his head, a hint of perfectly timed disappointment crossing his face. He hoisted the heavy sack, turning to leave. "If you want to purchase, I'll have to seek another buyer." "Wait, don't go." Song Weitian was alarmed. She swiftly dashed forward, gripping Wu Yu's arm tightly. What a ridiculous joke. Would she simply watch as all these treasures slipped away before her eyes? What kind of business would that be? She might as well close shop. "Wu Yu, didn't we have an agreement? Long-term cooperation." Song Weitian's voice quivered. Her clear almond-shaped eyes filled with pleading and longing. "Please, give me some time. Just a little." Wu Yu, seeing her adorable demeanor on the verge of tears, smiled. "I can give you a maximum of 3 days." Upon finishing his words, he shouldered the burlap sack and sauntered out of Yin's studio, leaving behind Song Weitian, who was filled with gratitude, standing alone in the shop, anxiously dialing frantic phone calls. "Hello? Is this President Zhang? This is Weitian. I have a batch of hard goods. Can you handle it? Hello? Is this Director Li? I'm in dire straits. Could you lend me 100 million for a quick turnaround? The interest is negotiable. Hello? Uncle Wang." In the underground garage of Yunding Tiangong, Wu Yu parked his car, with the burlap sack containing a myriad of antiques slung over his shoulder. He hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the exclusive elevator for residents. Just as the elevator doors began to close, a sudden, chilling gust of wind swept fiercely past him. Startled, the hairs on Wu Yu's neck bristled. Fortunately, his reflexes had attained an extraordinarily heightened state. In a split second, without even turning around, he twisted his body like a spring, narrowly evading the lethal ambush. He whirled around, and upon focusing his gaze, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 61. The Unyielding Queen of the Underworld. The assailant was Ling Yulei. At this moment, there was not a trace of her former striking and glamorous image as the queen of the underworld. Her face, devoid of makeup, displayed an untamed beauty, with her long, lustrous black hair disheveled, a few strands clinging to her slightly contorted face due to rage. Her captivating phoenix eyes, now bloodshot, were filled with madness and despair. The most terrifying sight was the gleaming kitchen knife she brandished in her hand. "Wu Yu, I will kill you," Ling Yulei shrieked, her voice laced with endless malice and resentment. "Sister, calm down." Wu Yu remained unfazed, even finding the time to jest. Observing Ling Yulei's disheveled appearance, he inquired curiously, "Weren't you just incarcerated? How did you get out?" "Humph." Ling Yulei scoffed, refusing to answer. She certainly wouldn't divulge that her most loyal subordinate, Kunkin, had taken upon himself all the blame, allowing her to be released after just a few days in detention. Although she had regained her freedom, she was utterly destitute. The Tianlei gang had disbanded completely within a mere day of her imprisonment. Some of her brothers were hospitalized, others fled, and a significant portion directly defected to her archenemy, the Skeleton Gang. Even her painstakingly managed antique street territory had been seized by the Skeleton Gang. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. In just a few short days, Ling Yulei went from being a feared queen of the underworld to a destitute soul. And the architect of all this chaos was the man standing before her. Wu Yu, you must die. Ling Yulei had completely lost her sanity. Raising the knife once more and recklessly charging at Wu Yu. Sighing, Wu Yu shook his head. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a specter. Ling Yulei barely perceived a blur before a sharp pain radiated from her wrist. Ah! She cried out, the knife clattering to the ground. Immediately afterward, an irresistible force surged forth. Her fiery figure was pinned firmly against the cold elevator wall by Wu Yu, rendering her immobile. It was a despairing, absolute force that crushed her. Ling Yulei's body trembled uncontrollably, and on her face, once filled with madness, a flicker of fear and helplessness finally appeared. Let me go? She bit her silver teeth, her voice trembling. Strangely, Wu Yu paid no heed to her struggles. Instead, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a teasing tone. How did you know I lived here? Ling Yulei's body shuddered violently, yet she remained silent. Wu Yu pondered aloud. This apartment was purchased after your incarceration. In the entirety of Baiyun City, fewer than 5 people know I reside here. Therefore, someone must have informed you of my presence. And that person, clearly, intended to use you to deal with me. Since that individual hasn't appeared alongside you, it's evident he isn't your subordinate. Nor would he dare confront me directly. The answer is glaringly obvious. It's that useless Wang Kaixian, isn't it? Wu Yu's gaze locked onto Ling Yulei's eyes, where he discerned the answer in her astonished phoenix eyes. As expected, he was right. That damned Wang Kaixian. I hadn't even settled the score with you. And yet you're hiding behind the scenes, pulling strings. At that moment, Ling Yulei lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with a manic light as she gritted her teeth and declared, Indeed, it's Wang Kaixian. He, like me, desires your life. Ha ha. Wu Yu laughed in exasperation. The reason you find yourself in this unfortunate predicament is none other than that fool Wang Kaixian. If it weren't for him hiring you to deal with me, would you have lost everything? Utter nonsense. Ling Yulei defiantly countered. Those who navigate this world must honor their commitments. Since I accepted his money and promised to assist him against you, I alone shall bear all consequences. All right. Your sense of loyalty is commendable, and I respect that. Wu Yu nodded, then shifted his tone to a cold sneer. But let me ask you, do you truly believe you possess the capability to kill me? Ling Yulei fell silent. She had fully recognized the chasm-like disparity in strength between herself and Wu Yu. Wu Yu continued, do you know that this complex is equipped with high-definition cameras at every conceivable angle, from the underground garage to the top floor? Ling Yulei's pupils dilated. Are you aware that the security system here is the most advanced in the entire city? Should any incident occur, the security personnel will arrive at the scene within 30 seconds and promptly notify the authorities? Therefore, Wang Kaixian's intention in sending you was not to have you kill me. He merely wished for you to meet your demise. He doesn't care about your life or death. He simply sought to use you to vex me. Ultimately, it is not he who will bear the consequences. Wu Yu's words struck Ling Yulei's heart like a hammer. Her once defiant face drained of color, leaving her pallid. Just then, a group of heavily armed security personnel stormed in like wolves. One of them held a phone, preparing to call the police. Ling Yulei was struck with panic, her beautiful face turning ashen. She had just been released from detention. If she were caught again, it would be a grave offense. It's over. Sighing. At this critical juncture, Wu Yu enveloped Ling Yulei's delicate figure in his arms. He turned to the apprehensive security personnel, offering them a resigned yet affectionate smile. Gentlemen, my apologies. My girlfriend is throwing a tantrum. She's from Bashu, and when she argues, she tends to resort to knives and guns. My apologies for the disturbance. The security personnel were collectively taken aback. They exchanged glances, then regarded Wu Yu with expressions of sympathy. Goodness, the Sichuan dragon truly is fearsome. Yet she is so beautiful. Fool. No matter how beautiful a dragon may be, it is still a dragon. Is life more important than beauty? All right. Everyone disperse. The head of security waved his hand, leading his team to withdraw swiftly. Ling Yulei exhaled a long sigh of relief, her entire being collapsing into Wu Yu's embrace. The warmth of her soft figure enveloped him. Wu Yu's heart trembled. Goodness, this figure, this curve, was simply divine, truly heavenly, especially after just experiencing a fright. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled slightly, her entire form resembling a pool of spring water. The mixture of fear, embarrassment, and immobility was so potent it could captivate a man's very soul. TSK. Wu Yu could not resist. He embraced her tighter, subtly tightening his grip. You. In an instant, Ling Yulei sensed Wu Yu's subtle movement, her body stiffening abruptly. The blush that had just returned to her charming face surged to her ears. That scoundrel! He did this on purpose. Let go of me. Embarrassed and furious, Ling Yulei exerted all her strength in an attempt to break free. Hush! Wu Yu furrowed his brows, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, his breath warm and fragrant, lowering his voice to concoct a serious yet absurd tale. Don't move. Those security guards seem to have returned. Chapter 62. Come, brother Yu. This way, please. Upon hearing that the security guards had indeed returned, Ling Yulei's struggles ceased immediately. Her body instinctively softened again, even leaning closer into Wu Yu's embrace, fearful of being spotted by the returning guards. Her anxious demeanor nearly made Wu Yu burst into laughter. Clearing his throat, he spoke with feigned seriousness. You are my girlfriend now. We must maintain our act, do you understand? If they discern any flaws, you'll find yourself in a heap of trouble. This is all for your own good. The rationale was compelling, and his posture sincere. Ling Yulei found herself momentarily stunned by his words. Although she sensed something amiss, she dared not retort, nor could she move recklessly. She could only endure this scoundrel-less advantage, her fiery form ensconced tightly in his embrace. Time passed, second by second. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Aside from their intimate heartbeats and breaths, there was no sign of any guards. Finally, Ling Yulei realized. She had been fooled. That dog of a man. She abruptly lifted her head from Wu Yu's embrace, her alluring phoenix eyes now ablaze with fury, glaring at his mischievous grin mere inches away. You dare deceive me. Enraged, Ling Yulei opened her mouth and sank her pristine white teeth into Wu Yu's arm. Ow! Wu Yu's yelp shattered the silence of the corridor. What the hell? Are you a dog? Ouch, ouch, ouch. This woman had quite a bite. It felt as if she could gnaw a piece of flesh off. Once freed, Ling Yulei instantly leaped back like a rabbit, creating a safe distance. She wiped the corners of her mouth and glared fiercely at Wu Yu, her gaze as if she wished to devour him whole. Why are you so fierce? Wu Yu exclaimed, clutching the clear bite marks on his arm, drawing in a sharp breath. Seeing his pained expression, Ling Yulei felt a sense of satisfaction bubbling within her. She haughtily lifted her chin. Because I am the Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. What nonsense. Wu Yu was taken aback. He had merely spoken flippantly, yet it turned out to be true. So, Ling Yulei was indeed from Bashu. Her father was once the leader of the Bashu Brotherhood, a formidable figure in the local underworld. Tragically, he had passed away unexpectedly. Subsequently, at the tender age of 13, Ling Yulei took over, establishing the Thunderbolt Gang. Though the Thunderbolt Gang had since fallen apart, Ling Yulei was determined to reclaim what had been lost. Damn, that hurts. Wu Yu grimaced, eyeing the exquisite Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus before him, muttering curses under his breath. Those bite marks would surely take a week to heal. The Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus, huh? Alright, you're impressive. I'll be going to get a rabies shot soon. Just wait. When Wu Yu finally regained his composure and looked up, the corridor was entirely empty. Only a faint, enticing fragrance lingered in the air. The next day, Wu Yu donned his usual Na'vi student attire and returned to the antique street. His presence had become well known along this road. As soon as he appeared, before he could even start his live stream, whoa, it's him, the big guy? Hurry, hurry, the one with glasses. I heard he's a fool with a fortune. One trap after another. Brothers, whether we make a profit today hinges on this moment. Charge. A swarm of unscrupulous vendors surged toward him as if drawn by the scent of blood. Wu Yu grinned foolishly, thinking, haha, it's time to make some money. Today, I must earn 400 to 500 million. Just then, everyone, get the hell out of my way. A thunderous shout erupted. The crowd parted as if torn by a forceful hand. A group of burly men, tattooed and swaggering, surrounded a long-haired man adorned with a massive skull ring. Striding over with an imposing presence, the long-haired man scrutinized Wu Yu for a moment before asking in a gravelly voice, "Are you the one who collected over 10 million worth of goods on this street yesterday?" Wu Yu nodded, innocently inquiring, "And who might you be?" A nearby onlooker whispered, "That's the leader of the Skull Gang, Brother Dao. This antique street is his territory now." The Skull Gang? Wu Yu instantly understood. It must have been due to Ling Yulei's downfall that the territory was seized. However, that was of no concern to him. He was here to make money. As long as it didn't interfere with his antique dealings, he had no interest in gang territories. With this thought, Wu Yu turned to ignore Brother Dao. But the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Brother Dao suddenly bent down, performing a perfect 90-degree bow to Wu Yu. A sycophantic smile stretched across his face, and his tone was more respectful than a lapdog-ass. "Brother Yu, is it? Oh my. Ever since I heard your esteemed name yesterday, I have been restless, unable to sleep. So, I came here early today to await your arrival. I hear you enjoy collecting treasures? Just so happens I have some fine goods that will surely catch your eye. Come, brother Yu. This way, please. Let us discuss inside. Brother Dao's enthusiasm was palpable. After all, this was a prime opportunity. In just one day, this fool had spent over 10 million on a sack of rubbish. Such a wealthy and gullible target. Brother Dao could not let others take advantage of him. Thus, under Brother Dao and his subordinates' extraordinarily courteous reception, Wu Yu once again entered that familiar old building. Upon entering, he was treated like a top-tier VIP. Fine cigarettes and tea were presented, and two stunning young women stood behind him, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. Only after making Wu Yu feel thoroughly comfortable and euphoric did Brother Dao finally get to the point. Brother Yu, to be honest, I don't have many hobbies. I just enjoy tinkering with antiques. Over the years, I've put in quite a bit of effort and collected a number of treasures. Wu Yu's eyes instantly lit up at this, eagerly asking, where are the items? Show me. Right this way. Brother Dao led Wu Yu into a long-sealed warehouse. As the door swung open, Wu Yu's eyes nearly popped out. Good heavens! The vast warehouse, spanning over 100 square meters, was overflowing with all manner of antiques. From blue and white porcelain vases to Tang Sankai horses, exquisite furniture made of golden silk Nanmu. It was a veritable treasure trove. Watching Wu Yu's ecstatic expression, Brother Dao secretly reveled in his triumph. Haha, all these items were hastily procured from the wholesale market overnight. The most expensive items are merely a few $100. Today, Brother Dao is determined to extract the last drop of blood from that foolishly wealthy Wu Yu. Chapter 63. Unexpectedly encountering two utterly foolish individuals. Come, Xiaolu. Do a proper introduction for Brother Yu. Brother Dao signaled to a bespectacled subordinate, who appeared quite refined. The young man immediately understood, cleared his throat, and began his enthusiastic presentation. Brother Yu, behold this. A Qing dynasty pink and white porcelain vase. There are fewer than 10 in existence worldwide. Each piece is a national treasure. Although this one was crafted in a private kiln, its craftsmanship is absolutely on par with that of the imperial kilns. It is conservatively estimated to be worth tens of millions. And this, a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase depicting the scene of Shao He pursuing Han Xian under the moonlight. This is a national treasure of our country. As for this piece of mine, it is the scene of Shao He pursuing Jiao Chan. While the characters differ, the artistic value is equally remarkable. Wu Yu was elated, his blood racing. This was blatantly a scam devoid of any technical merit. He was about to strike it rich. This time, he was truly going to hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Wu Yu's gaze was drawn to a massive blue and white porcelain vase in the depths of the warehouse. Behind it lurked a slender, dark figure. It was Ling Yulei. She was crouched there stealthily, clutching a gleaming kitchen knife. What the hell? Has this woman lost her mind? She dares to infiltrate the lair of the Skull Gang alone. No. If a fight breaks out, it would jeopardize my grand plan for wealth. Wu Yu promptly approached the vase and shot Ling Yulei a warning glance, signaling her not to act recklessly. Ling Yulei stared at the comically dressed Wu Yu, bewildered. What on earth was he doing? Was he trying to buy fakes from the Skull Gang? Wait, he was planning to take on the Skull Gang, just like he had done with her last time. First, feigning interest, then reporting them for fraud. Ling Yulei was utterly thrilled. She had ambushed Wu Yu yesterday, and now, unexpectedly, he was helping her seek revenge. Wu Yu calmly returned to Brother Dao's side, pretending to continue appraising the treasures. After surveying all the valuables in the warehouse, Wu Yu slapped his thigh and grandly inquired, how much for all these items? I'll take them all. All of them? Brother Dao was dumbfounded. He gazed at Wu Yu in disbelief, stammering, you really want all of them, Brother Yu? Indeed. Wu Yu nodded emphatically, if all these are genuine. I'll take them all. Genuine. They are absolutely genuine. Brother Dao trembled with excitement, shouting, the total is 38 million. I'll just round it down to 38 million. Brother Yu, will you be paying in cash or by card? Alipay and WeChat are also acceptable. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host. Take the bait actively. Wu Yu pulled out his bank card, ready to make the payment. Just then, report. A subordinate rushed in hurriedly from outside. Brother Dao? Someone's looking for you. Can't you see I'm entertaining a distinguished guest? Brother Dao bellowed impatiently. Tell them to wait. Even the King of Heaven must wait. The subordinate, looking despondent, continued, be but the person looking for you is young Master Wang. Before he could finish, Wang Kaixian's arrogant and domineering face appeared at the warehouse entrance. He instantly spotted the comically dressed Wu Yu and froze in shock. What is going on? Brother Dao? Seeing it was Wang Kaixian, immediately switched to a smiling face and approached him, saying, young Master Wang, I apologize, but I'm quite busy at the moment. Why don't you go upstairs for some tea and wait a moment? To his surprise, Wang Kaixian pointed at Wu Yu and howled hysterically, that's him. Brother Dao? Quickly, do it. Kill him. I'll pay you $1 million. Brother Dao was stunned. Last night, Wang Kaixian had contacted him, offering a substantial sum to eliminate someone. Such a risky endeavor had made Brother Dao hesitant to agree, and he merely said to have Wang Kaixian come today for further discussion. Who would have thought that the target would be Brother Yu? Brother Dao's expression darkened as he looked at Wang Kaixian, coldly asking, "Are you sure the person you want to eliminate is him?" Wang Kaixian nodded vigorously. Brother Dao smiled, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick straight to Wang Kaixian's abdomen. "How dare you? Brother Yu is my esteemed guest, my honored patron. To harm him is to go against me, Brother Dao. To go against the entire Skull Gang." Wang Kaixian was sent reeling, seeing stars before his eyes. An esteemed guest? What the hell is going on? After kicking Wang Kaixian, Brother Dao hurriedly returned to Wu Yu's side, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. "Brother Yu, rest assured. You are like a parent to me. I, Brother Dao, will never allow anyone to lay a finger on you." What an international joke. $1 million. And he expects me to forego a business worth over 30 million? Does he think I'm a fool? While Brother Dao was internally cursing Wang Kaixian, clutching his abdomen, climbed to his feet and pointed at Brother Dao, seething with rage. 10 million. Kill him. I'll give you 10 million. At these words, Brother Dao's heart raced. What luck had he stumbled upon today? He had encountered two utterly foolish individuals simultaneously. One willing to spend 38 million on a room full of junk, and the other offering 10 times the market price for murder. This was it. He was going to strike it rich. Brother Dao immediately decided to take both deals. First, collect Wu Yu's money, then eliminate him. Perfect. Of course. To execute this plan effectively, a bit of acting would be necessary. Brother Dao abruptly turned and began berating Wang Kaixian. "Don't even mention 10 million. Even if it were 100 million, I, Brother Dao, would never betray my friend. You, get lost." Simultaneously, Brother Dao was frantically signaling Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian understood immediately and pretended to sulk away. Brother Dao returned to Wu Yu's side, feigning an expression of loyalty. "Brother Yu, if everything is in order, shall we settle the payment?" Wu Yu nodded and entered his bank card password on the POS machine offered by Brother Dao's subordinate. However, just as he was about to input the final digit, he paused. Wu Yu raised his head, looking at Brother Dao with a playful glint in his eye. "You're not planning to turn on me after taking the money, are you? Brother Yu, what are you saying?" Brother Dao hastily thumped his chest, earnestly assuring, "I, Brother Dao, value loyalty above all else. I would never engage in such treacherous acts." Ding! Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. With that, the payment was successful. Wu Yu entered the final digit, and a sinister smile crept across Brother Dao's face. He waved his hand. "Brothers, get him. Chop this bread up." Wang Kaixian also leaped in from outside, pointing at Wu Yu and laughing maniacally. "Huh? Wu Yu, you're finished. You're dead for sure. If it weren't for that useless Ling Yulei, you would have been dead long ago. Now you're about to smack." Chapter 64. Others appraise treasures with skill, while the streamer relies solely on sheer luck. Before Wang Kaixian could finish his words, he was abruptly met with a resounding slap to his face. Smack! The sound echoed through the spacious warehouse like thunder, reverberating endlessly. The sheer force sent Wang Kaixian spinning in place like a top, only to collapse onto the ground with a thud. He covered his face, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is Brother Dao hitting me? Damn it! Brother Dao, with fury written all over his beefy face, pointed at Wang Kaixian, his expression ablaze with righteous indignation. "I've already stated, I would never lay a hand on Brother Yu. Do you think my words were mere whispers in the wind?" Wang Kaixian, clutching his swollen face, felt his mind go blank as he desperately pleaded, 1 million. "Brother Dao, you can't just throw that away." Brother Dao spat a thick glob onto the ground with disdain, bellowing, "Money? What is money compared to loyalty? In our line of work, the most important thing is to uphold loyalty above all else. Brother Yu is a distinguished guest of mine, and you dare to suggest that I should harm my esteemed guest for mere cash? What the hell are you thinking?" Wang Kaixian, exasperated, shouted without thinking. "You're insane. You refuse to earn money. Have you lost your mind? How dare you insult me?" Brother Dao roared in fury. He waved his hand, rallying his eager subordinates behind him with a thunderous command. "Brothers, attack. Show this brat what cruelty truly means." Yes. The underlings surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, overwhelming Wang Kaixian in an instant. Bang! Crack! Howl! In a flurry of fists and feet, the warehouse erupted with cries of pain. Wang Kaixian's expensive streetwear was quickly torn to shreds, and his once handsome face was left unrecognizable, smeared with blood and tears, resembling a swollen pig's head. "Stop! I was wrong." Wang Kaixian curled up on the ground, cradling his head and emitting pitiful wails akin to a slaughtered pig. Behind a decorative vase, Ling Yulei witnessed the entire scene unfold, her mouth agape in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, speechless. What is happening? What kind of divine operation is this by Brother Dao? He just threw away $1 million deal and beat up the client. All for the sake of loyalty. Good grief. When did the skeleton gang become so principled? However, as she pondered, Ling Yulei could not help but feel that Wang Kaixian deserved it. How dare he exploit me, causing my heavenly thunder gang to crumble and lose everything. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Yulei's mind had completely absorbed the words Wu Yu had previously shared with her. Indeed, Wang Kaixian is nothing but a despicable coward, lurking in the shadows and resorting to underhanded tactics. Before long, Wang Kaixian was beaten into unconsciousness, dragged out like a dead dog by two of the underlings. Only then did Brother Dao realize, scratching his bald head, that his actions had been rather absurd. How strange. How could I abandon $1 million business for the sake of loyalty? Damn, I must have been high this morning. $1 million. Even for a brother. I would have sold him out without hesitation. Yet, Brother Dao, being the boss, could not go back on his word in front of so many subordinates. Thus, he cleared his throat and instructed his underlings, "Come, stop dawdling. Hurry up and help Brother Yu move these treasures out." "Wait, please don't," Wu Yu interjected, stepping forward with a serious expression. "These are precious antiques. How could I let your men handle them? What if they get damaged? The losses would be immense. We must hire the most professional moving team with the best equipment to transport them carefully." "Oh my, Brother Yu, you truly are an expert. How discerning." Brother Dao, upon hearing this, was filled with respect and immediately gave a thumbs up. However, internally, he was mocking fool. This entire room of junk isn't worth the cost of hiring a professional mover. Wu Yu's insistence was, of course, to protect Ling Yulei hiding behind the vase. If Brother Dao's men came in to move things, Ling Yulei would undoubtedly be discovered. How could he continue to profit from Brother Dao then? Thus, in front of Brother Dao, Wu Yu called Song Weitian. "Hello? Is this President Song? I've just received a new batch of goods." "Yes. Please send over the most professional team right away." Before long, the treasures from the warehouse were transferred to Yuyun's studio across the street. Song Weitian had been waiting eagerly. When she saw the hall filled with over 100 bulging sacks, her stunningly beautiful face was etched with disbelief. "What are these?" Wu Yu nodded heavily. Song Weitian felt her breath catch, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did all of this come from the antique street across the way?" Wu Yu nodded again with emphasis. Song Weitian could no longer contain herself. She dashed forward, opened one sack, and pulled out a seemingly inconspicuous object. Slipping on gloves to begin a frantic appraisal. Genuine article. She tore open a second sack. Another genuine article. The third, the fourth, the fifth, yet another genuine article. Song Weitian's hands trembled, her clear almond-shaped eyes brimming with unparalleled shock. Goodness! In all her years in the business, she had encountered antique dealings. But she had never seen someone like Wu Yu, who seemed to wholesale antiques. It was utterly unbelievable. Most astonishingly, Wu Yu's sourcing location was right across the street from that notorious antique street, filled with frauds. Just that morning, Song Weitian had secretly strolled through the antique street, only to find nothing but scammers and 100% fakes. How could Wu Yu manage to acquire so many genuine items? Song Weitian racked her brain, but couldn't fathom it. Meanwhile, the hundreds of fans in Wu Yu's live stream were in a frenzy. "Wow, are you the chosen one? Streamer, your luck is beyond comprehension. I finally understand." Others appraise treasures with skill, while the streamer relies solely on sheer luck. "Damn it, why don't I have such luck?" Wu Yu glanced at the barrage of comments and smiled slightly. "My friends, as I've said, luck is also a form of skill. You can admire it, but don't curse others." Just then, while Song Weitian was engrossed in her appraisal, she suddenly spotted a massive black woven bag. Given its size, the contents could not be ordinary. Excitedly, her cheeks flushed, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, she rushed forward and yanked open the zipper of the bag. In the next moment, a lithe figure burst forth from the bag. "Ah!" Song Weitian's face drained of color as she fell onto the ground in shock. Chapter 65. He is surrounded by beauties. "Wu Yu, you bastard." Ling Yulei emerged from the bag, gasping for breath, and pointed an accusing finger at Wu Yu, scolding, "Why did it take you so long to let me out? I almost suffocated in there." Wu Yu hurriedly explained, "I'm so sorry, Sister Lei. I got too excited looking at the treasures and completely forgot about you." "Humph. Looking at treasures?" Ling Yulei scoffed disdainfully. "Do you really believe these trinkets are antiques? Let me tell you." Ling Yulei pointed at Song Weitian, poised to expose her as a fraud. Yet, before she could utter a word, she abruptly froze, realizing she was in a professionally decorated antique shop, radiating an air of antiquity and worth. Before her stood Song Weitian, adorned in a delicate ink-wash qipao, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. A quintessential embodiment of a refined woman of means. It was impossible to perceive her as a swindler. "Are you trafficking in humans?" Song Weitian exclaimed, equally taken aback. She is my friend, she clarified. We were just playing hide and seek. After introducing them, Wu Yu hastily inquired, Song, have you finished the appraisal? What is the estimated value? Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Song Weitian exclaimed, gripping Wu Yu's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. The quality of these antiques far surpasses the last batch. My rough estimate puts their total value at no less than 600 million. Upon hearing this, Ling Yulei was rendered speechless. 600 million. The Skull Gang. Those fools sold antiques worth 600 million for merely 30 million. Had they lost their minds? Ling Yulei stood agape, her mind a blank slate. Wu Yu, however, burst into laughter, feeling utterly elated. This was a lucrative opportunity, far more exhilarating than his previous exploits with online games. The only inconvenience was the slow process of cashing out. Song, you won't face any financial issues, will you? Don't tell me later that funds are insufficient. Absolutely not. I swear. Song Weitian raised 3 delicate fingers, vowing to the heavens. I, Song Weitian, am a respected figure in the antique community. My credibility is beyond reproach. You can trust me. Her soft, melodious tone and sparkling eyes would soften even the hardest of hearts. All right, Wu Yu nodded. But if you can't resolve this in 2 days, I will have to seek alternatives. Yes. Song Weitian nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, assuring him. I will not let you down. Okay, I shall take my leave now, Wu Yu announced as he stood up. Song Weitian hurriedly instructed the movers, quick, deliver the goods to Mr. Wu's residence. At that moment, Ling Yulei, who had been silently observing from the corner, approached unexpectedly. Let me help as well. Wu Yu cast her a surprised glance and nodded, sure, thank you. Thus, under the direct involvement of the 2 stunning beauties, the workers carefully loaded the treasures, encased in hundreds of burlap sacks, onto the truck. In the luxurious top-floor penthouse of Yunding Tiangong, Wu Yu stood at the threshold of the storage room designated for antiques. Surveying the vast array of treasures within, a satisfied smile spreading across his face like that of a prosperous landowner. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. He pulled out a thick wad of red bills from his pocket and handed each worker a generous red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. Oh, thank you, boss. You're so generous. The workers beamed with joy, their faces aglow as they expressed their gratitude and departed. In the room, only Wu Yu and Ling Yulei remained, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Ling Yulei stood demurely at the doorway, her head bowed as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, resembling a schoolgirl caught in wrongdoing, seemingly burdened with unspoken troubles. Why aren't you leaving? Wu Yu teased, observing her demeanor. What is the matter? Do you want a red envelope too? Surely, the formidable Ling Jia of the Tianlei gang, the queen of the underworld, wouldn't he be lacking in petty cash? To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yulei's beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears. Large droplets cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, her countenance resembling a weeping pear blossom, stirring Wu Yu's heart. Goodness, why are you crying? Wu Yu, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, rushed to comfort her. What is wrong? Speak plainly, who has wronged you? No one has wronged me, Ling Yulei replied, lifting her tear-streaked, exquisite face, her voice trembling. I am in urgent need of money. In need of money? Wu Yu was taken aback. Aren't you the leader of a gang? How could you be short on funds? Alas, Ling Yulei sighed deeply, recounting her plight to Wu Yu. The Tianlei gang had disbanded, with most of her subordinates having fled, and those who remained were bedridden in hospitals. The medical expenses alone amounted to astronomical figures. Moreover, the Skull Gang had seized her territory, and she needed to devise a plan to reclaim it. Hiring new recruits and acquiring equipment all required substantial funds. Wu Yu, upon hearing her story, was rendered speechless. But sister, as a gang leader, wouldn't you have some savings? Do you think I wouldn't want that? Ling Yulei replied with a bitter smile. The Tianlei gang was never a significant faction. We only operated in the antique street, a territory devoid of profit. The little money we made barely sufficed to sustain my few hundred subordinates. Wu Yu stroked his chin, pondering. Your situation is indeed quite challenging. Ling Yulei. She suddenly looked up, her tear-filled eyes locking onto him with hope and desire. Could you possibly lend me some money? You can rest assured. I, Ling Yulei, am not the type to default on debts. Once I reclaim my territory and rise again, I will repay you with both principal and interest. Lending money? Wu Yu shook his head resolutely. No. His refusal was swift and unequivocal, devoid of hesitation. Why? Ling Yulei trembled, the flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help, Wu Yu said earnestly, but the line of work you are involved in is illegal. Lending you money would be tantamount to financing your criminal activities. If the police were to discover this, I would be held jointly responsible. He continued, moreover, you are currently destitute. What can you offer as collateral? If you fail to repay, how would I recover my funds? though Wu Yu's words were starkly realistic. They were undeniably logical. Ling Yulei's last glimmer of hope faded entirely. Indeed, she was now a destitute and lost soul. Why would Wu Yu risk such significant danger to assist her? Simply because of her looks? Her figure? What a delusion. He was surrounded by beauties aplenty. Whether it was the pure and alluring campus belle Shun Ingran or the elegantly refined classical goddess from earlier, none of them were inferior to her. Despair. An unparalleled sense of despair washed over Ling Yulei like a tidal wave, engulfing her completely. She turned, her steps heavy as she made her way toward the exit. If that is the case, I shall not trouble you further. Her voice was hoarse and desolate. She secretly resolved to sell the old house left by her father. Although it was her only remaining hope, she felt there were no other options left. Wait. Ling Yulei's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned back, and a flicker of faint light reignited in her dim eyes. The matter of borrowing money might not be impossible. Wu Yu approached her, extending 2 fingers. However, I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Ling Yulei asked eagerly. First, you must not make any moves on the Antique Street territory, Wu Yu stated. Why? Ling Yulei queried, perplexed. Because I am currently business partners with Brother Dao, Wu Yu replied candidly. Until our partnership concludes, you must refrain from making any impulsive decisions. Ling Yulei fell silent. In this world, a person's reputation was their calling card. Where is the logic in relinquishing one's territory without attempting to reclaim it? If that were the case, she would undoubtedly be looked down upon by everyone henceforth. What is the second condition? Ling Yulei was nearly in despair. As for the second condition, it was quite simple. Wu Yu stated with utmost seriousness, in matters of borrowing money, collateral is essential. Since you possess nothing, well, let us put you up as collateral. If you cannot repay the debt, then you shall become mine. What? Ling Yulei's delicate face instantly flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Her enchanting phoenix eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Wu Yu, a mixture of embarrassment and fury written across her features. Wu Yu, you are utterly shameless. She could not fathom that Wu Yu would make such a lewd proposition. I, Ling Yulei, would rather starve to death. Leap from here. I would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. With that, she stormed toward the elevator, not sparing him another glance. Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished speaking. Wu Yu called out, his voice rising in urgency. What I meant was for you to be my subordinate, to work off your debt as my secretary. Where did your mind wander? However, Ling Yulei had already dashed into the elevator, oblivious to his words. Just then, the door of another elevator opened slowly. A familiar and captivating figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Baoling. Clearly having overheard Wu Yu's mention of secretary, her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my goodness. My dear little brother. Lu Baoling, in her 10-centimeter red-bottom heels, swayed her serpentine waist as she approached briskly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Why didn't you say earlier that you wanted to play a secretary role play? Sister would have loved to prepare in advance. Wu Yu covered his forehead, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. What on earth is happening? Sister, you've misunderstood. That is not what I meant. I understand. Lu Baoling shot him a flirtatious glance before swiftly returning to her home. 10 minutes later, Lu Baoling reappeared. This time, she donned an entirely new ensemble that could ignite the passions of any man and cause a torrential flow of blood. She wore an incredibly fitted white silk blouse, with 4 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a black lace bra beneath and an astonishingly deep cleavage. Below, she sported a similarly tight black miniskirt, cut scandalously short, accentuating her perfectly rounded curves. Her long, slender legs were ensheathed in dangerously alluring black thigh-high stockings, extending from the upper thigh to her ankles, exuding a seductive sheen. On her feet were pointed stiletto heels, at least 12 centimeters high, further emphasizing her already breathtakingly long legs. Most striking of all was the pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. The arms of the glasses were connected by an exquisite gold chain, dangling delicately behind her ears, swaying slightly with her movements, exuding an aura of both restraint and intellect. Mr. Wu. Lu Baoling approached Wu Yu, slightly bending at the waist, the breathtaking curve nearly brushing against his face. From her designer handbag, she produced a document, and, with a voice as soft and sweet as honey, said, "This is the company's performance report for the last quarter. Please take a look." Ahem. Wu Yu was rendered dry-mouthed and breathless by the unexpected allure of the scene before him. He forced himself to regain composure, accepting the document and feigning seriousness as he perused it. Quite good. He nodded earnestly, adopting the demeanor of a leader reviewing work. Mr. Wu, you've worked so hard. Let me help you relax a bit. Lu Baoling leaned closer, her warm breath tickling his ear. Wait a moment. I need to use the restroom first. Wu Yu, having consumed a copious amount of tea at Yin Tea House, was beginning to feel a pressing need. Oh dear. Mr. Wu, as the leader, how can you go to the restroom yourself? Lu Baoling hurriedly supported his arm. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone rang at the most inopportune time. The screen displayed the glaring words, "baby son." Lu Baoling didn't even glance at it before pressing the hang-up button. "You're not answering your son's call?" Wu Yu feigned surprise. "Humph." Lu Baoling scoffed. "My useless son only knows how to cause trouble outside. If he is calling, it's undoubtedly for money. I can't be bothered with him. Right now, all I want is to be with you, not a moment apart." With that, Lu Baoling slowly crouched down, tilting her stunningly beautiful face upward, gazing at Wu Yu with a near-pleading expression. "Mr. Wu, look, I've done well in my work. Haven Ti, shouldn't you reward me a little?" Wu Yu, observing her mesmerizing form, replied with a serious demeanor. "As for the reward, let us hold off on that for now. Quickly, arrange for finance to transfer 50 million to me. I have urgent needs." "What?" Lu Baoling was taken aback, confusion written all over her enchanting phoenix eyes. "Mr. Wu, is this a new plot twist?" "This isn't a plot twist." Wu Yu shook his head. "I genuinely need you to transfer 50 million, consider it a loan." Wu Yu's cash flow was nearing depletion. To avoid impacting his transaction with brother Dao the next day, he had no choice but to borrow some funds from Lu Baoling. "Oh my, what is this about lending? Sister is yours completely, so of course, the money is yours too. Don't mention 50 million. Everything I possess is at your disposal." Lu Baoling immediately took out her phone and called the finance director for an instant transfer. After receiving the funds, Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. He then provocatively inquired, "With everything given to me, what about your son? Are you truly disregarding him?" "What does it matter?" Lu Baoling scoffed. "Just leave him some money. I only need to ensure he doesn't starve. That worthless child, the more money you give him, the more trouble he'll cause." With that, she raised her head again, her captivating phoenix eyes brimming with unabashed, fiery desire. "Since the boss has set aside that unpleasant matter, shouldn't we commence the rewarding segment?" Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. Perhaps Auntie is exercising? In the hospital, VIP ward, Wang Kaixian, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, lay in the hospital bed. His once handsome face was now swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head, a gruesome sight indeed. By his bedside, Brother Dao was personally peeling an apple. A look of profound guilt etched across his features. "Oh dear, young Master Wang, please don't be angry. I truly did not mean for anyone to harm you. It was purely for the sake of putting on a show for that Wu Yu." As he spoke, Brother Dao kicked a nearby underling several times. "Scolding, you bunch of fools. I told you to give young Master Wang a show. Why did you go all out? Your bonuses for this month are all forfeited." Wang Kaixian weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse. "Enough, enough, Brother Dao, I don't blame you. I just don't understand why. Even after I've been hospitalized, my mother hasn't answered my calls." Young Master Wang, don't overthink it." Brother Dao consoled. "Your mother is a dignified chairperson, busy with important matters. She must have been delayed by something significant. She will surely return your call once she is free. But I just called her assistant. She is not even at the company. The driver said she returned home long ago." Wang Kaixian's voice was filled with anger and grievance. "Home already?" Dao Gu scratched his bald head, pondering. Perhaps Auntie is engaging in some form of exercise? Exercise? Wang Kaixian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his mother had a habit of working out, which explained her well-maintained figure. However, in recent times, she had not set foot in the gym. This was peculiar. Quite peculiar indeed. Especially considering her new boyfriend, whose name she refused to disclose to him. Wait a moment. A boyfriend? Could it be that his mother? Wang Kaixian's mind was suddenly inundated with 1,000 vivid, yet censored images. He was instantly consumed by jealousy, disregarding his pride, and borrowed Dao Ji's phone to call his mother once more. This time, the call connected. "Hello? Son? What is it?" "Mom, I've been attacked. I'm at the hospital." Wang Kaixian lamented, his face contorted in distress. To his astonishment, Lu Baoling, upon hearing this, exhibited no trace of sympathy. Rather, she scolded him impatiently. "Who told you to always stir up trouble outside? You deserve it. A little lesson won't hurt. All right then, I'm hanging up now." The line went dead with the sound of a busy signal. Wang Kaixian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. She hung up on him. His beloved mother, so heartlessly. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Was it merely because of that damn wild man? Wang Kaixian could no longer contain the fury and jealousy boiling within him, unleashing a hysterical roar. His mother had taken a liking to another man. She no longer loved him as she once did. All of this was because of that wild man. And Wu Yu, I want you dead. I will ensure your demise. The bloodshot eyes of Wang Kaixian shimmered with a frenzied and vengeful light. He turned to Dao Gu, gritting his teeth. "Dao Gu, I not only want to eliminate Wu Yu, I also want to take care of another individual." "Oh." Dao Ji's interest peaked at the prospect of new business, his face lighting up as he rubbed his hands together. "Who is it?" 10 million. I need you to deal with him. That requires some investigation. Wang Kaixian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The priority was to eliminate Wu Yu. Rest assured, young Master Wang. Dao Gu patted his chest, confidently assuring him, 10 million. Tomorrow. I guarantee he will completely vanish from this world. Tomorrow? Aren't you supposed to do business with him then? What? No money to be made? Wang Kaixian queried, perplexed. Ha ha ha. Dao Gu let out a chilling laugh. I've already had someone investigate. That kid is merely a kept boy for several wealthy women. With some money, but not much. Tomorrow, I will squeeze him dry of his last cent. I've laid a trap that guarantees he cannot escape. Wang Kaixian was taken aback. Wu Yu was actually being kept by several wealthy women. How enviable was that? Why would Shun Yingran choose to be with someone like him rather than himself? Wang Kaixian felt as though his heart had been stabbed again. But soon, he regained his composure and cautioned Dao Gu. That kid is quite skilled. Don't mess it up tomorrow. Don't worry, young Master Wang. Dao Gu chuckled, pulling out a black, coldly menacing pistol from his waistband. No matter how skilled he is. Can he outrun a bullet? A sinister, ecstatic smile instantly spread across Wang Kaixian's face. He could already envision Wu Yu being riddled with bullets, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Ha! Wu Yu, you are doomed. The next day, at the antique street, Wu Yu had just arrived, not yet having started his live stream. Yu Gu. Dao Gu approached with a large entourage of minions, all smiles and warmth. Their enthusiasm surpassing even that of a biological father. I have prepared a batch of extraordinary treasures for you. I assure you, today will be worth your while. Wu Yu nodded, striding with an unassuming demeanor, surrounded by Dao Gu and his followers, as they entered the familiar old building once more. The live stream commenced simultaneously. What the hell? The host is back. Familiar place, familiar trading partner. This isn't a script. I'm eating shit. What nonsense. I think the host is just lucky. Hey, I see you're infatuated with that goddess appraisal expert, aren't you? Fans were buzzing in the live chat, while Wu Yu beamed with joy. This time, the treasures in the warehouse were even more extravagant than yesterday. A dazzling array of glittering items sprawled before him, resembling a museum. Dao Gu pointed to the center, where a half-meter tall, entirely gilded Buddha statue sparkled under the lights, passionately introducing, Yu Gu, look at this. A Ming Yongle gilded bronze statue of Shakyamuni Buddha. There are very few of these in the world. A few years ago, it sold for over 2 billion at an auction in Hong Kong. As for my source, I won't disclose it, but I assure you it's genuine. The asking price is 10 million. Dao Ji's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he watched Wu Yu. Although this statue was a counterfeit, it was still costly. Just the gilding process and the bronze material would cost several tens of thousands. He needed to extract more money. Again. No way. This statue is clearly made of bronze. The color is all wrong. I can tell. Host, buy from me. I have a similar one at home. Only charging you 1 million. Fans were fervently spamming the chat. Wu Yu, however, navigated away from the live stream page and searched for information on the Ming Yongle gilded bronze statue of Shakyamuni Buddha. Indeed, this item had been purchased a few years ago by a wealthy individual for an astronomical price of 236 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was currently housed in the billionaire's residence. Wu Yu's mind began to churn with thoughts. If the system activated, would the counterfeit statue in his possession become real? Would the genuine statue in the billionaire's home turn into a fake? Or would there now be 2 identical authentic pieces in the world? Chapter 68. You are unbelievably foolish. Who cares? I'll buy it anyway. Wu Yu viciously contemplated. At the very least, once the system activated, the statue in his possession would undoubtedly be 100% genuine. As for the authenticity of the genuine statue in the billionaire's home, what did it matter to him? With that, Wu Yu donned his trademark innocent smile once more, rubbed his hands together, and said to Dao Gu, Dao Gu, you see, I'm a straightforward person. Let us not haggle over 10 million here and there. It's too cumbersome. Just give me a total price, and I'll take everything in this warehouse. What? Dao Ji's eyes widened in shock, his face, fleshy and filled with disbelief. He was about to close the deal without even looking closely. Damn it. He should have taken his girl out partying last night, instead of rehearsing lines. Suppressing his elation, he feigned calmness, cleared his throat, extended 5 hefty fingers, and stated solemnly, 50 million. As long as you offer 50 million, everything in this warehouse will belong to you. 50 million? Wu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Dao Gu, isn't that a bit too steep? He indeed had just over 50 million in his account. Moreover, the total cost of all these fakes combined might not even amount to 5,000. Previously, he had been too lazy to haggle, eager to make a quick fortune. But today, he decided to negotiate the price. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao erupted into laughter. Ha! Out of money? Have you been drained dry? Perfect. Today, I shall extract every last cent of that 50 million and then finish him off. Splendid. Brother Yu, One cannot speak in such a manner. Brother Dao commenced his performance. Look around this room brimming with treasures. Is there a single item that is not a priceless rarity? 50 million for all of this? You are already making a tremendous profit. Moreover, as Brother Dao, I have to eat when I open my doors for business. 30 million, that is all I have left. If not, then so be it. With a swift slash, Wu Yu declared, fine. It's a deal. Brother Dao slapped his thigh, as if having made a monumental decision. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, damn it. Just 30 million. Who told us we were brothers, huh? Hee. Wu Yu produced his bank card and flamboyantly swiped it on the POS machine handed over by Brother Dao's subordinate. Payment successful. Ha. Brother Dao gazed at the blinding arrival notification on his phone, unable to contain his inner ecstatic glee, erupting into a laugh that echoed like a bell. He suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, close the door. In an instant, the heavy iron door of the warehouse slammed shut. Dozens of brawny men wielding glistening machetes and steel pipes surged in from all directions, encircling Wu Yu in layers, leaving no escape. Oh no. The hundreds of fans in the live stream went into a frenzy. What the hell? Is this a cover-up? It's over. The host is done for today. I wanted to see you continue to pick up bargains. This is scripted. It's undeniably scripted. The spectacle is immense. The host has really invested. Wu Yu beheld the scene before him, yet his expression remained that of a simpleton, perhaps with a hint of perfectly timed panic and innocence. He adjusted his black-framed glasses and timidly inquired, Brother Dao, what are you doing? What are we doing? Brother Dao sneered, stepping closer to Wu Yu, jabbing his sturdy finger into his chest. Apologies, brother, but your value has diminished. So, be a good lad and perish. And no. Wu Yu, frightened, retreated repeatedly, pointing at the priceless antiques around him, his voice trembling. Let us discuss this. Please, don't resort to violence here. If these treasures are damaged, the loss would be catastrophic. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao nearly wept from laughter. He looked at Wu Yu with a gaze that conveyed utter disbelief and pity. You truly are foolish. Even now, you still think these items are real. Let me enlighten you. They are all fakes. Counterfeits. Rubbish. Brother Dao expected Wu Yu to be thrown into a panic upon hearing this harsh truth, to be struck as if by lightning, to crumble in despair. However, Wu Yu's reaction exceeded his expectations. Instead of displaying any shock or fear, Wu Yu remained remarkably composed. He merely uttered a calm "oh," and then, in a tone almost conciliatory, said, well, since I'm destined to die, I ought to choose a decent spot for my demise. I don't wish to perish in this filthy warehouse. Brother Dao's brow furrowed slightly, though he found Wu Yu's reaction peculiar. He reasoned that a person facing death might have some odd requests. All right, today, I shall show mercy and grant you your final wish. Speak. Where do you wish to die? Right at the entrance, Wu Yu pointed towards the warehouse door, wearing an innocuous smile. He was preparing to turn and stretch his long legs in the open space at the entrance, ready to deal with this group of oblivious fools. Suddenly, he felt a cold, hard object pressed firmly against the back of his head. A gun. It was a gun. Hee. Brother Dao's sinister chuckle resonated in Wu Yu's ears. I knew you would try something. Thankfully, Wang Xiao warned me about you, saying you were not to be trifled with. So I kept my guard up. Now kneel. Wu Yu's heart leapt into his throat. This was the first time in his life someone had pointed a gun at his head. The icy sensation, the air thick with the threat of death, sent chills down his spine. Despite his body's capabilities having reached an almost monstrous level, he was still merely human. If this gun was real, a single shot would mean instant demise. No, he couldn't take that risk. Just as Wu Yu's mind raced to devise a desperate counterattack, a clear and commanding voice rang out, kill. Accompanied by a sharp and authoritative cry, a flash of red surged forward like a bolt of lightning. It was Ling Yulei. She had shed her usual seductive allure, donning combat gear that would make any man's blood race. The upper half was a snug black leather vest, perfectly accentuating her breathtaking curves. The lower half consisted of similarly material ultra-short leather shorts, showcasing her voluptuous form and impossibly long legs. To top it off, a black belt adorned her alabaster thigh, prominently displaying several sharp daggers. Behind her followed a throng of aggressive subordinates wielding machetes. Kill. Chapter 69. How could they be together? Kill. Ling Yulei charged ahead, her blade slicing through the air, instantly toppling the first two lackeys of the skeleton gang. Her skill and presence rivaled that of a cinematic Black Widow. The fans in the live stream were beside themselves with excitement. What the hell? What divine plot twist is this? A beautiful woman saving the hero. So stunning and fierce. I'm all in. I would take on anything for you. I've seen blood. This isn't scripted. This is absolutely not scripted. Having dispatched several opponents, Ling Yulei soon spotted Wu Yu, held at gunpoint. Release him. She bellowed, her voice thunderous. With astonishing vigor, She wielded her machete, cutting a path through the crowd, advancing relentlessly towards Brother Dao. Brother Dao was taken aback. He never expected Ling Yulei would dare to invade his territory. He hastily aimed his gun at the fiercely charging Ling Yulei. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The bullet struck Ling Yulei squarely in the shoulder. Yet, she didn't flinch. With a grunt, she quickened her pace. Her blade slicing through the air with deadly intent aimed at Brother Dao's head. Brother Dao recoiled in terror, realizing too late that he had underestimated her, narrowly evading her strike. Damn it! Brother Dao seethed with rage. Brothers, take this damned woman down. At his command, the eager lackeys pivoted, charging at Ling Yulei like a pack of ravenous wolves. However, in that critical moment, a tall figure stood firm like an insurmountable mountain, shielding Ling Yulei. It was Wu Yu. Damn it! You dare to play the hero? Brother Dao pointed at Wu Yu, grinning wickedly. Fine. Today, I shall grant you your wish. Go. Eliminate them both. Wait. Spare the woman. Hee. I want to enjoy myself tonight. With these words, behind Wu Yu, Ling Yulei's face, which should have been etched with terror, instead bore an exceedingly peculiar smile. That smile was replete with pity and disdain, as though she were observing a throng of condemned prisoners about to be led to the guillotine. Brother Dao's brow furrowed sharply. He fixed his gaze on Ling Yulei, perplexed, and inquired, What the hell are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your foolishness, Ling Yulei replied, shaking her head, her enchanting phoenix eyes shimmering with a look of derision. I came here with a determination to face death, prepared to fight to the bitter end with you. Who would have thought you were foolish enough to provoke him? She gestured towards the imposing figure in front of her, laughing uncontrollably. Brother Dao, you are truly walking down a path to your own demise. What do you mean? A sudden chill gripped Brother Dao's heart as an ominous premonition surged within him. How am I walking to my own demise? Explain yourself. There is no need for explanations. Ling Yulei's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold and menacing expression. Because you are about to be utterly annihilated. Before her words could fade, Wu Yu sprang into action. He moved with such swiftness that no one could discern his movements. A fleeting shadow darted into the crowd like a specter. In the next moment, bang, crack, a cacophony of anguished cries, filled with suffering and terror, erupted, echoing incessantly. The once arrogant gangsters now crumpled before Wu Yu, as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. Wu Yu couldn't even be bothered to employ any flashy techniques. He resorted to the most straightforward and brutal punches and kicks. With one punch, the nose of a burly man collapsed instantly, sending him hurtling backward with a wail, inadvertently knocking over several of his companions. With one kick, another thug wielding a steel pipe barely had time to react before his kneecap was shattered by an irresistible force, causing him to roll on the ground in agony, screaming like a slaughtered pig. This was a complete and utter one-sided massacre. My God, the fans in the live stream went wild. Is the streamer a superhero? His combat power is simply off the charts. One punch for each of these thugs. This is like a real-life one-punch man. This isn't scripted, it's genuinely happening. The blood is spurting out. It's too real. It's too thrilling. In less than a minute, Brother Dao's subordinates lay scattered on the ground, groaning and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Brother Dao was left utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, his expression dazed, his mind a blank slate. Is this even human? He had heard from Wang Kaixian that Wu Yu was formidable, but he never anticipated Wu Yu could possess such monstrous strength. This was no longer mere fighting. This was the manifestation of a beast, a freak of nature. Damn it. Brother Dao hastily drew his gun, aiming it at Wu Yu. Heh, do you really think you can hit me from that distance? Wu Yu's deep-set eyes sparkled with a menacing glint. In the next second, Brother Dao felt a flash before his eyes, followed by an excruciating pain in his wrist. Ah! He cried out, the gun slipping from his grasp, only to be caught deftly by Wu Yu. Wu Yu weighed the gun in his hand, a scornful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. A gas gun? Heh, I thought it was the real deal. Although it was a gas gun, at close range, a shot to critical areas like the eyes or temples could still be lethal. Don't come any closer. Brother Dao, terrified, scrambled backward. The sight of Wu Yu's devilish smile made his heart race as though it might leap from his throat. Wu Yu ignored him and quickly approached Ling Yulei, his expression filled with concern. Are you all right? After all, Ling Yulei had genuinely shielded him from a bullet. I'm fine. Ling Yulei shook her head, raising her elegantly shaped, unblemished white arm. The wound was shallow, merely a scrape, with a few droplets of crimson blood seeping through. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill siren blared, growing louder as it approached. Soon, a squad of armed police officers stormed in like wolves on the hunt. Leading them was the stunningly beautiful and poised officer Jiang Yuero. Although primarily responsible for anti-fraud campaigns, upon hearing of a serious armed brawl occurring in the antique street, she volunteered to assist. However, how could it be him again? Jiang Yuerong stared in disbelief at Wu Yu, who was encircled in the middle. Her delicate features were marked by shock and incredulity. Wasn't he this the fool who had been swindled out of 5 million last time? And her? Jiang Yuerong's gaze shifted to Ling Yulei, who stood behind Wu Yu with blood on her arm. Wasn't she the leader of the fraud ring from before? How could they possibly be together? Jiang Yuerong felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 70. The streamer just got lucky. His combat power is a bit stronger. Everyone, don't move. Police. Boomed a burly middle-aged officer who appeared to be the captain. What is going on? Who fired the gun? Seeing the police, Brother Dao not only felt no panic, but instead looked as if he had seen a savior. He slammed his thigh and pointed at Wu Yu and Ling Yulei, wailing, "Officer, you finally arrived. If you had come even a moment later, my life would have been forfeit." It was him. It was him. Brother Dao pointed at Ling Yulei, twisting the narrative as he screeched, "Officer, I am Scar Lu, a legitimate merchant on this antique street. I was counting inventory in the warehouse when this vile woman stormed in with a large group, hacking at anyone in sight." He gestured towards the groaning, blood-soaked figures of his subordinates, his face a mask of indignation and grievance. And him. Brother Dao pointed at Wu Yu with venomous disdain. "This kid is a new enforcer for the Thunderbolt gang. He strikes mercilessly and viciously. Look at my brothers. They were all injured by him alone. You must seek justice for me, officer." The moment those words were uttered, the entire police force was collectively stunned. They regarded Wu Yu with the same eyes one would reserve for a monster. One person injured over 100. What a farcical claim. Where's the evidence? The police captain frowned, clearly skeptical of Brother Dao's tall tale. Evidence. Brother Dao gestured towards the trembling vendors outside the warehouse, hollering, They can all bear witness." The police captain immediately dispatched officers to inquire. Indeed, those vendors all unanimously insisted that Ling Yulei had led the charge. After all, they still needed to make a living on this street. Who would dare offend the local underworld? With that, the police captain was left with no doubts. He waved his hand coldly, commanding, "Cuff them both and take them back to the station." Yes, 2 young officers stepped forward, producing handcuffs, ready to restrain Wu Yu and Ling Yulei. Ling Yulei's face paled instantly. She had just been released from custody days ago. If she were arrested again, it would truly be the end for her. At that moment, wait, Wu Yu suddenly spoke up, his voice not loud, but resonating with undeniable calmness. "Eyewitnesses. The incident occurred so suddenly that those vendors were far too distant to see what truly transpired. Stop your baseless accusations." The police captain, with palpable impatience, barked. "Speak your mind back at the station. The interrogation will reveal everything." Just then, Jiang Yuerong interjected, "We cannot solely rely on one side of the story. Let him finish." The captain, seemingly accommodating Jiang Yuerong, turned to Wu Yu and said in a low voice, "Now you may speak. What is truly going on?" "I think I'd rather not." Wu Yu smirked, shaking his phone in his hand. "Let my fans enlighten you." Fans. The officers were collectively bewildered, each curiously leaning in to peer at Wu Yu's tiny phone screen. In the next moment, the barrage of comments flooded in. "Wow, wow, wow. Are you a god of war descended from the heavens? Incredible. 1 punch for each. 1 kick for a group. That scene was more thrilling than watching a Wu Jin movie. That fool actually dared to point a fake gun at the streamer's head. He deserved to be beaten." "Exactly. We all saw it. That bald man initiated the attack. Streamer is innocent. He just had some good luck and exceptional combat skills. He didn't break any laws." The relentless stream of comments surged like a tidal wave, leaving the police officers dumbfounded. So it was indeed true. This seemingly innocuous fellow had single-handedly taken down over 100 people. Jiang Yuerong was utterly astonished, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes fixated on Wu Yu, as if trying to peer into his very soul. Coughing awkwardly, the police captain cleared his throat, realizing he had never before witnessed a barrage of comments serving as testimony. Could this even be considered evidence? Certainly. Jiang Yuerong snapped back to reality, and with a smile radiant enough to captivate any man, addressed the viewers, "Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Yuerong from the Baiyun City Anti-Fraud Center. Is there anyone willing to assist us at the station and provide a written statement?" At this proclamation, the live stream erupted. I'm going. I'm willing. Officer, I'll be right there. Damn it. Who wouldn't want to be close to such a stunning police flower? I'd do anything. Wait for me, officer. I can reach there in about 5 minutes on my electric scooter. In an instant, fans eager to serve as witnesses flooded the chat, making it impossible to keep track. Soon, dozens of local fans bravely declared their intention to head to the police station. At this juncture, all the officers had come to believe in Wu Yu's innocence. Brother Dao's face turned a shade of green. He never anticipated that this seemingly dim-witted fellow, Wu Yu, was actually live-streaming. Damn, what a miscalculation. However, Brother Dao was not overly concerned. After all, His gun was fake, which didn't constitute a serious crime. As for the group fight, he had connections, and with a bit of money, he could easily manage a few days in detention. Once the storm passed, he would take the ill-gotten gains and escape to enjoy a lavish life elsewhere. With this thought, Brother Dao's heart settled once more. Inside the police station's interrogation room, the captain, with a stern demeanor, began the routine questioning: name, age, occupation. Wu Yu answered each inquiry with remarkable cooperation. After covering the basics, the captain shifted focus directly to the crux of the matter. Now, tell us, what prompted the conflict with the skeleton gang? They scammed me with a fake antique. How much did they defraud you of? Jiang Yurong inquired eagerly upon hearing the mention of fraud. Wu Yu raised a single finger. 1 million? Jiang Yurong's eyes widened. Wu Yu shook his head. 10 million. Her voice escalated in pitch. Wu Yu again shook his head. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, he slowly uttered a figure that sent shockwaves through the interrogation room. Nearly 100 million. Chapter 71. Something is amiss. This Wu Yu is extraordinarily unusual. The police captain, who had been sipping water, spluttered, spraying tea all over the recorder across from him, coughing violently. His resolute face exhibited an unparalleled shock. 100 million. This must be the largest fraud case in Baiyun City since the founding of the nation. Beside him, Jiang Yurong trembled, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. Her exquisitely crafted face bore an expression of incredulous astonishment. Who exactly was this Wu Yu? After being scammed 5 million last time, she had already deemed it outrageous. Now, he had been defrauded of nearly 100 million. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Yurong. In her years as a police officer, she had apprehended no fewer than 800 fraudsters and encountered countless victims. Yet, encountering someone like Wu Yu, a veritable cash machine, a saint among scammers, a quintessential victim, was a first for her. Where's the evidence? The captain took a moment to recover from his immense shock, inhaling deeply to compose himself, and asked each word with deliberate precision. Indeed, I have it, Wu Yu nodded. Then leisurely retrieved his phone, opening a video. The footage displayed the entire transaction he conducted in the warehouse. Officer, you have no idea how ruthless these individuals are? Wu Yu paused, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. I was terrified at the time, in a daze. They dragged me to the antique street and compelled me to spend a fortune on a plethora of fakes. Just today, I was conned out of 30 million. You must help me. As he spoke, he presented all the transfer records, witnesses, material evidence, video proof. All were in place. At this moment, the entire interrogation room descended into a profound silence. All the officers stared at Wu Yu with expressions akin to reverence. Good heavens, this wasn't merely a fraud case. It was a precise act of poverty alleviation. One man had effectively supported an entire street of con artists. The captain felt his blood pressure rising, clutching his chest as he weakly queried, "What about the counterfeit items you purchased? They are crucial evidence. They should be arriving soon." Wu Yu glanced at his watch, smiling. No sooner had he spoken than a young officer rushed in, excitement radiating from his face. "Captain, a large truck has arrived outside, claiming to deliver evidence. Quick, bring it in." A few minutes later, a massive truck slowly came to a halt at the police station's entrance. The doors opened, and an extraordinarily stunning figure gracefully emerged from the driver's seat. It was Xuning Ran. Today's campus belle had evidently undergone meticulous preparation. She donned a pure white Chanel dress, and beneath its hem, her long, slender legs wrapped in sheer nude stockings appeared radiant, straight, and flawlessly proportioned. On her feet were exquisite silver high-heeled shoes that accentuated her already statuesque figure, making her appear even more graceful. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was adorned with delicate peach-toned makeup, and her large, glistening eyes brimmed with concern and care for Wu Yu. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted the gaze of every male officer in the precinct. Many young policemen were left drooling, oblivious to the files that slipped from their hands and fell to the ground. "My dear." Xuning Ran was completely indifferent to the scorching stares around her. Like a fluttering butterfly, she dashed towards Wu Yu, taking the initiative to intertwine her arm with his. "Are you all right? I've been so worried about you." Her voice was sweet to the point of being intoxicating, a melodic coo that sent shivers down one's spine. "I'm fine." Wu Yu affectionately ruffled her petite nose, speaking gently. "Thank you for your hard work, darling." "Not at all. It is my honor to do things for you," Xuning Ran replied, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner, her endearingly charming demeanor nearly melting the hearts of the officers around them. What the hell is going on? This fool who had been swindled out of $1 billion actually has such an extraordinary girlfriend. This is absurd. This is unreasonable. It is nothing short of a cruel blow to all of us single dogs. Ahem. The captain awkwardly cleared his throat twice, forcefully redirecting everyone's attention. "May I ask, Are the items in the vehicle indeed those counterfeits? Yes, officer, Shen Ingran nodded. These fakes were all urgently procured by her according to Wu Yu's instructions, aimed at preserving the batch of genuine goods in the warehouse. Jiang Yuan rushed to the cargo truck and exclaimed in astonishment. From exquisite blue and white porcelain vases to Tang Sankai horses, from Wang Wali official hat chairs to gilded bronze Buddha statues, there were over 100 items in total. Each one matched perfectly with the videos. Now, the chain of evidence was utterly complete. Dao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face a mask of despair. Take him to the detention room. The captain waved his hand, and 2 officers immediately stepped forward, dragging Dao out like a dead dog. Wu Yu approached Jiang Yuan and asked with a smile, Officer, when can I get back the money I was swindled out of? Well, Jiang Yuan's face revealed a hint of difficulty, as this case involved not only massive fraud, but also organized crime with gang affiliations. So it might take some time to resolve. The reimbursement wouldn't be swift. All right then. Wu Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. He then held Shen Ingran's soft, smooth hand and strode out of the precinct, all the while under the envious, jealous gazes of the officers. Behind them, Ling Yulei hesitated for a mere moment before biting her silver teeth, stamping her foot, and hastily following after them. Only Jiang Yuan remained, pondering deeply. Something was off. This Wu Yu, something was very wrong. How could an ordinary college student possess a fortune of over $1 billion? How could someone seemingly so naive repeatedly stumble upon such staggering discoveries in a den of thieves? Moreover, the women around him were all exquisite. Even that underworld figure, Ling Yulei, had chosen to follow him. Wu Yu, Jiang Yuan's crimson lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. In all her years combating fraud, she had never encountered such an ostentatious victim. Who exactly is Wu Yu? Chapter 72, Serve Me from the Side. In a high-end restaurant private room, adorned with ancient elegance and a touch of sophistication, Wu Yu sat confidently at the head of the table. To his left was the charming Shen Ingran, and to his right was the poised and striking Ling Yulei. Come, my dear, open your mouth, Shen Ingran delicately picked up a piece of exquisite Wagyu beef sizzling on the iron plate, blowing on it gently to ensure it was at the perfect temperature before lovingly offering it to Wu Yu's lips. Humph. Ling Yulei, seated opposite, let out a disdainful snort, arrogantly lifting her snow-white chin. She too picked up a freshly grilled, plump geoduck clam and forcefully bit into it, chewing vigorously. Wu Yu broke into a cold sweat, instinctively tensing his entire body. Damn it, this woman is definitely doing it on purpose. Just then, beneath the table, Wu Yu felt a gentle nudge against his knee. He knew without looking that Shen Ingran had shifted her chair closer to him. I'm already full, darling. Shen Ingran tilted her stunningly beautiful face up, her big watery eyes filled with anticipation. Shouldn't we head back for a nap? She placed extra emphasis on the word nap, completely disregarding Ling Yulei beside her. Ling Yulei's face instantly darkened. Humph. So what if she was young and beautiful, Wu Yu's legitimate girlfriend? What was so special about that? Though Ling Yulei felt a pang of jealousy, she maintained her cold and proud facade. She elegantly stood up, straightening her matte wine-red leather jacket, and said nonchalantly, Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. With that, she strutted towards the exit of the private room, her black marten boots clicking against the floor, leaving behind an aura of strength unique to a queen of the underworld. Yet, there was a hint of acidity in the air. Yun Ding Tiangong. After returning home, Wu Yu washed up and changed into a loose, comfortable silk robe. Emerging from the bathroom, the living room was empty. The master bedroom was also vacant. Where's everyone? A flicker of confusion crossed Wu Yu's mind. He searched around and finally discovered Shen Ingran in the storeroom, which was specifically used for storing antiques. There she was, curiously examining a uniquely designed antique armchair. The chair, made entirely of precious golden silk Nanmu wood, boasted intricate carvings and had majestic dragon head armrests, emanating a weighty sense of historical gravitas. This was one of Wu Yu's recent acquisitions, rumored to have once belonged to a certain prince's study. Darling, this chair is so grand, Shen Ingran exclaimed, her big, sparkling eyes wide with wonder as she tilted her head. She swung her long, beautiful legs, which were encased in pure white over-the-knee stockings, in the air. Her fair skin, illuminated by the stockings, appeared even more translucent, exuding an irresistible allure. Wu Yu chuckled, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He stepped closer, towering over the pure and alluring beauty before him, and mischievously explained, Of course it's grand, for this chair is not meant for just anyone. Shen Ingran's lovely face was adorned with a large question mark. Who is it meant for? Without answering directly, Wu Yu leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the armrests of the chair, encircling her within, and lowered his voice. It's for me to sit upon. As for you, well, you shall serve from the side. In the evening, The warm orange hues of the setting sun streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the entire living room in a cozy glow. "Oh, I'm late. I'm late." Shun Ingran flusteredly slipped on her exquisite silver high heels while hurriedly rushing out. She needed to return to school for the rehearsal of her graduation ceremony that night. "Don't rush, darling," Wu Yu said leisurely, reclining comfortably on the sofa. "With me around, I guarantee you won't be late." The two made their way to the underground parking lot. Wu Yu drove his flashy Lamborghini Urus, pressing the accelerator to the floor, shooting out like an arrow. They sped down the road, executing a perfect drift before coming to a halt at the entrance of Baiyun University. Wei arrived. Wu Yu turned his head and gently pinched Shun Ingran's delicate face. Shun Ingran reluctantly unfastened her seatbelt, leaned in, and planted a kiss. "I'll be staying in the dorm tonight. See you tomorrow." Got it, got it. Off you go." Wu Yu waved his hand, watching Shun Ingran's graceful silhouette sway as she vanished at the school gate before he pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Upon returning to his luxurious residence, akin to a palace, in the Cloud Summit, he heard the click of the fingerprint lock unlocking. Wu Yu stepped into the spacious living room, gazing at the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and the bustling cityscape outside, yet an inexplicable sense of emptiness surged within him. Damn it. The house is too large. Living alone feels rather desolate. The long night stretched on, sleep eluding him. He had grown accustomed to the company of fragrant warmth by his side. With this thought, Wu Yu retrieved his phone and adeptly tapped on Lu Baoling's WeChat avatar. "Sister, where are you?" The message sent out, but it sank into silence, receiving no reply for quite some time. TCH, she's probably busy working overtime at the company. Wu Yu pouted, then clicked on Lu Yunqi's avatar and directly dialed her number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Through the receiver, he heard Lu Yunqi's familiar and melodious voice, albeit tinged with a subtle weariness and hoarseness this time. "Sister, why is it so noisy on your end?" Wu Yu's acute hearing allowed him to discern the sounds of heated arguments and the sharp clatter of breaking objects in the background. Could something be amiss? "It's nothing, nothing." Lu Yunqi seemed to have moved to a quieter corner, forcing a relaxed tone. "Just a minor issue at home, nothing serious." "Do you need any help?" "No need. It's really inconvenient today. We can collaborate some other time. Love you." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wu Yu smirked, stowing away his phone, and was just about to rise for a workout when suddenly, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he saw a familiar and striking figure standing at the door. Ling Yulei. This evening, she wore a black, snug-fitting sports tank top that exquisitely accentuated her breathtaking curves, and on her flat abdomen, one could even see two clearly defined abdominal muscles. Below, she sported a matching pair of tight black yoga pants that showcased her perfectly rounded peach-shaped posterior and impossibly long legs. Altogether, she resembled a fierce and powerful Black Panther, poised to pounce. So fierce, so beautiful, so alluring. Wu Yu opened the door, leaning against the doorframe, intrigued as he gazed at her, teasingly remarking, "Oh, Sister Lei, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something urgent?" Ling Yulei's charming face flushed slightly, her beautiful phoenix eyes unable to meet Wu Yu's gaze. Stammering, "I came to borrow money from you." Ling Yulei let out a long sigh, her stubbornly expressive face flashing a hint of helplessness and despondence. She recounted her predicament to Wu Yu in detail. It turned out she had just mortgaged the old house left by her father yesterday. However, the money she obtained was only enough to cover the overdue medical expenses for her brothers lying in the hospital. Now, although the Thunderbolt gang had nominally reclaimed territory in the Antique Street, they were in dire need of funds to revive their operations. Recruiting new members requires money. Acquiring equipment requires money, and appeasing the hearts of the people requires even more money. Yet, she found herself utterly broke and cornered. Why not go to the Antique Street and collect protection fees from those unscrupulous vendors? Surely, that would yield some funds? Wu Yu inquired. "Do you think I haven't considered that?" Ling Yulei replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head in resignation. "Those scoundrels from the Skull Gang already collected next year's protection fees in advance. If I go to collect now, those vendors would surely retaliate." "Very well." Wu Yu stroked his chin, contemplating, "I can lend you money, but the two conditions I proposed last time still stand." "Wait." Ling Yulei suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes locking onto Wu Yu's with unwavering determination. "Now, it's my turn to set the conditions." "Oh." Wu Yu chuckled, stepping closer to Ling Yulei, towering over her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "You, a borrower, dare to negotiate terms with me? What gives you such courage?" "Humph." Ling Yulei retorted defiantly, puffing out her chest. "I know you have a way to turn those fake antiques into real ones. So, you must be in urgent need of a channel to purchase a large quantity of fake antiques, right?" "What?" Wu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. This woman is quite perceptive. How did she uncover his secret so quickly? Rest assured, Your secret is safe with me. Ling Yulei stepped closer, continuing. In industries involving counterfeit antiques, ordinary people can hardly gain access. But for me, Ling Yulei, that has no trouble at all. If you lend me money, I'll help you secure a source for fake antiques. What do you think? Is this deal acceptable to you? Wu Yu's brows furrowed slightly. The system hadn't provided any notifications. This indicated that what Ling Yulei said was entirely truthful. She truly has connections. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Wu Yu nodded. All right. I accept this deal. However, he pivoted his tone, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Words alone are not enough. How do I know you're not deceiving me? I must receive the goods and verify them before I lend you any money. Wu Yu's insistence was not due to distrust in Ling Yulei. Rather, he simply sought to tease this wild and fierce little dragon from Sichuan. After all, she had once attempted to harm him. This little dragon must be tamed properly. Ling Yulei stamped her foot in frustration. However, with no choice under the roof, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and ultimately chose to compromise. Fine. We'll do it your way. With the deal struck, Ling Yulei showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she stood there, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Her demeanor suggesting she harbored something unspeakable. Why aren't you leaving? Wu Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Ling Yulei lifted her head, her face, marked by stubbornness, flickering with a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. I have mortgaged my house and now have nowhere to stay. There are plenty of hotels outside. You can choose any. I don't have much money left. I need to save. Ling Yulei's voice was faint, her face flushing to her ears as she concluded. If you lend me the money now, I'll leave immediately. Seeing her adorably shy and awkward demeanor, Wu Yu chuckled. I want to be giving you the money today. As for tonight, well, you can stay here for the night. Thus, Ling Yulei temporarily took up residence in Wu Yu's palace-like abode. She meticulously surveyed every inch of the house, her heart filled with envy and resentment. Damn it, I've struggled on the streets for over a decade, barely scraping by to afford a dilapidated old place. Yet you, Wu Yu, with a mere flick of your wrist in the antique trade, effortlessly reside in such a top-tier mansion. This is infuriating. As Ling Yulei mentally ranted, she wandered into the storage room designated for antiques. Soon, her gaze was drawn to a uniquely designed chair. Oh, this chair looks so exquisite. Ling Yulei curiously approached and took a seat in the grand armchair. Get up quickly. That chair is only for those worthy, Wu Yu teased, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. Ling Yulei pouted and wandered into a nearby bedroom. Upon opening the door, she was utterly astonished. The expansive walk-in closet was filled with an array of risque and tantalizing outfits. Lace camisoles, sheer fabrics, catgirl and bunny girl costumes, maid outfits, school uniforms, nurse attire, everything imaginable. Even Ling Yulei, the queen of the underworld, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at the sight. This is my girlfriend's room. You cannot stay here, Wu Yu remarked, standing at the doorway. Humph, I wouldn't want to, Ling Yulei retorted, her face reddening as she turned to enter another room. Inside, the spacious closet was adorned with an assortment of haute couture gowns, designer handbags, and an endless array of shoes, an opulence rivaling that of the finest luxury boutiques. Even for a woman like Ling Yulei, who held little regard for material possessions, she found herself secretly awestruck. This is my sister's room. You cannot stay here either, Wu Yu reminded her from behind. Humph, who would want to? Ling Yulei spat, her face flushed as she stormed out. Approaching another room, she discovered the door was locked. She twisted the doorknob, but it did not budge. Who lives in there? Ling Yulei's curiosity was piqued. That's my senior's room. She values her privacy, Wu Yu shrugged. Speaking nonchalantly, Ling Yulei stepped into an empty room, gritting her teeth. I can sleep here, can I? No, Wu Yu firmly shook his head, rejecting her request outright. In my house, only those with a close relationship to me may sleep in the rooms. What? Ling Yulei fumed, glaring fiercely at Wu Yu. Then why did you agree to let me stay? Indeed, I did promise you could stay, Wu Yu replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. But I never specified a bedroom. You can sleep on the sofa. The sofa? Ling Yulei's voice rose dramatically, filled with incredulous indignation. Are you serious? I, Ling Yulei, the illustrious leader of the Tianlei gang, revered in the underworld, am to be reduced to sleeping on a sofa? If this gets out, how will I maintain my reputation? Do not underestimate my sofa. Wu Yu seemed to read her thoughts, a playful smirk forming on his lips. This sofa is a top-tier piece, airlifted from Italy, a global limited edition. It boasts the most ergonomic design, with research costs exceeding millions of dollars. Additionally, it features built-in temperature control and comprehensive intelligent massage functions. Lying on it feels like resting on a cloud, relieving you of all your worries. Wu Yu boasted animatedly. Ling Yulei was taken aback, her skepticism wavering. Humph, I shall see just how remarkable your sofa truly is. She huffed. marching to the living room and plopping down onto the seemingly unremarkable sofa. In the next moment, an indescribable wave of comfort enveloped her entire being. It felt as if every muscle was gently cradled and released, instantly erasing her fatigue. The soft, genuine leather conformed perfectly to Ling Yulei's curves, providing just the right amount of embrace, reminiscent of her mother's warm embrace. Soon after, a gentle warmth radiated from within the sofa, dispelling all remnants of exhaustion and chill. To her dismay, the silent yet effective intelligent massage commenced, soothing every inch of her body with impeccable precision. Ah, how delightful! Ling Yulei could no longer contain herself. Letting out a languid and satisfied sigh, she melted into the sofa, utterly unwilling to rise. This sofa is extraordinary, so spacious and soft. Wu Yu chuckled, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, it is remarkably spacious and soft. Ling Yulei closed her eyes in blissful comfort, only to be jolted by Wu Yu's comment, her body tensing. She shot him a fiery glare, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Pervert!" After scolding him, she scrambled off the sofa, fuming. "I'm going to take a shower. Are you not eating dinner?" Wu Yu pointed to the steaming takeout on the table. "Dieting, not eating," Ling Yulei retorted, not looking back as she entered the bathroom. "Oh, then I suppose I shall eat alone," Wu Yu shrugged. After her shower, wrapped in a towel, Ling Yulei's alluring figure was accentuated, making her even more tempting. Water droplets cascaded from her glossy black hair, tracing down her delicate neck and disappearing into her striking décolletage. She intended to collapse onto the sofa. But as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, an overwhelmingly rich and tantalizing aroma of food invaded her senses. Following the scent to the balcony, she was taken aback. Wu Yu sat at the grand dining table, relishing an extravagant spread of gourmet delights. Australian lobster, French oysters, Hokkaido sea urchin, and caviar piled high like a small mountain. Beside him was an exquisite bottle of fine red wine. The sheer luxury was astonishing. Ling Yulei's stomach growled audibly, betraying her hunger. "Hey, Sister Lei, care for a taste?" Wu Yu taunted, waving a king crab leg enticingly in front of her. "No." Ling Yulei stubbornly turned her head away. Ding! Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. In the next instant, Ling Yulei's eyes sparkled with insatiable desire. She darted forward, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, rolling up her sleeves and diving into the feast. She snatched the king crab leg from Wu Yu's hand and took a fierce bite. Delicious. Immediately, she grabbed a Boston lobster larger than her face, using both hands to tear into it with fervor. Her gluttonous display left Wu Yu dumbfounded. Slow down, don't choke," he said, shaking his head in disbelief while gesturing to the wine on the table. "By the way, do you drink?" "Not drinking," Ling Yulei mumbled with her mouth full of lobster meat. Ding! Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. In the next moment, she seized the bottle of Roman Icani from the table and began to gulp down several mouthfuls. Burp. A long, satisfied belch escaped her lips, and her face, marked by defiance, was instantly tinted with a charming blush. "Sister Lei, now that you're full, shall we exercise together?" Wu Yu extended another invitation. "Huh." Ling Yulei shook her head vigorously. "That's out of the question." In the hospital's VIP private ward, Wang Kaixian tossed and turned on the hospital bed, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. A whole day had passed. Not a single word from Dao Ge. Calls went unanswered, messages left unread. Damn it. Could it be that he failed? Wang Kaixian could hardly believe his ears. Brother Dao is none other than the leader of the skeleton gang, commanding hundreds of loyal followers. The most critical factor is that he is armed. How can one possibly fail with a gun in hand? The more Wang Kaixian pondered over it, the more infuriated and despondent he became. In a fit of impotent rage, he seized his pillow and hurled it to the ground with a resounding thud. Just then, the door to the hospital room creaked open. A familiar and striking figure, striding in on 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, burst into the room. It was Lu Baoling. My goodness! Upon seeing his mother, Wang Kaixian felt as if he had encountered a savior, nearly bursting into tears. "At last you have come. I thought you had abandoned me. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Baoling approached the bedside, her gaze settling on her son's disfigured visage. Though she remained silent, a flicker of concern briefly glimmered in her eyes. Yet, this fleeting compassion was quickly overshadowed by a palpable disdain. She crossed her arms and looked down at Wang Kaixian, her voice laced with irritation as she scolded him. "Look at your current state. All you do is cause trouble outside. When will you ever give me a moment's peace? I have already consulted the doctor. You merely have a broken leg, and the rest are superficial injuries. Nothing serious. Stop feigning death. Hurry up and come home with me." Thus, Wang Kaixian returned to their luxurious residence in Yunding Tiangong, worth tens of millions, seated in a wheelchair. Lu Baoling donned a sultry lace apron, swaying her serpentine waist, and entered the kitchen to prepare soup for her son. Meanwhile, Wang Kaixian occupied himself in the living room, exploring the seemingly high-tech electric wheelchair beneath him. He resembled a child with a new toy, alternating between moving forward and backward in sheer delight. Wow, this contraption even has a drifting feature? Wang Kaixian exclaimed, excitedly fiddling with the remote control, accidentally pressing the highest speed setting. Whoosh! The wheelchair shot away like a wild stallion, hurtling towards his mother's master bedroom at a terrifying velocity. Ah! Wang Kaixian screamed, his soul nearly escaping him in panic. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the wheelchair collided forcefully with the wardrobe door in the master bedroom. Clothes of every conceivable variety cascaded to the floor like petals from a celestial maiden. Dazed, Wang Kaixian scrambled to his feet. In the next moment, he stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers. Deep within the enormous wardrobe hung an array of scandalously provocative lingerie, lace, cutouts, straps, and those minimalist designs that left little to the imagination, daringly bold in their execution. Each piece exuded lethal allure, capable of igniting the passions of any normal man, causing blood to rush uncontrollably. Wang Kaixian's mind went blank in an instant. His mother, how could she wear such things? Involuntarily, his imagination conjured an image of his mother, the formidable career woman known for her iron will, now clad in such risque attire, alongside a middle-aged, greasy boyfriend. Ugh! A wave of intense shame and disgust overwhelmed him, prompting him to vomit right then and there. No longer could he maintain his composure. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the balcony, lighting a cigarette with a fierce determination. Damn it! His mother had truly fallen into a pit of despair. All because of that damned wild man. How dare he seduce my mother? Just you wait. I will hunt you down and ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Wang Kaixian seethed with rage, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a frenzied malice. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the rooftop balcony of the building opposite. He froze once more. Chapter 75. Sister, why have you brought me here? On that expansive balcony, reminiscent of a celestial palace, stood Wu Yu. Alongside him was a tall, athletic beauty dressed in black. They were lifting weights, gasping for breath as they exercised. Holy hell! Wu Yu was indeed unscathed. Wang Kaixian was dumbfounded. This signified that brother Dao had utterly failed. Wait, that woman, the one clad in form-fitting black yoga pants, her figure so stunning it could induce a nosebleed. It's Sister Lei, the leader of the Thunderbolt gang, Ling Yulei. Why? Why is Sister Lei with Wu Yu? And why do they appear to be having such a good time? Though Wang Kaixian was the ultimate sycophant for Shining Ran, he harbored equal admiration and fantasies about Ling Yulei, the striking and formidable queen of the underworld. However, he was self-aware enough to know she would never look his way, thus refraining from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. But now, the goddess of the underworld, whom he had revered from afar, had been sullied by that scoundrel Wu Yu. Wang Kaixian could no longer contain his fury and jealousy, unleashing a desperate and heart-wrenching roar. Wu Yu, Wu Yu, Wu Yu, I, Wang Kaixian, swear to the heavens, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your demise. You shall have no place to rest in death. The following morning, Wu Yu was in the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring his perfectly sculpted V-shaped physique in the mirror. Suddenly, a sultry cry of pain echoed from the living room. Wu Yu spat out the toothpaste foam and stepped outside to investigate. There, he found Ling Yulei sitting on the floor, her defiant face contorted in agony. She rubbed her delicate ankle and shot Wu Yu an accusatory glare, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. You insisted on dragging me into such high-intensity workouts. And now look, my legs are like jelly. I can't even stand." Wu Yu chuckled mischievously and knelt beside her. "Who told you to be so competitive and keep up with my pace?" "Humph," Ling Yulei retorted, pointing angrily at the high-end treadmill on the balcony. "That thing is far too advanced. I don't know how to adjust it." Wu Yu shook his head, extending his large hand to gently grasp her leg clad in black yoga pants. The moment he touched her, he felt the exquisite firmness, the remarkable elasticity, and the astonishing power within. Indeed, she was the queen of the underworld, seasoned in her domain. Her legs, her muscular contours, were simply breathtaking. "Here, let me massage you," Wu Yu offered, his hands skillfully kneading her legs, which could easily be deemed a masterpiece. Ling Yulei closed her eyes in bliss, releasing a languorous and contented sigh. The sound was a stark contrast to her usual commanding and fierce demeanor, now imbued with a charming and alluring femininity. As Wu Yu continued, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wow, the Chuan Yu tyrant truly lives up to her reputation. This fiery temperament, this stunning physique, and her wild spirit are simply intoxicating. After a while, thanks to Wu Yu's almost supernatural massage techniques, Ling Yulei finally felt a semblance of strength returning to her legs, struggling to rise from the floor. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Wu Yu a glare. "Humph, at least you have a shred of conscience." After they finished breakfast, The duo made their way to the antique street. Today, Ling Yulei was there to inspect her recently reclaimed territory. Upon her arrival, the street vendors reacted as if they had seen a cat before a mouse, falling silent and refraining from even a breath. Ling Yulei cleared her throat and, in an authoritative tone befitting a queen, announced loudly, "From this day forth, my Thunderbolt gang shall officially make its return. The old rules, as before, shall remain in place. Furthermore, I shall add a new stipulation." She gestured towards the absurdly dressed Wu Yu and continued, "From now on, should any of you possess valuable goods, you are required to prioritize this esteemed boss Wu." Did you hear that? The merchants exchanged glances, bewildered and silent, their eyes wide with fear, yet unable to voice their dissent. "What's the matter? Any objections?" Ling Yulei's brows furrowed sharply, and her striking phoenix eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. "No objections. Whatever Sister Lei says goes." The merchants, not daring to utter a word in contradiction, nodded and bowed like obedient lapdogs. Ling Yulei expressed her satisfaction with a nod. Wu Yu, however, was impatient, eager to commence today's live broadcast. Yet, to his astonishment, as he donned his signature black-framed glasses and ambled towards the stalls, those merchants who had just been all smiles and ingratiating suddenly began to pack up. They fled faster than rabbits, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? What is going on? Wu Yu stood there dumbfounded. The fans in the live stream were equally bewildered. What the heck is happening? Is the host being collectively boycotted? Haha, this is hilarious. It seems the last time the host called the police, it scared all these fraudsters away. Ling Yulei was equally perplexed. She seized one of the fleeing stall owners and exclaimed sharply, "Stop. What do you think you're doing? You don't want to make a living anymore. Is that it?" The stall owner, trembling, fell to his knees, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded, "Sister Lei, please spare us. We simply cannot dare to make money off this kid. He reports us the moment he buys something. Who can withstand that?" "Exactly. We would rather forego business than risk any dealings with him." Surrounding merchants nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fear and regret. Ling Yulei, upon hearing this, was utterly speechless. She turned to Wu Yu, incredulous. "You've managed to single-handedly drive all the fraudsters out of the antique street into unemployment." Wu Yu felt a mix of amusement and dismay. "Damn it. Is this the end of my lucrative venture? Wait, Sister Lei, what happened to the promised source of counterfeit antiques?" Wu Yu regarded Ling Yulei, his tone tinged with skepticism. "If you can't handle this, I won't lend you a single cent. Our partnership is hereby null and void." Ling Yulei, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Fear not. I, Ling Yulei, have navigated Baiyun City for over a decade. I definitely have my ways." With a determined bite of her lip, she gestured to Wu Yu. "Follow me." On Liberation Street, located in the old district, the area was ancient and overcrowded. The narrow streets were lined with low, time-worn self-built houses. The walls were covered in mottled moss and crooked graffiti. In the cramped alleyways, clotheslines crisscrossed with an array of colorful undergarments hanging to dry, water dripping incessantly. The air was thick with a damp, musty scent, mingling with various food and sewage odors. "What the hell, sister? Why have you brought me here?" Wu Yu pinched his nose, his expression one of disgust. What do you know?" Ling Yulei shot him a flirtatious glance, a hint of mysterious amusement flickering in her striking eyes. "Don't be fooled by the dilapidation. This is actually the city's black market." "Black market?" Wu Yu's eyes widened in excitement. "Indeed." Ling Yulei nodded, lowering her voice to explain. "The so-called black market is a place for illicit transactions. Firearms, narcotics, counterfeit IDs, and more. Items you can't procure in the open market can all be found here. Antiquities are included as well. As for the origins of these antiques, they vary widely. Some are excavated from construction sites, others from rural graves, or even taken from private homes." "Enough talk. Take me there." Wu Yu was exhilarated, his blood rushing with excitement. Ling Yulei expertly guided him through the labyrinthine alleys. Eventually, they halted at the entrance of an inconspicuous alley adorned with a string of red lanterns. Standing at the entrance was a gaunt man with a goatee, his shrewd eyes darting about. Ling Yulei approached, producing a crumpled pack of cigarettes from her pocket and offering it to him. The man accepted the cigarette, lit one up, inhaling deeply before rasping, "Sister Lei, what are you looking for?" Ling Yulei cast a casual glance at Wu Yu behind her, stating, "My little brother here wishes to acquire some antiques. Do you have any?" Chapter 76. My husband is still inside arguing. Let us go. The goateed man appraised Wu Yu's ridiculous appearance, a flicker of barely concealed greed shimmering in his eyes. He nodded, lowering his voice. "Yes, follow me." Wu Yu followed the two into the pitch-black alley. At the end stood a dilapidated iron door. The goateed man approached and knocked rhythmically 3 times. Creaking open, the door revealed a potent stench of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. Beyond the door lay a vast underground chamber. Under dim lighting, Dozens of individuals, clearly unsavory characters, huddled in groups, engaged in various illicit transactions. Wu Yu even spotted someone in the corner loading a black handgun. Exciting. Absolutely thrilling. Unfortunately, this was not a place for live streaming. Otherwise, his account would be suspended in a heartbeat. The goateed man led Wu Yu to a small room at the deepest part of the basement. Inside was a wiry fellow with a shifty demeanor. Upon seeing Ling Yulei, he immediately greeted her with exaggerated deference. "Oh, Sister Lei, what brings you here?" "Well," Ling Yulei stepped forward, pointing at the foolish-looking Wu Yu. "This little brother of mine has had a stroke of luck recently and wants to dabble in collecting. He may not have many virtues, but he has plenty of money. So if you have any good items, please give him a proper introduction." "Ah, you've brought me a big client. Rest assured." The wiry man's eyes gleamed with excitement, his face morphing into a disarmingly sincere smile. "You've come to the right place. To be honest, my goods are sourced from various channels. While their origins may be questionable, they are affordable and authentic." "Really?" Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pushed up his thick black glasses, eagerly exclaiming, "Quick, show me what you have." "Certainly." The wiry man's eyes glinted with cunning as he turned, retrieving various items from a large burlap sack that appeared to be quite antiquated. "Look at this. A Qing Dynasty pastel dish with a plum, bamboo, and pine design. And this, a Warring States bronze bell. Although it's a damaged piece from the war, it's still a treasure from that era. And this, how about a terracotta warrior's head? Though it's just a head, it carries the essence of the ancestral dragon." The wiry man's words flowed like a captivating tale, his eloquence mesmerizing. "Ding! Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the initiative. I bought it. I want it all," Wu Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh with exuberance. "Boss, please provide me with the total price. I'll take everything." "Ahem." The thin man, suppressing his inner elation, cleared his throat, extended 3 fingers, and gravely stated, 30 million. Not a penny less. Deal. Without further ado, Wu Yu transferred the funds immediately. The thin man's eyes widened at the glaring notification of the transaction on his phone, his body trembling with excitement. He hurriedly siphoned off 300,000 from that 30 million and transferred it to Ling Yulei as a referral fee. A foolish referral fee indeed. The transaction complete. Wu Yu, satisfied, stuffed the mountain of treasures into several large burlap sacks, swaggering out of the filthy basement. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, Ling Yulei quickly caught up, grabbing his arm. "Now, you should lend me the money, right?" "Well," Wu Yu scratched his head, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Sister, you see, I just spent 30 million, and my account is already drained." "What?" Ling Yulei's beautiful face went pale in an instant. "Are you saying you won't keep your word?" "Of course not." Wu Yu waved his hands hastily. "Wait until I recoup some funds, and I'll have money again. Come on, let's go to Yunzai." Upon entering Yunzai, Wu Yu and Ling Yulei were met with the sight of Song Weitian standing there, her stunningly beautiful face marred by expressions of grievance and anxiety. In front of her stood 2 of Wu Yu's old acquaintances. Lu Yinshi, Old Xia. Old Xia was trembling with rage, his face ashen. He pointed a bony finger at Song Weitian's nose and bellowed, "You little girl. How dare you deceive me with counterfeit goods? I'm telling you, if you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will ensure that your Yunzai disappears completely from Baiyun City by tomorrow." "Old Xia, please let me explain." Song Weitian's eyes turned red with urgency. Her voice tinged with a sob. "That Ming Yongle gilded copper Buddha was personally authenticated by me for you. It is definitely genuine. How could it possibly be fake?" "Still trying to quibble?" Old Xia slammed the table. "I have been worshipping that statue in my study. I polish it daily. And what happened? Just yesterday, I had the maid clean, and she accidentally chipped a piece of paint off the statue." "Chipped paint?" Song Weitian's delicate body shuddered, her eyes wide with unparalleled shock. "How could that be possible? A gilded copper Buddha cannot lose paint. I want to know why as well." Old Xia fumed. "At first, I thought it was swapped. I searched my home all day, almost tore the place apart. And what did I find? Nothing. What does this indicate?" "It indicates that this statue was fake from the start. You, Song Weitian, deceived me with a counterfeit." "I did not." Song Weitian was on the verge of tears. Swearing to the heavens, "I, Song Weitian, have worked in the antique world for so many years, relying on my reputation. How could I do something so damaging to my own name? I don't care. This matter is inextricably linked to you," Old Xia declared, pulling out his phone to call the police. Wu Yu watched from the side, his heart sinking as he instantly understood, just as he had guessed. After the system activated, the fake goods in his possession transformed into genuine articles, while the original genuine items turned into fakes. Thankfully, he had not taken that Buddha statue to Song Weitian for appraisal. Otherwise, he would be unable to cleanse himself of this muddled situation even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Old Xia and Song Weitian continued their heated argument, spitting words at each other, faces flushed with emotion. One was furious, the other aggrieved. It seemed that this dispute would not settle anytime soon. Wu Yu had no time to waste watching their quarrel. He was in urgent need of cash flow. Thus, he slipped out of Yun's eye and pulled out his phone, skillfully tapping on Lu Baoling's WeChat avatar. "Hello, brother?" The sultry voice of Lu Baoling came through the receiver, sending shivers down his spine. "Sister, I'm a little tight on cash here and would like to borrow some money for a short-term turnaround." "Borrow money?" Lu Baoling's tone shifted to one of difficulty. "Oh, my dear brother, it's not that your sister isn't willing to help, but I'm also short on funds recently. I'm currently acquiring several gaming companies on the verge of bankruptcy, and almost all my funds are tied up in that. I only have a few million left. If you want it, I can arrange for it to be transferred to you immediately." "Sister, don't you have your stash?" "Oh, don't even mention it." Lu Baoling sighed deeply, her tone filled with helplessness and disdain. "It's that wasteful son of mine, spending money like water, always causing trouble outside. Don't worry. From now on, I won't give him a single penny. All my money will be yours to spend." "All right then." Wu Yu scoffed, hanging up the phone. A few million would hardly suffice. Just then, a familiar, enticing aroma tinged with a hint of tobacco wafted from behind him. Wu Yu instinctively turned around to see Lu Yunxi extracting a slender lady's cigarette from her luxurious Hermes bag, elegantly lighting it, and taking a delicate puff. Then, feigning ignorance, she walked past him. In the fleeting moment, they brushed shoulders. Lu Yunxi's long, graceful hand, holding the cigarette, lightly poked Wu Yu's arm. Then, in a tone only the two of them could hear, she whispered, "My husband is still inside arguing. It will probably take a while. Come on, let us have a brief collaboration in the car." Chapter 77. Such a prime opportunity is rare indeed. Collaboration? What collaboration? Wu Yu, now devoid of the mood for such matters, urgently exclaimed, "Sister, hurry, get some money over here. I need funds." "Money?" Lu Yunxi hesitated for a moment, then shook her head with resignation. "I only have a few million in liquid funds right now. The bulk is tied up in financial products and cannot be accessed immediately. But don't worry." She leaned toward Wu Yu, her breath fragrant, and mischievously grinned. "Wait until that deadbeat of mine kicks the bucket, and I'll give you whatever amount you want." Sighing deeply, Wu Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A few million was hardly enough. It seemed he would have to think of another solution. He returned to Yun's eye, approached Ling Yulei, and wore an expression of deep apology. "Sister Lei, I'm really sorry, but the money situation needs to wait a bit longer." "What?" Ling Yulei's beautiful face paled instantly. She grasped Wu Yu's arm. Her stunning phoenix eyes filled with urgency and anger. "I can't wait. I've mortgaged my house. Do you know how much interest I owe daily?" "How much?" Wu Yu asked curiously. 2%. "What the heck?" Wu Yu's eyes nearly bulged out. "That's so much. Is that high-interest lending?" "It is high-interest lending." Ling Yulei snapped. "I don't have a proper job. Who would lend me money without high interest? Damn it. Those bastards from the Black Tiger gang are truly heartless. At first, they said that, considering my situation, I wouldn't need to mortgage anything, and the interest would be low, but it was all a load of nonsense." Hearing this, Wu Yu's brows furrowed sharply. He looked at Ling Yulei, curious, and asked, "Is the Black Tiger gang involved in high-interest lending?" "They are one of the largest gangs in the city, primarily dealing in gambling and high-interest loans. They're nothing but ruthless beasts that devour people without spitting out bones. In our circles, who is unaware of the notorious reputation of the Black Tiger gang? They engage in lending, their modus operandi being a web of deceit. Their primary targets are the elderly in urgent need of funds." Ling Yulei, with her slender, fair fingers, commenced to enlighten Wu Yuka. "The most common tactic employed is the dual contract scheme. On the surface, you sign a legitimate interest-bearing agreement, but behind the scenes, they coerce you into signing a supplementary agreement with outrageously high interest. Refuse to sign? You'll find yourself surrounded by a horde of burly men, a knife pressed against your throat, compelling you to comply. Even more nefarious is the practice known as head-cutting interest. If you borrow 100,000, you receive a mere 70,000, with 30,000 deducted as interest up front. Yet, when it's time to repay, you must return the entire principal of 100,000. The most abhorrent of all are their gambling dens. They will cunningly lure you in, allowing you to win a bit initially, tantalizing you with the sweetness of victory. Once you become addicted, they spring their traps. They ensure you lose everything, leaving you utterly destitute. When your funds run dry, they will offer you more money to recoup your losses. The result? You become ensnared deeper and deeper. Eventually, you find yourself burdened with debts amounting to millions. Your house, your car, all seized, and you cannot even safeguard your spouse and children. If it weren't for desperation, I would never resort to borrowing from them." Ling Yulei grew increasingly animated as she spoke, her captivating curves rising and falling dramatically. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was exhilarated, his blood surging with excitement. "By heavens! This is tailor-made for me," a veritable cash machine. Let us go. Wu Yu slapped his thigh decisively, pulling the still-dazed Ling Yulei along as they rushed out. Take me to borrow money. Huh. Ling Yulei's pretty face was a canvas of bewilderment, large question marks apparent as she stumbled after Wu Yu. Are you insane? Did you not absorb anything I just explained? The Black Tiger Gang is a den of vipers. You dare to walk into your own demise. Wu Yu remained unfazed, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Demise? Huh. It is wealth I seek. Liberation Street, Black Tiger Finance Company. This establishment appeared to be a legitimate financial institution, lavishly decorated, with a golden plaque proclaiming integrity and customer-first principles hanging at the entrance. However, an inescapable stench of copper and a mingling of blood permeated the air. As Wu Yu and Ling Yulei stepped inside, a rotund man clad in a fitted suit, adorned with a large gold chain and a grotesque tattoo on his arm, approached them with a broad grin. Ah, Sister Lei, what an honor. I apologize for my inadequate greeting. He was the manager of the establishment, known as Brother Biao. Sister Lei, what brings you here today? Anything within my power. I shall not refuse. Brother Biao personally served them tea, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Ling Yulei gestured towards Wu Yu. My friend here wishes to borrow some money. Certainly. Brother Biao patted his chest, assuring them earnestly that since he was a friend of Sister Lei, he was also a friend of his. How about this? No interest for the first 3 days. No collateral. Instant disbursement. I guarantee you won't be cheated a single cent. Ding. Fraud detected. System has optimized it. Please. Host, take the bait. A barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of Wu Yu's mouth. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, a naive smile gracing his face. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Brother Biao. Oh, no need for formalities. We are all brothers here. Brother Biao grinned widely, his heart swelling with joy. Ha! Another gullible target. Speak up, young brother. How much would you like to borrow? Wu Yu extended a single finger. Brother Biao tentatively inquired. 1 million? Wu Yu shook his head. 10 million. Brother Biao's voice trembled slightly. Wu Yu shook his head again. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Brother Biao and Ling Yulei, he slowly uttered a figure that sent tremors throughout the finance company. 100 million. Uft. Brother Biao nearly spat out his tea, staring at Wu Yu in disbelief. 100 million. How bold to declare such a sum. What? Is that not acceptable? Wu Yu gazed at him with a look of innocent surprise. Acceptable, of course, but Brother Biao rubbed his hands nervously, a troubled expression crossing his face. For such a substantial amount, the process may be a tad complicated. Would you be able to provide proof of assets? No problem. Wu Yu nodded, retrieving his phone and displaying a series of meticulously prepared photographs. The property deed for a luxurious mansion, the green book for a Lamborghini Urus, and proof of equity in 69 Entertainment. Holy smokes. Brother Biao's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He stared incredulously at the glaring figures on the phone screen, trembling with excitement. This, an opulent mansion worth over 100 million, a supercar exceeding 3 million, and a significant majority stake in a major company. Such wealth, surely, amounts to dozens of small fortunes? Borrow. It is imperative to seize this opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. We must milk him dry. Bring the contract. Brother Biao shouted to the back. Chapter 78. Speak. Who is the target? Soon, a thick loan agreement was placed before Wu Yu. He took the contract and feigned seriousness as he began to scrutinize it. Instantly, he discerned the hidden traps within. No interest, no collateral, instant transfer. All of it was true. However, the real deception lay within the dense, inconspicuous additional clauses. What platform service fees, risk management fees, account maintenance fees? When all added together, the effective annual interest rate soared to a staggering 80, far beyond the protection of national law. Moreover, the contract included a clause for exorbitant penalties. Should there be any delay, the daily fines would be astronomical. Quite the game they play. Wu Yu scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a stoic facade, signing his name with flair. Excellent. Mr. Wu, please hold on. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds immediately. Brother Biao took the contract, his hands trembling with excitement, and dashed into the finance room. Before long, the loan of 100 million was instantaneously credited. Wu Yu gazed at the long string of cold numbers in his mobile banking app, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Delightful. No collateral. Instant transfer. Once the 3-day interest-free period concludes, I shall return to repay. A delightful influx of funds. With the system at my disposal, I fear no unforeseen complications. Henceforth, I shall never fret over cash flow again. Sister Lei, does this amount suffice? Wu Yu presented his phone to Ling Yulei, his face radiating satisfaction. Ling Yulei stared at the glaring record of the 10 million transfer, utterly stunned. Her lovely face was filled with unparalleled shock and gratitude. My heavens! He truly borrowed 100 million in high-interest loans. just to honor his promise to lend me money. How can there be such a kind-hearted, loyal man in this world? Ling Yulei felt her long-frozen heart, hardened by the trials of life, melt under the warmth of Wu Yu's unwavering camaraderie. An unprecedented, overwhelming sentiment surged within her, akin to a flood bursting its dam, sweeping through her entire being. Enough, enough. Ling Yulei's voice trembled, her tear-filled phoenix eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Wu Yu, heed my advice. Once you return, promptly sell those counterfeit antiques. Then, immediately repay this 100 million in high-interest loans. The Black Tiger Gang is a pack of beasts that devour without leaving a bone. You must not fall into their trap. She has now begun to genuinely worry for Wu Yu's safety. Rest assured, sister, Wu Yu chuckled, his demeanor as tranquil as a clear sky, exuding an air of composure. This minor issue is well within my grasp. He tucked away his phone, rose from his seat, stretched leisurely, and remarked, well, it's getting late. I must return home. What about you? Will you accompany me or stay at a hotel? At that moment, Ling Yulei's pretty face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her ears. The dignified sister of the underworld was rendered speechless for a long while. If you don't wish to, then take care of yourself. Goodbye. Wu Yu, unperturbed, turned on his heel and strode away with an air of nonchalance, leaving without a trace of hesitation. You. Ling Yulei glared at his retreating figure, her foot tapping in frustration. Could you not extend another invitation? Just one more word and he would have acquiesced. That wretched man. A stubborn blockhead, terminally afflicted with male chauvinism. In her heart, Ling Yulei cursed Wu Yu 100 times over. Yet, despite her reproachful expression, a hint of bashfulness crept onto her face. Unbeknownst to her, not far behind, at the alley's entrance, a visage marred by resentment and malice flickered momentarily. In the office of the Black Tiger Financial Company, Brother Biao reclined comfortably, indulging in a cigar while placing a call to his superior. Hello, boss. I have splendid news to report. His tone brimmed with flattery and excitement. Today, our company has come across a monumental cash cow. Rest assured, I have already ensnared him. I guarantee he will never rise again. When the time comes, those billions under his name will dutifully flow into our coffers. He erupted into a boisterous, triumphant laugh. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Brother Biao, irritated, bellowed, "Who is it?" The door creaked open, and Wang Kai-Xian, maneuvering his electric wheelchair, slowly wheeled himself in. This is an office, not a place for borrowing money. Brother Biao snapped impatiently. I am not here to borrow money, Wang Kai-Xian replied, his face devoid of expression, his bloodshot eyes glinting with a chilling light. I am here to purchase a life. What? Brother Biao's smile froze instantly. He waved his hand in haste, lowering his voice. What kind of joke is this? We are a legitimate financial institution and do not engage in such illegal dealings. I understand, Wang Kai-Xian sneered coldly. Such matters require an introduction, correct? I was sent by Brother Dao. Brother Dao. Brother Biao's heart raced. He gazed incredulously at Wang Kai-Xian, stammering, Why you know Brother Dao? Indeed, Wang Kai-Xian nodded. It turned out that Brother Dao, after being apprehended, chose not to betray Wang Kai-Xian, knowing that revenge on Wu Yu could only hinge upon him. Hence, Brother Dao opted for silence during interrogation and even managed to send a message from within, urging Wang Kai-Xian to seek out the Black Tiger Gang. In the entire Baiyun city, only the Black Tiger Gang could undertake such work. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Kai-Xian's request, the glint of greed sparkled in Brother Biao's beady eyes. He led Wang Kai-Xian into the innermost, soundproof office. Young master, to be frank, we can indeed take on this job. However, the price is not cheap. Moreover, we have our rules. We do not accept public figures, celebrities, or friends from the underworld. 5 million. Wang Kai-Xian extended 5 fingers, gritting his teeth. The target is merely an ordinary university student. Apart from his decent skills, he possesses no special identity. My only request is for him to die a painful death. The more agonizing, the better. 5 million. Brother Biao's eyes widened in surprise. This price far exceeded the market rate. Fear not, young master. We are professionals in this field. Brother Biao thumped his chest, assuring him, we will ensure he suffers. Unable to seek life or death. Now, who is the target? His name is Wu Yu. Wang Kai-Xian spat out the name he loathed with every fiber of his being. However, the next moment, get out. Brother Biao slammed his palm on the table, springing to his feet. His face, laden with flab, was ablaze with righteous fury. What do you take me for? What do I, Biao, rely on in this world? It's loyalty. It's credibility. Mister. Wu Yu is our most esteemed VIP client at Black Tiger Financial. He is the benefactor of our gang. How dare you think to use money to have me harm my own father? Chapter 79. Oh, a home invader. I spit. Brother Biao expectorated a thick loogie, accurately landing on Wang Kai-Xian's expensive limited edition AJ sneakers. Young master, is it? Let me inform you. From this day forth, You are blacklisted from our Black Tiger gang. Do not even think about stepping foot through that door again. Someone, escort him out. Alas, Wang Kaixian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, his expression frozen. His mind a blank slate. Esteemed client. Father, what in the world is happening? How has Wu Yu become the prized guest of the Black Tiger gang? This is illogical. This is unreasonable. Why? Even the nefarious Black Tiger gang dares not lay a finger on him. Why? Under the amiable escort of two burly men, Wang Kaixian was ushered out of the Black Tiger Financial Company. He returned to the Yunding Heavenly Palace, utterly disoriented. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, suddenly, a familiar and breathtaking figure appeared before his eyes. There stood a classical beauty clad in an ink-wash embroidered qipao, gracefully descending from a white Land Rover. Every movement, every expression, exuded an unparalleled classical charm. Her aura, her figure, her stunningly beautiful face was simply that of a celestial being who had stepped out of a painting. Wang Kaixian found himself entranced on the spot. A true gem, the epitome of beauty. In a subconscious act, he maneuvered his wheelchair, stealthily following her. He discovered that this classical beauty resided in the building directly opposite his. How fortuitous. He began to fantasize delightfully about how to create a perfect encounter, how to obtain this fairy sister's WeChat, and how to pursue her fervently. But at that moment, the elevator doors slowly opened. A familiar figure emerged from within. Wu Yu. It was him. Again. And then, to Wang Kaixian's astonishment, the classical beauty, upon seeing Wu Yu, executed a perfect 90-degree bow. Mr. Wu, I am truly sorry. Song Weitian clasped her hands at her abdomen, the qipao accentuating her graceful curves. Her stunning face bore an expression of apology and guilt. An unexpected incident occurred today, as you have witnessed, and I regret not being able to secure funding in time. No worries, no worries. Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor nonchalant. After all, it was an accident. By the way, how did that matter resolve in the end? Ah, don't mention it. Song Weitian sighed, speaking helplessly. When Mr. Xia purchased that golden Buddha from me, it was accompanied by an appraisal certificate issued by a professional institution, legally binding. Now that the statue has encountered issues, the police have stated that someone must have stealthily swapped the genuine Buddha. What does this imply? In the quaint abode of the Xia family, a thief lurks. Oh, a thief. Wu Yu feigned astonishment, relieved that the trouble had been resolved. Speaking of that Xia fellow, it is rather unbecoming for someone of his stature to bully a young lady. As Song Weitian listened to Wu Yu's words, an inexplicable warmth surged within her. She gazed at him, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with gratitude. Mr. Wu, you truly possess an understanding heart. Oh, how did you know I was so understanding? Wu Yu replied with a mischievous grin, walking alongside Song Weitian into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing off the distorted, ashen visage of Wang Kaixian from the outside world. In the opulent penthouse of Yunding Tiangong, Song Weitian placed several exquisitely wrapped gift boxes onto the coffee table in the living room. Mr. Wu, this is a small token of my appreciation. Meant as a gesture of apology, I sincerely hope you will accept it. Miss Song, you are far too gracious, he replied. By the way, Mr. Wu, Song Weitian continued. Although today's unforeseen circumstances have impacted our fundraising efforts, I still wish for our collaboration to continue. Currently, I have approximately 200 million in cash and would like to acquire a portion of antiques from you. Would that be agreeable? Certainly, Wu Yu nodded. And may I consign the remaining treasures with you? Song Weiqian's tone brimmed with anticipation and a hint of barely concealed anxiety. I realize this may not be entirely fair to you, so I am willing to provide you with the utmost concession regarding the commission. That sounds reasonable. Wu Yu nodded once more. After all, finding a reliable partner is no simple feat. Song Weitian, with her professionalism, integrity, and, most importantly, her striking beauty, is someone worth cultivating a deeper relationship with. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Song Weitian's face lit up with joy, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Mr. Wu, I assume you haven't dined yet? Shall we go out to eat? My treat. Now that we are here, let us dine at home, Wu Yu chuckled, gesturing towards the kitchen. I shall personally prepare a meal for you to savor my culinary skills. That sounds delightful. Song Weitian clapped her hands in glee, resembling a little girl. Thus, Wu Yu entered the kitchen to showcase his culinary prowess, while Song Weitian, familiar with the mansion that once belonged to her, began to explore, eager to discover any new changes. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself at the threshold of the storeroom designated for antique storage. The door was ajar. Driven by her fervor for antiques, she couldn't resist peeking inside. In the next moment, she stood frozen in place. Her pupils constricted sharply. A golden Buddha. The very Yongla gilded copper Buddha that had been stolen from the Xia family. Good heavens! How could it be here? Song Weiqian's composure shattered. She stealthily slipped into the storeroom, meticulously inspecting the artifact. It's authentic. 100% genuine. My word. Wu Yu is an audacious thief. No wonder he has managed to procure so many genuine items from that fraudulent street. It's not merely luck. He has been using the guise of online shopping to launder stolen goods. Song Weitian's face turned pale, her body trembling violently. Trafficking in stolen property, with such immense value, is a grave offense. Am I not becoming his accomplice? But then a thought struck her. No, wait. I am unaware of anything. Legally speaking, trafficking in stolen goods without knowledge constitutes a good faith acquisition, rendering one innocent. Song Weitian was unwilling to sever ties with money. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to continue her collaboration with Wu Yu. Yet, she must not reveal her knowledge. She must feign ignorance. At that moment, a chilling voice sliced through the air. What are you doing? Startled, Song Weitian spun around. Before her stood Wu Yu, his face contorted with a fierce expression. Chapter 80. He is undoubtedly warning me. It's over. He has discovered my secret. Surely, he wouldn't resort to silencing me, would he? In her mind, Song Weitian conjured 1,000 gruesome scenarios of her demise. However, Wu Yu exclaimed, Quick, go check the pot. Damn it. I burned my hand. He pointed towards the kitchen, grimacing in pain. He dashed to the refrigerator, retrieving some ice cubes to soothe his scalded hand. Phew. Song Weitian exhaled a sigh of relief. He had merely scalded himself. His expression and tone had been utterly terrifying. In the dining room, Wu Yu and Song Weitian sat opposite each other, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. On the table lay 2 charred steaks, exuding a bitter aroma. Alongside a plate of unevenly chopped cucumbers, sautéed with ham. Clearing his throat, Wu Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't cooked in a while, so my skills are a bit rusty. Please bear with me. Not at all, Song Weitian replied, picking up her knife and fork, symbolically slicing a small piece of steak and placing it in her mouth. In the next instant, her exquisite face contorted into a grimace. Bitter. It was unbearably bitter. Is it not to your liking? Wu Yu inquired, craning his neck. Truly, it's not. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Delicious. Song Weitian's eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured the charred steak with fervor. Mr. Wu, your culinary skills are exceptional. Better than those of a Michelin 3-star chef. This steak is perfectly seared. Unparalleled. The cucumbers are crisp and refreshing. The ham is savory and flavorful. It's simply divine. Wu Yu sat, slack-jawed, as he watched this classical beauty voraciously consume his culinary misadventures while lavishing him with praise. Ahem, don't just eat the vegetables. Here, have some wine. No, I don't drink. Song Weitian waved her hands in protest, her stunningly beautiful face etched with fear and resistance. She dared not indulge in alcohol. She simply wished to finish her meal and escape this den of thieves. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. I'll drink. Suddenly, Song Weitian's demeanor shifted. She lifted the glass filled with top-tier red wine, elegantly swirling it. Bringing the glass to her luscious lips, she murmured, This Romani Conti, it's from 82, isn't it? She took a delicate sip, closing her eyes to savor the flavors. The tannins were smooth, the fruitiness rich, with a hint of elusive tobacco and leather, creating a complex aroma with profound layers and a lingering finish. However, the wine had perhaps not been aerated long enough. Its flavor was slightly lacking. Her professional critique left Wu Yu in a daze. Wow. He gazed, astonished, at this classical beauty, who moments ago had been avoiding him. Now transformed into a wine connoisseur, admiration swelling within him. You can discern all that. Of course. Song Weitian set down her wine glass, a proud blush adorning her fair complexion. I minored in wine tasting, and even received an international award. Impressive. Truly worthy of being a cultured individual. Wu Yu sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Feeling bashful from his compliment, Song Weitian lowered her head and shyly responded, Oh, it's merely a trivial hobby. Her bashful demeanor, combined with her flushed cheeks from the wine, sent a pang of longing through Wu Yu's heart. By the way, Ms. Song, Wu Yu cleared his throat. Shifting the topic, I am planning to open an antique shop. Do you have any good suggestions? An antique shop? Upon hearing the news, Song Weitian nearly leapt from her chair in disbelief. She stared incredulously at Wu Yu, her clear, water-like apricot eyes filled with terror and confusion. Have you lost your mind? You audacious thief, engaging in illicit dealings and yet daring to open a shop. Are you trying to ensure Uncle Hat can't find you? Wu Yu, taken aback by her ghostly expression, wore a perplexed look. What's the matter? I'm merely opening a store. Is that such a monumental reaction? Song Weitian suddenly realized her own overreaction. She hurriedly forced a smile that was more painful than tears, scrambling to explain. And no, it's nothing. I'm just overly excited. Opening a store is wonderful. Truly wonderful. With a swift change in demeanor, she adopted a professional tone and began analyzing the situation for Wu Yu. As the saying goes, In prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold reigns. The current economic climate is thriving, ensuring an unprecedented renaissance for the antique collecting industry. Mr. Wu, your entry into this market is nothing short of visionary and astute. Wu nodded in agreement, raising his glass to clink with Song Weitian's. Rest assured. My primary purpose for opening the store is to streamline the procurement process. As for sales, I shall rely on you. Together, we shall forge a prosperous alliance. Excellent. Let us prosper together. Song Weitian eagerly nodded, downing the precious red wine in her glass. However, upon setting her glass down, she noticed Wu staring at her with an oddly intense gaze, one filled with curiosity and an indefinable meaning. Why are you looking at me like that? A sense of foreboding gripped Song Weitian's heart. Do you fear me, Songzong? Wu asked tentatively. Of course not. Song Weitian exclaimed, startled, shaking her head vigorously in denial. Why would I fear you? We are business partners. Ding. Fraud detected. System optimized. In the next moment, Song Weitian felt a tremor course through her body, as every hair on her skin stood on end. An uncontrollable dread, originating from the very depths of her soul, washed over her like a chilling tide. She gazed at Wu Yu, her clear apricot eyes mirroring the terror and helplessness of a lamb facing a wolf. Frozen in place, she dared not even move her chopsticks. Seeing her in such a state, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He assumed her nervousness stemmed from the fear of him abruptly ceasing supplies, jeopardizing her financial stability, given that their agreement was merely verbal and lacked any formal contract. Relax, Songzong, he said with a reassuring smile. As long as you don't engage in any excessive behavior, I won't make things difficult for you. Yet, to Song Weitian's ears, this sounded like a thunderclap. He was warning her. He must have discovered that she knew his secrets. He was indicating that if she dared to reveal his affairs, he would not spare her. Oh no, she could no longer sit still. Mr. Wu, I just remembered that my cat at home hasn't been fed, so I must take my leave. Stop. Wu Yu's voice, though not loud, was laced with an undeniable authority. Startled, Song Weitian halted abruptly, turning around with her stunningly beautiful face etched with fear and despair. Is he going to take action? Is he going to silence me? Wu Yu merely pointed at the half-full bottle of La Romani Connie on the table, seriousness etched on his face. The wine isn't finished yet. Why the rush? Didn't you just say that such premium red wine must be consumed shortly after opening? Or else it will lose its flavor, resulting in waste? ILL drink. Song Weitian had no choice but to comply. She returned to her chair and, under the oppressive gaze of Wu Yu, began to down the wine in rapid succession. Having eaten nothing, and with her blood racing due to anxiety, she soon found herself intoxicated. Her exquisite face flushed like a ripe apple, and her once clear apricot eyes grew hazy and alluring. I'll help you wash the dishes, she mumbled, swaying as she stood and picked up a plate, staggering toward the kitchen. Yet, after just a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, unconscious. The next morning, as the sun rose, Song Weitian slowly opened her sleepy eyes amidst a gentle rocking motion, whom she stretched lazily, relishing the comfort of the sofa. Wait, where am I? Why am I still at Wu Yu's place? A sudden jolt of panic surged through her as she checked her body. The qipao was still intact, every button in place. Phew, thank goodness. But when her gaze fell upon her long, slender legs, she was struck by a bolt of shock. Where are my stockings? The limited edition nude stockings worth thousands. She found her legs completely bare, exposed to the air. Without the stockings, her fair, delicate skin glistened alluringly in the morning light. Lowering her head, she shielded her chest with her hands, continuing her frantic inspection. Thank goodness. The essentials are still there. Just as she was beginning to calm down, a familiar and chilling voice echoed from nearby. Are you awake? Song Weitian turned abruptly to see Wu Yu carrying a pile of freshly laundered clothes, a pair of nude stockings dangling from his hand. Why you, she stammered, her breathtakingly beautiful face a mix of embarrassment and anger. Why are you washing someone else's stockings? Isn't it obvious? Wu Yu retorted, rolling his eyes as he tossed the clothes onto the sofa. You got drunk last night, and the stockings were soiled. If I hadn't washed them, what would happen to the sofa? Her cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. I am so sorry. Yet, within her heart, a tempest raged. Something is off. Wu Yu merely wash my stockings? He didn't take advantage of my drunken state to do anything improper? In disbelief, she glanced at her stunning legs, capable of driving any man wild. He helped me remove my stockings without any wicked thoughts? This Wu Yu is unexpectedly virtuous. Just as she pondered this, a sultry, languorous voice drifted from a nearby room. Wu Yu, where are you? That voice. Song Weitian's body trembled. It was so familiar, elegant, noble, and laced with just the right touch of magnetism, as if she had heard it before. Seeing Wu Yu step out to the balcony to hang clothes, Song Weitian mustered her courage and tiptoed to the door of the room. Cautiously, she peeked through the crack. The next moment, heavens! Song Weitian abruptly covered her mouth, her clear, water-like apricot eyes filled with unparalleled astonishment. It was Lu Yunxi, the cherished wife of Elder Xia. At this moment, she was clad in an exceedingly revealing black lace lingerie set, akin to a languid kitten, playfully lounging on the bed. That voluptuous figure, that snow-white, delicate skin. No wonder Wu Yu managed to acquire that stolen golden Buddha. It turns out, someone was colluding with him from within. How terrifying. This Wu Yu is not merely a notorious thief. He is also a seducer. Not only does he pilfer treasures, but he also steals wives. Song Weitian dared not gaze any longer. She hurriedly retreated to the living room, obediently lying on the sofa. Yet her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It's over. It's over. It seems I've learned yet another secret I shouldn't know. Hey, if you're awake, get up and have breakfast. Why are you still sleeping? Wu Yu's voice echoed again. Startled, Song Weitian jumped up from the sofa, waving her hands repeatedly. No, I'm not eating. I suddenly remembered there's an urgent matter at the company, so I'll be leaving now. Oh, take care. No need to see you off. Wu Yu made no effort to retain her. After all, he too did not wish for Song Weitian and Lu Yunxi to cross paths. Thus, Song Weitian hastily fled the lair that had sent shivers down her spine. She resolutely vowed to keep a safe distance from the perilous Wu Yu. No, yet. She couldn't stray too far. Once I earn enough from him, I shall immediately sever all ties. Yes, that is the plan. On Liberation Street, Wu Yu drove his striking Lamborghini Urus, slowly coming to a halt by the roadside. Lu Yunxi exited from the passenger seat. She still donned an impeccably tailored cream-colored Chanel business suit, radiating an air of noble elegance. Darling, are you truly decided to open a store? Lu Yunxi affectionately linked her arm with Wu Yu's, her enchanting apricot eyes sparkling with admiration. Of course, Wu Yu nodded. The reason he intended to establish his own antique shop was twofold. Firstly, for convenience. He couldn't possibly keep all the treasures he had unearthed stacked at home. Could he? Secondly, it was for ease of transaction. He couldn't possibly haul a sack every time he visited Song Weitian's shop. Could he? That would be utterly demeaning. Wu Yu led Lu Yunxi around Liberation Street for quite some time, only to find nothing of value. The shops bearing for rent signs were either too small, poorly located, or lacked adequate security. None were worthy of Wu Yu's discerning eye. Alas, Lu Yunxi sighed deeply, somewhat helplessly stating, "It seems there are no suitable options today. Let us try again another day." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Sister, look over there." Lu Yunxi instinctively followed the direction of his finger. A bank. She beheld a building's ground floor adorned with a gilded plaque reading Bank of Bayun City. Liberation Street branch. On the glass door, a notice was affixed in stark black and white. Due to business expansion, this branch has relocated as of last week. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Incredible. Wu Yu gazed at the now abandoned bank, utterly satisfied. Firstly, its location was impeccable. Nestled in the most bustling area of Liberation Street, merely a few hundred meters from the black market. Secondly, the space was colossal. It occupied an entire floor, boasting at least 1,000 square meters. Not only could antiques be stored there, but it could also serve as a small museum. Most importantly, the security. Do I even need to mention the bank's security system? Bulletproof glass, reinforced steel, 24-hour surveillance with no blind spots. And that vault door? Weighing several tons and crafted from the sturdiest alloys. Storing treasures here, not even a thief with a tank could break in. This is the place. Wu Yu grabbed Lu Yunxi and rushed inside. Bang, bang, bang. As they entered the bank lobby, they were met with the resounding noise of walls being smashed. A group of workers in hard hats wielded sledgehammers against the thick counters. It appeared they were preparing to break through for future leasing. Stop! Wu Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. The workers were startled by the sudden outburst, ceasing their activities with puzzled expressions. Ignoring them, Wu Yu approached the wall, dialing the landlord's number from the leasing notice. Soon, a corpulent middle-aged man hurried over. He immediately spotted the young man in a suit and tie, and tagged him in his mind as a wealthy, foolish heir. Thus, the landlord's eyes twinkled, and a remarkably enthusiastic smile spread across his face as he approached. "Oh dear. Hello, young man. You wish to rent my shop, right? To be honest, this is a prime location. A feng shui treasure. This used to be a bank. And what does a bank do? It gathers wealth. If you secure this place, you'll surely rake in money hand over fist. Let me tell you, the number of people wanting to rent this place has nearly overloaded my phone. All right, enough chatter. How much per year? Just give me your price," Wu Yu replied impatiently. Seeing an opportunity, the landlord's heart swelled with joy as he extended two chubby fingers, making a brazen demand. 8 million. A year. Uft. Lu Yunxi nearly choked on her own breath. 8 million. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? Although the location is decent, the rent shouldn't exceed 2 or 3 million a year. Just as she prepared to negotiate, Wu Yu pulled her back. He shook his head, turning to the landlord with a serious expression. Brother, that's not fair. Although I'm young, I'm no fool. How about this? Give me a reasonable price. And if it's suitable, we can sign the contract right now. A reasonable price? The landlord pondered for a moment, feigning a troubled demeanor. All right then, given your sincerity, I'll offer you a single price, guaranteed to be reasonable. Just then, ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. In the next moment, the landlord slammed his thigh, as if he had made a monumental decision, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, 1 million. A year. Not a penny less. What? Lu Yunqi gasped in astonishment. 1 million. She stared at Wu Yu, her noble and elegant face etched with unparalleled shock. My goodness, this is an incredible cut. From 8 million down to 1 million. That's a direct strike to the jugular. Deal. Wu Yu grinned broadly, beaming with triumph. He promptly signed the contract with the landlord and paid 10 years' rent in one go. Then, he walked to the vault door. Ha! Perfect. Wu Yu caressed the cold metal handle, his smile nearly reaching his ears. From now on, all treasures will be kept here. Absolutely secure. Indeed, it's quite splendid. Lu Yunqi approached, softly stating, I believe minimal renovations are needed. Just demolish those counters, tidy up the lobby a bit, and we can open immediately. The former office of the bank president is perfectly suited to be transformed into your private office, spacious and grand. Great minds think alike, sister. Wu Yu chuckled, promptly contacting a construction team online. He offered a generous price, demanding that they complete the renovations within 3 days. Upon hearing this, the crew immediately thumped their chests in assurance, declaring that not 3 days, but 2 days at most would suffice to make everything pristine. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu stood behind the counter, which had already been largely demolished, contemplating the specifics of the renovation plan. Suddenly, a crisp and melodious voice, tinged with a hint of lazy nonchalance, echoed from the entrance. Excuse me, can business still be conducted here? Wu Yu looked up to see Ling Yulei. Today, she wore a fitted black crop top that accentuated her breathtaking curves to perfection. Her flat and toned abdomen revealed 2 distinct abdominal lines, radiating a sense of healthy vigor. Below, she donned a pair of camouflage cargo pants, the loose-fitting legs further highlighting her slender waist and perky, rounded dairy. On her feet were a pair of black combat boots, lending her an air of fierce allure. Wu Yu. Ling Yulei surveyed the now empty bank with a look of confusion in her beautiful phoenix eyes. What are you doing here? Robbing a bank? I'm preparing to open an antique shop, Wu Yu replied, gesturing to the vast space behind him, a mysterious smile gracing his face. What do you think? Not bad, right? Not bad. It's quite spacious. Ling Yulei nodded, though her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lu Yunqi. With a slight huff, she remarked, You're already married, yet still flirting around. What a shameless woman. Lu Yunqi, in turn, sensed the hostility emanating from Ling Yulei. Instinctively, she clutched Wu Yu's arm tighter, her soft body pressing against him as if to assert her claim. The 2 stunning beauties exchanged fierce glances, igniting invisible sparks in the air. For a moment, the temperature in the entire bank hall seemed to plummet several degrees. Ahem. Caught in the middle, Wu Yu felt as if he were suffocating, hastily clearing his throat to ease the tension. Let me introduce you. He pointed to Ling Yulei with a smile, saying, This is Ling Yulei, my business partner. Business partner? Just as the words left his lips, Lu Yunqi's delicate hand suddenly jabbed into the soft flesh of Wu Yu's waist, pinching him fiercely. Is that the kind of partnership you're talking about? Leaning closer to Wu Yu, her breath tickled his ear, yet her voice carried a frosty edge. Ow! Wu Yu winced, gasping in pain. Of course, it's a legitimate partnership. Sister Lei has extensive connections. I'll be relying on her for all the supplies in my shop. After saying this, he turned to Ling Yulei. Sister Lei, you've come at the perfect time. I was just about to seek your assistance. My shop is about to open, and I'd like you to introduce me to all the sellers. That way, whenever they have good items, they can deliver directly to me, sparing you the trouble each time. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Ling Yulei's face lit up with delight. I'll take care of it. Let us go. I'll help you sort it out right now. With that, she stomped out in her black combat boots, brimming with energy. Wu Yu turned to Lu Yunqi, softly suggesting, Sister, why don't you head back for now? I'll be dealing with some matters with Sister Lei, and I'll catch up with you later. Although Lu Yunqi was reluctant, she realized Wu Yu was engaged in serious business, and her presence would only complicate matters. Thus, she nodded, standing on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on Wu Yu's cheek. Be safe, okay? She said, glancing back reluctantly as she walked away. Ling Yulei took Wu Yu on a whirlwind tour of the black market, enthusiastically introducing him to everyone they met. Hey, Oldly, let me introduce you to a big client. This little brother of mine is keen on collecting antiques. If you have anything good, make sure to prioritize him. Wanggu. How has the harvest been lately? My friend here just came into some money and is looking for places to spend it, if you catch my drift. Upon hearing about such a great opportunity, the sellers were invigorated, eagerly promising to bring their goods to the bank first thing. As for the introduction fee, Ling Yulei was not shy about negotiating her commission with the vendors. After all, money earned was money well earned. Before long, evening fell. Ling Yulei had successfully established a stable and efficient supply channel for Wu Yu's faux antique shop. How about that? Am I impressive, or what? Ling Yulei stood before Wu Yu, proudly lifting her chin. Impressive indeed. Wu Yu gave her a thumbs up. Let us go eat. My treat. The duo arrived at a bustling roadside eatery, under the dim yellow streetlights, with plastic tables and chairs. The cacophony of voices and the mingling scents of cumin and beer filled the air. Boss, bring me 200 skewers of lamb and 2 dozen oysters. Also, 2 crates of ice-cold beer. Wu Yu shouted to the sweat-drenched proprietor. Soon, a large plate of sizzling, aromatic skewers was brought to their table. Wu Yu grabbed a skewer and devoured it with gusto, grease dripping down his chin as he relished the moment. By the way, sister, he said between bites. What were you doing at the bank earlier? Ah, don't ask. Ling Yulei took a swig from a beer bottle, gulping down several mouthfuls. I was short on funds. So I thought about using the old house my father left me as collateral to secure a loan from the bank. Although the approval process is a bit slow, the interest is low, and most importantly, it's legitimate. No worries about being scammed. Why didn't you come to me? Wu Yu set down his skewer. Looking at her intently, would another 10 million suffice? What? Ling Yulei's face paled instantly. She hurriedly waved her hands, refusing vehemently. No way. Your funds are tight too. How could I add to your troubles? Who said I'm short on funds? Wu Yu chuckled, leaning closer to Ling Yulei and lowering his voice. To be honest, sister, I've sold part of that batch of treasures I acquired last time and have recouped a fair amount. Really? Ling Yulei's expression brightened immediately, but soon, a shadow of worry clouded her features as she recalled something. But have you repaid that high-interest loan of 100 million you borrowed before? Nope, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. What is the rush? There is still a 3-day grace period, right? You fool, Ling Yulei exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, causing the dishes to tremble. That is a trap. A scheme. Don't you understand? She abandoned her meal, grabbing Wu Yu's arm, insisting, no, you need to go pay it back now. It'll be too late if you wait. Hey, don't make a scene. Wu Yu chuckled helplessly, pushing her back into her seat, his expression turning serious. Sister, don't worry. I've got this under control. You don't understand a thing. Ling Yulei's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving. You are just an ordinary college student. How could you understand the darkness of this society? The Black Tiger Gang are ruthless beasts that devour people whole. A bunch of societal scum. Who are you calling societal scum? Just as the words left her lips, at a nearby table, a group of individuals suddenly surged to their feet with a cacophony. Each one bore fierce tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding an aura that made them unmistakably formidable. They were members of the Black Tiger Gang. In an instant, Ling Yulei's charming face went pale. Chapter 83. I have always been the first to strike. With a rush, a dozen brawny men clad in black vests, their arms adorned with fearsome black tiger tattoos, poured in from all directions, encircling the table of Wu Yu and Ling Yulei. The atmosphere, thick with intimidation, seemed to plunge the temperature of the bustling eatery several degrees lower. The surrounding diners fell silent, frozen in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Damn it, who the hell was just bad-mouthing our Black Tiger Gang? I'm sorry, I was just drunk and talking nonsense. It wasn't intentional. Not intentional. Just then, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, emerged from the crowd. So, that was deliberate then? The crowd parted, revealing a towering man with a flamboyant golden mane and a vicious scar etched across his face, striding confidently towards them. He was the Golden Mane Tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang, overseeing nearly half of their territory. He approached the table, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Yulei, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Well, if it isn't little Lele. What's this? The Thunderbolt Gang has grown bold enough to disregard us. Brother Golden Mane, you've misunderstood. I mean no offense. Ling Yulei's face was ashen with fear, and she hastily attempted to explain in a hushed tone. The Golden Mane Tiger was notorious for his ruthless and vengeful nature. Crossing him would surely lead to dire consequences. Apologies? Huh, just saying sorry one tea suffice. The Golden Mane Tiger sneered, pointing at the unopened box of beer on the table. Come, drink with us. Finish this case of beer, and we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, haha, this night will mark the demise of your Thunderbolt Gang. Fine, I'll drink. Ling Yulei gritted her teeth, raising her cup to comply. No way, Lei Jia. Wu Yu could no longer watch in silence. He seized Ling Yulei's hand, his brow furrowed in concern. You can't endure this. Stay out of it. Ling Yulei snapped back, her voice low and almost pleading. This is the Golden Mane Tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang. He wields great power and commands a multitude. We cannot provoke him. Ha ha ha. The Golden Mane Tiger's ears perked up, and he absorbed their conversation entirely, erupting into a triumphant, derisive laugh. Ah, Lei, you are still so sensible. Back in the day, your father and I had some connections, but alas, he departed too soon. As he spoke, his lecherous eyes roamed over Ling Yulei's alluring figure with unrestrained desire. How about this? In honor of your father, you come over and share 3 cups with me, and we'll let this matter drop. After all, I am of your uncle's generation. I won't harm you. What? Ling Yulei's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. She trembled with rage, her breathtaking curves heaving violently. Golden Mane Tiger, do not overstep your bounds. She pointed a finger at him, her voice sharp and commanding. I respect you as a senior, yet you dare to make such outrageous demands of a junior. Have you no shame? Shame? Ha ha ha. The Golden Mane Tiger roared with laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. In this line of work, who needs that? Can it be eaten? He stepped closer to Ling Yulei, his lustful gaze nearly ablaze with desire. Speaking of which, little Lei, it seems I haven't seen you in ages. Come, let your uncle check your well-being. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. A chilling intent of murder enveloped the entire scene. Then crack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the raucous diner. The sound was so loud that everyone instinctively covered their ears. The Golden Mane Tiger, with his brash visage, received a devastating slap that sent him spinning as if struck by a speeding truck, whirling 720 degrees before crashing to the ground. One side of his face began to swell visibly, rising like a doughy bun, while a blood-stained tooth flew from his mouth, tracing a graceful arc before plummeting into a bubbling hot pot. The assailant, of course, was Wu Yu. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on Wu Yu, as if he were a monster. Ling Yulei was rendered utterly speechless, her mouth agape, her exquisite eyes wide with unparalleled shock. You dared to strike first. The Golden Mane Tiger clutched his swollen face, incredulous as he howled. Of course. Wu Yu stepped forward, looking down upon him with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I have always been the one to strike first. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. You. The Golden Mane Tiger struggled to rise, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with madness and malice. He pointed at Wu Yu, shrieking in a frenzied rage. You're finished. Today. You will die? Otherwise, I shall cease to be the Golden Mane Tiger. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Heh. Wu Yu chuckled, exuding an air of calm and collectedness. In the next instant, he sprang into action, swiftly, so swiftly that no one could discern his movements. A mere blur darted into the crowd. Bang. Crunch. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air, a symphony of pain and terror echoing throughout. The once arrogant members of the Black Tiger Gang now resembled a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless before Wu Yu. He didn't even bother with flashy techniques. His strikes were straightforward and brutally effective. With a single punch, one thug's nasal bridge collapsed, sending him crashing through several tables. With a swift kick, another man clutching a beer bottle found his wrist shattered by an irresistible force, rolling on the ground and howling like a wounded animal. This was an unrelenting, one-sided massacre. In less than 30 seconds, the members of the Black Tiger Gang lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, utterly stripped of their fighting spirit. Chapter 84. The Thunderbolt Gang takes over the territory. The atmosphere plunged once more into an eerie silence. All gazes were riveted on Wu Yu, as if he were a celestial being. The Golden Mane Tiger stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his expression blank, his mind was a void. Is this really a human? Instinctively, he began to turn and flee, but Wu Yu would not grant him such a reprieve. In a flash, Wu Yu lunged forward, kicking him to the ground. Then he raised his limited edition AJ-clad foot and stomped down hard on the already swollen visage of the Golden Mane Tiger. Weren't you the one saying I was finished? Huh. With a slight exertion of pressure, the Golden Mane Tiger felt as if his facial bones were about to shatter beneath Wu Yu's foot. Weren't you the one claiming you wouldn't be called Golden Mane Tiger if you couldn't kill me? All right. Then today I shall bestow upon you a new name. I see your golden locks, dyed to resemble the color of urine, and how they curl in an absurd manner. From this day forth, you shall be known as Floppy Hair Tiger. The pupils of Golden Hair Tiger suddenly constricted. In the next moment, his eyes, which should have been filled with rage and animosity, transformed into a state of utter bewilderment and emptiness. He gazed at Wu Yu, subconsciously murmuring, I am Floppy Hair Tiger. Indeed, I am Floppy Hair Tiger. Puffed. Beside him, Ling Yulei could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, spraying beer everywhere. She stared in disbelief at the utterly absurd scene before her, feeling her worldviews being overturned once again. The fearsome golden-haired tiger had, astonishingly, been reduced to floppy-hair tiger by Wu Yu. And he even accepted the name? This was simply too ludicrous. Yet, a wave of intense fear surged through her heart. This was the Black Tiger Gang. They had not only been attacked, but were also coerced into changing names. This feud was irrevocably sealed. The Black Tiger Gang would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Wu Yu, we must leave, quickly. Ling Yulei urgently grasped Wu Yu's arm. Ready to flee? Leave? What do you mean leave? Wu Yu chuckled, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Now that the deed is done, there's no point in fear. The only course of action is to seize the opportunity before the Black Tiger Gang reacts, and make them bleed profusely. We've already made enemies. We might as well make it a grand affair. What on earth do you intend to do? Ling Yulei was stunned, her voice trembling. What do I intend to do? Wu Yu laughed, his expression exuding a charm that was both sinister and captivating. Naturally, to swallow the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Ling Yulei's body shuddered violently. Territory? Wu Yu actually intended to usurp the domain of the Black Tiger Gang. Good heavens. This notion was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. The Black Tiger Gang was the true behemoth of the underworld in Baiyun City, with tens of thousands of members and a territory sprawling across the city. Their enterprises involved gambling, drugs, and illicit activities, raking in wealth by the day. And what of the Thunderbolt Gang? At most, they numbered a mere 200. Comprised mostly of the infirm and inexperienced recruits, with their sole source of income being a dilapidated antique street. The disparity between the two was as vast as the East African Rift. Though Golden-Hair Tiger was the weakest among the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang, Ling Yulei quickly seized Wu Yu's arm, lowering her voice to an almost pleading tone. The territory he controls is of little importance. The most lucrative is merely the bar street. But that is not something we can contend with. I currently have only a handful of brothers who have just been discharged from the hospital, and they are still recovering. The rest are over 100 newly recruited novices from the vocational school. With such a meager force, how can we possibly contend with the Black Tiger Gang? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu merely smiled. He stepped before Golden-Hair Tiger, raising his foot and stomping down hard on the already swollen visage of the man. Please don't kill me. Golden-Hair Tiger, terrified to the core, cried out in desperation. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, spare my life. I will give you the territory. All of it. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Very well. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction, releasing his foot. He has already stated he will hand over the territory to me. How about that? Are you at ease now? Having said this, Wu Yu took hold of the still-dazed Ling Yulei and swaggered away. A few minutes later, Golden-Hair Tiger, clutching his swollen face, struggled to rise from the ground. He glanced around to confirm that Wu Yu had vanished into the night before letting out a long sigh of relief. Golden brother, are you all right? A younger gang member rushed forward, eager to assist him. Get away. Golden-Hair Tiger shoved him aside, his bloodshot eyes filled with the terror of survival. Another younger member approached, confusion etched on his face. Golden brother, that fool seems to have genuinely gone to seize the territory. What a moron. Are we just going to hand over the Black Tiger Gang's territory to him? Can't he discern a lie from the truth? Smack. Before he could finish, Golden-Hair Tiger delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face. Who the hell said it was a lie? He pointed a trembling finger at the young man's nose, his voice erupting in fury. What do I rely on to survive out here? My word. My promise. If I said I would give him the territory, then I must follow through. Anyone who dares to play tricks will be the first to suffer my wrath. Damn. The younger members were collectively dumbfounded. Their mouths agape. They stared at their leader in shock, as if witnessing the end of the world. Had Golden Brother truly lost his wits from the beating? Moreover, Golden-Hair Tiger cleared his throat, adopting an unquestionable tone as he addressed all the younger members. From now on, do not call me Golden Brother anymore. It sounds so awkward. Just call me Floppy Hair Brother. The younger members, a deathly silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at their leader with expressions akin to seeing a madman. It's over. Completely over. Their leader had truly lost his mind. Bar Street. This place is the most renowned nightlife hub in Baiyun City, a paradise where countless young souls indulge in their youthful exuberance. The street is lined with numerous bars, KTVs, and nightclubs, totaling over 100 establishments. As night falls, this area transforms into a vibrant sea of lights and revelry. Massive neon signs flicker with alluring and enchanting glows. The deafening beats of DJ music intertwine with the laughter and screams of men and women, as if attempting to overturn the entire night sky. This is a den of iniquity, a sanctuary of pleasure. The monthly collection of protection fees alone amounts to astronomical figures, not to mention the additional industries, such as valet services, selling counterfeit liquor, and organizing escorts. The profits are staggering. At this moment, at the entrance of the bar street, Ling Yulei tightly grasped Wu Yu's arm, her face marked with determination yet filled with worry and anxiety. You can't be serious, Wu Yu. Golden Hair Tiger merely spoke those words to save his skin, and you believe him? This is the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. With our meager numbers, are we truly going to seize it? She pointed back at the sparse group of about 200 people, her voice trembling. And even if we surprise them tonight and manage to take over this street, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow, the Black Tiger Gang's reinforcements will come for us. How will we defend ourselves? What is there to fear? Wu Yu chuckled, his demeanor calm and unruffled. We'll take it first and figure out the countermeasures tomorrow. After saying this, he released Ling Yulei's hand and strode confidently into the depths of the bar street. His silhouette, illuminated by the colorful neon lights, radiated an enigmatic confidence and composure. Hey, don't go in alone. Ling Yulei hurriedly followed, calling out to the younger members behind them. Everyone, stay alert. Prepare for battle. Yes, Sister Lei. Though the younger members of the Thunderbolt Gang felt trepidation, the sight of Wu Yu's imposing figure ignited an unprecedented sense of camaraderie within them. Let us do this. Life and death are trivial. If we refuse, we fight. With a resolve to overcome the odds, they charged forward. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire bar street turned tense, filled with palpable anticipation. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Just as Wu Yu stepped into the very center of the bar street, the largest nightclub awaited him at its entrance. Suddenly, from all directions, a throng of Black Tiger Gang members wielding machetes and steel pipes surged forth. Each individual bore tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding an air of ferocity that surrounded Wu Yu and the members of the Thunderbolt Gang in a tight, impenetrable circle. It was over. Ling Yulei's heart leapt to her throat in an instant. She was the first to draw her mountain-splitting blade, her phoenix-like eyes radiating two piercing beams of icy light. Brothers, let us fight them to the bitter end. Kill. Yes, Sister Lei. The little brothers of the Thunderbolt Gang also brandished their weapons, bracing for an exceptionally brutal bloodbath. However, in that critical moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The fiercely intimidating members of the Black Tiger Gang actually, collectively took a step back. Then, in unison, they bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle towards Wu Yu and Ling Yulei. Their voices, harmoniously synchronized, resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the entire bar street. Please allow the Thunderbolt Gang to take over this territory. Chapter 85. For great undertakings to succeed, 3 conditions must be met. Please allow the Thunderbolt Gang to take over this territory. Please allow the Thunderbolt Gang to take over this territory. With their cries, they discarded their weapons and, under the astonished gazes of all the shopkeepers, retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a ground strewn with steel pipes and blades, as well as a group of Thunderbolt Gang members who were utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Ling Yulei's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled shock and confusion. She dashed forward, grabbing the last retreating member of the Black Tiger Gang, demanding sharply, "Stop! What on earth is going on here?" The man, terrified, felt his legs give way and collapsed to the ground, a mournful expression on his face as he pleaded. Sister Lei, please spare us. It was Brother Jiao Mao's order. He said that starting today, this bar street is to be unconditionally transferred to the Thunderbolt Gang. We were told to withdraw immediately. We're just as baffled. This is utterly outrageous. Unconditional transfer. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, standing frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. Could it be? Could it be that the golden-haired tiger was truly subdued by Wu Yu? No, impossible. That man has been entrenched in the underworld for decades, notoriously tough. How could he capitulate so easily? Could it be? Could he really have been rendered foolish? Quite possible. He's even calling himself Brother Jiao Mao. Isn't that a sign of foolishness? How wonderful. How wonderful. The bar street now belongs to the Thunderbolt Gang. Ling Yulei could no longer contain her overwhelming joy and excitement. She spun around like a fluttering butterfly and dashed to Wu Yu's side. Then, amidst the astonished and teasing gazes of the Thunderbolt Gang members, she rose on her toes and pressed her luscious, crimson lips firmly against Wu Yu's cheek. How? The little brothers of the Thunderbolt Gang went wild on the spot, each one shouting hoarsely, frantically cheering, "Together! Together! Kiss her! Kiss her! Sister Lei! One more time! Yes! One more time!" Even a naive fool, oblivious to the situation, shouted, "Let us go for it! Let us go for it!" Who the hell said that? Ling Yulei's charming face instantly flushed crimson. She turned around, her brows furrowing, ready to drag that guy out for a good scolding. But Wu Yu stopped her with a firm grip. Hey, how can we let our brother's enthusiasm go to waste? A devilishly charming smile graced Wu Yu's face as he wrapped his arm around Ling Yulei's delicate waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Then, beneath the envious and blessing-filled gazes of everyone, He lowered his head. The next day at noon, on the bar street, Ling Yulei adorned herself in a sleek black dress, spiritedly accompanying Wu Yu as they surveyed their new domain. The entire bar street was densely populated with hundreds of bars, KTVs, and nightclubs, ranging from small to grand. At the entrance were several relatively affordable lounges, attracting budget-conscious students and artistic youth. Further in were lavishly decorated, high-end theme bars and large-scale KTVs, the preferred spots for white-collar workers to unwind after a long day. Nestled at the deepest and most central part of the street were exclusive high-end private clubs and nightclubs, where true indulgence reigned supreme, a realm of extravagance. Last night, I estimated that just from collecting protection fees, we could easily rake in several million in pure profit each month. Not to mention the liquor supply and valet services, we could effortlessly surpass 10 million a month. An excited expression involuntarily graced Ling Yulei's exquisite face. Impressive, Sister Lei, Wu Yu teased with a smile. No wonder you were so carefree when you kissed me last night. It turns out you were secretly calculating in your mind. You can go to hell. Ling Yulei's face blushed furiously, turning beet red to her ears. She playfully punched Wu Yu's chest with her delicate fist, feigning annoyance. Who told you not to clarify things earlier? You made me think you were. The celebration feast from last night continued into the wee hours. Due to the presence of their brothers, Ling Yulei, despite being filled with gratitude and affection for Wu Yu, refrained from engaging in any overly intimate exchanges. Well, her lips were still a bit swollen, and her heart was utterly restless. As the two surveyed their territory, they arrived at the entrance of a budget hotel. This hotel catered specifically to the clientele of the bar street. Though it was midday, the rooms occasionally echoed with some undeniably blush-inducing, indescribable sounds. Ling Yulei's face instantly turned scarlet, and she quickly turned her head away. Yet, Wu Yu suddenly halted, his expression serious as he said, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." Huh. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled, her beautiful phoenix eyes wide with panic and shyness. Right now, I'm not mentally prepared yet. If not now, then when? Wu Yu replied matter-of-factly, "It'll be too late then." Too late. Ling Yulei hadn't anticipated Wu Yu's urgency. She hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately nodded shyly. All right then. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped heavily toward the budget hotel. Behind her, Wu Yu's voice filled with confusion echoed, "Hey, wait, where are you going?" Ling Yulei paused, turning her head back, confusion evident on her stunningly beautiful face. "Aren't we getting a room? What the hell are you talking about?" Wu Yu shot her an exasperated glance, disdainfully responding, "With your mind always on such things. I meant we're going to the black market." The black market? Huh. Ling Yulei was instantly frozen. The next moment, a wave of intense embarrassment surged through her. "Wu Yu, you bastard." Furiously, she lunged forward, pinching the soft flesh at Wu Yu's waist. "Who told you not to clarify your words? You're so annoying." The black market. Wu Yu's objective was not antiques, but rather people. Although he effortlessly took control of the bar street with the help of the system, he knew full well that the Black Tiger Gang would not simply let it go. Tonight, they were likely to unleash a frenzied retaliation. Therefore, it was imperative to gather sufficient forces in advance and prepare thoroughly. In gang warfare, what matters? Numbers. Power. And this number does not necessarily have to be from one's own ranks. Quite the contrary, many gangs opt to hire outside help during conflicts. This not only saves the exorbitant costs of maintaining regular members. Moreover, should a skirmish ensue and any unfortunate mishap occur, resulting in death or dismemberment, it would provoke little sorrow. The black market serves as the quintessential nexus for these desperate souls. "Come, I shall escort you to a place." Ling Yulei, well acquainted with the labyrinthine alleys, led Wu Yu through a series of twists and turns. "I know an intermediary who specializes in this field, overseeing a cadre of ruthless brigands who have traversed from distant lands, each seasoned in violence, albeit at a rather steep price. Cost is not an issue," Wu Yu declared with grandiosity. "To achieve great endeavors, 3 conditions must be met. Money. Money. Damn it, old Wong. Ah, so you have a penchant for this." Ling Yulei felt a wave of nausea as she prepared to question Wu Yu's sanity, only to notice an unusual gleam in his eyes. Following his gaze, she spotted an elderly man clad in a faded military overcoat, squatting on the ground, puffing on a pipe. Before him lay a crooked sign crafted from cardboard, inscribed with the words, "Seeking revenge on your behalf, alleviating your worries. Caught cheating spouse? Need hired muscle for gang brawls? Isn't that old Wong?" Chapter 86. A familiar formula. A familiar flavor. Goodness, how has that old con man changed his line of business again? Wu Yu exclaimed, startled, as he inquired of Ling Yulei, wasn't he imprisoned? "The truth is, during the previous incident, my subordinate took the fall for me, bearing all the charges," Ling Yulei explained. "Thus, this old fraud reaped the benefits and was released after a few days." "I see," Wu Yu nodded, approaching the old man with a demeanor of earnestness. "Old Wang, how have you been? Goodness gracious, I thought I was seeing things. Is that not my esteemed patron, Brother Wu?" Old Wang's murky eyes sparkled with an unmatched brilliance upon seeing Wu Yu. He tossed aside his spent cigarette, but rubbed his hands together and approached with a face full of sycophancy. "What brings you into this line of work?" Wu Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. "To be candid, during my days in detention, I made numerous acquaintances and forged valuable connections. Among them are several prominent figures from the underworld." Old Wang boasted, thumping his chest, saliva flying as he extolled. "Their subordinates are nothing short of ferocious. Each one stands at 6 feet tall and weighs over 200 pounds, brimming with muscle. In a fight, they roar like lions. One can take on 10. The best part is, the prices are reasonable. An exceptional choice for entrepreneurs like you, who are in the early stages and financially constrained." "How much?" Wu Yu inquired. Old Wang held up 5 fingers, 500 per head, a minimum of 100. "Very well, bring me 10,000. Old Wang nearly choked, his eyes wide in disbelief. "10,000. Young brother, are you preparing for war?" "I don't have that many. At most, 2,000. That's acceptable. I'll take them all." Wu Yu replied, reaching for his phone to make the payment. "Can they arrive immediately?" "Well, you see." Old Wang's eyes darted, rubbing his hands together, a sly smile spreading across his face. 500 is just the head fee. Imagine 2,000 people crowded together. It would take dozens of bus trips. That would delay the arrival by several hours. Surely they could take the subway. Wu Yu countered. Faster and more accommodating. "What a joke." Old Wang scoffed. Disdain etched on his face. "The subway requires security checks. You can't bring weapons. Are you willing to send them empty-handed into a fight?" Wu Yu considered this and conceded. "I suppose you're right." Thus, Old Wang continued his sales pitch. "You must pay extra for my expedited support package. Just 100,000. And I will arrange 100 vans to ensure your troops reach the battlefield within 30 minutes. And there's the equipment enhancement package. For 200,000. Each individual will be outfitted with a sword, axe, and dagger. Their combat prowess will soar. Additionally, there's the logistical support package, covering expenses for smokes, drinks, and medical fees totals 50,000. Purchasing this boosts morale and increases lethality." Old Wang's exuberant pitch escalated the total to 1,500,000. "This is all a scam," Ling Yulei interjected, her face pale as she pointed an accusing finger at Old Wang. When tackling significant matters, how can one be stingy with money?" Wu Yu interjected, blocking Ling Yulei's impending outburst with a benevolent smile. "We must pay. It is essential. Are you mad? You believe the words of this swindler. What if he takes your money and flees?" "Fear not, sister," Wu Yu reassured, patting his chest with confidence. "He wouldn't dare." He. Old Wang, listening intently, felt elated, rubbing his hands together, though he was already plotting his own scheme. "Flee. Nonsense. Last time it was you, little rascal, who caused me to lose all my hard-earned savings. This time, I must recoup everything, with interest. As for the manpower, having accepted the payment, I cannot simply neglect my duties. That would be too unscrupulous. The genuine thugs are too shrewd and charge exorbitant fees. Not worth it. I'll just recruit a few hundred energetic youngsters from nearby vocational schools, ideal for a brawl. After all, in a melee, numbers prevail. With this plan, Old Wang could pocket the majority of the funds. Delighted by the thought, he cleared his throat and addressed Wu Yu. "Young brother, have you made your decision? If so, please hurry and make the payment. I will arrange the manpower immediately, ensuring they are all vigorous and valiant, ready to secure you a resounding victory." Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Transaction complete. Without hesitation, Wu Yu pulled out his phone and scanned Old Wang's payment code with fervor. Payment successful. Old Wang gazed at the glaring notification of 1,500,000 received, his eyes instantly brimming with tears. A familiar formula. A familiar flavor. This money was astonishingly easy to acquire. He wiped away a tear and feigned utmost concern as he inquired of Wu Yu. "By the way, young brother, who is your opponent this time? Is it convenient to divulge?" "The Black Tiger Gang," Wu Yu remarked nonchalantly, uttering 3 words. Old Wang nearly fainted. The Black Tiger Gang. They were the true titans of the underground world in Baiyun City. It's over. This kid is doomed. Yet, who cares? At least before he meets his end, he will reimburse me handsomely. Old Wang plotted to take this money and seek out his distant cousin, rumored to be thriving in the underground gambling scene. Investing there would yield daily dividends sufficient for a lifetime of luxury. In the old district, within a dilapidated ancestral hall, 4 men, each exuding a distinct aura, were engrossed in a game of mahjong around an enormous redwood table, when a middle-aged man with a buzz-cut, round face resembling that of a laughing Buddha, chuckled as he played a tile. He was known as the Smiling Tiger, notorious for his cunning and treachery, concealing daggers beneath his congenial facade. Pum. Across from the smiling tiger sat a hulking figure with shoulder-length hair and muscles rippling beneath his skin. He was the mountain tiger, fiery and violent, renowned as the fiercest among the 5 tigers. He slammed the cards heavily onto the table, causing the teacups atop it to tremble thrice. Bang! Beside the downhill tiger, a man clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of cultured depravity, leisurely discarded the cards in his hand. He was the Thunder Tiger, a paragon of intellect and valor, skilled in the art of disguise, and the most formidable among the 5 tigers. The final figure remained silent, dressed in a crisp white shirt and sporting black-framed glasses, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet, the piercing glint of his hawk-like eyes, occasionally visible through the lenses, sent shivers down one's spine. He was the capturing tiger, the leader of the 5 tigers, possessing formidable strength and an unfathomable depth. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed, "Haha, you guys seem awfully relaxed. Who's won?" The golden-haired tiger swaggered in, a cigar clenched between his teeth, striding with an air of indifference. The smiling tiger glanced up, casting a disdainful look his way, and retorted, "Do you even care about who wins or loses? I ask you, have you lost the territory on Bar Street?" The boss was furious when he heard about this morning. "He called you useless." "The boss knows already." The golden-haired tiger gasped, nearly dropping his cigar. "Isn't he on vacation abroad? How could he find out so soon?" Chapter 87. Otherwise, I swear I'll ascend to the heavens right here. Just kidding. The smiling tiger chuckled. "The boss is too busy chasing foreign beauties to bother with your trivial affairs. However, I did hear you got your ass kicked, and you seem to be doing just fine, not foolish at all." The golden-haired tiger exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing into a nearby armchair, cursing, "Brother, you really know how to scare a man. This matter will eventually reach the boss." The smiling tiger's expression darkened in an instant. "I ask you, why haven't you reclaimed the territory?" "I want to." The golden-haired tiger protested, looking utterly aggrieved and helpless. "But for some reason, I was completely out of my mind yesterday and, in front of so many people, ordered the territory to be relinquished. Once those words are spoken, they can't be taken back. It would tarnish the boss's image." "Image? What good is an image?" The smiling tiger scoffed with a disdainful snort. "When your boss returns and finds out you let go of such a prime piece of territory, you won't even be able to save your own skin. Hurry up and reclaim it. If you need reinforcements, I can assist." "No need." The golden-haired tiger sprang to his feet, a fiery arrogance rekindled in his expression. "A mere thunder gang? I'll flatten it." "Wait." As the golden-haired tiger turned to leave, the smiling tiger called after him, "What's the matter, brother? After you deal with the thunder gang, do me a favor and inquire about that girl Ling Yulei." The smiling tiger narrowed his eyes, glinting with shrewdness. "That fellow she brought to me for a loan, what was his name? Will you? I want to know his background and wealth." "Rest assured." The golden-haired tiger pounded his chest, fervently assuring, "I'll bring Ling Yulei to you today, so you can interrogate her face to face." "Huh, you're a good lad." The smiling tiger nodded in satisfaction, once more donning his benign smile. As night descended, the bar street shimmered with neon lights, bustling with life. Wu Yu and Ling Yulei stood at the street corner, anxiously awaiting. The 2,000 people promised by Old Wang had yet to materialize, and despair loomed large. "It's over. We've been duped." Ling Yulei stamped her foot, her stubbornly beautiful face etched with worry and despair. "I told you Old Wang was a fraud. But you wouldn't listen. Now look, not only has 150,000 gone down the drain, but when the Black Tiger gang arrives, we'll be left to face the music. Don't panic, the people will definitely show up." Wu Yu maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. "What gives you such confidence?" Ling Yulei inquired, curiosity piqued. Wu Yu smiled, tapping his head enigmatically. "Because no one in this world can deceive me." "Uft, spare me." Ling Yulei scoffed, rolling her eyes. "I think you're about to be taken for a ride." As the two bickered, they remained oblivious to a dark corner behind them, where a pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with resentment, fixated intently upon them. Wang Kaixian, clutching an empty wine bottle, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, he was engulfed in despair on this, the darkest day of his life, for he had unwittingly discovered that his mother's 69 Entertainment had changed major shareholders, and the new major shareholder was none other than Wu Yu. Why? What could possibly explain this? Wang Kaixian, in a frenzy, rushed to the company and learned from the mocking employees that Wu Yu had long been an executive and often spent half the day in his mother's office. Something was amiss, very amiss. Recalling how his mother had recently been glowing with vitality, as if she had shed years, a terrifying yet absurd thought took shape in his mind. Returning to his apartment, he paid a hefty bribe to the security guard to review the surveillance footage from the past month. Indeed, his mother, once a commanding and dignified figure, had repeatedly dressed provocatively, visiting the top floor of the adjacent building. Each time, She spent an extended period there before departing, rosy-cheeked and unsteady on her feet. Boom. Wang Kaixian was utterly stunned by this shocking revelation. Like a soulless husk, he wandered to the bar street, attempting to drown his already shattered heart in alcohol. Little did he expect that Wu Yu, the very architect of his ruin, would also be present, flanked by a throng of minions, swaggering with arrogance. Damn! Wang Kaixian glared at Wu Yu's back, wishing he could devour him whole. Just then, a screeching sound pierced the air as dozens of black vans rolled to a silent stop at the curb. The doors swung open, unleashing a horde of muscular men adorned with tattoos. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of them. Following closely, a menacing black Hummer glided in. The door opened, and the golden-haired tiger emerged, cigar in mouth, flanked by his entourage, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. It's over. The Black Tiger Gang has arrived. Ling Yulei's face went pale with fear as she hastily drew the machete concealed at her waist. Wu Yu furrowed his brow. Could it be that the system had failed? No, old Wang had boasted so grandly. At that moment, the golden-haired tiger swaggered over, cigar in mouth, his attitude radiating unrestrained arrogance. He pointed a thick finger dismissively at Wu Yu, declaring, "This guy, take him out." Then, with a lewd gaze, he swept over Ling Yulei's alluring figure, commanding, "Take her away. Leave the rest crippled. The Thunder Gang shall be eradicated from this day forth." A few simple yet imperious phrases conveyed an undeniable dominance. The Black Tiger Gang's underlings brandished their weapons, ready to strike. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Wang Kaixian reveled in glee. Ha ha ha, marvelous. The heavens are just. Wu Yu, you'll pay for this. Prepare to be cut to pieces. Hey, Brother Chong, let us make a deal. Wu Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Ling Yulei, grinning as he implored, "Might we refrain from engaging until my reinforcements arrive?" He surmised that, despite his prowess against this throng of over 1,000, such a confrontation would demand an inordinate amount of time, by which point the Heavenly Thunder Gang would undoubtedly be annihilated. No, he resolutely decided, he must await support. Upon hearing the term flaccid, the golden-haired tiger's temper flared with indignation. "What did you just say? I am the golden-haired tiger. The golden-haired tiger of the Black Tiger Gang. Very well. My esteemed golden-haired brother," Wu Yu acquiesced, "but might we delay just a little longer?" The golden-haired tiger smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. "Oh, I see you summoned outside help this afternoon with your little financial expenditure at the black market, did you? Fine. I can afford to bide my time. Rest assured, once your hired aide lays eyes upon us from the Black Tiger Gang, they will undoubtedly soil themselves and flee." "How could that possibly be?" Wu Yu feigned disbelief. "I paid for their services. You truly are a fool." The golden-haired tiger scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "What is more valuable, money or your life? Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing the Black Tiger Gang? Tonight, you are doomed. Unless, of course, I ascend to the heavens right here." Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Chapter 88. Engage in battle. Spare us the nonsense. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from all directions, akin to a tempestuous storm, enveloping the entire bar street. The ground began to tremble violently. The neon signs flanking the street buzzed and flickered under the force of this overwhelming sound. What in the world? An earthquake? The golden-haired tiger was taken aback, instinctively clutching his head. His minions appeared equally pale and disoriented. Wu Yu looked up, incredulous. At the far end of the street, an immense convoy of heavy-duty trucks appeared, seemingly materializing from thin air. Hundreds of them. Each truck, formidable in size, was outfitted with blinding searchlights that illuminated the bar street as if it were daylight. With a screech of brakes, the convoy of trucks came to a synchronized halt at the entrance of the bar street. The doors swung open, revealing not burly gangsters, but a horde of youthful figures, their eyes ablaze with a fierce and untamed spirit. Students from vocational high schools. Indeed, a staggering 3,000 adolescents clad in a kaleidoscope of vocational school uniforms. They descended from the vehicles like wild beasts unleashed from their cages, howling as they jumped down, armed with dual weapons, watermelon knives in their left hands and steel pipes in their right. The golden-haired tiger's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "What the hell is happening? Which school do you belong to? Do you even know who I am? I am the golden-haired of the Black Tiger Gang." "Black Tiger Gang? What a joke. Never heard of it," scoffed a mohawk-haired student, exuding a leader's charisma. He spat disdainfully on the ground. "Enough talk. Brothers, if we take these guys down, each of you will earn $200, plus a prepaid internet cafe card. Let us go." With this declaration, the throng of 3,000 vocational students erupted into a frenzy. Their eyes glowed crimson, as if imbued with adrenaline. They roared in unison. Attack! Like an unstoppable tide, this youthful mob surged forth, utterly overwhelming the Black Tiger Gang. Although these vocational students were not seasoned gangsters, Their naivety imbued them with a reckless abandon. They fought with primal ferocity, no strategy, no finesse, just raw, savage swings. It was precisely this disregard for self-preservation that made them terrifying. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, seasoned and ruthless as they were accustomed to overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers. They had never encountered such a spectacle. In an instant, they were swept away by the tumultuous force brimming with youthful exuberance. Ah! One Black Tiger henchman raised his steel pipe only to be subdued by a swarm of students, who mercilessly stomped and kicked him into submission. Help! Another was paralyzed with fear as a dozen watermelon knives were brandished at his throat, causing him to collapse and weep for mercy. This was a complete rout. In a corner, Wang Kaixian, who had anticipated a spectacle, was rendered speechless. What the hell? Where did you find all these vocational students? Is he really turning the tide here? Attack! In less than 5 minutes, the members of the Black Tiger Gang were either sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat, or fleeing in chaos to save their lives. Only the golden-haired tiger remained, encircled by a dozen students, trembling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Please, good sirs, don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was. He fell to his knees, desperately bowing before the group of boys nearly 2 decades his junior, pleading for mercy. However, these vocational students were in no mood for his pleas. Finish him, commanded the Mohawk leader, raising his gleaming watermelon knife high, ready to strike. At that critical moment, the shrill wail of police sirens sliced through the night. The police are here. Run! A voice echoed, and in an instant, the 3,000 students, who had just exhibited ferocity akin to rampaging tigers, transformed into frightened rabbits. They discarded their weapons and fled in every direction with astonishing speed, displaying the agility of habitual evaders of authority figures. Soon, dozens of police cars screeched to a halt, encircling the bar street with impenetrable force. The doors swung open, unleashing a horde of armed officers, fierce as wolves. Among them was the stunningly attractive officer Jiang Yuerong, her presence commanding attention. Yet tonight, she was not clad in her crisp police uniform. Instead, she was adorned in a strikingly seductive black dress, its plunging neckline accentuating her breathtaking curves. The hem barely concealed her shapely form, while her long legs, encased in sheer black stockings, were accentuated by 10-centimeter silver stilettos. In this attire, she resembled a thorny red rose blooming in the night. Don't let anyone escape. Halt! Jiang Yuerong commanded, her voice a melodic yet authoritative call as she prepared to pursue the fleeing students. However, she was no match for these agile youths, who were accustomed to dodging the watchful eyes of their teachers. Just as she took a couple of steps, her heel twisted, causing her to stumble. Ouch! She exclaimed, losing her balance and falling towards the ground. Fortunately, a keen-eyed police captain swiftly caught her. Not a single one captured. The captain scolded his subordinates, furious at their lack of success. These kids run faster than rabbits. He turned to Jiang Yuerong, amusement evident on his face. I thought you were off on a blind date. What brings you to interfere with my operation? I happen to be nearby, Jiang Yuerong replied. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she adjusted her dress. The blind date was utterly dull, resembling a wooden puppet. I dismissed him at first glance. Seizing the opportunity to participate in the operation, I slipped away. Oh, you. The captain shook his head helplessly, gesturing toward the sole culprit who had not fled. Approaching, it appeared that the lad had indeed been involved. Jiang Yuerong limped over. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. You again. She pointed at Wu Yu, her enchanting phoenix eyes filled with disbelief. Officer, I merely came over for a drink and to enjoy the spectacle, Wu Yu replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. A drink? Enjoying the spectacle? Jiang Yuerong's gaze shifted to Ling Yu lay beside Wu Yu, her tone brimming with skepticism and disbelief. Comrade police. It's him. Just then, the blonde tiger came rolling over, pointing at Wu Yu with a mournful expression, frantically reporting. My underlings have all been attacked by his people. Really? Jiang Yuerong's strikingly beautiful face instantly clouded with frost. She retrieved a shiny pair of handcuffs from her waist and coldly addressed Wu Yu. According to Article 26 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, you are suspected of provoking trouble and assembling for a brawl. I am now issuing an oral summons for you to accompany us back to the station for investigation. I am innocent. Wu Yu spread his hands, feigning innocence. I'm merely a passerby, and upon witnessing a brawl, I was curious and came to see what was happening. Curious? Jiang Yuerong laughed in anger. Could one be so close while being merely curious? Aren't you afraid of being hurt? Come, whatever explanation you have. Let us go back to the station to discuss it. She strode forward, her long legs clad in black stockings, approaching Wu Yu, ready to cuff him. However, in that critical moment, boom, an incredibly violent, deafening roar of an engine suddenly erupted from nearby. The sound was filled with boundless rage and madness, akin to a ferocious beast escaping from the depths of hell, seeking its prey. A flamboyant red Ferrari surged forth like a bolt of lightning, barreling toward the crowd at a terrifying speed. Inside the driver's seat, Wang Kaishuan's face, already twisted and contorted, was filled with a maniacal and vengeful grin. He pressed the accelerator with his unbroken leg, intent on running Wu Yu down. He wished to perish alongside the one who had ruined his life. Get out of the way. Everyone was paralyzed with fear at this unexpected turn of events. Stop the car. Yet, Jiang Yurong stood unfazed, boldly shouting at the Ferrari. But it was too late. The Ferrari was moving far too swiftly. The glinting, cold headlights rapidly enlarged in her vision. Chapter 89. If you can't embrace, then don't. It was over. Just as Jiang Yurong thought she was destined for disaster today, a towering figure stood like an insurmountable mountain before her. It was Wu Yu. In a flash, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yu extended his strong, capable arms, lifting Jiang Yurong's delicate and alluring form. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he executed an extreme, forceful roll. Whoosh. The Ferrari's front barely grazed Wu Yu's back as it whizzed past. The fierce wind stung his face. Wu Yu, cradling the enchanting police flower in his arms, rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Boom. Accompanied by an ear-splitting crash, the out-of-control Ferrari crashed directly into the blonde tiger. The unfortunate soul barely had time to scream before being flung into the air as if struck by a speeding train, soaring several dozen meters before crashing to the ground, ascending in a tragic arc. The scene was utterly horrific. Meanwhile, the Ferrari collided heavily with the wall. The front crumpled and deformed, billowing thick smoke. Moments later, with a loud bang, flames erupted into a roaring blaze. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in horror at the gruesome spectacle before them. Jiang Yurong lay on the ground, her mind a blank. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed something tightly wrapping around her body. It was broad, solid, and radiated a scorching, masculine warmth. Instinctively, she turned her head. Wu Yu, that face, striking enough to provoke envy from gods and men, was staring intently at her. His deep-set eyes filled with mockery and amusement. Let go of me. Jiang Yurong's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. In her 20-plus years, she had never been so intimately close to any man. Oh, Wu Yu chuckled and promptly released her. Ouch. Jiang Yurong felt the ground drop away beneath her, landing heavily on the cold, hard surface with a painful cry. A sharp, agonizing pain surged through her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings. She hurriedly looked down, aghast. The newly purchased glossy black stockings were torn in several large holes, exposing her delicate, fair skin beneath. Several crimson streaks marred her pale skin, a stark and shocking contrast. Madam, are you all right? Wu Yu leaned closer, a look of utmost concern on his face. What are you staring at? Jiang Yurong, both flustered and furious, quickly covered her exposed long legs, shooting him an accusatory glare. No, I wasn't looking at your legs. Wu Yu pointed at Jiang Yurong's chest, speaking earnestly. I was looking here. You should hurry to the hospital. Such extensive abrasions could easily become infected with tetanus. Jiang Yurong gasped, hurriedly glancing down. To her horror, she saw a large patch of crimson staining her neckline, like a snow-capped mountain dyed red by the sunset. Jiang Yurong let out a furious scream, hastily covering her chest with both hands. It's all my mother's fault. She insisted I wear this low-cut outfit for the blind date. No, it's all Wu Yu's fault. If you can't embrace, then don't. Now I'm injured all over. Police station. After a thorough interrogation, Wu Yu swaggered out with ease. He had managed to extricate himself effortlessly. After all, those vocational students had fled faster than monkeys, and none were captured. The blonde tiger had also met his demise, leaving no witnesses. The only slight disappointment was that Ling Yulei had yet to emerge, as she had a criminal record, making the process somewhat complicated. Wu Yu was unperturbed, casually seated in the waiting area, legs crossed, perusing WeChat messages. Lu Yunxi, where are you? Collaboration tonight? Smirking. Shen Yingran. Kisses, rehearsals have been exhausting. Can you come to school to cheer me up? Howdy. Song Weitian. Mr. Wu, another payment has been processed. May I come by tomorrow to discuss continued collaboration? Handshake. Just then, a familiar and radiant figure caught Wu Yu's attention, prompting him to instinctively look up. It was Jiang Yurong. She had changed out of her alluring black dress and donned a sharply tailored blue police uniform. Yet even this unadorned attire could not conceal her devilishly captivating figure. The explosive curves strained the buttons of her police uniform, as if they would break free and soar to the heavens at any moment. Officer Jiang, is your injury all right? Wu Yu's gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Yurong's magnificent bosom. You. Jiang Yurong felt her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger under his unabashedly aggressive stare. She hurriedly crossed her arms to shield her breathtaking view, glaring at Wu Yu with indignation, and reprimanded him. My injury is none of your concern. You should focus on yourself first. I warn you, Wu Yu, don't think that just because you got lucky this time and escaped, you can do as you please. From now on, attend school honestly. Stop associating with those unsavory characters. Who is unsavory? Before Wu Yu could respond, a cold, sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Ling Yulei strode over confidently in her black marten boots, clearly having extricated herself from her own predicament. Her beautiful face, marked by defiance, was etched with frost, and her striking phoenix eyes resembled two unsheathed swords, locking fiercely onto Jiang Yurong. The two women exchanged looks, their gazes clashing violently in the air, igniting sparks unseen. Ling Yulei's heart ignited with a blaze of jealousy. How dare you, brazen police flower? Is it necessary to dress so provocatively for just a mission? A deep V-short skirt and black stockings? Are you afraid others won't notice your good figure? If you dare to tempt Wu Yu again, I will have your head. Jiang Yurong, in turn, harbored equal disdain and hostility towards Ling Yulei. You, shameless harlot. At such a young age, you've gone astray, running around with people who engage in violence. You've led innocent Wu Yu astray, a pure and honest college student. You're a disgrace to society. Keep up your misdeeds, and I'll be the first to drag you in and make you face justice. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you, so what? As it seemed that a fierce confrontation between these two exquisite beauties was about to unfold publicly, Wu Yu hurriedly stepped in, grasping Ling Yulei's arm and dragging her away. Let us go. No need to waste words on her. Hey, don't pull me. I haven't finished scolding her yet. With your lips swollen like that, you still want to berate someone? Save your strength for later. I want to use it now. Hey, this is right outside the police station. Chapter 90, Great Fortune, Cloud Pinnacle Palace. In the opulent bedroom, Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples. Last night, in celebration of successfully taking over the bar street, the Thunderbolt gang had thrown an extravagant victory party, reveling in the bar until dawn. As the principal contributor, Wu Yu was naturally inundated with toasts from the enthusiastic younger members, one drink after another, leaving him no respite. Even with his extraordinarily resilient physique, he could not withstand such indulgence, resulting in a mild discomfort. As for Ling Yulei, her situation was even more dire. Not only had she over-imbibed, but she had also endured a heavy barrage of attention. She was likely wait? Where is she? Wu Yu then discovered that the spacious king-size bed beside him was entirely empty. Only a few strands of silky black hair remained on the pillow, mingling with a faint, intoxicating scent of alcohol and feminine allure. Oh no! Panic surged within Wu Yu. Could it be that, due to his intoxication, he had inadvertently upset that fiery little dynamo from Sichuan and Chongqing, prompting her to storm off? This simply would not do. I haven't fully tamed her yet. Wu Yu hurriedly leaped out of bed, snatching up his phone to call Ling Yulei. Suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open. A tall and striking figure, like a queen emerging from the shadows, appeared at the threshold. Holy moly! Wu Yu's pupils dilated in shock. There stood Ling Yulei, clad in an outfit that could drive any man wild. A dark queen ensemble. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied back into a sleek ponytail, swaying with her every movement. Exuding a wild and untamed spirit, her already breathtakingly beautiful face was accentuated with exquisite and alluring smoky makeup. The eyeliner slightly arched, perfectly framing her enchanting phoenix eyes. The deep violet eyeshadow added an air of mystery and danger to her presence. She wore a black, glossy bodysuit that hugged her figure impeccably, showcasing her devilishly alluring curves with no gaps whatsoever. At her waist, a wide leather belt adorned with silver studs accentuated her impossibly slender waist, creating an exaggerated and jaw-dropping hourglass figure. Below, she wore matching black knee-high leather boots that clung tightly to her long, shapely legs, stretching their lines to perfection. Queen. This was the embodiment of a true dark queen, as if she had stepped straight out of an anime, exuding both coolness and fierceness. Humph. Ling Yulei observed Wu Yu's stunned expression, a seductive and teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. She strode toward the bed, her long legs encased in black leather boots, the heels clicking with a sharp rhythm against the floor. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she slowly unveiled a completely black object from behind her, a titanium alloy baton. What are you planning to do? Wu Yu instinctively took 2 steps back, his face reflecting just the right amount of panic. What is the matter? Ling Yulei let out a melodious, silvery laugh, imbued with the dominance and mockery of a queen. Of course, it's time for revenge. With a swift motion, she flicked the baton, which sprang to life with a crisp slicing sound. You bullied me so badly yesterday. Now it's my turn. As she spoke, She gently lifted Wu Yu's chin with the cold baton, her beautiful phoenix eyes ablaze with unrestrained fiery passion. I want you to know what it truly means to be torn apart. Cry out in anguish. Today, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your rescue. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Wu Yu, are you sure you want to play this game? Noon. Cloud Pinnacle Palace, top floor mansion. Wu Yu lounged nonchalantly at the dining table, which was laden with an array of exquisite takeout, the packaging alone forming a small mountain. Beside him, Ling Yulei remained in her dark queen attire, yet the commanding aura she had exuded the previous day had dissipated entirely. In its place was a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate bird, her eyes lowered in complete submission. Carefully, she peeled open a large Australian lobster, personally feeding the succulent. Snow-white meat to Wu Yu. Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. How does it taste? Are you satisfied? Wu Yu lazily opened his mouth, thinking that not even a demon emerging from hell could resist his charm, and here she was, subservient and compliant, crying out in submission. I concede. Ling Yulei lowered her once proud head, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with a sweet shyness and admiration. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction, pinching her exquisitely defiant face and speaking in a tone laden with benevolence. Though you have lost, your courage is commendable, and I appreciate it. In the future, I shall permit you to indulge in such visits occasionally. I find great pleasure in them. Alas, it is already midday, and thoughts of such matters linger. Ling Yulei hastily served vegetables to Wu Yu, urging, hurry and eat. Once you finish, you must return the money. Today marks the final day of interest-free borrowing. Wu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, the money must be repaid. However, I did eliminate members of the Black Tiger Gang yesterday. Will I not be recognized? That will not be a concern, Ling Yulei quickly clarified. Though the Black Tiger Gang wields considerable power, it is rife with internal factions and numerous strongholds. The lone shark is the Smiling Tiger, and his men have no connection to those of the Golden-Haired Tiger, thus you will certainly not be identified. That is reassuring. Wu Yu replied, and with a few swift motions, he polished off the delectable feast before him and abruptly rose. I'm off. Your Majesty. Ling Yulei rushed from behind to embrace Wu Yu's broad waist, gently resting her cheek against his back, her voice laden with reluctance and affection. You must be cautious and prudent. Do not allow any mishaps to occur, for I shall worry. Rest assured. Wu Yu turned to her, playfully brushing her pert nose. You know my capabilities well enough, do you not? Indeed, I am quite aware. Ling Yulei's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Yet, I still harbor concerns. How about this? We shall share the profits from the Thunderbolt Gang's ventures, each taking half. This way, you could earn at least tens of millions annually. Let us not expand the antique business too much, especially refrain from borrowing from loan sharks again, shall we? That is worth considering, Wu Yu nodded, striding away with a swagger, under Ling Yulei's grateful gaze. On Liberation Street, the once empty bank had undergone a remarkable transformation. The counters had been entirely dismantled, replaced by an array of exquisite cabinets crafted from rare golden Nanmu wood, exuding a classical charm. The floor was covered with a thick carpet that felt soft and comfortable underfoot. On the walls hung several grand landscape paintings. Though all were replicas, they elevated the store's ambience significantly. A massive gilded plaque at the entrance boasted the audacious name, deceive, shimmering in the sunlight with blinding brilliance. Below it, a row of equally ostentatious smaller characters declared, we buy all kinds of antiques at high prices. If you dare to quote, I dare to buy. Reclining comfortably on an expensive genuine leather sofa within the shop, Wu Yu was relishing a cup of freshly brewed top-quality Dahongpo tea. From this day forth, I can proudly consider myself a boss. At that moment, a murmur wafted in from the entrance. Deceive? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Who cares what it's called? Did you not see that line below? High prices for purchases. If you dare to quote, I dare to buy. This boss clearly has money to spare. They spoke of a fool who had previously spent millions in the black market on a sack of junk. It seemed he was the proprietor of this very establishment. What are we waiting for? We must take him for all he is worth. Charge. With a raucous clamor, several dubious-looking individuals rushed into the jibao. Esteemed gentlemen, please come in. Come in. Wu Yu instantly adopted a naive and earnest demeanor, rubbing his hands together with a broad smile as he welcomed them. Are you the boss? Inquired a short man, sizing Wu Yu up with an air of undisguised disdain and greed. I heard you buy antiques at high prices? Indeed. Wu Yu nodded vigorously, his excitement causing his face to flush. As long as it's a genuine treasure, we can discuss the price. Then you've come to the right person. The short man carefully produced a filthy old pot from a ragged bag. Boss, you've struck gold. This is a white jade pot bestowed by the Han Emperor. It was unearthed from a Grand Han Dynasty tomb by my ancestors. Just look at the spout, the lines, the archaic form. This is what Liu Bang used to drink from. Really? Hurry, name your price. Wu Yu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, nearly drooling. Seeing the interest, the short man's eyes gleamed with greed as he extended 5 fingers. Given your sincerity, I'll give you a firm price, 500,000. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Deal. Without hesitation, Wu Yu whipped out his phone and scanned the short man's payment code with fervor. Beep. Payment successful. The short man and his companions stood dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there really such a fool? He didn't even negotiate. It felt surreal to them as they hastily fled, terrified that Wu Yu might change his mind. Once outside, their uncontainable joy erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha. We're rich. We're rich. Is that lad out of his mind? Is he purposely giving away money? Enough chatter. Let us hurry back and gather more goods. We must strike it rich today. Word spread like wildfire. Soon, a myth of wealth surrounding deceive swept through the black market, drawing hordes of characters to its entrance. Boss, look at this. I have the wooden fish used by Zhu Yuanzhang when he was a monk. Scram. Boss, I have the authentic breast wrap of Empress Wu Zetian. Don't try to snatch it from me. Boss, I have the tomb-raiding spade used by Cao Cao. A parade of swindlers eagerly thrust their eclectic family heirlooms before Wu Yu. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has optimized it. Please, host, take the bait. Purchased. Ding. Purchased. Ding. I'll take them all. Wu Yu acted as an emotionless payment machine, accepting all offers without hesitation. His funds flowed out like a torrent. Until, I'm sorry, your bank card balance is insufficient. What? I'm out of money. Wu Yu stared incredulously at the glaring notification on his phone. Astonishingly, only a few thousand remained. How could 200 million vanish so quickly? Mr. Wu. A melodious, enchanting voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. There. A classical beauty clad in an ink-painted embroidered qipao strode gracefully toward him. It was Song Weitian. The moment she entered, the room's atmosphere seemed to heat up several degrees. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to her stunning visage and voluptuous figure. Song Weitian had come to collect payments and to negotiate an increase in her commission. After all, this was a matter of disposing of stolen goods. The risks and pressures involved warranted a larger profit. Otherwise, she would be remiss in honoring her racing heart. However, as she stepped delicately into deceive, she was instantly taken aback. What the? Even with her extensive experience, she could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. The vast store was more bustling than a peak-hour market, packed with over 100 people. Each face bore the unmistakable marks of dubious character, clearly not of the virtuous sort. In their hands, they clutched an array of bizarre and eclectic trinkets, desperately thrusting them towards Wu Yu. Madness. This Wu Yu is undoubtedly deranged. In broad daylight, he dares to so brazenly and openly engage in the acquisition of stolen goods. Is there no sense of justice left? No rule of law. It is utterly lawless, a descent into insanity, a reckless flirtation with death itself. President Song, you have finally arrived. Upon spotting Song Weitian, Wu Yu immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. He swiftly dismissed the swindlers who wished to continue peddling counterfeit goods, loudly proclaiming that today's acquisitions had come to an end, inviting them to return tomorrow. With a resounding bang, the door was firmly shut. Instantly, the interior of deceive fell into a profound silence. As Wu Yu prepared tea for Song Weitian, he cheerfully remarked, I have just acquired a substantial collection. Hurry, help me appraise its value. Though Song Weitian was somewhat reluctant, she could hardly refuse. Gritting her teeth, she approached the mountain of antiques before her. Little did she know that upon closer inspection, she would nearly lose her composure in shock. Goodness! The wooden fish struck by Zhu Yuanzhang during his monastic days. This wooden fish was meticulously carved from exquisite rosewood, its surface warm and lustrous, the grain exquisite. Most crucially, the aura of antiquity that permeated it could not possibly be fabricated. Moreover, there was a genuine silk bellyband worn by Empress Wu Zetian, although it appeared somewhat worn. The phoenix embroidery in gold and silver thread, along with the gossamer-like top-tier silk, all bore testament to its extraordinary provenance. Song Weitian could even detect a faint, commanding fragrance that belonged solely to the queen. Yet what left her breathless was the Luoyang spade once wielded by Cao Cao, forged from dark iron. It had withstood the test of a millennium, still gleaming with an icy luster, razor-sharp. The handle was inscribed in ancient seal script with 2 prominent characters, Mo-Jin. Each item was a unique, unparalleled treasure of immense rarity. Each one could incite a seismic upheaval of a magnitude 12 in the archaeological community. As Song Weitian gazed upon them, her astonishment deepened, and her heart raced with dread. She felt her legs weaken, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. It was over. It was over. These artifacts had all been unearthed from the grand tombs of various dynasties. They were genuine, unspeakable funerary items. The total worth was sufficient to warrant Wu Yu several hundred death sentences. Gatling guns could be emptied in a heartbeat. At this thought, Song Weitian could no longer contain herself. She abruptly lifted her gaze, preparing to urge Wu Yu to desist. Yet, she found him looking at her with genuine concern. President Song, why are you sweating? Are you too excited? Excited? I'm about to be frightened to death by you. For goodness sake. Song Weitian raged silently within, yet her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil. I am just thrilled for you. Congratulations on this windfall.